Certainly, here's the full English translation of Chapter 1. But doing well down there, rendered in a natural, engaging, and literary style suitable for a modern novel. Tiancheng, you're a good man. Thank you for taking such good care of me all this time. I've thought about it for a long time, but I can't accept your proposal. I've decided to go back to him. Because I'm pregnant. The child is his. I don't want my baby to be born with a different last name. The 800,000 yuan dowry you prepared, I've already taken it. My family will be forever grateful. On the expressway, 38-year-old Yu Tiancheng stared at the 12-inch display of his car, message after message popping up. His head throbbed with a dull, insistent buzz. Wasn't it supposed to be lose at work when in love? Instead, had just been laid off and now, suddenly a father? And the kid wouldn't even carry his name? Talk about a double whammy from life. Dog. Loyal dog. Lick till you lose everything. If there's a next life, damn it, he'll never be a doormat again. Right now, all Yu Tiancheng wanted was his 800,000 yuan back. He couldn't understand his bank card, which couldn't even transfer 5,000 yuan without a limit warning, had somehow been used to siphon off 800,000 yuan like it was nothing. Was it because that guy worked in bank credit? Is that how it worked? Beep, beep, beep. From behind, a dump truck honked like a madman. Go to hell. Yu Tiancheng snarled, his eyes bloodshot, instinctively stomping harder on the accelerator. But fortune never comes in pairs. Misfortune never arrives alone. Whether it was his fault or a glitch in the car system, the display suddenly went black. The operating system shut down, completely brakes locked. The entire vehicle froze in place. Crash. A deafening impact. A violent jolt. The world spun violently. I'm a damn programmer and I just got programmed by an electric car software. Jump, Yu Tiancheng. Just jump already. A shrill female voice pierced his ears. Blinding sunlight hit his face. Consciousness slowly returned. Wasn't he driving just now? Now, he was standing by a lake. He saw a girl in a school uniform, short bob haircut, hands on her hips, glaring at him furiously. This scene felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Bro Tiancheng, this White Horse Lake has drowned people before. Your phone's long gone by now, probably drifted halfway across the city. Don't be stupid. One wrong move, and you're dead. Beside him, a dark-skinned, skinny teenager around 17 or 18 frowned at the murky water below the embankment. Yu Tiancheng glanced at him, puzzled. The kid looked familiar too, but he couldn't recall his name. That's my dad's latest Sony Ericsson T618, straight from Shenzhen. 3,000 yuan. If you jump in and get it back from me, it'll be your girlfriend. Beside the short-haired girl, a long-haired, delicate-looking girl spoke up. Her voice was pleading, a little flirty yet completely devoid of guilt or hesitation. Yu Tiancheng slowly turned his head. When he saw her face, something inside him shifted. 3 years of high school. 4 years of college. 3 years of grad school. 12 years of working life. Over 20 years on and off, together, and apart. She had screwed him over again and again. Yes, this face looked younger, now less mature, less seductive, more innocent and tender. But beneath that innocent mask, he knew the soul of a monster. Had heard she was a White Lotus back in school, but he kept falling for her anyway. Why did he keep going back? Maybe it wasn't love. Maybe it was just the bitter resentment of giving everything and getting nothing in return. Had remember her name even in hell. Lee Cece. Yu Tiancheng, are you stupid? Didn't you hear her? If you go get Cece's phone, she'll be your girlfriend. What are you waiting for? The short-haired girl urged him again, practically demanding he jump. Su Huiqiao, are you brain dead? It's not your phone. What the hell are you screaming for? This lake is over 5 meters deep, even at its shallowest. You'll be gone the second you jump. Is a phone really worth your life? The skinny boy snapped, clearly angry. He grabbed Yu Tiancheng's arm. Bro, let's go. We'll play games. Don't play along with their nonsense. He was terrified Yu Tiancheng would actually jump. Lu Yesheng, we didn't call you here. What the hell are you butting in for? Yu Tiancheng, you've been chasing Cece for 2 years. This is your once-in-a-lifetime chance. Go get your goddess phone. Hurry up, and Su Huiqiao shouted again, but her voice cracked mid-sentence. Because she saw the look in Yu Tiancheng's eyes red, furious, like a bloodthirsty beast. In the next moment, the boy who should have obediently jumped into the lake instead shoved Lu Yesheng away and raised his hand. Slap. A hard, sharp slap landed across Li Cece's delicate, pitiful face. Everyone froze. Silence. No one could react. Li Cece was stunned, her face twisted in shock. The pain was minor. What she couldn't accept was the attitude. Since the first day of high school, Yu Tiancheng had been her most loyal lapdog. Breakfast in the morning. Lunch line queuing at noon. Ice cream in summer. Hot water in winter. Endless, meticulous care. That's why, when her phone fell into the artificial lake, she immediately thought of him, the ever-present shadow. But how dare he hit her? The boy who once obeyed every command, who melted at her slightest smile. She felt betrayed, deeply, but it was only the beginning. In the next second, Tiancheng lunged at Li Sisi like a madman, grabbing her neck, screaming, "Bitch, where's my 800,000? Give me back my 800,000. 800,000? What 800,000? Li Sisi was utterly confused. Holy SHD, what's going on? Let go, bro. Let go. You're gonna kill her. Seeing Li Sisi turning pale, eyes rolling back, Lu Yexing and Su Huiqiao panicked. They pulled and tugged, finally separating the feral Tiancheng from the disheveled Li Sisi. Wah wah. Li Sisi trembled, sobbing uncontrollably, fear, pain, humiliation all crashing down. Tiancheng, if you didn't want to get it, fine. Why hit me? You're insane. Sisi, this guy's possessed. He's lost his mind. Let's go. Su Huiqiao hugged Li Sisi, ready to flee. But as she turned to leave, she saw Tiancheng thrashing like a rabid dog, trying to break free from Lu Yexing's grip. She flinched, grabbed Li Sisi's arm, and ran reluctantly, but fast. Let me go. He'll kill her. Tiancheng struggled twice more. Then, whether from the effort or something else, his head began to throb violently. Gritting through the pain, he turned to Lu Yexing. Where's my car? Car? What car? We took the bus here. No bikes. Lu Yexing stared, bewildered. Tiancheng blinked, looking around at the familiar yet strange surroundings. Then it hit him. Where are we? White Horse Lake. Duh. Lu Yexing jumped back, startled. You okay? You're scaring me. Do you even know who I am? You are? Tiancheng asked instinctively. Holy SHD, Lu Yexing's face twisted in fear. He stepped back, putting distance between them. You don't even know me? Are you a ghost? A wandering spirit? Lu Yexing. Me? Lu Yexing? But you're dead. You're doing well down there? Tiancheng did have a close friend named Lu Yexing. Ran an offline education startup. But 2 years ago, after the double reduction policy and the pandemic, his business collapsed. Lost his life savings in 3 months. Couldn't take it. Jumped. Tiancheng had attended his funeral. A tragic, early death. Now, with the memory of his car crash, Tiancheng's mind spun. Was he in the afterlife? Meeting Lu Yexing again? Then what about Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao? Were they dead too? No. Something wasn't adding up. Bro, don't scare me like this. I'm a coward. Lu Yexing's face was scrunched in terror, voice trembling. Langzhou University of Arts and Sciences? Am I back in my hometown? Tiancheng mumbled, staring at the giant campus sign across the street. You are the lightning. You are the light. You are the only myth, I only love you. He began wandering down the street. Lu Yexing followed close behind, like a nervous shadow, afraid something worse might happen. The greasy fumes of street food stalls. The loudspeakers blasting music from a cassette shop. Everything under the sun looked old, worn but real. Then, standing in front of a barber shop, Tiancheng caught his reflection in the window. A young, handsome facetio unfamiliar, yet undeniably his. On the wall behind, a poster of the band SHE. And on a calendar, the year 2005. In that moment, it all clicked. He had been reborn. Chapter 2, Don't You Recognize Me? As Tiancheng gazed into the mirror at the youthful, handsome, and vibrant face before him, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. No mortgage. No car loans. None. The anxiety of falling back into the middle-class abyss was a thing of the past. The taste of freedom. Tiancheng murmured to himself, turning around to embrace Lu Yexing around the neck while playfully pinching his thigh. Ouch. Just because you're heartbroken doesn't mean you should take it out on me. But that slap you gave earlier was quite cathartic. I've told you before that Li Sisi is not a good catch. She only gets close to those with money. She enjoys all the advantages you provide, while flirting with someone today and another tomorrow. It seems you've finally woken up. I was genuinely worried you might jump off. What would I tell teacher you and Aunt Wei if you drowned? Lu Yexing winced in pain, tears welling in his eyes as he rubbed his thigh and gave Tiancheng a thumbs up. Enough of the morbid talk. Let us speak of something auspicious. Stop with the death talk. I've had an epiphany. What you can't let go of, someone else has already embraced. Li Sisi is nothing to fret over. From this day forth, I shall cultivate a heart devoid of women, surrounded by admirers. Tiancheng stretched his arms wide, feeling as though the very air around him was infused with sweetness. What you can't let go of, someone else has already embraced. Brother Chung, that sounds quite profound. Lu Yexing's eyes sparkled as if a door to a new world had swung open. Tiancheng shrugged. The simplest of contemporary memes could provide these innocent youths with days of amusement. What were we supposed to do again? He asked, waving his hand dismissively. Internet CAF. Playing Legends. Our guild is raiding this weekend. Upon mentioning the game, Lu Yexing instantly forgot everything that had transpired earlier, responding with exuberance. Once he was certain that he was not dreaming, Tiancheng's memories finally returned to 20 years ago, to the first weekend of his senior year. He had intended to go to the internet CAF with Liu Yexing, but unexpectedly received a call from that scoundrel Su Huiqiao, summoning him to assist Li Sisi in retrieving her phone. Tiancheng recalled that in his previous life, he had indeed jumped into the lake to retrieve the phone. The result, of course, was fruitless. In his haste, he had ended up submerging his own phone. The thought of a phone prompted Tiancheng to instinctively pull out a sleek Nokia 8250 from his pocket. This was the adult gift his parents had given him for his 17th birthday, costing a hefty 2,200 yuan. Compared to the myriad of smartphones available 2 decades later, he felt only a wave of nostalgia and warmth. Brother Cheng, let us go to the internet CAF, Liu Yexing exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of vanquishing hordes of monsters in the game. I'm not going, I want to go home. You can go by yourself. Before Liu Yexing could react, Tiancheng had already hopped onto bus 11, swaying as it departed. Through the window, Tiancheng gazed with keen interest at the changing landscape outside. 20 years later, the remnants of his youth had vanished with the wind. The once lowly houses had all been demolished, replaced by soaring skyscrapers. In retrospect, the moment feels almost surreal. At the bus stop outside the Furong community, Tiancheng alighted from the bus and cast a glance towards the poetic wall opposite him. This wall, designated as the world's longest inscribed art wall by the Guinness headquarters, stood amidst the lowly dormitories of the electric motor factory for miles around. Yet, in merely 2 years, this area would be transformed into a sprawling expanse of high-rise buildings, with demolition prices that were exceedingly attractive. The era of financial freedom. Tiancheng sighed wistfully at the thought. Yet a bitter smile played on his lips as he shook his head. Xiangnan was reputed as the nation's housing price lowland, with regulations remaining consistently stable. In his previous life, he had purchased a home in his hometown, albeit in the direction of Liuya Lake, a 160-square-meter high-rise, intended as a retirement abode for his parents. He had acquired it at the peak of housing prices in 2018, with various taxes and fees amounting to around 11,000 per square meter. However, within 2 years, when the pandemic struck, he found himself in urgent need of funds. Coupled with his parents' reluctance to inhabit such a spacious dwelling, he had no choice but to sell it. To his dismay, the property that had been worth 11,000 per square meter barely fetched 8,000, resulting in a loss exceeding 300,000. With the housing market in Xinjiang failing to rise, let alone in Langzhou, he mused that once he had the means, he could still invest in 2 properties to hold on to. Muttering to himself, Tiancheng purchased a bunch of bananas from a roadside stall, nibbling as he followed the familiar path to the community. A person as exceptional as I should have lived a splendid life, he hummed a tune, raising his hand to perform a perfect basketball shooting motion, tossing a banana peel towards the trash bin. At that moment, a tall and graceful girl, riding a pink bicycle with a basket containing bananas, happened to pass by. The aim was slightly off, and the peel struck the basket before falling to the ground. The girl, with her long legs, abruptly halted her bicycle. Her watery peach blossom eyes widened in indignation as she scanned her surroundings, her gaze locking onto Tiancheng. Who is this? Why does he look somewhat familiar? The moment Tiancheng laid eyes on her, he too was taken aback. Standing at least 168 meters tall, she possessed a pure and delicate oval face, with crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes, bright brows, and pearly teeth. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and she wore a vibrant orange dress that accentuated her strikingly fair and proportionate legs, exuding a youthful grace. As the two remained transfixed in their gaze, the banana peel on the ground caught the attention of an elderly woman nearby, who was cleaning up litter. Who is this? How could one be so inconsiderate? Tossing a banana peel on the ground when there's a trash bin right next to it, clad in a yellow vest. The community woman bent down to retrieve the peel. Tiancheng instinctively shrank back, quickly taking 2 steps forward to snatch up the banana peel before she could. While picking it up, he remarked, "Indeed, banana peels can be quite hazardous. There are many elderly residents in the community. What if someone slips and falls? Young lady, you must refrain from such thoughtless actions in the future." The community matron raised her gaze to the long-legged beauty, then glanced at the bunch of bananas in her bicycle basket. Her expression immediately turned suspicious. "Auntie, it's not me," the beauty exclaimed, panic etching her features, her eyes piercing into Tiancheng as if she wished to carve out a piece of flesh. Mistakes should be acknowledged bravely. There is no shame in it. Auntie, this girl has a timid nature and finds it difficult to admit her faults. I will take the blame for her. It's not as if a catastrophe has occurred. So please forgive her this once. I disposed of the banana peel in the trash bin, see? Tiancheng interjected. Deliberately showcasing the banana peel that was about to enter the garbage can before the community matron, then letting it drop with a flick of his fingers. The beauty beside him cast a disdainful glance at Tiancheng's infuriating face, suppressing her urge to argue further. Oh, who could this be? It's the son of Teacher Yue, a true reflection of his upbringing. The quality of the offspring speaks volumes about the parent. The matroness face brightened upon seeing Tiancheng, showering him with compliments. His pride swelled, thinking to himself, the more you speak, the better. However, the matron's tone shifted abruptly. You're in your 3rd year of high school now, aren't you? Just the other day, I heard your mother mention that your grades aren't too stellar and that you haven't inherited your father's intellect. Tiancheng's expression soured instantly, mentally cursing. Can't you choose your words more carefully? If you can't say something nice, just say less. Meanwhile, the beauty south eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she laughed with abandon. All right, Auntie, don't take my mother's words to heart. My grades are excellent. I aim to get into a 985 university. She's just being modest. Please don't take her seriously and spread it around. Nonsense. Everyone in the neighborhood knows your grades are poor. How could I be the one to spread it? The matron retorted. What did you say? What is a 985? It refers to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking, you know? Have you heard of them? Of course I know. That's the 985, right? I doubt you'll make the cut. Anyway, I must return home to study, so I won't linger here. Once I'm admitted, I'll be back to collect a substantial red envelope from you. Fine. If you manage to get into a 985, the whole community will share in the glory. And I'll certainly give you a generous red envelope. As Tiancheng conversed with the community matron, they strolled away together. Pretending not to know me, the beauty cast a dubious glance at Tiancheng's silhouette, wrapped in the warmth of the setting sun, a swirl of inexplicable emotions swirling in her heart. Chapter 3, The Divine Awakening Furong Community, Building 8, Unit 2, Apartment 302. Tiancheng hesitated, his hand rising and falling repeatedly, caught in a moment of indecision. Just as he mustered the courage to knock on the door, it swung open unexpectedly. He found himself face to face with a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Clad in an apron and wielding a rolling pin, her brows furrowed in disapproval as she glared at him. Didn't you go out to buy some study materials? Why do you return empty-handed? Tiancheng had prepared himself emotionally for this moment, but his mother, Wei Xiaoqin, unleashed a fierce reprimand that jolted him back 2 decades. I didn't come back empty-handed. I bought bananas to show my filial piety. As Tiancheng entered the house, he felt the piercing gaze of his mother upon him. In the living room, the television was playing Divine Dr. Shilai Lu, while his father, Yu Wenyan, was hunched over the coffee table, fervently grading papers. Yu Wenyan was a high school history teacher at Langzhou No. 2 High School. Ever since Tiancheng began high school, his father had conducted tutoring sessions during winter and summer breaks, and even on weekends, inundated with an abundance of papers to grade. Tiancheng recalled vividly that in a few days, his aunt's family would come asking for money, depleting their household finances. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that his father, who had previously maintained an air of integrity, was likely compelled to start the tutoring classes not merely to improve their living conditions, but more probably due to prior discussions with his aunt. Yu Wenyan was the type to keep matters to himself, bearing his burdens alone. This world demanded a sacrifice of dignity, pride, and time in exchange for the currency needed to resolve fundamental issues. Fortunately, in the latter part of his university years, Tiancheng found his calling and switched majors, seizing the opportunity during the internet's most rapid growth. He managed to earn some money, took out loans to purchase a car and 2 apartments, only to be metaphorically harvested by the societal machine, culminating in a final blow from Licisi. Thankfully, those times were now behind him. Who would have imagined that fate would be so benevolent as to grant him a second chance? Upon noticing Tiancheng's arrival, Yu Wenyan lifted his thick glasses and scrutinized the plastic bag in his son's hand, sensing something amiss. This concerns you as well, Tiancheng chuckled, tossing a half-eaten banana onto the table. Returning after a 20-year absence, one must bring a token of greeting. Yu Wenyan cast a suspicious glance at his son, finally realizing that something was indeed off. This boy, who usually appeared timid and mouse-like in his presence, seemed unusually bold today. However, Yu Wenyin was not the type to adhere to antiquated educational methods. He often left Tiancheng's studies to his wife, Wei Xiaoqin, leading to a dynamic of a strong woman and a weak man in the family. Wait a moment. Did you sneak off to an internet CAF to play games? Did you return with a banana to silence me? Wei Xiaoqin queried, brandishing a rolling pin as she closed the door. Of course not. I'm in my senior year now. I need to focus on my studies. No one should mention games to me again. I have no connection with them, Tiancheng declared, raising 3 fingers to the sky in solemn oath. Yu Wenyin set down his pen, intrigued by this unusual assertiveness from his son. Oh, you have no connection with games? Then what about the money? What about the funds I provided for your study materials? Show me, Wei Xiaoqin threatened, her rolling pin poised for action. It's right here, Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, pulling out a handful of colorful bills from his pocket. Count them. I spent 2 yuan on this massive bunch of discounted bananas. And the rest is all here. Oh, when did you learn to bargain? Wei Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed as she inspected the bills. For 10 yuan notes, 1 5 yuan note, along with 2 and 1 yuan notes. Indeed, it was a 2 yuan purchase for a bundle of bananas. Look, I'm just like my mother. I know how to manage my life, Yu Tiancheng murmured as he discreetly stowed the money from the table into his pocket. For this was a portion of his starting capital and could not be squandered. Where did you go this afternoon? Returning so late? Wei Xiaoqin, charmed by Yu Tiancheng's few flattering words, felt a bit dazed, her tone softening considerably. I went to the library to peruse some free tutoring books, absorbing all the knowledge. That way, I save money, don't I? Yu Tiancheng tapped his temple, fabricating a lie without the slightest hint of shame. All right, my son has grown up. With this frugality, he shall never fear hunger. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Wei Xiaoqin shot him an exasperated glance and waved her hand as if to conclude the interrogation. Yu Tiancheng chuckled lazily, sauntering into his room and collapsing onto the bed, feeling a disconcerting sense of unreality. He had yet to fully acclimatize to his current life. However, now that he had been reborn, a shift in lifestyle was imperative. His previous life had been excessively burdensome, not just for him, but for both Lao Yu and Wei Xiaoqin as well. The only way to alter this exhausting existence was to amass wealth. Problems that can be resolved with money are not true problems. Visiting the library to read tutoring books? Outside, Yu Wenyin regarded Yu Tiancheng's words with skepticism. I certainly know he is lying, yet it is preferable to uttering nonsense. The boy has learned to deceive. He will not suffer in the future. Wei Xiaoqin peeled a banana, sighing in discontent. With these grades, it's infuriating. I doubt he can even get into a second-tier university this year. And you, as a high school teacher, can't even guide your own son properly. He deliberately chose the sciences to avoid my teaching. What can I do? Had he listened to me and chosen the humanities, I could have ensured he got into a first-tier university. Yu Wenyin rolled his eyes, retorting, what use is it to learn from you, regardless of his shortcomings? Our son is still a science student from number 1 high school, which boasts an 85% admission rate to universities. What does number 2 high school have? They barely send 2 or 3 students to university each year, yet they act as if they are something special. The more Wei Xiaoqin spoke, the more agitated she became. Taking a fierce bite of her banana, her eyes lighting up. It's quite sweet. Oh dear, my pot is burning. Saying this, she stuffed half a banana into Yu Wenyin's mouth before hastily dashing into the kitchen. It is indeed sweet. Yu Wenyin chewed on the remaining banana, his gaze fixed on the door to Yu Tiancheng's room, seemingly lost in thought. Inside, after resting for a while, Yu Tiancheng rose from his bed and powered on his antique computer. This device, which Wei Xiaoqin had purchased for 800 yuan at the computer market, featured a Celeron 2. For processor, 256 megabytes of memory, an integrated graphics card, and a 17-inch Samsung monitor, complete with speakers. Wei Xiaoqin was an exceptionally determined individual. All her colleagues had equipped their children with computers, and she was resolute that Yu Tiancheng would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, with Lao Yu's lucrative tutoring classes, the cost of a computer was but a trifling expense. Indeed, this computer lacks games. However, it is suitable for browsing the internet, researching information, and even trading stocks. What a golden era it is. I must ponder how to amass wealth. Yu Tiancheng powered on the computer and connected to the internet, gazing at the screen's icons in a daze. The year 2003, when there were nearly 200 million registered users. In just 6 months, Tencent would be listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. If only I had been reborn a few years earlier, this treasure would undoubtedly have been mine. Yu Tiancheng experienced the sensation of a sizable fortune slipping through his fingers. Soon, he realized it was not merely one piece of fortune that had eluded him, but many. Website navigation had already birthed platforms like 123 and 265, while the search domain saw the emergence of Baidu and 3721. Teacher Ma's shopping site had been operational for 6 months, and even the payment giant was on the verge of launching. Gaming forums were graced with 43.99, and novel websites like Yuandian had appeared. Was I to rely solely on memory to pin a tale akin to Dopa? That would be an arduous task indeed. Yu Tiancheng muttered to himself, then glanced at the currently popular games. Legend had solidified its foothold, Ragnarok Online, and Bubble Hall. At this juncture, the most formidable turn-based game, Fantasy Westward Journey, was in closed beta, set to commence public testing by year's end. Even creating game cheats had become obsolete. No worries, no worries. The days of making money stretch ahead, brimming with opportunities. Yu Tiancheng clicked on the chat window and was greeted by a flashing icon. A blonde girl's avatar blinked insistently. Her username waves and bubbles. Another male avatar also flickered, named One Word Handsome. Upon seeing these names, Yu Tiancheng instantly deduced their identities. One was Li Sisi, and the other, Lu Yeshing. At that time, his own username was swimming in the waves. Such small waves, and yet one would be remiss not to run aground while swimming in them. He grumbled, promptly deleting his name and changing it to Divine, Activate. After altering his name, he opened the dialogue with One Word Handsome. Brother Chung, is your phone dead? You didn't answer my call. Li Sisi came to the internet CAF looking for you, but couldn't find you. She was there crying and cursing like a lunatic, refusing to leave. After reading Lu Yeshing's message, Yu Tiancheng checked his phone, confirming it was indeed out of power. Once he charged his phone, he opened the chat with waves and bubbles. There was but a single message. Yu Tiancheng, we are completely done. Yu Tiancheng chuckled softly and typed in response. As if we ever truly began. The reply came swiftly, as if the sender were waiting just beside him. The moment Yu Tiancheng's message was sent, a response arrived. My previous actions were merely tests. Today, I genuinely wish to confess my feelings to you. Yet you. Yu Tiancheng laughed again, contemplating what it meant to be an exceptional fish keeper. Even with a swollen face, one still yearned to cast more bait. I ought to take my leave. Dinner's ready. Called Wei Xiaoqin from outside. Oh, coming. Yu Tiancheng turned and responded. Very well, let us hasten the end of this. I thank you. Yu Tiancheng swiftly completed this line of text, promptly adding Li Sisi to his blacklist before deleting her contact. Women only serve to impede my pace in earning money. He shut down his computer and decided it was time for a meal. Chapter 4. How about I gift you this piece of bread? At 6:30 in the morning, as dawn's light began to filter in, Yu Tiancheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, instinctively reaching out to feel for the circular alarm clock on his bedside. Upon locating it, he exhaled deeply, realizing it was indeed the year 2003. Lazily dressing himself, he ambled out of his bedroom and glanced at the dining table. He recalled that during his high school years, due to his early departures, Wei Xiaoqin would always leave 2 yuan on the table for him to buy breakfast. However, today, the table was completely bare. Had she forgotten? Yu Tiancheng scratched his head, and as he was washing up, Yu Wenyin emerged from the bedroom, clutching a roll of tissues. Hurriedly darting into the bathroom. Just as he entered, he poked his head out. Was there something wrong with the bananas you bought yesterday? It's been several times throughout the night. I ate them too, so why am I fine? Yu Tiancheng replied in surprise, his mouth full of foam. Mom said that the 50 yuan yesterday was your breakfast money for this month. You should go out and eat by yourself later. Oh, and don't take your phone to school. With that, Yu Wenyin slammed the bathroom door shut. Yu Tiancheng grinned wryly. That's really my mom for you. Thought she was getting a bargain, but turns out she's the one losing out. After finishing his morning routine, he returned to his room, sat on the bed for a few moments, then bent down to rummage under the bed. He pulled out a flat calendar wallet, dusted it off, and opened it to find a scattered sum of over 200 yuan. This was the pocket money Yu Tiancheng had painstakingly saved. In his previous life, he had forgotten about this wallet until Wei Xiaoqin discovered it while cleaning. She had left it untouched, chuckling at him several times until he returned home during the summer of his junior year and found it again. Perhaps this was the back door I left for myself? He took out the money, tossed the wallet into the drawer, and headed downstairs. As he stepped outside, a rush of cool air greeted him, invigorating him instantly. Skillfully unlocking his bike, he hopped onto his Phoenix bicycle, wobbling his way out of the neighborhood. After turning a couple of corners and nearing the entrance of the first middle school, He stopped at a breakfast stall by the roadside. "Boss, I'll have 2 bags of soy milk and 4 donuts." Only after speaking did Tiancheng realize he had ordered a double portion. Goodness, how deeply am I entrenched in this habit? Has it become muscle memory? As he contemplated asking for a single order, the proprietor cheerfully responded, 2 bags, right? Coming right up. Tiancheng, his lips trembling, handed over 3 yuan and received his breakfast. Upon entering the classroom through the back door of Class 9 in the 12th grade, while carrying his double portion, he was met with a chorus of astonished exclamations. "See, I told you he definitely bought a double portion." Su Hui playfully poked Li Sisi beside her, remarking, "This fellow was possessed yesterday, his mind in disarray. Momentarily lost in thought. Now, he must be regretting it immensely. Look, he has brought breakfast to curry favor with you." With a huff, she declared, "His apologies are futile now. I shall not forgive him this time." Li Sisi's eyes were slightly red, her face flushed and somewhat swollen. "Unless," she sighed. Sitting at the doorway, Lu Yeshing let out a long sigh, casting a disappointed gaze at Tiancheng. He had hoped this guy would truly rise to the occasion. But he was disheartened by the swiftness of his retreat. After all, the entire class was well aware of Tiancheng's character. He had consistently brought breakfast for Li Sisi over 2 years, while her attitude towards him had always been one of taking advantage, with minimal interaction, never indicating they were in a romantic relationship. This ambiguous dynamic allowed Tiancheng to live in a realm of self-delusion. Of course, having been reborn, Tiancheng paid no heed to the peculiar stares of his classmates. Just as everyone anticipated him to present the heartfelt breakfast to Li Sisi, Tiancheng calmly placed another breakfast in front of Lu Yeshing and sat down beside him. "What are you doing? Do you need my help to apologize?" Lu Yeshing appeared utterly disheartened, preparing to rise with the breakfast in hand. "This is for you." Tiancheng slurped his soy milk, munching on a deep-fried dough stick, speaking in a muffled manner while contentedly burping. You can't be serious about me." Lu Yeshing recoiled defensively. "I won't eat. I'll have it myself." Tiancheng feigned a move to snatch it away. "Eat, eat, eat. If you don't, it's wasteful." "So, Chenggu, does this mean you'll be covering my breakfast from now on?" Lu Yeshing crammed the dough stick into his mouth, crumbs flying as he grinned with his yellowed teeth. "Dream on. Turn your head away and stop spraying crumbs everywhere." Tiancheng was in mid-sentence when a figure with a swinging ponytail and youthful radiance strode in. After a few steps, she suddenly turned, thoughtfully gazing at Tiancheng. In a moment, it was as if a spotlight had illuminated the scene. The attention of the entire classroom was drawn to Tiancheng, following the gaze of the ponytail girl. At that moment, he was chewing on his breakfast, and upon lifting his eyes, he found a familiar face standing behind Lu Yeshing, staring at him. Wasn't he this the stunning girl with long legs he had inadvertently framed by tossing a banana peel yesterday? Surprised, Tiancheng choked on his soy milk, sputtering the contents all over Lu Yeshing's face. Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed, memories flooded back. Oh, that's why she looked so familiar. She is the school beauty of Langzhou No. 1 High School, and my classmate, Tian Yue. "Hey, you sprayed me," Lu Yeshing exclaimed, jumping up in shock. Upon turning around, he noticed Tian Yue's face filled with disdain, prompting him to awkwardly smile and say, "Biban Zhong, you're here." Tian Yue disregarded Lu Yeshing entirely, choosing instead to approach Tiancheng with a playful smile. She teasingly inquired, "Classmate, might you owe me something?" Tiancheng glanced at the half-piece of snack in his hand and promptly offered it. "How about I give you this snack instead?" In that moment, a multitude of piercing gazes bore down upon Tiancheng. Tian Yue was clearly taken aback by his brazen response. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise as she swiftly swatted his hand aside. "What I meant was, shouldn't you be offering me an apology?" "Apology? What apology?" Tiancheng replied nonchalantly, displaying an air of defiance as if he would rather face death than admit fault. Tian Yue tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing with intrigue. A mischievous glint sparkled in her gaze as she shifted her tone to one of mock lamentation. "Tiancheng, so you've completely forgotten the events of yesterday, have you?" Her sorrowful expression and rosy cheeks resembled that of a lovesick maiden rebuking a heartless suitor. Instantly, the curiosity of the entire class ignited, with both male and female students captivated by the unfolding drama. Even Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao widened their eyes, straining to hear the exchange between Tian Yue and Tiancheng. Tian Yue, the celebrated academic beauty of Langzhou No. 1 High School, typically had little in common with Tiancheng. How had they found themselves intertwined today? Moreover, the implication of some clandestine affair sent whispers circulating among their peers. As Lu Yexing wiped crumbs from his face, he pointed at Tiancheng. I was wondering why you skipped the internet CAF in such a hurry yesterday. Turns out you were on a date with the school beauty. Tiancheng dating Tian Yue? Upon hearing Lu Yexing's words and observing Tiancheng's unapologetic demeanor alongside Tian Yue's forlorn expression, the minds of the gossip-hungry students began to concoct a myriad of tantalizing rumors. The most disheartened of all was undoubtedly Li Sisi. He hit me and then ran off to date Tian Yue? Have my prized fish been stolen from my pond? Have I been cast aside by Tiancheng? A torrent of vexation surged through her, each thought more dismal than the last. Impossible. What kind of person is Tian Yue? How could she possibly be interested in him? Su Huiqiao remarked, though internally she too was puzzled. Tiancheng, what on earth have you done to Tian Yue? You should apologize swiftly. Your refusal to take responsibility only reflects poorly on your character. Finally, a tall boy seated in the front row could no longer contain himself. Clad in a crisp white shirt, his fair complexion and center-parted hair gave him an air of urgency, clearly one of Tian Yue's admirers. He was genuinely curious about the nature of the interaction between the two, and thus, he rose to confront Tiancheng. In 2 lifetimes, Tiancheng has barely reached 50 years of age, so how could he possibly be squeezed by a stranger? His expression darkened immediately, eyebrows raised. Who the hell are you? He remembered Tian Yue because she was the school belle, but he truly could not recall this boy before him. The boy turned crimson at Tiancheng's retort, his fingers trembling, and resentment clearly flickering in his eyes. Tiancheng, you are becoming increasingly unruly, even bullying Tian Yue. As the boy spoke, he surveyed his classmates, realizing he was losing face, and began to roll up his sleeves as if preparing to confront Tiancheng. Nearby, Lu Yexing couldn't help but snicker at the scene. Zhang Rui, what's this? Rolling up your sleeves just highlights how slender your arms are. The boy named Zhang Rui shot a glance at Lu Yexing, puffing up his neck, visibly displeased. At that moment, a figure rushed into the classroom, dramatically altering the atmosphere. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, with a round face adorned with thick glasses. His meticulously combed hair slicked back, he strode into the classroom holding a thick stack of papers, moving with the swiftness of the wind. It was Hu Xinxing, the homeroom teacher of class 9 in the 3rd year. As soon as Hu Xinxing entered, the previously chaotic classroom fell into immediate silence. Zhang Rui, who had been ready to confront Tiancheng, quickly transformed into a docile kitten, returning to his seat obediently. The students who had turned to watch the commotion promptly tucked away their curiosity and began rummaging for their textbooks. Tian Yue wrinkled her nose at Tiancheng and gracefully strode back to her seat. Since we are in our 3rd year, let us dispense with idle chatter. Here is a set of papers for you to work on, Hu Xinxing declared, scattering the papers in his hands, which swiftly made their way from the front to the back of the classroom. Upon receiving the paper, Tiancheng's eyes darkened. He suddenly remembered that his homeroom teacher taught chemistry. It was a chemistry exam. The first question read, in a closed container, a certain amount of 2 is introduced, resulting in the reaction 2222 to 1698 to 1. The diagram below illustrates the relationship between the equilibrium conversion rate of 2 gas and temperature and pressure. Tiancheng didn't even finish reading the question before he was overwhelmed. He had forgotten all the chemical symbols and even the pronunciation of formulas long ago. Regardless, facing this exam, he realized he would likely be unable to answer anything beyond the multiple-choice questions. This was troublesome. In such a state, participating in the college entrance examination would likely result in failing to even secure a spot in a junior college. A wave of frustration washed over Tiancheng. In his previous life, although his grades were not stellar, he managed to enroll in a 211 university in central China, only to be assigned to a water supply and drainage program. After 2 years of aimless drifting, he suddenly awakened in his junior year to the realization that water supply and drainage could not provide the life he desired. Thus, he resolved to strive for excellence, self-studying programming, and eventually changing his major during his graduate studies to become a programmer. The current dilemma was that even if Tiancheng wished to follow the predetermined path, it was no longer feasible. Given his current grasp of high school knowledge, it was highly probable that he would not even qualify for a junior college. In living this second life, would he truly fare worse than in his previous one? As Tiancheng gazed at the jumble of characters on the examination paper, his head buzzed with confusion. Brother Chung, how could you choose this entire section? Are you trying to trap me? Watching Yu Tiancheng struggle with the multiple-choice questions, Lu Yexing felt equally exasperated. His own performance was even worse than Yu Tiancheng's. He had always relied on Yu for answers during exams. However, today, Yu Tiancheng seemed to be in a daze, as if sleepwalking. Aside from the multiple-choice section, he had written nothing, leaving Lu Yexing to fret in despair, racking his brains for answers. Surely I can score 100 in Chinese, right? I should be able to. English has always been my strong suit. Scoring 140 shouldn't be too difficult. But what about math, physics, chemistry, and biology? Can I even scrape together 100 points? With a total of 340. What university could I possibly get into? Damn it. I've come back from the future. If I don't even get into college, wouldn't that be a laughingstock for the neighborhood aunties? My parents would surely be too embarrassed to face anyone. It seemed that he would have to resort to some extraordinary measures. Yu Tiancheng spent an entire class lost in these thoughts. All right, there are 2 minutes left. Everyone, please put down your pens. Tian Yue, please collect the papers and send them to my office afterward. In the blink of an eye, the class had passed. Hu Xingxing glanced at his watch and spoke to Tian Yue in the front row. She immediately stood up and began collecting the papers row by row. When she reached Yu Tiancheng, she deliberately glanced at his paper. Upon seeing that he had only completed the multiple-choice section, a smile crept across her face. Oh, didn't someone say they were aiming for 985? And this half-filled paper is how you plan to achieve that? As Tian Yue continued to peruse Yu Tiancheng's paper, a peculiar expression flickered across her delicate features, perhaps a hint of concern. If he does get into 985, then what does that mean for me? Zhang Rui observed Yu Tiancheng's half-filled paper with a mocking expression, evidently having kept a close watch on the interactions between Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue, seizing every opportunity to belittle him. Many students nearby, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Everyone was well aware of Yu Tiancheng's academic standing. Aiming for 985 was akin to chasing a fantasy. Yu Tiancheng didn't even glance at Zhang Rui, lazily addressing Tian Yue. So concerned about me? If I really do get in, would you consider being my girlfriend? The classroom fell into a stunned silence. All the students were taken aback. What had gotten into Yu Tiancheng? Did he dare to tease Tian Yue? Had he completely lost his inhibitions? Tian Yue was momentarily taken aback before she could respond. Zhang Rui interjected anxiously. Yu Tiancheng, you better know your place. Tian Yue's future is beyond your reach. Don't be a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Zhang Rui spoke with fervor, his expression tense and excited. All right, prove yourself by getting into 985 first, and then I'll consider you for a boyfriend. Tian Yue replied seriously. At this, some students who were drinking water choked, splattering everywhere. With a loud thud, another student bumped into the doorframe, oblivious to the bump forming on their head. At this moment, the entire class was once again in a state of bewilderment, each student staring fixedly at Tian Yue and Yu Tiancheng, unable to believe that their previous exchange was genuine. Yu Tiancheng was evidently taken aback by Tian Yue's unexpected agreement, his expression reflecting a degree of astonishment. However, considering your current state, you are far from ready. How about I assist you with some tutoring? Tian Yue appeared quite pleased with Yu Tiancheng's unexpected reaction, her charming face radiating pride. This sensation was akin to two individuals engaged in a game of chess, where she had been losing continuously, only to triumph unexpectedly in a single round, filling her with satisfaction. Tutoring? Yu Tiancheng pondered that if tutoring were truly beneficial, he might have consented. Unfortunately, his mindset was that of a 40-year-old man, restless and agitated, making it exceedingly torturous for him to focus on studying. Moreover, he had already devised a strategy to tackle the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, Yu Tiancheng did not outright refuse. He was curious to see what this little girl had up her sleeve. All right, but not today. I have matters to attend to. Starting tomorrow, you shall tutor me, he declared, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Yu Tiancheng, are you really going to hold back Tian Yue's progress just because you refuse to study? Zhang Rui interjected, increasingly anxious. Yu Tiancheng dismissed him with indifference. Tian Yue, he's nothing but a rogue. You must not acquiesce to him. Zhang Rui turned to admonish her. What does it concern you? Tian Yue retorted. I cannot stand idly by and watch you go astray. Zhang Rui finally managed to say after a moment's hesitation. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean by going astray? Do you fancy me as well? Tian Yue directly posed the question to Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was clearly unprepared for Tian Yue's forthrightness and found himself momentarily speechless. He was still a naive youth, too bashful to handle such directness. But I don't like you. Tian Yue rolled her eyes and delivered a decisive blow. Mind your own business. Zhang Rue felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, the pain excruciating, as he slumped back to his seat like a defeated rooster. Tiancheng shook his head in disbelief. It seemed that Zhang Rue would take quite some time to recover from this encounter. Chapter 6. Homemade minigame school was over. School was over. Time to make money. The day swiftly passed, and as soon as school was dismissed, Tiancheng dashed into the bike shed with the exuberance of someone electrified. Searching for his bicycle. Tiancheng. A figure blocked his path. Li Sisi. Step aside. I have urgent matters. Tiancheng did not grant Li Sisi the opportunity to speak. Hoisting his bicycle and attempting to move in the opposite direction. Everyone knows the routine. What is there to discuss? The only thing you are delaying is my time to make money. My time is now exceedingly valuable, and I have no leisure for idle chatter. Turning, he encountered yet another figure obstructing his way. Tiancheng. Su Huiqiao stood with her hands on her hips, her legs pinning Tiancheng's bicycle wheel. Her expression one of indignation. Sisi wishes to speak with you. This is a splendid opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. I appreciate your concern, but my time is limited. Please, cease your entanglement with me. Kindly grant me some peace. Tiancheng spread his hands, feigning innocence. Yesterday, I acted thoughtlessly by asking you to dive in and retrieve my phone. However, you should not have struck me. How about this? Treat me to a meal, and we shall consider the matter settled. Let us revert to our previous relationship, shall we? Li Sisi approached from behind, tugging at Tiancheng's sleeve. Oh, come on. That's not fair. Tiancheng abruptly shook off her grasp, exclaiming, Li Sisi, I implore you, let us not have any further interactions. You have already wasted 1 minute and 58 seconds of my life. With that, Tiancheng hoisted the bicycle over his head, carefully maneuvering around them. His demeanor and actions suggested that he viewed them as two burdensome obstacles, drawing astonished gazes from their classmates, including Tian Yue, who was curiously observing Tiancheng's hasty departure. Li Sisi, stung by Tiancheng's actions, felt tears welling up. She felt profoundly wronged. After all, Tiancheng had pursued her for 2 years, always speaking gently. Was there ever a day when he did not follow her home like a devoted puppy, inquiring about her well-being and what she wished to eat the following morning? On weekends, he would thoughtfully ask about her plans and often treat her to delightful meals. Yet now, he seemed eager to avoid her altogether. It was utterly outrageous. Tiancheng, what do you truly want? Li Sisi shouted, stamping her foot in frustration. Tiancheng set down the bicycle, turned his back, and spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. Let us forget each other in the vastness of the world. From now on, we shall live our own lives, and that would be quite agreeable. With that, he mounted his bicycle and sped away. Noticing his departure, Tian Yue smiled and quickly followed suit on her own bike. Very well, Tiancheng, do not regret your decision. Li Sisi called after him, but he had already vanished into the bustling crowd. At the computer market, Tiancheng entered a shop specializing in computer assembly. Boss, do you have a tool disk? I need one. How much for a disk? He inquired, gesturing towards the Lanka disk on the counter. 200, replied the owner. A man in his 30s, as he retrieved a tool disk and casually tossed it into a CD case before handing it to Tiancheng. Ah, teacher song. What nostalgic memories. Tiancheng remarked, glancing at the illustration on the case. This is the latest release, Childlike Giant Light. I have the newest film, would you be interested? The owner winked at Tiancheng. How about you give me a discount, and I'll see if I can scrape together some cash, Tiancheng replied with a grin. All right. The disc is 160, and if you add 150, I'll throw in an extra disc that's quite thrilling, the owner coaxed. 120 for the disc, and you can throw in the tool disc for free, Tiancheng countered. Deal. Just the disc then, Tiancheng chuckled. You're not selling it anymore. The boss narrowly escaped a fit of rage. In the end, under the reluctant circumstances, Tiancheng managed to purchase a tool tray and a CD for 150 yuan. Upon returning home, he found the house empty. Whether someone was there or not was of little consequence. Wei Xiaoqin and Yu Wenyan hardly paid him any mind. He first accessed Wanwang and used the remaining 50 yuan to acquire a domain name, Big Chicken Gaming Network. Gazing at his newly purchased domain, Tiancheng sighed. Recognizing that selling domain names could be a lucrative venture, yet he lamented the missed opportunities as he lacked the necessary startup funds. Having reached this juncture was already a stroke of fortune. He resolved not to be overly greedy. Clearing his thoughts, He immersed himself in the programming interface, his fingers dancing over the keyboard with practiced ease. His goal was to create a web-based game. Those involved in the internet invariably have an affinity for gaming, drawn by its lucrative allure and devoid of the risks associated with illicit substances. Tiancheng recalled a wildly popular minigame from his past life, known as 2048, which had taken the world by storm in 2014. Remarkably, this game had been crafted by a 19-year-old programmer over a single weekend. Its straightforward rules and addictive nature captivated the entertainment needs of the masses. Having studied the code of such simple games, Tiancheng found it effortless to replicate. In under half an hour, he completed the program. After running a brief test to ensure everything functioned flawlessly, he discreetly embedded a backdoor within the software, implemented 2 layers of encryption, and even incorporated a self-destruct sequence. Beyond 2048, he also developed clone versions of games like Bomberman, Tank Battle, and Tetris, packaging them together while leaving a contact number and email address at the conclusion of each game. Though he could not predict whether these games would achieve popularity, he understood they were market-tested concepts. If even one gained traction, it would provide him with the necessary startup capital, particularly during this arid era of gaming. These minigames held a lethal appeal for game developers. Moreover, the programs he created, utilizing the technology from 2 decades hence, were far more than mere games. He aimed to tap into the coffers of influential individuals. As for who might take the bait, that remained to be seen. He uploaded these mini-games to the Big Chicken Gaming Network and disseminated the website link across various renowned forums of the time, employing sensationalized headlines. For instance, shocking. You won't believe this secret that will transform your life instantly. Astonishing. This simple method can turn you into a winner overnight. Incredible. This simple step can make any girl fall for you. Reward. A beautiful companion awaits you. Some who clicked through were met with a simple mini-game that appeared on their desktop with a double click, easy to master and highly engaging. Others found themselves redirected to the Big Chicken Gaming Network, where they could choose from several uncomplicated games to enjoy. Free online games, no installation required, play at will. After finishing, Tiancheng glanced at the registration process for the Informatics Olympiad. Chapter 7. Indulge and meet, eat more. As a self-taught programmer, Tiancheng's coding skills, though not at the pinnacle, were certainly commendable. During his initial foray into programming, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the various competition processes in informatics. While pursuing his postgraduate studies, he served for a period as a coach for informatics competitions at a training institution and taught online classes. He was well-versed in the problem-solving strategies for various competition question types. In his own words, he could tackle at least those problems. His only shortcoming was not having graduated from a prestigious university. However, upon conducting some online research, Tiancheng discovered discrepancies between his understanding and the current registration process. In this era, there were no beginner or intermediate levels. One simply registered for provincial competitions, categorized as group contests. These competitions comprised preliminary and final rounds. The registration for the preliminary round was set to conclude within a few days. Goodness, one cannot register individually, and the school must assist with the registration, he muttered, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he noted he had only 3 days left to act. Just then, Wei Xiaoqin returned home with groceries. Peeking into Tiancheng's room and chiding, "You come back only to play games. Don't you realize you're in your final year of high school?" "Of course I do. Rest assured, I will certainly secure a spot at a 985 university," Tiancheng replied as he shut down his computer, stepped out of his room, and grabbed a cucumber from Wei Xiaoqin's shopping bag, casually rubbing it with his hands before biting into it with a crunch. Getting into a 985 university is merely a matter of talking. If you could achieve what your cousin Hao Juan did and get into Langzhou University, I would be satisfied, Wei Xiaoqin retorted, rolling her eyes before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. What a joke. Langzhou University could hardly accommodate someone as illustrious as me, Tiancheng scoffed. The cousin Wei Xiaoqin referred to, Hao Juan, had only just secured a spot at a local undergraduate institution after last year's college entrance examination, much to the delight of his family, who couldn't resist boasting about it every chance they got, much to Tiancheng's annoyance. Hey, you need to start thinking ahead. Once I get into a 985 university and become a billionaire, how will I live my life? Tiancheng continued, leaning against the kitchen door, munching on the cucumber and engaging in light banter with Wei Xiaoqin. If you can manage to get into a 985 university, I'll be overjoyed. Let alone the billionaire dream. She teased. If that day ever comes, I'll arrange blind dates for you, find you a few daughters-in-law, and help you have a bunch of chubby little kids. Wei Xiaoqin's face glowed with excitement as she spoke with exaggerated seriousness. Such limited aspirations for an old lady. Tiancheng sighed, suddenly recalling something. I heard that your aunt's family has been dabbling in a tea business lately, claiming to have made quite a profit. They even mentioned wanting to bring your father on board. I didn't agree, as I find it rather dubious. How did you come to know about this? Wei Xiaoqin cast a curious glance at Tiancheng. It was indeed for the best that she did not agree. My aunt's family has always indulged in such frivolities. That fool Wang Yang, in our online conversations, incessantly boasts about earning thousands in a single day. If such fortune were truly attainable, would they not have amassed wealth long ago? Why wait until now? Tiancheng scoffed dismissively. Of course, he had not engaged in any online discussions. He merely sought an excuse to communicate discreetly with Wei Xiaoqin. This weekend, as memory serves, my aunt's entire family would undoubtedly descend upon us, seeking financial assistance. My son was correct. Just yesterday, my aunt called, demanding either a partnership or a loan of 100,000, claiming she would return 150,000 within a month. Your father debated with me for ages over this, convinced that his sister would never deceive him, as if years of teaching history had rendered him naive. Wei Xiaoqin expressed her frustration. What nonsense! A month? I would wager that within a week, they would face bankruptcy. Even usury cannot yield a profit of 50% in such a brief span. My father is so easily swayed by their relatives' empty promises. I firmly believe this money cannot be lent. If it is, it will surely be lost. Tiancheng deliberately raised his voice, just as Yuan Yin entered, his expression shifting to one of distress upon hearing Tiancheng's words. What are you two discussing? Yuan Yin inquired awkwardly. Nothing much. Merely contemplating when you might leave this household, Wei Xiaoqin replied curtly. Excuse me? What sort of talk is that? Have I offended you in some manner? Yuan Yin detected an underlying tone in Wei Xiaoqin's words, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. If your sister's family can earn such great riches, why return to this dilapidated abode? Would it not be better to dine lavishly with her? Wei Xiaoqin retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Finally, Yuan Yin grasped the situation, irritatedly responding. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't discuss this with the child? Why are you so unable to contain yourself? Do you truly believe that if I remain silent, the child would be oblivious? Your sister's offspring has already divulged everything to Tiancheng online. How shameless to resort to such lengths for a loan, even involving the younger generation. Wei Xiaoqin rolled her eyes, bringing forth the prepared dishes. She served only herself and Tiancheng, placing 2 bowls on the table. Tiancheng, dinner is ready. Ignore him. Tiancheng chuckled, savoring the moment as he watched his father face defeat. In a previous life, his father had been bewitched, squandering their modest savings on his aunt's ridiculous tea business, ultimately leading to their financial ruin. Since that time, Yuan Yin had suffered immensely, both physically and mentally, and his health had never fully recovered. In this life, he vowed never to allow his father to fall into such a trap again. Experiencing discomfort now was far preferable to enduring daily torment in the future. Yuan Yin, resigned, served himself a bowl of rice, mustering the courage to sit down for dinner. Meanwhile, Tiancheng seized the opportunity to reinforce his point. Dad, that tea business of my aunt's is utterly unreliable. It is nothing but a grandiose Ponzi scheme, akin to a pyramid scheme. Just look at the myriad of ventures she has pursued over the years. Delivering vegetables to school canteens only to gamble them away along the way. Opening a restaurant, only to squander the capital on gambling. Working at a fruit store, one who cannot even calculate profits and losses. How can one expect such a person to amass great wealth? Moreover, if their family truly earns several thousand in a single day, would they still need to borrow money from you? If they were to earn more over a month, wouldn't everything be resolved? If you doubt it, wait another fortnight. If their business does not implode within that time, then I shall not hinder your pursuit of fortune. Should you feel too bashful to decline, allow me to address this matter. Yutong's words rendered Yuan speechless. In truth, Yuan was no fool. He had come to realize that if this venture were genuinely so lucrative, a throng of individuals would flock to it, leaving no opportunity for his sister, who squandered her days playing cards, to partake. Previously, Yuan had been pressured into lending money by his aunt's family, reaching a point where he was momentarily blinded by frustration, compounded by his own pique with Wei Xiaoqin, leading to the unfortunate loan. Once the money was relinquished, he was engulfed by regret. Yet, the die was cast. and he had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. At this moment, Yutong's astute remarks sparked a realization in Yuan, who nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured. This money is earmarked for my university expenses and will not be frivolously lent." "That is reassuring," Yutong chuckled, winking at Wei Xiaoqin. "It's commendable that you still think of your son." Without delay, Wei Xiaoqin thrust a piece of meat into Yuan's bowl, exclaiming, 100,000. Just imagine how much meat that could buy. And what of the bride price when your son gets married? Even tossing it away would yield some sound. Oh, I am not foolish. How could I possibly squander my hard-earned money on others? If you doubt me, I shall present my bank card for your inspection. Fearing his own susceptibility to persuasion, Yuan promptly retrieved his wallet, placing the bank card before Wei Xiaoqin. Eat meat, have a few more pieces." Without hesitation, Wei Xiaoqin accepted the bank card and promptly added 2 more pieces of braised meat to Yuan's bowl. Yutong chuckled heartily, confident that with the bank card in their mother's possession, the money would not be easily loaned out. Chapter 8. It was deliberate. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Yutong groggily arose from his slumber. A cog in the societal machine, he had been conditioned for this since his school days. From birth, he was denied the luxury of leisure. After grumbling for a moment, he splashed his face with cold water, instantly revitalized. Cycling out, he swiftly arrived at the Wenxiang rice noodle shop just outside the community. "Boss lady, a bowl of beef noodles with 2 eggs. And make sure to add all the toppings," Yutong exclaimed, flipping over a long bench and rapping the table with his chopsticks. This establishment had been operational for 5 to 6 years, occupying over 200 square meters. Yutong recalled that around 2006, the noodle shop had expanded, transforming into a chain with over a dozen branches in Langzhou, even reaching the provincial capital with several outlets. Not only did they serve breakfast, but lunch and dinner had also been incorporated into their offerings. Nevertheless, this particular shop was still managed by the proprietress and 4 or 5 employees. The proprietress was a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, possessing an alluring figure and an array of charming expressions. She greeted customers with a warm smile, her actions efficient and her demeanor generous. Many businesses thrive due to the allure of the proprietress. As the steaming bowl of rice noodles was placed before him, Tiancheng eagerly took a generous mouthful, savoring the delightful combination of fragrance and heat, spiciness and zest, as the essence of the rice noodles enveloped his palate, instantly granting him an exquisite sense of satisfaction. To indulge in this bowl of noodles, he had deliberately risen half an hour earlier. Goodness, that taste felt as if it had been a century in the making. Tiancheng playfully stirred the steaming bowl of noodles, shaking his head and propping his legs atop the long bench. Just as he elevated his feet, a pink backpack came crashing down onto his lap, jolting him and nearly causing his face to plunge into the bowl. Who was so oblivious? Irritated, Tiancheng turned to find a statuesque beauty, Tian Yue, balancing a bowl of noodles, as she gracefully crossed the bench to sit beside him. "Tian Yue, you also enjoy noodles?" he exclaimed. Tian Yue set down her bowl, seized the jar of chili oil, and added 2 spoonfuls to her noodles before stirring with chopsticks. Then, she slurped the noodles with gusto, the glistening chili oil smudging the corner of her mouth, presenting a rather incongruous image. Tiancheng rolled his eyes. Anyone who can wield chopsticks can surely slurp noodles. I mean, I thought you only had time for soybean milk and sweet treats. When do you find the leisure to indulge in such a delightful experience? Tian Yue, fanning herself from the spiciness, wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and replied. Tiancheng paused, finding her reasoning unexpectedly sensible. It was astonishing how seldom he had taken the time to relish such a pleasurable activity. Oh dear, how much precious time had he squandered on Li Sisi. Why did you pretend not to recognize me that day? Were you afraid Li Sisi would see us? But she wasn't even nearby, he queried. Tian Yue, unfazed by his expression, continued her inquiries. Can we not ruin the appetite? By your own words, this is quite an enjoyable affair. Yet the mere mention of her has rendered me unable to eat. I could have indulged in another bowl, alas. Tiancheng spread his hands, though he had already consumed most of his noodles and polished off 2 eggs. The portion was ample, leaving him somewhat stuffed. Ah, it seems you've truly awakened. Very well. I have affected your appetite, and for that, I apologize. Tian Yue chuckled, completely forgetting her earlier question. Apologies are all well and good, but how about something more tangible? Tiancheng, having finished the remainder of his noodles in a few swift bites, popped a toothpick in his mouth and mumbled. What do you mean? Tian Yue scrutinized him. What I mean is, matters that can be resolved with money need not rely solely on apologies. He gestured towards the bottom of his bowl. You have some nerve. Fine. Today I shall treat you. Tian Yue surprisingly acquiesced. Tiancheng grinned and promptly stood up, offering to help carry her backpack. I can't let you treat me for free. I'll lend a hand. Tian Yue shot him a bemused glance before striding towards the exit. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Tiancheng hastily grasped his backpack and hurried after her. Just as he reached the entrance, he overheard Tian Yue peering in and greeting the owner of the powder shop at the cashier's desk. Mom, I'm off to school. This is my classmate. I'm treating him today. A sudden realization struck Tiancheng. No wonder the shop owner looked so familiar. She was indeed Tian Yue's mother. It made sense why Tian Yue frequently visited this neighborhood. Her family owned a shop here. Ah, so you're a classmate of Yeye, the shop owner remarked, eyeing Tiancheng with curiosity. The young man looks quite handsome. How's the flavor of our powder? Are you full? If not, we have soy milk and fried dough sticks. Take some more. Tian Yue's mother inspected Tiancheng from head to toe, offering him another serving of breakfast. It tastes delightful. I'm full, truly full. Oh dear. My Yeye has such a peculiar temperament. She rarely socializes with classmates. No, she is quite popular at school, he replied. While at school? Do take good care of our Yeye. Actually, she looks after me. Her academic performance surpasses mine. Ah, we must hurry. We might be late for school. Goodbye, Auntie. Tiancheng, startled, made a hasty retreat. Come back tomorrow. Breakfast is on the house. Tian Yue's mother watched as they exited, a peculiar expression in her eyes. The two cycled swiftly to school. Tian Yue giggled behind her hand as she walked, while Tiancheng, seemingly indifferent, trailed behind with his pink backpack. As they passed, several students cast astonished glances at Tiancheng and his backpack, then looked at Tian Yue, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Who in the entire school did not know that Tiancheng was infatuated with Li Sisi? Who did not recognize Tian Yue as the aloof, academically gifted school beauty? Even if they racked their brains, they would never dare to connect the two. Yet, on this unusual morning, it seemed the sun had risen from the west. They arrived at the classroom door, where they spotted their homeroom teacher, Hu Xingxing, standing with a stern expression, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing them approach, Hu Xingxing paused, taken aback. Good morning, Teacher Hu, Tian Yue greeted him, stepping directly into the classroom. Morning, old Hu, Tiancheng followed, scratching his head as he entered. Stop, Hu Xingxing called out as Tiancheng walked in, suddenly realizing something. I'm not late. Tiancheng turned around, looking innocent. Did I say you were late? Explain yesterday's chemistry test, Hu Xingxing demanded, extending his hand to reveal a paper filled only with multiple choice answers. This, well, I was actually going to mention it. It was intentional on my part, Tiancheng said, taking the paper without a hint of embarrassment. Intentional? Hu Xingxing was momentarily taken aback, then his anger surged. So, you meant to do it? Fine, then provide me with a reasonable explanation. If you cannot clarify today, this matter will not end here. As the homeroom teacher, he expected that even the weakest student in Class 9 of Senior 3 should score at least 80. Tiancheng's incomplete exam paper was essentially a burden on Hu Xingxing. Let us discuss this in the office, he proposed. It's a trivial matter. There's no need to disrupt the other students. Tiancheng spoke with an air of maturity. Hu Xingxing was momentarily taken aback. Why did this sound so much like something he would say? How could Tiancheng, the one at fault, speak so boldly? This compelled Hu Xingxing to reassess him. Very well, let us proceed to the office. I will sacrifice a class period. I am curious to hear what you have to say. Hu Xingxing gritted his teeth, conceding to the office meeting. Please wait a moment. Tiancheng cheerfully carried his pink backpack into the classroom, placing it on Tian Yue's desk. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he exited the classroom under the gaze of his classmates. Tian Yue regarded Tiancheng with a teasing glint in her eye. You're not getting yourself into trouble, are you? If you've truly angered old Hu, you might end up calling your parents. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Tiancheng snapped his fingers playfully. How about a wager? If I make it back unharmed, you treat me to breakfast tomorrow? You are quite bold. I accept your challenge. Tian Yue initially scoffed, but then unexpectedly agreed. Tiancheng, do you intend to resolve your lunch before heading to the office? At the classroom door, Hu Xingxing was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Tian Yue was a promising student, a symbol of prestige and a stepping stone to advancement, a prized possession in Hu Xingxing's eyes. What was Tiancheng up to? Not only was he tarnishing Hu Xingxing's reputation, But it seemed he also sought to usurp his position. No need, it's not yet lunchtime. Tiancheng laughed lightly and quickly exited the classroom. Tian Yue, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, watched Tiancheng's retreating figure, a smile inexplicably blooming on her fair oval face, stunning those around her. Inside the classroom, there was an uproar. Zhang Rue, what is wrong with you? I think my heart is breaking. It hurts so much. Zhang Rue clutched his chest. A look of profound anguish etched on his face. How could he be so close to Tian Yue? He was supposed to be hers. Why was he pursuing Tian Yue? Yet, Tian Yue seemed so forgiving towards him. How could that be? Li Sisi observed Tian Yue casually packing her bag, feeling a sharp pang in her heart. In the office, Hu Xinxing held a thermos in one hand and a teacup in the other, pouring a cup of hot water onto the table. Now, explain this chemistry exam to me. Are you looking down on me? Do you harbor grievances? How could I dare to look down on you? I merely sought an excuse to have a proper conversation. Tiancheng thought to himself. If you sent me back 20 years and asked me to tackle a senior year math exam, I would likely falter as well. He accepted the teacup from Hu Xinxing's hand. Thank you, old Hu. Hu Xinxing watched Tiancheng with the teacup, nearly amused by the situation. In his memory, Tiancheng was somewhat infatuated and timid, the kind of student who was typically obedient in his presence. However, today, Tiancheng seems somewhat reckless. Nevertheless, these children are now 18 years old, and they are all adults. Hu Xinxing finds this manner of interaction relatively more comfortable. However, it is commendable that you have ceased pursuing Li Sisi, yet it is equally unwise to turn your affections towards Tian Yue. Do you intend to plunge a knife into my heart? I must say, Tiancheng, we are already in the 3rd year of high school. Do not attempt to deceive me with your tricks. If you exert effort in your studies, achieving a commendable score on the entrance examination is still within reach. However, if you continue this way, do not expect to even qualify for a junior college. Hu Xinxing tapped his fingers on the table. That cannot be. My goal is to enter a 985 university. Tiancheng took a sip of water, his gaze drifting toward Hu Xinxing's tea canister. Without hesitation, he reached for it, opened it, and tossed a handful of tea leaves into his cup. Are you testing my patience? You think you can just add color to this? Hu Xinxing snatched the tea canister away. With your current grades, dreaming of a 985 is quite optimistic. You need substance to back that dream. Thus, since my grades are lacking, I must take a different route. Tiancheng replied, sipping his tea and casually spitting out a leaf. A different route? What do you mean? Do you think I am someone who could procure exam papers for you? Did you catch the news about the stolen exam papers last year? The culprit received a 7-year sentence. Do you honestly believe I would risk everything for you? Even if you were my biological son, I would not dare engage in such activities. Hu Xinxing chuckled at Tiancheng's naivety. Of course not. How could I possibly ask you to engage in illegal activities? Tiancheng quickly waved his hands. I came to discuss something else. I would like your assistance in registering for the informatics competition. Informatics competition? Tiancheng, you cannot be serious. I have never heard that you have studied programming before. Moreover, being in your 3rd year of high school, do you truly have time to engage in competitions? Hu Xinxing paused, his expression turning grave. While I may not be well versed in informatics competitions, I do have several acquaintances who are teachers at the prestigious schools in Xinjiang, and I possess some understanding of the 5 major subject competitions. Most of these competitions require preparation beginning in middle school, and at the latest, by the 1st year of high school. Many students complete the high school curriculum in a single subject within 1 semester, dedicating the remaining 2 years to mastering that subject. If that path proves unfruitful, they still have the option to return to the college entrance examination. Our city's #1 high school has never produced a competitor in these contests. Not even in the foundational subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry, or biology, let alone informatics. Our school lacks the foundational knowledge. And in comparison to competitors from the 4 prestigious schools in Xinjiang, you possess no advantage whatsoever. As the head teacher of a key class, Hu Xinxing was well acquainted with the various schools and the conditions of their students. In his view, even Tian Yue would face considerable challenges when compared to competitors from the top 4 schools in Xinjiang. While Langzhou #1 High School is commendable, it typically produces only 2 or 3 students who gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, and 4 or 5 to Zhonghai University each year. Tiancheng, at best, would be destined for a regular first-tier university. In fact, the fact that he previously managed to secure admission to a 211 university was already an extraordinary achievement. In truth, I have a secret I have yet to disclose to you. Tiancheng, with a grave expression and a serious tone, gazed intently at Hu Xingxing. Chapter 10. Teacher Su praises me again. I can endure it. Speak your mind, but spare me your mystery. Hu Xingxing felt somewhat at the mercy of this scoundrel Yu Tiancheng today. This rascal persistently tested the limits of his patience. Yet this rogue, with his playful demeanor and unexpected actions, left Hu Xingxing unable to muster any anger. Actually, I began learning programming at the age of 7, and I have been studying it for 10 years now, Yu Tiancheng said mysteriously. Is that true? Hu Xingxing felt a sense of being deceived. Yet he also sensed the truth in Yu Tiancheng's words. Of course, it is indeed true. Yu Tiancheng pouted. There are still 3 days left for this registration period. Or rather, 2 days. This process does not allow individual sign-ups. Only schools can assist in the registration, which is why I sought you out. I can assure you, I will definitely make it to the semifinals, and at that point, securing a reduced score for autonomous admission will be a certainty. Old Hu, this is a matter of great significance in my life, so you must not be careless. Yu Tiancheng then earnestly addressed Hu Xingxing. At that moment, Hu Xingxing sensed Yu Tiancheng's seriousness. However, he could not simply take Yu Tiancheng's word for it. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Xingxing tapped the table and turned to Yu Tiancheng. Come with me. Where are we going? I haven't finished my tea yet, Yu Tiancheng asked in confusion. We need to find an expert to assess your skills and see if you truly possess the capability. If you dare to deceive me, I will accompany you home today and have a serious discussion with your parents. Hu Xingxing said with a cold chuckle, hands clasped behind his back. Very well. True talent withstands scrutiny. Let us go. Yu Tiancheng immediately rose to follow Hu Xingxing. Exiting the office, Hu Xingxing guided Yu Tiancheng through the administrative building until they arrived at the computer lab. Upon entering, they encountered a young woman in blue trousers and a bright yellow long-sleeve top, her hair styled in a high bun, seated before the computer at the podium. She was gripping the mouse, continuously clicking, seemingly engrossed in a game. The woman was named Su Lan, the newly appointed computer teacher at the city's first high school. It is said she had recently graduated from Xiangnan University, and her influential family had facilitated her prestigious placement at the school. During her debut computer class, Su Lan captivated all the students with her stunning beauty, articulate speech, and commanding presence, leaving the high school boys in awe. Many students revered this new teacher as their goddess, shedding countless tears and dreams over her at night. A great number of single male teachers found themselves irresistibly drawn to their new colleague. At this moment, Su Lan was casually perched with one leg crossed over the other, her black high heels dangling from her foot, swaying gently. With a lollipop in her mouth, she mumbled incoherently while expressing her frustration. What a piece of junk. How could this machine crash on me? Upon the sudden entrance of Hu Xingxing and Yu Tiancheng, Su Lan was taken aback. She quickly uncrossed her legs and offered a slight smile. Teacher Hu, do you not have class? What brings you to the computer lab? Teacher Su is here. You graduated from the School of Information Science and Engineering at Xiangnan University, right? I have a small favor to ask of you. Please, do share what you need. Teacher Hu, this is one of my students. Hu Xingxing indicated Yu Tiancheng. He wishes to participate in an informatics competition, and I would like you to assess his capabilities. Informatics competition? In your third year? Isn't it a bit late? Su Lan relaxed her demeanor upon realizing the matter at hand, casting a glance at Yu Tiancheng. Her tone becoming more casual. It's not too late. We still have 2 days left for registration, Yu Tiancheng promptly replied. Are you implying that the registration is late? Su Lan rolled her eyes, her fair fingers delicately holding a lollipop as she lazily inquired. What programming languages have you studied? Languages? I know a bit of various ones. But my forte lies in Yu Tiancheng responded without hesitation. Humph, after just a few days of study, can you write code? Do you understand what a binary tree is? What about a greedy algorithm? And dynamic programming? Su Lan, without raising her eyelids, rapidly fired off a series of questions. Hu Xingxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the graduates from Xiangnan University were exceptional, demonstrating such professionalism with mere casual inquiries. These technical terms were entirely foreign to Hu Xingxing, let alone answering them. A binary tree, known in English as a fundamental type of tree structure, often represents data structures abstracted from numerous practical problems. The storage structure and algorithms of binary trees are relatively simple. Each node can have at most 2 subtrees, distinguished as left and right. A binary tree comprises a collection of finite elements, consisting of an element known as the root and 2 disjoint binary trees referred to as the left and right subtrees, forming an ordered tree. When the collection is empty, The binary tree is termed an empty binary tree. A greedy algorithm is one that selects the current optimal solution at each step, aiming to find local optimal solutions, though it may not guarantee a global optimum. Dynamic programming, a branch of operations research, seeks to optimize decision-making processes and is widely applied across various fields, including engineering, economics, industrial production, military affairs, and automation control. Tiancheng articulated his responses with remarkable fluency, rendering Su Lan momentarily speechless, while even Hu Xingxing appeared somewhat bewildered. Quite impressive. Are we? Su Lan turned to scrutinize Tiancheng once more. He sported a buzz cut, a crisp white shirt, and loose-fitting school trousers. His youthful visage juxtaposed with an air of maturity and cynicism that belied his years. Teacher Su, with just what he has mentioned, can he participate in the informatics competition? Hu Xingxing inquired. There is potential, albeit limited. These are merely fundamental algorithmic concepts that every programming student should learn. Whether he can compete will depend on the depth of his knowledge. Su Lan maneuvered the mouse and pointed to her computer screen, which had succumbed to a blue screen of death. Today is not feasible. My computer has encountered some issues. Tomorrow, once I have repaired it, you can come over, and I will present you with a couple of problems to tackle. Perhaps I might even assist you in fixing it, she suggested. You've been fiddling with it for ages without success. If you manage to mend it, then I shall. Before Su Lan could finish her sentence, she observed Tiancheng deftly striking the keyboard and effortlessly entering safe mode. After a flurry of activity, it became apparent that the entire computer had been formatted. Such a ruthless virus? You wouldn't happen to have been perusing something you shouldn't, would you? Is there a backup of your files? Tiancheng chuckled as he glanced at the vacant desktop, then shifted his gaze to the somewhat dazed Su Lan, before beginning to proficiently restore her data. I merely played a newly released game, Su Lan confessed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. That can't be right. Playing a game shouldn't result in this predicament. The game you were playing, it's called 2048, isn't it? You must have tampered with its source code, haven't you? Tiancheng remarked with a knowing smile. The virus embedded in the 2048 program was indeed crafted by him, and he was well aware of the consequences of attempting to forcibly crack it. How do you know? Have you played this game as well? Ahem, although it's merely a casual game, the individual who developed it is quite remarkable. My instructor stated that the creator is undoubtedly a genius. The encryption algorithm utilized in this program is at least a decade ahead of our comprehension. None of my classmates could even write such a program, let alone crack the source code. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, Su Lan intentionally embellished the mystery and prowess of the game to demonstrate that she was not as inept as she appeared. Unbeknownst to her, her tone had shifted from one of superiority to a more humble demeanor. Ahem, Tiancheng tilted his head, observing Su Lan with a playful glint in his eyes, appraising the young woman before him. What are you looking at? Do I have something on me? Su Lan, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, widened her expressive eyes and feigned seriousness. As a teacher, it's quite disconcerting to be scrutinized by a student. My dignity is at stake here. When Su Lan praises someone, it becomes rather awkward. To be honest, I'm not as extraordinary as you suggest. My skills merely surpass yours by a slight margin. Though it's not a mere decade, but rather 2 decades. Tiancheng extended his fingers in a playful gesture towards Su Lan. I was praising the creator of that game, not... Wait, what did you just say? Su Lan interjected, momentarily flustered. Are you implying? Tiancheng pointed to his own face. Indeed, it is I. If you bestow a few more compliments, I can certainly bear it. Chapter 11. My resources can grant you unimpeded passage. This game was developed by you? Su Lan gazed at him incredulously, her expressive eyes shimmering with astonishment. Absolutely. And it seems you discovered it shortly after its release, indicating that your discernment is truly exceptional. Tiancheng subtly flattered Su Lan. The young man is likely unaware of the immense popularity his several minigames have garnered. Su Lan pinched her thigh vigorously. These games had only been released for a few hours and were already being fervently circulated in the student group of Xiangnan University. Su Lan's former mentor, Professor Chen Peishan from the School of Computer Engineering at Xiangnan University, praised the developer profusely, declaring him a genius in algorithms, particularly in encryption techniques that surpassed contemporary technology by a decade. Please show me the source code of your game. I wish to learn from it, she requested eagerly. Su Lan, evidently a programming enthusiast, was both inexperienced and passionate about gaming. Professor Su, isn't that a commercial secret? Tiancheng awkwardly reminded her. Oh right, my apologies. Such confidential material should not be shared so casually, she replied, slapping her thigh. She turned to Hu Xingxing and asked, what is his name again? Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng. Splendid. You are exceptionally talented. At that moment, Su Lan's admiration for Yu Tiancheng grew, and her tone became notably warmer. Professor, do you mean Yu Tiancheng can participate in the informatics competition? What is his skill level? Does he stand a chance of winning? Hu Xingxing rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement creeping in. Winning? At his level, he should breeze through the preliminary and semifinals. Making it to the provincial team is a given. And the national team is not out of reach, Su Lan exclaimed enthusiastically. Then, could it be that he could secure a direct admission to a prestigious university? Hu Xingxing was suddenly elated. He had yet to mentor a competition student in his career. In all the years since the establishment of Langzhou No. 1 Middle School, they had only produced one provincial runner-up in physics among the 5 major competitions. Now, Hu Xingxing had the opportunity to guide a competition student. This was truly a stroke of luck. At that moment, Yu Tiancheng had already recovered the computer data and casually opened the Big Chicken Game website, glancing at the back-end traffic. To his astonishment, there had been an astonishing 130,000 views overnight, and the number was still rising. This revelation left Yu Tiancheng quite taken aback. If this trend continued, these mini-games were destined to become smash hits. Su Lan leaned over to take a look, exclaiming in shock, you created this game website too? Isn't this just basic practice? My goodness, this traffic is astronomical. Su Lan turned to Hu Xingxing. Professor, are there such brilliant talents in your class? It's merely a web page, Hu Xingxing replied. Still unaware of the true value of the Big Chicken Game website, Su Lan felt as though she were speaking to the uninitiated. However, she bore no contempt for Hu Xingxing. Each field has its own expertise, and it was understandable for someone outside the realm to lack knowledge in this area. Securing admission to a prestigious university was a certainty for Yu Tiancheng. His future held boundless potential. Not to mention, the value of the mini-games he had developed alone would not be less than this figure. Su Lan extended her slender, fair fingers, with smoothly polished nails glistening in a transparent sheen, exuding an allure that incited an almost irresistible urge to bite. How much is it? 20,000? Surely not 200,000, right? Hu Xingxing was somewhat dazed. Add another 0. Su Lan chuckled. Yu Tiancheng glanced at Su Lan with a hint of surprise. This woman possesses a remarkably sharp eye. How much? Hu Xingxing's eyes widened in disbelief. What is the purpose of attending university? Is it not to secure a decent job and earn a respectable salary? To phrase it beautifully, it is to contribute to society. To put it bluntly, it is merely to make a living. 2 million, a sum he never dared to imagine. Can Yu Tiancheng truly earn this with a few simple games? At that moment, he regarded Yu Tiancheng as if he were gazing at stacks of vibrant red banknotes. If this were sold, wouldn't it lead to financial freedom? Hu Xingxing's astonishment was such that he could fit an egg in his open mouth. Sell it. How foolish would one be to part with such a treasure? Collecting advertising fees would yield 30 to 50,000 for a single advertisement. Annual earnings could reach 3 to 500,000. In just 2 to 4 years, 2 million could be amassed, and this does not even account for the subsequent increase in download value. This is truly a cash cow. Su Lan looked at Yu Tiancheng as if he were a piece of gold, a diamond, a treasure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, Yu Tiancheng shook his head slightly in his mind. While Su Lan's insight was commendable, it was not entirely profound. He could indeed earn money through advertising fees now, but this would not last long. The ever-evolving internet landscape transforms at a breakneck pace, and if he clings to this grand gaming website, he would likely be eliminated in the harsh competitive environment. This is not Su Lan's fault. It is a limitation of the times. In truth, Su Lan's perspective is already quite elevated. Is it really that profitable? Hu Xingxing's fingers trembled slightly. Nonetheless, Hu Xingxing was not blinded by envy. He was a teacher of integrity, passionate about his vocation. He quickly steadied himself, patting Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder, saying, Tiancheng, keep pushing forward. If you can get accepted into a prestigious institution like Qingbei, it would be an honor for our entire school. No, for the entire educational system of Langzhou. Old Hu, you think too highly of it. Getting into Qingbei is no simple feat, Yu Tiancheng replied, dousing his enthusiasm. But getting into Zhonghai University would be excellent too. It is also a top-tier 985 university. You must have confidence in yourself. Hu Xingxing began to cheer Yu Tiancheng on. How superficial. Yu Tiancheng rolled his eyes. recalling how Hu Xinxing had spoken differently when he sought him out before. From now on, I shall be your guiding teacher, Su Lan declared suddenly. Clasping her hands behind her back and adopting a serious expression, Yu Tiancheng wanted to laugh. This girl was only a few years older than him, dressing like an elegant sister but speaking like a neighborly older sister, occasionally trying to assume the dignity of a teacher. Su teacher, what can you possibly guide me on? Yu Tiancheng pointed to the computer, which had resumed functioning. I repaired it for you. Su Lan's cheeks flushed as she tilted her head thoughtfully. Yu Tiancheng, you aim to compete in the informatics contest, don't you? I will assist you with the enrollment process at school. You need not worry. Although my technical expertise may not be extensive, my connections will undoubtedly pave the way for you. I shall immediately contact the representatives in Xinxing to ensure your name is added to the list, and later, I will inform the principal. Chapter 12. Long life and good health to Teacher Su. The abbreviation for the Computer Association is well known. Each province and city has a designated representative responsible for matters related to candidates in informatics competitions. Here, Su Lan is demonstrating her networking prowess to Yu Tiancheng. Speaking. She retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and dialed a number right in front of him. Yu Tiancheng glanced over and noted it was a Nokia 7650, a phone that originally retailed for over 6,000. Even after more than a year on the market, its price remained robust. This clearly indicated that Su Lan hails from a well-off family. Hello, old Su. This is Su Lan. Could you assist me in registering a student? Yes. I will send the information to your email shortly. Please cover the registration fee for now, and I will treat you to a drink in Xinxing later. From Su Lan's demeanor, it was evident that her connections in Xinxing were indeed formidable. After ending that call, Su Lan made another. Uncle Peng, it's Su Lan. Yes, I've discovered a prodigy in informatics at our school. Indeed, I have already registered him for this year's competition, with the preliminary round on October 13th. I just wanted to give you a heads up. The Uncle Peng she referred to was none other than Peng Ku, the principal of Langzhou No. 1 High School. At this revelation, even Hu Xinxing's eyes widened in astonishment. The rumors surrounding this young teacher's formidable background were indeed true. Conversing with Principal Peng was as casual as discussing family matters, showcasing her impressive connections. Notably, Su Lan exhibited no hesitance, openly flaunting her relationship with school leadership before Hu Xinxing. After concluding the call, Su Lan smugly raised her chin at Yu Tiancheng. All set. Impressive. Yu Tiancheng commended her with a thumbs up. Additionally, regarding your gaming website, I can connect you with several advertisers who can help promote it, ensuring you reap substantial profits. With her phone in hand, Su Lan crossed her arms and quipped, what do you think? Am I now qualified to be your mentor? Teacher Su, may you enjoy good health. Yu Tiancheng exclaimed, raising his hands high and playfully bowing in a gesture of deep respect. Su Lan burst into laughter, her vibrant yellow long-sleeve shirt quivering at her movement, her face radiating affection as she looked at Yu Tiancheng. In his past life, Yu Tiancheng would have likely felt shy under such a gaze. However, the current Yu Tiancheng, with the soul of a 40-year-old man, was unperturbed by the teasing of a woman in her 20s. His eyes remained fixed on Su Lan's figure, internally musing, this outfit is quite loose, yet it still manages to accentuate her form. It must be quite ample. Su Lan found herself somewhat embarrassed under Yu Tiancheng's gaze, her almond-shaped eyes rolling slightly. With less than a month until the preliminary competition, take a look at what you might need in terms of materials. I can help you with that. Never mind. I will make a trip to Xinxing tomorrow to get you some past exam papers. Long live Teacher Su. Yu Tiancheng bowed in gratitude. As Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan engaged in light-hearted conversation at the headquarters of Penguin in the Deep City, Chief Technology Officer Zhang Xiangdong wiped the sauce from his mouth, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes with a determined glint. He powered on his computer, ready to log into his account, only to find himself unable to do so. What is going on? Zhang Xiangdong furrowed his brows and quickly dialed the technical department. What's happening? Why can't I log in? What kind of work are you doing? He inquired, somewhat irate. Director Zhang, the server has been formatted and is currently undergoing data recovery. What on earth? Zhang Xiangdong felt his breakfast lose its savor. What exactly is happening? Just in the past couple of days, a gaming site called Big Chicken Games released several hit mini-games, and the gaming department wanted to replicate them. We attempted to crack their source code. Before his subordinate could finish, Zhang Xiangdong immediately opened a web page, locating Big Chicken Games and quickly clicking on one of the mini-games. 2048? ISNT. This just a number aggregation game? Quite intriguing. With a technical background, Zhang Xiangdong typed furiously at his computer. Half an hour later, he sat despondently in front of a blue screen, once again entering safe mode. What kind of encryption algorithm is this? I can't seem to crack it. There exists an algorithm I cannot decipher. Zhang Xiangdong had always prided himself on his programming skills, but today he encountered one that bested him. The developer of this game possesses some serious skills. After several attempts, he finally conceded defeat. However, an idea struck him, and he promptly picked up the phone. Xiaoma, are you in the office? I'll be right over. Immediately contact the developer of this game. If we cannot replicate it, then we shall acquire it. Ideally, we should bring the developer on board as well. These minigames are not just trivial. More importantly, this encryption algorithm is exactly what we need. Xiangdong, you handle this matter personally. Money is not an issue. Half an hour later, Brother Xiaoma decisively assigned this crucial task to Zhang Xiangdong. At Langzhou No. 1 middle school, Hu Xingxing escorted Yu Tiancheng back to the classroom, his eyes brimming with excitement and his posture straightened. Our student is worth 2 million. As a teacher, I am filled with pride. More importantly, this class is about to gain another promising candidate for top universities. As two individuals approached the classroom door, they witnessed Tian Yue dashing out. Teacher Hu, I was just looking for you. I wish to change my seat, she directly stated to Hu Xingxing. Change your seat? That's the best spot in the class. Where do you intend to move? Hu Xingxing paused momentarily, glancing into the classroom. I no longer wish to sit beside Zhang Rui. I want a different desk mate. Who do you wish to sit with? With him, Tian Yue pointed to Yu Tiancheng. I promised him I would help with his studies yesterday, and he is seated at the back. As a girl, it's not convenient for me to keep running back there. Hu Xingxing was momentarily taken aback. If it's inconvenient for you to go to the back, why not just move him next to you? He pondered. Why has Yu Tiancheng been so close to Tian Yue lately? Hadn't he previously shown affection for Li Sisi? Chapter 13. Who wouldn't want to sit next to a beautiful girl? The fact that Yu Tiancheng liked Li Sisi was well known throughout the school. Hu Xingxing had refrained from mentioning it, as Li Sisi had never responded positively to Yu Tiancheng's advances. Yu Tiancheng had remained in a state of unrequited love. Hu Xingxing's teaching philosophy had always been to let things unfold naturally, respecting each student's dignity, face, and choices. Yet, now he found himself feeling unsettled. Compared to Li Sisi, surely any boy would be attracted to a studious, tall, and attractive girl like Tian Yue. Previously, she had not displayed any particular interest in any boy. However, recently, she appeared to be growing closer to Yu Tiancheng. Was this a mutual pursuit? Could it be that Tian Yue had become aware of Yu Tiancheng's worth, leading her to seek his affection? Hu Xingxing suddenly felt his thoughts were veering off course. Nevertheless, as a man in his 40s, he had witnessed too much hypocrisy in the world. Human hearts are inscrutable, and many events unfold in ways one could never anticipate. No matter how beautiful or intelligent a girl may be, she can still be materialistic. After all, why would Li Sisi flit from boy to boy, attracting attention? Tian Yue should not be that kind of girl, but one could never be too certain. Hu Xingxing felt compelled to remind both parties of the delicate situation. Does she know about you? He pulled Yu Tiancheng aside, lowering his voice, his tone somewhat unusual. Know what? Oh, you mean the game? I just finished that yesterday. I didn't expect it to gain traction, so how could I mention it to her? She doesn't even know I can code. She just genuinely wants to help me improve my grades. Yu Tiancheng, possessing a mature soul of over 40, quickly grasped the implication and swiftly clarified. Is it me who is thinking impurely? Hu Xingxing cleared his throat, turning to glance at the puzzled Tian Yue, feeling a twinge of guilt. To consider a girl like Tian Yue in such a light felt disrespectful. This was the final year of high school, with merely 9 months until the college entrance examination. And Tian Yue being a promising candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University, he could not allow any missteps at this crucial juncture. Hu Xingxing continued to speak quietly to Yu Tiancheng. Rest assured, I will be quite busy with competitions soon, replied Yu Tiancheng with a hint of sophistication. Understanding. I have high hopes for you, Hu Xingxing said with a cheerful smile, then cleared his throat and addressed Tian Yue. Tian Yue, if you wish to sit with Yu Tiancheng, it would be prudent to seek his consent, wouldn't it? If he is amenable to sharing a seat with you, then by all means, feel free to change your place. Subsequently, Hu Xingxing called out to Yu Tiancheng. Tian Yue expresses a desire to sit with you. What are your thoughts on this? Upon finishing, he winked at Yu Tiancheng, subtly implying that he should decline Tian Yue's request. To everyone's surprise, Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin and remarked, given my height, sitting at the front may obstruct the view of my classmates seated behind. Hu Xingxing nodded in approval at this initial statement, appreciating Yu Tiancheng's consideration, deeming him a worthy candidate for further development. However, the latter part of Yu Tiancheng's response nearly caused Hu Xingxing to choke with laughter. Perhaps it would be better if you took a seat at the back. We can discuss matters in the corner without disturbing other students, Yu Tiancheng said with a chuckle, addressing Tian Yue. All right, I shall sit at the back then. Hu Laoshe, since Yu Tiancheng has agreed, I will change my seat now. You mentioned earlier that as long as he consents, there would be no issue. A homeroom teacher must keep their word. With that, Tian Yue turned, her spirits high as she entered the classroom. Hu Laoshe, I too shall return to class. Yu Tiancheng said, bending slightly as he made his way through the back door to his seat. This left Hu Xingxing standing there in a state of confusion, as if he had been playfully toyed with. Old Yu, you've finally returned. How did it go? Who didn't he give you a hard time, did he? Lu Yexing inquired, noticing Yu Tiancheng's arrival, his brow raised in curiosity. Rest assured, Hu now holds you in the highest regard, practically wishing to bow down in admiration. Yu Tiancheng replied, while stuffing Lu Yexing's books into his backpack. Old Yu, what are you doing? Are you packing my bag for me? Is the sun rising in the west? Lu Yexing questioned, bewildered by Yu Tiancheng's actions. At that moment, Tian Yue approached, her pink backpack in tow, and tossed it onto the desk. Lu Yexing, you need to move to the third row, she instructed. Lu Yexing froze, glancing between Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue. Wait. Class monitor, this place is too cramped for someone of your stature. Besides, switching seats without permission will surely incur old Hu's wrath. Hu Laoshe has approved it. If he says you should go, then you must comply, Tian Yue asserted, taking the initiative to relocate Lu Yexing's books to her former seat. Wait, Chenggu. Lu Yexing protested, his expression one of indignation as he looked to Yu Tiancheng for support. Go on, that spot is excellent. Ample sunlight, a clear view. And you'll have no trouble seeing the blackboard. This is a chance for you to improve. You cannot afford to be ineffectual. Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Who would prefer to sit with a rough fellow when one could share a desk with the beautiful class flower? Yu Tiancheng, I misjudged you. For your own happiness. You would betray your brother. Old Yu, I shall not forgive you. Our paths must diverge. Lu Yexing grumbled as he begrudgingly moved to Tian Yue's former seat, sulking as he plopped down. Beside him, Zhang Rui wore a mournful expression, as if he had just lost a father. He cast a desolate glance towards Tian Yue, then at Lu Yexing beside him, before slamming the table with fervor and rising to his feet. This school, I'd rather not attend. What are you doing, Zhang Rui? Planning a rebellion? If you don't want to go to school, do you wish to ascend to the heavens? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black and white striped shirt, sporting thick glasses and a weary visage, appeared at the classroom door. It was Wang Shuiqin, the mathematics teacher. Upon seeing Wang Shuiqin, Zhang Rui instantly deflated, retreating to his seat, his face flushed with embarrassment. The other students could not help but laugh. Only Li Sisi, observing Yu Tiancheng seated next to Tian Yue, felt her chest rise and fall with disbelief. Why is this happening? Yu Tiancheng was clearly her puppet. Yet he had been taken away by Tian Yue. He was mine. Though I did not cherish him, I cannot allow others to encroach. Such is the twisted nature of some hearts. Wang Shuiqin had little time to ponder the psychological intricacies of his students. After reprimanding Zhang Rui, he swiftly wrote a challenging problem on the blackboard, discarding the piece of chalk. Class has commenced. I would like a student to solve this problem. With that, Wang Shuiqin adjusted his thick glasses and surveyed the classroom, astonished. You've changed seats? Lu Yexing, why are you sitting so far forward? And where is Tian Yue? Here I am, teacher. Tian Yue raised her hand promptly. Why did you move so far back? Your deskmate, Yu Tiancheng, come up and solve this problem. Wang Shuiqin pointed at Yu Tiancheng, calling him out. Chapter 14. In fact, I have re-specified my skill tree. Yu Tiancheng was taken aback that Wang Shuiqin would call on him. He glanced at the problem. In a Cartesian coordinate system, the distance from a point to an axis equals the distance from that point to another point. What the heck? He recognized the words, yet could not comprehend the sentence. Yu Tiancheng previously had a solid foundation in mathematics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transitioned to programming. However, after his rebirth, he retained not a shred of that knowledge. Not only was he struggling now, but even the month following the college entrance examination, he had completely forgotten his high school studies. As he awkwardly read the question, Tian Yue had already scribbled the answer on a piece of paper and discreetly passed it to him. Ahem, Yu Tiancheng, you come up and solve this problem. Wang Shuiqin stood at the podium, his gaze encompassing the entire room. Not even a great wall could obstruct his telescopic vision, especially with Tian Yue so brazenly assisting him. How could he possibly be oblivious? Tiancheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, hesitated for a moment, then wrote down a solution. Turning to Wang Shuoqin, he sheepishly admitted, "I'm sorry, Teacher Wang, but I have no ideas. I can't do it. I'm laying my cards on the table. As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. In my 2 lifetimes, why would I care about this?" Tiancheng, now that you sit with Tian Yue, you ought to learn from her, refrain from mischief, and memorize formulas more diligently. You may return now. Wang Shuoqin waved his hand dismissively. Tiancheng felt an immense sense of relief as he swiftly returned to his seat. Wang Shuoqin then tapped the blackboard, proclaiming, "This type of question is a must for the exam. It hasn't appeared in the first 2 years, but it will surely be on this year's test. With 6 points at stake, take it or leave it." While Wang Shuoqin continued his lecture, Tian Yue discreetly passed a note to Tiancheng. On a piece of white draft paper, she pinned a delicate line. "Did you spend your summer feeding pigs? How many classes have you missed? You can't solve such a simple problem?" After writing, Tian Yue slid the paper toward Tiancheng. "Seriously, writing notes in class. Isn't that a bit childish?" Tiancheng scoffed as he took the note and wrote back, "Actually, I revamped my skill tree during the summer." He returned the note to Tian Yue. She glanced at him and continued, "Did you lose your intelligence points?" Tiancheng rolled his eyes in silence, thinking to himself that he had merely lost his simp attributes. However, he refrained from writing that and instead noted, "Don't forget to treat me to breakfast tomorrow." Tian Yue responded with a huff, scribbling, "You won't miss out. But you need to tell me how you managed to placate old Hu." Tiancheng replied, "I made him a promise that I would get into a 985 university." Tian Yue raised her eyebrows. "I see what skill you've acquired, boasting." Tiancheng retorted, "You see, when I tell you the truth, you still don't believe me." "Alas, intelligence." Tian Yue shot back, "Are you calling me stupid? How infuriating." Tiancheng countered, "And how do you think old Hu would let me off the hook? Didn't you notice his obsequious demeanor when he returned with me?" Tian Yue fell silent. She certainly noticed the change in attitude of Hu Xingxing when he conversed with Tiancheng. This indicated that Tiancheng had genuinely persuaded Hu Xingxing. Yet, what had led Tiancheng to believe that Hu Xingxing would trust him to gain admission to a 985 university? Was it based solely on that half-finished chemistry exam? This left Tian Yue perplexed. Curiosity can be a perilous trait. The more one wonders, the more uncomfortable the itch in the mind becomes. After a moment's reflection, Tian Yue continued writing on the paper, "If you ever have questions, feel free to ask me. I will do my best to help you fill in the gaps." Tiancheng replied, "You seem quite concerned about me." Tian Yue clenched her tiny fist, then relaxed. "I merely promised to help you catch up. Don't read too much into it." Tiancheng pressed, "So, is our agreement still valid?" Tian Yue inquired, "What agreement?" Tiancheng asserted, "If I get into a 985 university, you'll be my girlfriend. Have you forgotten so soon, or do you plan to back out?" Tian Yue replied, "Let us see if you can actually get in first." After pushing her final statement toward Tiancheng, she retrieved the draft paper, folded it several times, and placed it into her backpack. Just when Tiancheng thought this childish note-passing had come to an end, Tian Yue suddenly produced another piece of draft paper, writing a line and slipping it over to him. "The song you sang the other day was quite lovely. Could you share the lyrics with me?" Tiancheng looked bewildered. "What song?" Tian Yue clarified. "The one you sang when you tossed the banana peel, where a line goes, 'Someone as exceptional as me should shine brightly throughout life.'" Tiancheng exclaimed. "Were you following me? Am I really that charming? Even the most renowned beauty of Tiancheng University is so lewdly eager to possess me?" "Tian Yue, pa, are you writing or not?" Tiancheng chuckled, picked up his pen, and began to write eloquently. "A person as exceptional as I ought to have a life radiant with brilliance. A person as intelligent as I has long bid farewell to naivety, yet I still traded a piece of my heart for a body adorned with scars. A person as unwilling to be ordinary as I, a person as inexplicably complex as I. Is there anyone who would feel sympathy?" This song, "A Person Like Me," made its debut in 2017, swiftly resonating across various platforms and touching the hearts of countless listeners. As a devoted fan of Mao Mao, Tiancheng could recite Mao Mao's songs with ease. "My apologies, Brother Mao. I shall borrow a few of your songs, and in the future, I will certainly attend more of your concerts to show my support." Silently, Tiancheng offered an apology to the original composer of the song, then cast aside his guilt of plagiarism. As he completed transcribing the lyrics, the school bell rang. Wang Shuoqin seldom extended class time. Upon hearing the bell, she promptly closed her textbook and dismissed the class. At that moment, Tian Yue recited the lyrics, reminiscing about the melody Tiancheng had hummed that day. Sensing within the song a blend of self-mockery, unwillingness, and a yearning for poetry and distant horizons, yet a lifetime of futile struggle. Whose song is this? Why have I never heard it before? After carefully stowing away the draft paper filled with lyrics, Tian Yue inquired of Tiancheng. You certainly haven't heard of it. It's my original work, Tiancheng boldly declared. You wrote this song yourself? Tian Yue was taken aback, her doe-like eyes widening, glistening with curiosity, causing Tiancheng to involuntarily gasp in awe. Her gaze was undeniably captivating. So what do you think? Don't worship me. I am merely a legend, Tiancheng teased, winking playfully. Haha, you aren't deceiving me, are you? How come I never knew you were so talented? You wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on me with some obscure song you copied, would you? Tian Yue, unable to contain her frustration at Tiancheng's smug expression, huffed. I've already told you, I've revamped my skill tree. More surprises are yet to come. Tiancheng stretched lazily, half-jokingly stating. Chapter 15. Did I really read it wrong? The song was indeed plagiarized. However, as long as Tiancheng denied it, no one could accuse him of theft. The final class of the morning was English. The English teacher, Huang Wan, nicknamed Aunt Huang, was 46 years old, slightly plump, yet accustomed to donning a small suit complemented by low-heeled shoes. Her signature clattering footsteps could echo for miles. Students in the classroom, separated by several walls, could discern Huang Wan's rhythmic approach and would immediately fall silent, sitting up straight in anticipation of her arrival. No one dared to provoke a woman in the throes of menopause, whose temper could flare at the slightest provocation. Even the most mischievous of students were no exception. Moreover, Class 9 of Senior 3 was a key class, boasting a college acceptance rate of 98%. The reason it was not a full 100% was due to a few individuals who managed to slip through the cracks through underhanded means. There are always some parents whose thoughts are rather utilitarian. They spend a little money and leverage connections to enroll their children in elite classes, hoping that teachers can alter their children's destinies. At the very least, mingling with influential peers might afford them some connections. Children in prestigious classes undoubtedly have a different future. Having established relationships with classmates can provide social leverage in society later on. However, parents who harbor such intentions often find their hopes dashed, as children ultimately revert to their true selves. Despite this, many parents relentlessly pass down their misguided notions through generations. Li Sisi is precisely such a student. Given her academic performance, merely qualifying for a third-tier university would be commendable. In her previous life, she indeed only managed to secure a spot in a third-tier institution. Nevertheless, she possessed the remarkable ability to have a monthly salary of 30,000 support her, despite her own income being less than 3,000, allowing her to maintain a decent life. Today, Huang Wan made her entrance, characterized by her signature clattering sound. Upon entering the classroom and observing the array of quiet, serious young faces, Huang Wan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. No need to stand. Let us begin class directly, she declared, placing her teaching materials on the podium and efficiently opening her textbook. She never squandered a moment on frivolities, ensuring each lesson was rich in substance, a quality often lacking among contemporary educators. Today we will cover Lesson 3. Now, let us have a student read the text, she announced. As Huang Wan scanned the classroom for familiar faces, she was taken aback to see Lu Yexing occupying Tian Yue's seat. Where is Tian Yue? Huang Wan inquired, searching the room until she finally spotted her at the back. Is this a punishment for some infraction? That seems implausible, given Tian Yue's character. Even a minor mistake wouldn't warrant such a demotion. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Wan called out, Tian Yue's desk mate, Tiancheng, please read the text. Tiancheng, bewildered, wondered why every teacher felt compelled to refer to him as Tian Yue's desk mate. Do I not have a name? Is it too much trouble to include it? As he stood there in a daze, Tian Yue gently nudged him with her finger, discreetly pushing the English textbook towards him. Tiancheng had been too busy boasting during recess to have even taken out his English book. What's the matter? Didn't he prepare? Huang Wan's impatience was palpable, and she was on the verge of losing her temper. Let it be noted that one should never underestimate the volatility of a woman in her menopausal years. The slightest provocation can trigger an explosive reaction. All eyes in the classroom were fixed on Tiancheng, some reveling in the impending spectacle, while others shook their heads in resignation, presuming he would soon be relegated to the hallway for the remainder of the lesson. Everyone knew that when Huang Wan erupted, punitive measures were inevitable. In their sophomore year, Liu Yexing had once endured a severe punishment in the biting cold of winter. He had to squat in the snowy playground and memorize an English text verbatim before being allowed back into class. When Huang Wan was incensed, even the homeroom teacher, Hu Xingxing, had to concede ground to her. Indeed, her domineering nature was unquestionable. "Teacher, allow me to read instead. Unlike certain individuals, I do not take advantage without diligent study." Zhang Rui suddenly interjected, evidently intent on provoking Huang Wan and embarrassing Tiancheng. Furthermore, as the representative for the English class, Zhang Rui sought to leverage his position to chastise Tiancheng. Tiancheng smirked. It was clear that Zhang Rui was displeased with the seating change regarding Tian Yue. However, if it were any other subject that caused me distress, I might concede. English? Hardly. To prepare for programming and the entrance examination, Tiancheng diligently memorized an impressive vocabulary of 8,000 words, thoroughly exhausting both the red and blue reference books. He had once been a top performer in exams. Such simplistic articles in high school English posed no challenge for him. "I shall complete my own tasks without the need for others to meddle and act superior." Tiancheng rose, grasping Tian Yue's English textbook, and flipped it open, first glancing at the notes inscribed within. A true scholar, her handwriting was elegant. The characters clear and precise, devoid of any clutter. While others merely prepared in advance, Tian Yue had evidently engaged in self-study, marking key points even before the lesson was presented. After silently admiring the school beauty's dedication, Tiancheng began to read aloud. As he concluded the first sentence, the classroom erupted into laughter. Tiancheng was momentarily bewildered. What had gone awry? Had he mispronounced something? That seemed implausible. His enunciation was crisp, with an authentic British accent. Tian Yue, visibly embarrassed, nudged him again and signaled 3 with her fingers while whispering, "Lesson 3. In disbelief, Tiancheng realized he had indeed read from the wrong lesson. At the podium, Huang Wan appeared momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had heard Tiancheng read in English, and his pronunciation was so impeccable it transported her back to her own years abroad. Yet, regardless of his flawless accent, it did not quell her rising ire. "Tiancheng, I asked you to read lesson 3. What on earth are you doing? Are you even paying attention?" Huang Wan fumed, raising the chalkboard eraser in frustration. Tiancheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he frantically flipped to the correct lesson and began to read swiftly. This time, Huang Wan, poised to hurl the eraser, instead lowered it slowly. The classroom gradually settled into silence. However, Zhang Rui's expression darkened, as if he had ingested something vile. The reason was clear. Tiancheng read with such fluency that the lengthy passage flowed seamlessly, akin to an eloquent orator. Upon finishing the reading, Liu Yexing immediately applauded Tiancheng, but as he caught sight of Huang Wan's murderous glare, he was reminded of a painful memory and instinctively recoiled, shrinking back into his desk. Chapter 16. Once again, he was outshined. "Excellent. Your preparation was commendable. Please take your seat," Huang Wan stated. Her demeanor visibly softened as she nodded for Tiancheng to sit down. "Now, let us discuss the grammar encountered within this text, specifically the use of the infinitive as the subject." Tian Yue exhaled deeply, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Tiancheng appeared utterly indifferent, shrugging his shoulders and raising an eyebrow. "Did you actually prepare, Dexing?" Tian Yue scrunched her nose, displaying her defiance. "So what? Not bad, right? Aren't I formidable?" Tiancheng flexed his bicep, quietly inquiring of Tian Yue. "If I hadn't lent you the book, you'd definitely be standing guard in the corridor, thanks to Aunt Huang. Instead of being so flamboyant here." Tian Yue rolled her eyes and murmured, "Tiancheng, explain to me how to use the infinitive as a subject." Just as Tiancheng was about to respond, Huang Wan called out his name from the podium once more. What did she ask? Tiancheng hadn't even caught the question, but his thick skin prompted him to directly ask Tian Yue, "How is the infinitive used as a subject?" As Tian Yue quietly reminded him, she hastily scribbled on a piece of blank paper, but soon gave up. "Too long. I write too slowly." She had barely written 5 or 6 characters when Huang Wan had already descended from the podium and was approaching her direction. Tian Yue quickly covered her draft paper with her textbook, casually tapping a few notes on the textbook with her pen tip. Whether you can see clearly depends on your eyesight. Tiancheng looked up to find Huang Wan glaring at him with an expression that could kill, questioning him in a tone full of menace. This was just discussed. You didn't miss it, did you? As a veteran teacher with nearly 20 years of experience, Huang Wan possessed a unique insight into her students' attentiveness during class. Tiancheng had just sat down to boast about his preparation to Tian Yue, clearly dismissing the gravity of the situation. If you push your luck, I'll show you who's boss, she thought, determined to catch him off guard. She was confident that Tiancheng would have a 99% chance of failing to answer her question. For him, merely reviewing the lesson was the pinnacle of his efforts. In this class, only Tian Yue managed to study ahead and thoroughly grasp the grammar and vocabulary. Let's see if you can wriggle out of this, Zhang Rue muttered through gritted teeth, filled with resentment. Humph, always seeking the spotlight, CC. This guy is in for trouble. Aunt Huang has set her sights on him. Su Huiqiao nudged Li Cici beside her and whispered, he deserves it. He should be kicked out by Aunt Huang. He is an eyesore, Li Cici retorted. The attention of all 48 students in Class 9 of the third year was squarely focused on Tiancheng, under the gaze of everyone. A flicker of concern unexpectedly crossed Tian Yu's beautiful eyes as she looked at him. No one could fathom the thoughts coursing through Tian Yu's mind at that moment. Why was she worried about Tiancheng? Ahem, the infinitive as a subject generally indicates a specific action, while the gerund represents habitual or frequent actions. As Huang Wan approached closer, Tiancheng cleared his throat and resumed his performance. Huang Wan paused for a moment, surprised. This guy actually knows? Could it be that he has some notes in hand? No, she is currently standing right beside Tian Yue, merely a body length away from Tiancheng, who is not looking down at anything. Instead, he stands tall, speaking eloquently and passionately. It is essential to note that when an infinitive serves as the subject, the verb should be in singular form. When the subject is lengthy and the verb is concise, it is often preferable to use a formal subject, placing the infinitive after the verb. Tiancheng, hardly pausing for breath, expounded on this grammatical usage and provided numerous examples. Teacher, may I use the blackboard? As Tiancheng became increasingly animated, he greeted Huang Wan, not waiting for her consent before stepping onto the platform with chalk in hand, effortlessly inscribing a plethora of grammatical structures and examples. His teaching style was more profound and closely aligned with real life, often incorporating internet slang and contemporary references that captivated the students' attention, ensuring their memories remained vivid. Throughout the session, he appeared far more like an experienced instructor than a mere student. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, Tiancheng finally set down the chalk. Smiling as he said, Teacher Huang, I've finished my presentation. I apologize for taking up your class time. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. The fluidity of his lecture left not only Huang Wan bewildered, but also Tian Yue, Lu Yexing, Li Cici, Su Huiqiao, Zhang Rue, and the entire class of Senior 3. Class 9 in a state of astonishment. Wow, he is so adept at this subject. If he were to use this approach directly, he could probably win an award at the provincial level. Huang Wan's heart raced, still feeling a sense of exhilaration after the class. Wow. He has outdone himself again. How does he know so much? Zhang Rue fiercely pinched his thigh, wishing he could slap himself for his shortcomings. Cici, I suddenly realized that after he struck you that day, it was as if he opened Pandora's box and transformed into someone exceptional. Su Huiqiao murmured to Li Cici while gazing at Tiancheng, who stood at the podium with his short hair, white shirt, and sleeves rolled to his forearms. Li Cici shot Su Huiqiao a glance filled with mixed emotions. Which side are you on? I mean, this guy really knows how to show off. He'll surely face consequences for it someday. Seeing the resentment mixed with admiration in Li Cici's eyes, Su Huiqiao quickly retracted her statement to soothe her. He is quite handsome. How come I never noticed before? Many girls in the classroom gazed at Tiancheng with admiration in their eyes. He smiled gently, descending from the podium as if enveloped in a spring breeze. Come on, during my years as an online course instructor, I faced hundreds, even thousands of students online. I could easily lecture for 2 hours in such a large setting. How could this small audience possibly intimidate me? Cough. Tiancheng has delivered an excellent lesson, covering all the key points of this subject thoroughly. Everyone should learn from him. While preparing for lessons, it is crucial to integrate knowledge comprehensively and stay informed about societal trends. As you are now in your final year, this will undoubtedly aid you in your Chinese language exam. After the class, if there are any uncertainties regarding the content, feel free to inquire with me or consult Tiancheng, who has grasped the material quite thoroughly. Huangwan stood up to summarize and cast an approving glance at Tiancheng, remarking, "Well done, very commendable. As for you, Zhang Rue, you may relinquish your role as the English class representative. From now on, Tiancheng will assume that position." Zhang Rue responded, "Is it really that pragmatic?" Chapter 17. As long as I have a meal, you shall have your share too. After lunch, Huangwan instructed, "Please come to my office." She then whispered a reminder to Tiancheng before departing with her characteristic clatter of footsteps. "Congratulations, Representative Yu." Upon Huangwan's exit, Tian Yue remarked in a teasing tone, "What is there to congratulate about being a vice class representative? I still have much to learn from the esteemed class leader, Tian, and I shall strive diligently to progress to the committee level." Tiancheng chuckled. "Such flattery. Off you go. I'm heading to lunch." Tian Yue replied with a roll of her eyes as she exited the classroom. The school did not impose restrictions on students' freedom. They could dine in the cafeteria or return home for meals. Tian Yue was among those who chose to go home, while Tiancheng preferred to eat at the school cafeteria. How enviable. You get to enjoy a comforting meal every day. Tiancheng mused as he watched Tian Yue's retreating figure. Tian Yue paused momentarily, seemingly on the verge of turning back, but ultimately continued on her path. Lu Yeshing approached with a lunchbox in hand, tapping the lid with a spoon. "You, let us go eat." Tiancheng shot Lu Yeshing a glare. "You've changed rather quickly, haven't you? First you called me Chenggu, then Lao Yu, and now it's you. Lu Yeshing shrugged. "You were the one who changed first, abandoning me to pursue the beautiful Tian, leaving me with Zhang Rue. That wretched fellow who is utterly revolting, picking his nose and scratching himself in class. It's nauseating." Zhang Rue, passing by, interjected, "Isn't that behavior more characteristic of you? Get lost. That farting and burping is all you." Lu Yeshing retorted, "I only did that to retaliate against your foot scratching." Zhang Rue exclaimed, filled with indignation. He was not like this when Tian Yue sat beside him, but after just a brief time with Lu Yeshing, he had completely tarnished his previous image as a gentleman. It was evident that bad habits were contagious. One could find no virtuous companions in a den of mischief. "Oh, doesn't that mean you're condemning yourself as well?" Tiancheng chuckled, amused by their mutual banter. Just as Zhang Rue was about to respond, Lu Yeshing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pulled Tiancheng along. "Hurry, hurry. I spotted Jiang Shishir." Jiang Shishir was another of the school's renowned beauties. Among the top 10 beauties at Langzhou First High School, Tian Yue ranked first, while Jiang Shishir held the second position, and Li Sisi, who relied on heavy makeup to gain attention, was ranked 10th. In contemporary terms, beauty can be deceptive. Without makeup, one may resemble a ghost. Tiancheng is perplexed by his past self, who repeatedly fell for the same tricks. Perhaps it was the weight of his investments that bred deep-seated resentment within him. At Langzhou No. 1 High School, 2 elite classes exist, Class 9 and Class 10, the latter of which is home to Jiang Shishir. This girl is notably earnest and exhibits a tendency towards introversion, often keeping to herself in class. Naturally, a beautiful girl never lacks admirers, and Jiang Shishir has her fair share of suitors, with love letters filling drawers, all of which she discreetly discarded when no one was watching. It is said that when an admirer boldly approached her, he was promptly apprehended by Jiang Zhuwu, the head teacher of Class 10, narrowly escaping expulsion. Subsequently, Jiang Zhuwu publicly declared that Jiang Shishir is his niece. Anyone daring to make advances would find themselves blacklisted at school, bringing shame upon themselves and their families. Consequently, no one dared to disturb Jiang Shishir any longer. Lu Yeshing, a rather unscrupulous boy, harbored a secret crush on Jiang Shishir, yet he had never penned a love letter nor confessed his feelings directly. Coupled with Jiang Zhiwu's intimidation, he maintained a safe distance, content to admire her from afar, lost in his fantasies. In his previous life, Tiancheng's gaze was fixated solely on Li Sisi, neglecting to observe his female classmates. Today, however, he scrutinized the legendary beauty of Class 10, who had rivaled Tian Yue for 3 years. Jiang Shishir, standing approximately 1.65 meters tall, was slightly shorter than Tian Yue, possessing a delicate, oval face with fair skin that glowed faintly. From the side, her long eyelashes, elegant nose, and thin lips combined to create an ethereal allure. Particularly striking was her figure, which had developed early, and her gait was quite eye-catching. Even the baggy school trousers could not conceal the rhythm of her sway. In Yu Tiancheng's words, it was as if the light of righteousness illuminated her ample form. The sight was astonishing. This girl had a future ahead of her, capable of bearing sons. Honestly, you follow her around, yet lack the courage to greet her. Don't you feel embarrassed? At this point, she probably doesn't even know who you are, Yu Tiancheng remarked lazily as he trailed behind Lu Yexing. You don't understand. This is love. I must grant her the freedom she deserves. Lu Yexing alternated between quickening his pace and pausing to engage Yu Tiancheng, always maintaining a respectful distance from Jiang Shishir. He neither wanted her to notice nor wished to miss the sight of her silhouette. You're toxic. I need to keep my distance from you, Yu Tiancheng declared, abruptly halting and widening the gap between them. It is said that fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp, and turtles seek turtles. Following a phoenix leads to beauty, while trailing behind a crow leads to disgrace. Yu Tiancheng felt certain that his previous life had been tainted by this boy. Otherwise, why would he have been ensnared repeatedly by the crooked tree that was Li Sisi? Why aren't you moving? Why are you standing there in a daze? Hasten, for soon it will vanish. Lu Yexing turned around and noticed that Yu Tiancheng had fallen behind. After a moment's hesitation, he halted his steps and returned to Yu Tiancheng's side. I am devising a means to rescue your tarnished soul. To prevent you from being ensnared by the delusions of a sycophant, I have resolved to keep you close henceforth. As long as I have a meal, you shall have your share of dog food. This is my solemn promise to you. The desperate and undignified act of groveling is that of a sycophant. Lu Yexing, who is even less than a sycophant, is nothing more than a delusional fool. Upon finishing his words, Yu Tiancheng pushed Lu Yexing away and, laughing heartily, began to run. Despite Yu Tiancheng's tall stature of 1.80 m, he was quite slender. In contrast, Lu Yexing, though only 1.70 m, possessed a robust physique akin to that of a young bull. Yu Tiancheng feared that in a fit of anger, Lu Yexing might inadvertently break his ribs. You old dog. Lu Yexing finally grasped the situation and, infuriated, took off in pursuit. Chapter 18. A mountain full of monkeys. My rear most prominent make way, make way. Scalding hot water, be careful not to burn yourselves. As Yu Tiancheng passed behind Jiang Shishir, he deliberately paused for a moment before swiftly darting away. Oh no. Lu Yexing, witnessing Yu Tiancheng's dodge and the alluring silhouette he left behind, stumbled. He was pursuing too vigorously and could not halt his momentum. As a result, he pitched forward, his face colliding with the swaying form of Yu Tiancheng's posterior. With a resounding thud, a startled cry erupted, coinciding with Lu Yexing's fall. Subsequently, chaos ensued. All passing students momentarily froze, some continuing towards the cafeteria, while others gathered around to witness the spectacle. Yu Tiancheng turned and saw Jiang Shishir standing there, her face etched with alarm. Half-turned with her neck nearly retracting into her shoulders, staring at Lu Yexing, whose forehead was pressed against the ground in a gesture akin to bowing. Startled, she took several small steps backward. After retreating a few paces, she sensed something amiss. Could it be that she had inadvertently tripped Lu Yexing? Yet, she felt no contact. A flurry of disordered thoughts surged through Jiang Shishir's mind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. In her daze, she noticed a small pool of blood on the ground, causing her heart to skip a beat. Cautiously, she inquired, classmate, are you all right? I'm so sorry, I slipped and hope I didn't bump into you. Struggling to lift his head, Lu Yexing met the sight of Jiang Shishir's pale face, which made his own turn crimson. I am fine, and you? Jiang Shishir appraised him from head to toe. I'm perfectly well, see for yourself. Lu Yexing, suppressing the pain in his knee, rose from the ground, brushed off his hands, and, in a fit of excitement as if meeting a celebrity, exclaimed in a flurry, I'm fine, absolutely fine. Look, I can jog. I can leap. Oh, look at me leap again. As he spoke, Lu Yexing bounded about. But your face. Jiang Shishir pointed to his forehead. Lu Yexing reached up to wipe his brow and discovered a slight trickle of blood. Perhaps I should escort you to the infirmary, Jiang Shishir suggested gently. No worries. There's no need for you to accompany me. I can manage on my own. You should hurry and eat before the dishes are all taken. Lu Yexing immediately revealed his caring side, showing concern for Jiang Shishir despite his own predicament. Yu Tiancheng, standing nearby, smirked, thinking, what a transformation from a dog to a devoted admirer. Are you sure you don't want me to walk you there? Jiang Shishir hesitated. Absolutely not. Lu Yexing suddenly noticed Yu Tiancheng standing behind Jiang Shishir and, realizing the situation, shouted, You old mutt, you've put me in quite the embarrassing position. And there you are, just staring at the sky? Hurry and take me to the infirmary. Tiancheng, at a loss for words, understood that Lu Yexing valued his pride in front of the students, so he lazily approached and grabbed his arm. After cursing Tiancheng, Lu Yexing turned back to Jiang Shishir with a sheepish grin. Look, my childhood friend here can escort me. You don't need to worry about me. Go eat quickly. And don't let yourself go hungry. Tiancheng wanted to retort with a teasing remark about being a sycophant, but out of respect for Lu Yexing, he held his tongue. He recalled how, in a previous life, when he desperately needed money, Lu Yexing had secretly borrowed 300,000 without telling his wife. Of course, that wife was not only a master manipulator, but also a cunning seductress, who ended up being caught by Lu Yexing's mother while cheating with another man, leading to their divorce. Considering your woeful past, I'll grant you a bit of dignity. Are you truly fine? Jiang Shishir asked once more. I'm perfectly fine. Now go eat. Lu Yexing waved her off, and only then did she leave, following his lead. Once Jiang Shishir departed, the onlooking students dispersed as well. What a spectacle it was. He made such a grand gesture, injuring himself in the process, yet he could have easily avoided the embarrassment. With Jiang Shishir out of sight, Tiancheng relaxed his grip and unceremoniously dropped Lu Yexing to the ground. Damn it! How could you let me fall so hard? How am I supposed to face anyone now? Lu Yexing draped his arm over Tiancheng's shoulder, leaning heavily against him, resembling an injured soldier. Curse you. Here I was, trying to create an opportunity for you, and you end up in this state. How did you manage that? Tiancheng found himself trapped in Lu Yexing's embrace, unable to break free. After several futile attempts, he sighed. Are you really that oblivious? Just look around our school. Who else has talked to Jiang Shishir this much? Who else has a chance to get close to her? Why didn't you just take the opportunity and let her escort you to the infirmary? You could have laughed and chatted along the way, building rapport. It's simple. Familiarity breeds friendship. Lu Yexing paused, realization dawning on him. Right. Why didn't I just let her take me to the infirmary? Was I trying to show off? My pride made me think I was invincible. Now, she doesn't even know my name. What good is this fall? Tiancheng playfully mocked Lu Yexing. Rather than being offended, Lu Yexing's eyes lit up. Wow, you've got quite the clever mind. Ah, Chenggu. So you were intentionally creating opportunities for me. Brother Cheng, you are impressive. I've noticed that recently, Tian Yue seems bewitched, getting so close to you. It must be a trap you've set. Lu Yexing quipped as he hurried to catch up. What do you mean by a trap? Such harsh words. Tian Yue's recent infatuation with me is simply due to my charm and the newly awakened superpower I possess. Do you comprehend the allure of a charisma aura? Tiancheng rolled his eyes, though he too was baffled by the sudden shift in his relationship with Tian Yue. What nonsense about a charisma aura? If you truly had charm, why couldn't you even win over Li Sisi? Lu Yexing retorted. Lu Yexing, if you can't speak properly, then refrain from your nonsense. What I did was merely a timely cessation of losses. I was trying to help you find an opportunity, and here you are, hurling insults at me. Keep your distance. Your presence annoys others, Tiancheng replied, exasperated. Lu Yexing had a knack for pointing out others' shortcomings, which was utterly irritating. When did you become so experienced in pursuing girls? Have you read some books on it? You should enlighten me, he mocked. Blame me for not realizing sooner. Brother Cheng, please teach me how to swiftly attract a girl, Lu Yexing said, immediately adopting a solicitous demeanor when Tiancheng ignored him. Opportunities like this are rare. If you let them slip, you have no one to blame but yourself. Tiancheng was not genuinely angry with his friend. He recognized Lu Yexing was merely a hormone-driven, eager suitor, and he easily took control of the situation. Brother Cheng, I beg you, I am kneeling before you. Lu Yexing jokingly pleaded, bending one knee. First, change your online name to something distinctive. What does my online name have to do with wooing girls? When I get the chance to help you obtain Jiang Shishir's contact, will you add her? Of course, but my name is quite unique. Just one word. Handsome. It's very realistic. Is that unique? It's Klitsch. Change it to something less off-putting yet memorable. Then what should I change it to? Brother Cheng, please suggest something. 5 yuan. This is my internet fee for the weekend. Tiancheng grinned as he accepted the 5 yuan Lu Yexing reluctantly offered. Change it to monkeys on the mountain. My bottom is the brightest. Monkeys on the mountain. My bottom is the brightest? I feel like you're setting me up. Lu Yexing reached for the money, but Tiancheng swiftly pocketed it. Believe it or not. Just try it out. If it doesn't work, I'll refund you. Fine, you said it. Lu Yexing indeed ceased to pursue the money. lazily following Tiancheng for quite a distance before realizing, aren't we supposed to be going to eat? Look at your face. You're nearly as red as a festive statue. First, let's visit the infirmary, Tiancheng snapped. Though he felt a bit hungry, the safety of his friend took precedence. Brother Cheng truly cares for me, Lu Yexing chuckled. However, upon arriving at the infirmary, Lu Yexing immediately regretted his decision. In the school infirmary, there are two medical practitioners. One is a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Lu, whom everyone affectionately calls Dr. Lu. The other is a young woman who graduated from nursing school, named Kong Deliang. She, like Lu, was recruited when they entered the school, and the students refer to her as Nurse Kong. She is quite youthful, with a face adorned with freckles, and possesses a rather gossipy nature, often chattering away. Many rumors within the school are disseminated by her. Kong Deliang maintains an excellent rapport with the students. Resembling a big sister who indulges in gossip, the students speak freely around her, and it is rumored that some have even requested her assistance in crafting sick leave notes, to which she obliges. At noon, Dr. Lu is absent, leaving only Kong Deliang, who, while holding a lunchbox, watches television and occasionally sends text messages on her phone. Upon witnessing Lu Yexing with blood streaming down his forehead, she immediately grimaced and hurriedly retrieved gauze and antiseptic to tend to his wound. Do you believe he injured himself while confessing to a girl? I jested. Tiancheng leaned back on the examination bed, adopting a comfortable position. Is this how one pursues a girl nowadays? He mused, igniting Kong Deliang's insatiable curiosity. Don't listen to his nonsense. I merely had a little fall, Lu Yexing retorted, irritated at Tiancheng's audacity. A little fall? How could you possibly end up with such a gash on your forehead? Kong Deliang, clearly amused by Tiancheng's claim, stifled her laughter as she applied the gauze and asked Lu Yexing, what medication do you want? Do you need a few days off? Lu Yexing fell silent, pondering, shouldn't you be the one prescribing the medication? No need for medication or leave. Just wrap your head with more gauze, or better yet, use a bandage. The more tragic it looks, the better, Tiancheng suggested, gesturing dramatically. According to his standards, Lu Yexing's head should be nearly completely swathed in gauze. Be reasonable. This is embarrassing enough. If I wrapped it like that, would I even dare to go outside? Lu Yexing glared at Tiancheng, feeling betrayed. You don't understand. This is called charm. Our class is separated from class 10 by just a wall. And after 3 years, Jiang Shishir doesn't even know who you are. This time, you need to create a striking image that will etch you into her memory. Tiancheng pressed, poking at Lu Yexing's heart. After a long pause, Lu Yexing whispered, do you really think it will work? Tiancheng gave him a look that suggested belief was optional. Clearly, Tiancheng had found his weak spot. Wrap it well. But don't cover my chin. Just a few rounds around my forehead will suffice. Lu Yexing gritted his teeth, determined. For love, I will give it a shot. Even if it only allows me to speak a few more words with Jiang Shishir. Kong Deliang's eyes widened in surprise. You really want to do this? Indeed. Lu Yexing affirmed resolutely. Then I shall proceed. Kong Deliang, youthful and exuberant, stifled her laughter as she meticulously wrapped gauze around Lu Yexing's head, even tying it into a charming bow. Tiancheng stood nearby, assisting with the adjustments as he pulled the gauze atop Lu Yexing's head several times. Lu appeared as though he donned a white cap, and in this peculiar guise. If Jiang Shishir fails to recognize you after you circle the entrance of class 10 twice this afternoon, I shall take your surname. Tiancheng was exceedingly pleased with his creation. Lu's appearance resembled that of a ghostly figure, compelling anyone who beheld him to cast a second glance. In a moment of abandon, Lu Yexing lost all rationality in the name of love, utterly enthralled. Ha ha ha, contemporary students seem rather foolish, don't they? Witnessing Tiancheng leading Lu Yexing out of the infirmary with an air of confidence, Kong Deliang could no longer contain her mirth and burst into tears of laughter. Clutching her stomach, Lu Hang, I recall now that Teacher Huang requested I visit her office after lunch. Considering the time, you should head upstairs first. Lu Hang, a nickname bestowed by Tiancheng, cleverly combines the number 2 with Yexing, implying a duality. Upon reaching the base of the teaching building, Tiancheng bid Lu Yexing farewell, directing him to return to the classroom while he proceeded toward the office building. The door to the English department's office stood ajar, revealing Huang Wan engrossed in fervent writing at her desk. Tiancheng knocked lightly, and upon lifting her head to see him, Huang Wan immediately broke into a warm smile, one seldom seen by students. Tiancheng, come in and have a seat. Teacher Huang, Did you summon me for something? Tiancheng, unreserved, stepped inside and seated himself opposite Huang Wan. Have you dedicated this holiday to studying English? Your lesson today on the infinitive as a subject, woven with current events, was remarkably relatable. The examples you provided were vivid and memorable. Moreover, during your explanation, you not only employed this grammatical structure, but also intertwined various other grammatical elements, allowing students to absorb additional knowledge almost imperceptibly. This clearly demonstrates that your command of English has reached a commendable level. Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished such rapid improvement? Huang Wan regarded Tiancheng with skepticism. Previously, his English proficiency, as gauged by examination scores, hovered around 120 to 130, a commendable standard, yet not nearly as formidable as now. Based on her experience, she surmised that should the current Tiancheng participate in the college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly score above 145. The only interval separating this transformation was a summer vacation, and Huang Wan could fathom no other possibility than his dedicated training in English. If Tiancheng's methodology could be emulated by other students, the English performance of her 2 classes would witness a remarkable enhancement. Teacher, with English, the key lies in extensive learning, reading, speaking, and practice. During the summer, I merely memorized the vocabulary, grammar, and text from several volumes of new concept English. Tiancheng casually fabricated this explanation for Huang Wan. He has no particular method of studying. Rather, it is the result of relentless effort during his university years to switch majors. He immersed himself in English corners, plastering his face with red and blue books, while his ears were filled with the speeches of prominent figures. Additionally, the collaboration with foreign enterprises meant that every email exchanged and every casual conversation with foreigners was conducted in English. This proficiency is purely a product of time and dedication. He certainly cannot tell Huang Wan that it took him 20 years of arduous grinding to achieve this. Nor could he directly confess to her that he is merely a facade, equipped with nearly 40 years of life experience as his advantage. He has memorized several volumes, and Huang Wan would be astonished. She knows about the new concept English. If one were to memorize it entirely, it would encompass a vocabulary exceeding 8,000 words, making a score of 7 on the IELTS quite attainable. Thus, Tiancheng's current level of English is by no means inferior to hers. Indeed, students from the advanced classes possess an astonishing ability for self-directed learning. Once they grasp the concept, their progress is visibly remarkable. Chapter 20. Wishing you eternal happiness. He has truly put in a great deal of effort. Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Huang Wan understands that memorizing several substantial volumes over a single holiday is an impossibility for most students. Such an experience cannot be imparted. So she decides to set it aside. Here's the thing. I wish to document everything you covered in this lesson, refine it further, and incorporate it into my lesson plan. I have an English teaching competition in the city next week, and I would like to use it as a case study. Do you think that would be acceptable? Huang Wan's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. Of course, that would be entirely appropriate. After all, it is your lesson plan. Today's class was predominantly your instruction. I merely provided a few anecdotes to enhance it. Most of the content is yours. There is no need for any negotiation here. I am your student, and everything I present is something you have taught me. You need not feel any psychological burden regarding this matter. Tiancheng immediately donned an expression of indifference, well aware of the nuances of human relationships at his age. In truth, Huang Wan could have refrained from mentioning it to him, simply appropriating the content for her lesson plan without his consent, and he would have been powerless to object. After all, it was merely an impromptu lesson. Anyone could learn from it. However, many teachers in this era are fundamentally sincere, placing great importance on professional ethics. Huang Wan felt a twinge of guilt for potentially using her studentess lesson as her own, as if she were stealing from him. Nevertheless, Tiancheng's words comforted her, and she visibly exhaled with relief. Thank you very much. You are my teacher. As the ancients said, once a teacher, always a father. Especially since you have taught me for 3 years, you hold a position in my heart equivalent to that of my mother. These words nearly brought Huang Wan to tears, for he appeared increasingly endearing, radiating a nurturing warmth. And what is the second matter? Tiancheng, fearing that Huang Wan might indeed embrace him affectionately, quickly shifted the topic. Oh, the second matter is that our school will host an English speech competition next week. Logically, at this stage in their senior year, students should not be subjected to activities that infringe upon their study time. However, it so happens that leaders from the Star City area will be visiting our school for research. As the head of the English department, I cannot shirk this responsibility. Tiancheng interrupted Huang Wan. It's just an English speech. I will write the script and ensure the task is completed without bringing shame to our school. Very well. I look forward to your performance. Huang Wan replied. If there is nothing else, I shall return to the classroom. Tiancheng, with a sense of responsibility, gracefully concluded the conversation and turned to leave. Huang Wan felt an immense sense of relief. She felt like a student, while Tiancheng appeared as the teacher. How had she not realized before how mature, composed, and perceptive this young man was? After 2 decades of teaching, she had encountered many students who, despite initially mediocre grades, suddenly excelled in high school. Yet, Tiancheng's journey could not merely be described as a reversal. It was more akin to overtaking on a curve, as his grades were already commendable to secure a place in the key class of our school, indicating he was among the top tier. Indeed, once boys awaken to their potential, their capabilities can be astonishing. This young man's future is boundless. Meanwhile, as Tiancheng and Huang Wan engaged in discussions about English learning, in a corner by the window of a rice noodle shop, Tian Yue held the piece of draft paper on which she had exchanged notes with Tiancheng during class, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, shimmering like flowing water, danced across the paper, imbued with a poetic beauty. After savoring the moment for a while, Tian Yue carefully folded the draft into a heart shape and placed it in a small wallet adorned with a cartoon sticker of Sakura Miku. She then retrieved another piece of paper from the wallet, its edges worn and nearly torn apart. It was a grid paper used by children for practicing writing, scrawled with the words, "Wishing you eternal happiness." Tian Yue gazed at those 6 words for a long time, ultimately breaking into a sweet smile as she placed both the heart and the grid paper into the small wallet. Next, she pulled out another piece of draft paper, which contained the lyrics to People Like Me, penned by Tiancheng. This foolish boy still retained his characteristic arrogance, relishing in song. Back then, his singing was rather unmelodious, yet he had improved remarkably. Last year at the cultural evening, he even played the guitar, although regrettably, not for me. It seemed he had truly forgotten about me. As Tian Yue gazed at the evocative lyrics, memories surged like a tide. That year, she was merely 7 years old, in the 2nd grade. At that time, she was not yet surnamed Tian, but Lu, known as Lu Yu. She had just emerged from the mountainous region of Chuanyu with her mother and was placed in Langzhou Yuan Primary School, arranged by her father, who worked in Langzhou. The newly arrived child was malnourished, pale, and thin, coupled with a lack of paternal affection, leading to a reclusive nature, her eyes reflecting a wariness toward this new environment. She often found herself at odds with classmates, as many pampered little princesses and young masters bullied this newcomer from the mountains. Some mocked her for her looks. Others criticized her worn-out clothing. Some even tugged at her hair during class, while others played pranks on her after school. The cruelty of children, once it spreads, can be utterly unimaginable. Just when Tian Yue felt utterly alone and vulnerable, a new deskmate arranged by the teacher stepped forward. Tian Yue vividly remembers that diminutive figure, clutching a pencil case, standing defiantly against 4 or 5 children intent on bullying her. With a fierce expression on his youthful face, he appeared both childish and somewhat amusing. Despite his frail stature, in Tian Yue's eyes, he was towering, the sole source of warmth in her life, her shield against the storms. She later learned that his name was Tiancheng. From that moment on, they walked to and from school together daily, and no one dared to bully her again. As time passed, they soon reached the 4th grade, when a significant change occurred. Although still young, Tian Yue could sense a subtle shift in her parents' relationship. Her father had received a promotion, yet his visits home became infrequent, while her mother often wept. Whenever Tian Yue inquired about the cause of her mother's sorrow, she would simply shake her head in silence, pulling Tian Yue tightly into her embrace. Before the 2nd semester of 4th grade commenced, Tian Yue's mother took her away from the home they had lived in for 3 years, relocating to another house in Langzhou and changing her surname, along with her school. Tian Yue's father also moved to Xinjiang for work, occasionally returning to see her. However, the distance between her parents had become starkly apparent. During this time, Tian Yue began to understand the unfolding situation. It was the most painful and helpless period of her life. Each morning, her pillow would be soaked with tears. Whenever she felt despondent, She would recall that slender figure who had once offered her warmth and would take out the note written in the grid paper by that little boy before her transfer, wishing her eternal happiness. Chapter 21. Has my daughter fallen in love? Wishing you eternal happiness. These 6 words accompanied Tian Yue from her days as an ugly duckling to the present, a graceful swan. A decade had passed. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, these words would provide a sliver of solace amidst her bitter existence. Life is not solely comprised of bitterness. It often surprises you with unexpected joys along the way. In her first year of high school, Tian Yue instantly recognized a familiar boy from the adjacent class. He was essentially an enlarged version of that once skinny silhouette. He had grown taller, surpassing her, yet remained lean. His facial features had broadened, but his nose, mouth, ears, and hairstyle were unchanged. How delightful it was. At that moment, Tian Yue felt a rush of excitement, yearning to greet him. However, upon noticing him flirting with a heavily made-up girl beside him, she suppressed her eager impulses. For a while thereafter, she observed him closely. She discovered that he purchased 2 breakfasts each day. On occasions when he lacked sufficient funds, he would opt for just one, choosing to go hungry rather than miss the chance to please a girl named Li Sisi. Li Sisi, who daily indulged in the advantages he provided, seldom graced him with a kind expression. She seemed to manipulate him like a clumsy marionette, but in truth, her hands controlled a multitude of puppets. Like a social butterfly, she attracted admirers yet remained elusive to the men who expressed their affections. Tiancheng was merely one among her many admirers, utterly oblivious to her deliberate manipulation. Tian Yue felt a surge of frustration, yet found herself powerless. She could hardly reveal the truth, saying, "You are being deceived. Li Sisi is dating numerous boys, isn't she?" But how could he believe such a thing? He was ensnared, as if bewitched, constantly devising ways to please Li Sisi, completely deaf to the opinions of others. Even his close friends faced rebuke when discussing the matter. She was merely a fleeting memory from the past. What difference could she possibly make? Thus, she could only watch silently as he sank deeper into a web of self-deception and betrayal, unable to extricate himself. In their second year of high school, when classes were divided by academic track, Tian Yue never anticipated that Tiancheng would excel, placing him in an elite class. She mused that time and distance might sever their bond, as though after 5 years apart, he would no longer recognize her. With Tiancheng in the advanced class and Li Sisi in a parallel one, perhaps he would gradually awaken to the truth. At that moment, Tian Yue yearned to clarify her identity and reminisce about their childhood together. Yet, fate seemed to revel in tormenting her. The very next day, Li Sisi, employing some unknown stratagem, transferred into the elite class. This time, Tiancheng's infatuation deepened. He not only brought Li Sisi breakfast, but also assisted her with water and invited her out for meals on weekends, showering her with attention that stirred jealousy within Tian Yue. In a bid to win Li Sisi's favor, he even practiced guitar, performing a piece for her at a cultural evening. Tian Yue observed all this, once again dismissing the notion of revealing their past acquaintance. She pondered that perhaps in university, Tiancheng would undergo a transformation. After all, his academic performance was commendable, likely securing him a place at a reputable university, while Li Sisi would inevitably fall short. Once separated, their connection would gradually fade. Indeed, 4 or 5 years could erase many memories. At the very least, she resolved not to squander her emotions and efforts on someone unworthy. And so, time passed, bringing them to their final year of high school. Who could have predicted that on the first weekend of their senior year, as she routinely visited her mother's shop, she would witness an astonishing scene. Tiancheng had struck Li Sisi. Not only had he hit her, but his demeanor seemed transformed. His words took on an odd quality. She pedaled furiously after the bus, arriving at the entrance of his residential complex, breathless, only to see him purchasing a bunch of bananas, eating while humming a tune. What a delightful song it was. She had never heard such a beautiful melody before. Although the melody carries a hint of melancholy and resignation, at this moment, Tian Yue's heart brims with joy. She too purchased a banana and rode her bicycle in pursuit of him. To her dismay, this wretched individual tossed a banana peel into her basket, resulting in a stern reprimand from the community aunties. He even pretended to be the Good Samaritan, emerging to berate himself. Reflecting on this, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Tian Yue's lips. At this moment, she radiated a vibrant and cheerful demeanor, as if blooming like a flower. If an opportunity arises, one must seize it. This time, I shall not let you escape. She faintly recalled her mother's words. Every individual's life is unique, and one has the right to choose their own way of living. Do not confine yourself due to the scrutiny or judgments of others. Courageously pursue your dreams and happiness. What are you looking at? You seem to be amused by yourself. A gentle voice broke her reverie. Startled, Tian Yue looked up to see her mother, Tian Riyun, standing before her with a fruit platter, having been there for an undetermined time. It's nothing, Tian Yue replied evasively, hastily folding the paper with her lyrics and placing it into her small wallet. Tian Riyun's smile now exuded warmth, starkly contrasting her usual businesslike demeanor. In the presence of her daughter, a tinge of guilt always accompanied her, a feeling of inadequacy. During the 2 years following the divorce, every morning upon seeing Tian Yue's damp pillow, her heart ached with sorrow. As time passed and her business flourished, Tian Yue grew increasingly reclusive and strong-willed. Though her smiles became rarer, Tian Riyun would willingly forfeit all her current successes for her daughter's happiness. Recently, however, her daughter's demeanor had taken an unexpected turn. The once demure and composed girl now walked with a light-hearted bounce and occasionally hummed a tune. The formerly stoic, somewhat haughty face now bore a rare smile. Tian Riyun keenly sensed that all of this seemed to be related to the boy who had dined in her restaurant that morning. It was noteworthy that this boy was the only classmate Tian Yue had ever brought home to eat. Has my daughter found love? Tian Riyun, having experienced youth herself, understood this feeling all too well. At this moment, she felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from her daughter's emotional transformation, while the concern arose from the impending college entrance examination. The final year of high school is crucial, and young romance could potentially disrupt academic performance. Such situations often wield devastating consequences, with countless students succumbing during this phase. Instances of couples excelling in their studies and gaining admission to prestigious universities are merely exceptions. How could Tian Riyun not worry in such circumstances? Chapter 22. This dog food is better left uneaten. It has been a long time since I've seen you smile like this. Are you in good spirits lately? Tian Riyun placed the fruit platter on the table, sliding it toward Tian Yue before taking a seat opposite her. Stealing a glance at Tian Yue's wallet, she recalled, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I've changed my seat. I'm no longer in the third row." Tian Yue discreetly tucked her wallet into her pocket while simultaneously skewering a banana with a toothpick and popping it into her mouth. She felt compelled to share certain matters with her mother. It would be far less favorable if they were to emerge from the teacher instead. Changed your seat? Wasn't that position quite good? Where did you move to? Tian Riyun inquired nonchalantly. I've moved to the back, to a corner where I can study independently. I detest sitting in the front. I've already grasped what I need to learn, and the teacher's pace is too slow, hindering my progress. Tian Yue offered a rather flimsy excuse. Oh, as long as it doesn't affect your grades. Tian Riyun's heart skipped a beat, yet her expression remained relatively unchanged. She had always been unconcerned about Tian Yue's academic performance, fully aware of her capabilities. However, Tian Yue changing seats was quite peculiar. She sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. What could it possibly be? She awaited further revelations from Tian Yue. The boy who came to dinner today, his name is Tiancheng, and I sat next to him. As expected, Tian Yue confessed while enjoying the fruit platter. Well, perhaps you could invite him over for dinner sometime. How are his grades? It appeared that her daughter was subtly revealing her feelings. Tian Riyun, fearful of overreacting and inadvertently pressuring Tian Yue, nonetheless felt a pang of concern and posed the question. Tiancheng, he sits in the back row, so his grades should be below mine. Yet, being in a key class, he shouldn't be too poor, right? As long as he is not someone who got in through backdoor means. He should be able to get into a 985 university. Tian Yue fabricated a small lie. Given Tiancheng's previous performance, it was evident he wouldn't qualify for a 985 university. However, he had confidently claimed he could, and Tian Yue relayed the standard. That sounds promising. Tian Riyun initially felt a surge of joy, but her expression soon shifted to concern. So, you're not planning on attending the same university, right? 985 schools have their tiers. Tian Yue's grades were on the cusp of the prestigious Qingbei and comfortably within the realm of universities like Zhonghai. If Tiancheng could only manage a lesser 985, the disparity would be significant. Not at the moment. Tian Riyun noted the use of the word temporarily. She understood her daughter to be exceedingly rational, capable of discerning when to make particular choices. What Tian Yue was unaware of was that Tian Yue's lack of a definitive answer stemmed from her own uncertainty regarding which university Tiancheng aspired to attend. Rest assured, my grades are solid. The astute Tian Yue discerned her mother's concerns and effortlessly reassured her. Mother knows you are sensible. Tian Yue nodded with relief. Yet, in the next moment, a tempest of emotions surged within her heart once more. Rose to retrieve a takeout box, pouring the remaining fruits from the fruit platter into it, along with 2 small forks. The platter was delightful. I shall take it to school now. Next time, do remember to slice more bananas. With that, skipped away with the fruit box. Clearly, she was assisting someone else with their packing. This girl had never done such a thing before. You barely touched the large platter, having only eaten 2 bites, silently exclaimed within. As exited the office building, he returned to the classroom of the senior class 9. Upon entering through the back door, he spotted anxiously seated at his desk, appearing somewhat disoriented yet also a tad exhilarated. The classroom already buzzed with a dozen students, some huddled together discussing problems, others eating while simultaneously tackling exercises, and a few solitary figures reciting texts and vocabulary. Among them were, and who were eyeing the bandage adorning his head, leaned against his desk, cradling his lunchbox, chuckling softly while occasionally taking a bite, savoring the meal with great delight. Meanwhile, and whispered to each other, their laughter mischievous, as if they had just tasted something scandalous. Kicked the leg of a chair, signaling to rise. It's done, exclaimed in a flurry of excitement upon seeing return. Goodness, you're becoming increasingly disrespectful towards me. Are you losing your mind? Misinterpreting his words, assumed he was being scolded. I'm telling you, it truly succeeded. You're amazing. Actually spoke to me first. S face radiated with joy, resembling someone who had just achieved a successful confession. Utterly entranced. It's just a conversation. Why are you so thrilled? Have you never spoken to a woman before? Scolded with irritation. She must have said something like, I'm sorry, right? How did you know? S eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. From this moment on, you are my idol. Hadn't he anticipated that his moment of mischief would lead to his current state, and that he would indeed attract attention? Yet, considering his character, it was highly probable that her words were indeed limited to that phrase. What else did she say? Just that. She initiated the conversation. Felt that the distinction between initiating and responding held significant meaning. How did you reply? I said it was nothing, that she shouldn't worry. Didn't you take the opportunity to ask for her number, or perhaps her phone, or even her landline? I was too overwhelmed and forgot. What a fool. Cast a disdainful glance at. No wonder you were deceived by that green tea in your past life. Given an opportunity, you squander it. Reflecting on his own previous life, recognized he was not much better off then. Thus he sighed deeply. Well, perhaps next time. What are you two discussing? At that moment, Tian Yue appeared at the back door. Upon seeing Lu Yexing's head, resembling that of a wraith, she paused momentarily. What happened to your head? Did you get into a fight? Bowing to someone, Tiancheng retorted with irritation. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern, class monitor. Lu Yexing promptly stood up to offer his seat to Tian Yue, while desperately signaling Tiancheng with his eyes to refrain from speaking out of turn. Bow to someone. To whom? Tian Yue inquired suspiciously, directing her gaze towards Tiancheng. Jiang sure, he replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yexing's expression. The one from class 10? What is the situation? Tian Yue's curiosity was piqued. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, she was, at heart, a girl who enjoyed gossip. If you say another word, I'll cut ties with you, Lu Yexing exclaimed in anguish. All right, I won't say anything more. Don't ask. I'm already annoyed enough. I didn't even get to eat lunch because of this. Tiancheng winked at Tian Yue, glancing at the draft paper. Tian Yue understood immediately, recognizing it as a signal to pass notes in class, and ceased her inquiries. You didn't eat lunch? Just so happens I have a fruit box here. You can have some. With that, Tian Yue produced a fruit box from behind her, placing it before Tiancheng. Fruit salad? Thank you. Tiancheng, already ravenous, readily accepted the box and began eating without hesitation. In the classroom, an unexpected silence fell. Some gazes were directed at Tian Yue, while others fell upon Tiancheng, all bearing expressions of surprise. With a loud clatter, Lu Rui's lunchbox tumbled to the ground, scattering food everywhere. The meal had suddenly lost its appeal. The discussions between Li Sisi and Su Huichao came to an abrupt halt, particularly for Li Sisi, who, absorbed in her thoughts, dug her nails into her palm, oblivious to her surroundings. I haven't eaten either, Lu Yexing bemoaned. Then why don't you take a bite? Yu Tiancheng suggested, though his tone conveyed no real intention of sharing. I'm full. This dog food isn't worth eating. Chapter 23. You mustn't touch me. The afternoon consisted of 2 consecutive physics classes followed by 2 biology classes. Perhaps due to their conspicuous presence, both the physics and biology teachers first glanced at Lu Yexing before seeking out Tian Yue, ultimately calling upon Yu Tiancheng. Each teacher's opening line was the same. Tian Yue's deskmate. Yu Tiancheng, please answer this question. This led Yu Tiancheng into a whirlpool of confusion. Why must they always prefix it? What is wrong with being Tian Yue's deskmate? Did I offend you? Frustrated, he thought, I can't do it. Can I just admit it outright? Unpretentious, he simply stated what he couldn't do, which prompted the physics teacher, an elderly man, to shake his head, while the biology teacher, a frail old lady, sighed repeatedly. This was followed by a serious lecture and a warning that they would discuss his performance with his homeroom teacher. The students in the advanced class were prized possessions, and Yu Tiancheng's demeanor signaled a looming crisis of a child on the brink of decline. Observing Yu Tiancheng's state, Tian Yue too began to harbor a subtle worry. Why has this fellow become so inept? It appears that providing him with supplementary lessons is an arduous task ahead. Don't leave after school. I will assist you with your studies. Tian Yue scribbled a note to Yu Tiancheng. Sure. Yu Tiancheng readily consented, having returned from a rebirth where he had nearly forgotten all high school knowledge. Even his grasp of English and programming remained intact solely due to professional obligations. Of course, his proficiency in Chinese should still be adequate. However, subjects like physics, biology, chemistry, and mathematics had indeed been cast aside, requiring his urgent attention. Should he perform poorly in competitions and fail to secure a direct admission, only achieving a score at the threshold or a reduced criteria, then his examination results would become critical. In recent years, the admission score for Xiangnan has hovered around 560. If memory serves correctly, the threshold in 2004 was even higher, nearing 570. Back in the day, Yu Tiancheng surpassed the admission score by over 20 points. In the present context, he dared not even entertain such thoughts. Relying solely on English, Chinese, and rudimentary mathematics, he feared that his total score might fall short of 400. After school, while Tian Yue returned home for dinner, Yu Tiancheng dashed into the cafeteria with fervor. Having not eaten sufficiently at noon, he was determined to have a hearty meal. Following dinner, he would attend evening study sessions, which spanned 3 periods until 9 p.m. The system at Langzhou No. 1 High School was quite accommodating, allowing students to choose whether or not to attend these sessions. Once the evening study concluded, many students began to pack their belongings and head home. However, there were also those who lingered, reluctant to depart, such as Zhang Rui, Li Sisi, Su Huiqiao, and Lu Yexing. Tian Yue paid no mind to anyone else, and, taking Yu Tiancheng by the hand, placed a mathematics test paper in front of him. Complete this. Once you're done, I will correct it for you. If you encounter any difficulties, I shall explain. Yu Tiancheng, without pretense, began to write furiously. Tian Yue also took another paper and immersed herself in her work. Zhang Rui, observing their synchronized efforts, felt a pang of jealousy. And after waiting a while, realizing that Tian Yue had no intention of leaving, he grudgingly departed. Li Sisi, clutching 2 movie tickets, also waited for a while before shooting Tian Yue a resentful glare and dragging Su Huiqiao away. Tian Yue, aren't you leaving? Then you shall lock the door today. Lin Zhua, the vice monitor of the class, placed the door key on the podium, exchanged a brief greeting with Tian Yue, and exited. Hey, you, class monitor. Are you two not heading home? Lu Yexing lingered until the end, grinning as he looked at Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue. You go ahead. I will finish this set of papers before I leave, Yu Tiancheng replied, twirling a pen in his fingers. All right, by the way, I have some news for you. You have acquired a new nickname. Lu Yexing approached the duo and whispered. Nickname? What is it? Tian Yue sure. Tian Yue sure? What does it mean? Figure it out for yourself. Never mind. I shan't interrupt your lovey-dovey moment. I can't afford to indulge in such dog food. Lu Yexing, with his backpack in hand, dashed away. Tian Yue paused momentarily, then broke into an enigmatic smile. Tian Yue sure? Yu Tiancheng cast a glance at Tian Yue, who, with a raised eyebrow, inscribed the characters for Tian Yue sure on a piece of scrap paper, punctuating them with 3 dots beneath. Yu Tiancheng was immediately incensed. What kind of fool would bestow such a nickname? If you must call me something, at least refer to me as the Yue family. Tian Yue's charming face flushed crimson as she shot him a disdainful glance. She snatched the mathematics paper from his hands and, upon glancing at the vast expanse of unanswered questions, was taken aback. You can't possibly be stumped by all these problems, can you? Tiancheng sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, you actually solved this complex problem? You can't tackle the simpler ones, but you managed to work through this intricate one involving Newton's iteration method? Tian Yue looked at him curiously, wondering if his mind had been altered by extraterrestrial beings. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. This problem? I'm quite familiar with it. The approach in programming differs from mathematics, yet it certainly incorporates a wealth of mathematical knowledge. Thus, while Tiancheng's mathematical prowess might falter on simpler tasks, he could still decipher portions of more challenging questions. So, you are unfamiliar with the other questions? Then practice more. Complete a paper every day after school, Tian Yue insisted. Her determination evident. Tiancheng wore a pained expression, longing to protest, yet upon witnessing Tian Yue's unwavering resolve, he forced a laugh. Is there any reward for this? A reward? I am utilizing my break time to tutor you, and you dare to ask for a reward? Tian Yue's almond-shaped eyes flared with annoyance. This guy is getting a bit too bold. Well, you see, I could be making millions every minute. Spending an extra hour here with you means losing out on that fortune. Surely, you should consider compensating me? Tiancheng retorted with a mock seriousness. The classroom was remarkably quiet as Tiancheng gazed at Tian Yue's profile, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the young girl, and felt an unbidden stir within him. You? Making millions every minute? Huh. The sun hasn't even set yet. The girl smirked with a hint of disdain. I'm speaking of the future. Tiancheng, unfazed by her mockery, persisted with his boldness. I'll take your word for it, but for now, you must focus on your studies and aim for a prestigious university like 985, Tian Yue remarked, simultaneously writing out the formula and solution to a problem. Is that what you truly desire, to be my girlfriend? Tiancheng playfully leaned closer, attempting to provoke a reaction. Why are you getting so close to me? Tian Yue's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as she turned her face away, her beautiful eyes darting around cautiously, eyeing Tiancheng warily. I'm simply here to explain the problem. Aren't you the one who asked for help? He replied, feigning innocence. What kind of look is that? Are you imagining something untoward? Tiancheng dramatically clasped his chest, adopting an exaggeratedly foolish expression. Ugh, with that scrawny frame of yours, I wouldn't even feel it. Come here. Let me explain the problem to you. Tian Yue retorted, her annoyance palpable. Well, I'm coming over then, and you'll have to keep your hands to yourself. Tiancheng continued his playful banter. Chapter 24. The unacknowledged is always occurring. You're unbearable. You're giving me goosebumps. Tian Yue chided, shooting him an exasperated look before playfully nudging his leg with her foot. With a playful grin, Tiancheng leaned in closer, relishing the moment. Sensing the masculine aura of Tiancheng, Tian Yue's delicate face flushed slightly. Steadying her nerves, she commenced explaining the problems to him. It must be said, despite having forgotten much, Tiancheng's intellect remained sharp. He grasped concepts swiftly and learned with remarkable ease. Within a mere 5 minutes, Tian Yue had elucidated a rather challenging question, and Tiancheng had mastered it. When presented with a similar problem, he promptly arrived at the solution. I now harbor a suspicion that you might be intentionally concealing your abilities. Tian Yue gazed at Tiancheng in astonishment, somewhat incredulous. You do possess a certain foundation, don't you? Quickly, let us move on to the next question. I am eager to delve into foreign languages. No mathematics. Tiancheng remarked, brimming with enthusiasm. Primarily, the profile of the illustrious Tian Yue was genuinely captivating. Of course, boosting his grades was also necessary, at least to avoid undue embarrassment when called upon in class. Tian Yue swiftly regained her focus and proceeded to explain the next problem. The two engaged in a lively exchange, occasionally delving into intense discussions, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. When Tian Yue's phone rang, they were both startled to realize how much time had passed. It was already 10 o'clock. Hello, Mom. Yes. Everything is fine. I'm still at school. I'll be home as soon as I finish this set of problems. After hanging up, Tian Yue pointed to the problem they had yet to complete. Come on, let us continue. Shouldn't I escort you home first? Tiancheng suggested, glancing at the time. No worries, let us finish this. Just as Tian Yue finished speaking, there was a sudden clap, and the classroom lights extinguished. The school had cut the power. What a pity, we can't continue now, Tian Yue lamented. It's all right, I'll ponder it over at home. You should head back first. Very well. Tiancheng tidily gathered his belongings, and the two descended the stairs. It was rather dark. Upon exiting the classroom, the campus was eerily silent. The corridor shrouded in complete darkness, not a sound to be heard, sending a slight shiver down their spines. I'll lead the way. Just hold on to your backpack. Watch your step on the stairs. Tiancheng handed his backpack to Tian Yue, indicating for her to grasp it, then carefully made his way down the staircase. As Tian Yue observed Tiancheng's slightly swaying figure, warmth flooded her heart, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she held onto the backpack. Following him step by step, suddenly feeling less frightened. Why are we not home yet at this hour? The two wheeled their bicycles to the school gate, only to find it locked, the gatekeeper eyeing Tiancheng warily. Lost in study, Tiancheng replied with an air of arrogance. Studying? Who are you kidding? It seems you were merely fooling around. Which class are you from? What is your name? I'll inform your homeroom teacher. The gatekeeper's stern demeanor reflected his disapproval, chastising the youth for neglecting their studies in favor of romance. Just days earlier, news had circulated about a high school girl becoming pregnant, with 3 boys rushing to the hospital to pay for an abortion, resulting in a brawl that left them bloodied. We're from class 9 of the 3rd year. I'm Tian Yue. We merely wish to solve a few more problems and lost track of time. Tian Yue replied with a cheerful smile to the gatekeeper. Class 9? That's the honors class. The expression of the gatekeeper immediately shifted. I know you, young lady. You are renowned throughout the school for your excellent academic performance, consistently ranking first. You certainly would not act recklessly. Very well, I shall open the gate for you. Tian Yue exchanged a knowing wink with Tiancheng. Indeed, the privilege of being a top student. Tiancheng remarked with a hint of admiration. The gatekeeper opened the small gate, allowing the two to pass through. As they departed, he cautioned, that alley is quite dark, and there are often some ruffians causing trouble. Please be vigilant. If anything happens, shout loudly, and I will come to your aid. Rest assured, sir. Please take care of yourself, Tiancheng replied, and the two mounted their bicycles, riding together to the Winxiang rice noodle shop. The shop had already closed, and the staff had long since gone home. However, the lights outside still glowed warmly. At that moment, Tian Ruyun sat at a window seat, her eyes fixated intently on the outside. It was Tian Yue's first time returning so late. She had never done so before. When she finally spotted her daughter's figure emerging from the shadows, her anxious heart began to settle, though it still lingered in uncertainty. She noticed her daughter stop a distance away, and then a boy emerged from the shadows, pushing a bicycle with her familiar pink backpack hanging from the handlebars. Indeed, it was this lad. It seemed Tian Yue was genuinely in a romantic relationship. Though Tian Yue denied it verbally, their interactions clearly hinted at such a development. No worries. No worries. I shall observe further. Perhaps they are merely traveling the same route. Tian Ruyun's emotions were a mix of complexity. All right, this is far enough. You should head home now. It's getting late. Be careful on your way back, Tian Yue said as she took her backpack from Tiancheng's hands and placed it in her bicycle basket. Throughout their journey, they had been hurrying and did not converse much, yet Tian Yue felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if she had returned to 10 years ago. Walking home from school with that little boy? Go on in. I will wait until you are safely inside before I leave, Tiancheng said. Tian Yue smiled and walked briskly to the entrance of the noodle shop. She pushed the door open and turned back to look at Tiancheng. Finding him still standing there, his gaze directed towards her, which warmed her heart anew. She waved goodbye to him before stepping inside. I'm back. Have some late-night snacks to replenish your energy. Tian Ruyun casually placed a bowl of long-prepared white fungus and lotus seed porridge in front of Tian Yue. Thank you, Mom. Tian Yue replied sweetly, lifting the bowl to drink, though her eyes darted towards the entrance she had just come from. Yet, there was no longer a trace of anyone there. Did that boy walk you home? Tian Ruyun inquired further. Yes, Tian Yue responded, her hand trembling slightly as she acknowledged. Are you two in a relationship? Tian Ruyun decided to press on, her concern evident. No, Tian Yue replied firmly. The denial only heightened Tian Ruyun's unease. Typically, things that are vehemently denied often hold a kernel of truth. We are just ordinary classmates. Rest assured, I will not enter into a romantic relationship before I attend university. Tian Yue continued earnestly. Sometimes, love is not as simple as you think. Tian Ruyun sighed gently. Oh, foolish child. At times, you may unknowingly find yourself ensnared, unable to extricate yourself. However, Tian Yue's nature compelled her to intervene, yet she was at a loss on how to do so. Chapter 25. Who reported me? Why are you back so late? Tiancheng found Wei Shaoqin sitting on the sofa, knitting while watching television. Upon seeing her son return, she casually inquired. Tiancheng glanced towards the master bedroom. Isn't my father back yet? He had to add an extra class at his training session, busy earning money. Oh, you seem remarkably unconcerned. Aren't you worried I might run into trouble coming home at this hour? What trouble could a young man like you encounter? My concern lies with the girl you might be involved with. Wei Xiaoqin continued to knit, her eyes darting between the yarn and her son, as if searching for any signs of change. Are you implying something, mother? Tiancheng's thoughts shifted. Who has been gossiping about me? No one. I was merely waiting and waiting, but you hadn't answered your phone, so I called Lu Ye's family. Lu Ye mentioned that the girl proactively offered to help you with your studies and even brought you a box of fruit. I heard she ranks first in your school. Am I to expect a daughter-in-law from Qingbei in the future? Wei Xiaoqin's expression was one of sheer curiosity, her claims becoming increasingly outlandish. Perhaps not Qingbei, but certainly a 985 university is within reach. Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Wei Xiaoqin paused, evidently taken aback by her son's admission. Previously, rumors had reached her ears about Tiancheng pursuing a girl, and during that time, she had subtly probed him for information. Yet, he had always refuted any such claims, never acknowledging his interest. The girl named Li Sisi, whom Wei Xiaoqin had inquired about, had garnered a rather unfavorable reputation, and since Tiancheng denied any involvement, she chose not to press further. Today, however, Tiancheng had not denied his association with this new girl, suggesting that there might indeed be something budding between them. An academic prodigy, first in her class, she was certainly a far better match than Li Sisi. How presumptuous, as if she truly has eyes for you. Wei Xiaoqin rolled her eyes, her lips silent but her heart delighted. I merely spoke of her academic achievements. I never claimed she would be your daughter-in-law. Why are you so anxious? Tiancheng chuckled. You must focus on this final year. Don't create any distractions now. If your grades slip, I shall not let you off lightly. And do not let her grades suffer either. Furthermore, be cautious. You must not get into any mischief before the college entrance exams. Wei Xiaoqin was about to unleash her typical barrage of advice. You're overthinking it. She is a rational individual aiming for Qingbei, someone with substance. Tiancheng tapped his temple. Look at you. Our son is no slouch either. He is also destined for a 985 university. Upon hearing Tiancheng's words, Wei Xiaoqin immediately felt displeased. Every mother shares the same aspirations for her child, unwilling to tolerate even the slightest criticism from others, not even from the child themselves. Oh, rest assured, nothing will happen. Besides, so many eyes are watching. If anything were to go awry, wouldn't the school authorities tear me apart? I dare say the entire Langzhou would tremble. Tiancheng rolled his eyes. After all, he was the prize jewel of Langzhou No. 1 high school. Although he was close to Tian Yue, it was merely because they were classmates. Countless boys in the school were vying for Tian Yue's attention, those from other classes, the sports teams, or even outsiders. Many were aware of her reputation as the school beauty. Yet, why did no one dare to confess their feelings to her or disturb her? Boys from ordinary classes who dared approach her would likely be reprimanded by teachers. As for those from the sports teams, they would face even harsher consequences, being subjected to extra training and arduous tasks, only to later discover the reasons behind such treatment. The proximity between Tiancheng and Tian Yue was, in essence, managed within the purview of their homeroom teacher, Hu Xinxing. He had a tendency to resolve matters within the class, avoiding escalation to school authorities. In his words, this is a matter for my senior class 9. It is not for others to meddle. Furthermore, Tiancheng and Tian Yue had only interacted closely for 2 or 3 days, and Hu Xinxing had yet to observe any unusual circumstances. If they dared to pursue a romantic relationship, it was a mutual affair. Why should all the responsibility fall upon my son? Wei Xiaoqin felt irked by Tiancheng's remarks. Oh dear, this is utterly absurd. He merely assisted me with some tutoring. And you've spun it into an outrageous tale. If it's baseless, then cease the gossip. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Realizing that further discussion would lead to Wei Xiaoqin's incessant complaints, Tiancheng quickly declared his own hunger. Yes, indeed. I've already prepared sweet potato porridge for you, along with your favorite green rice cakes. Upon hearing that her son was hungry, Wei Xiaoqin hurried to the kitchen and brought out a pot of porridge and a plate of green rice cakes. Tiancheng eagerly grabbed a piece and devoured it. That being said, since he is helping you with your studies, you ought not to take without giving something in return. Perhaps prepare a token of gratitude? Wei Xiaoqin, watching her only son with indulgent affection, resumed the conversation. Let us not make a fuss. We are merely classmates, just ordinary classmates. Yu Tiancheng emphasized the word ordinary particularly. This is a matter that has no bearing. Refrain from speaking carelessly. It could tarnish the girl's reputation. Just look at that. Even without evidence. You've already turned your elbow outward, and you're concerned about her reputation? Truly, you've forgotten your mother after marrying. Wei Xiaoqin lamented. Yu Tiancheng found himself at a loss for words. All right, you win. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard, followed by the voice of Yu Wenyin. Mom, I'm not teasing you. If you could truly bring home a wife from Qingbei, I'd be overjoyed and would certainly support her. As Wei Xiaoqin spoke, she moved to open the door. The key was left at school, and knowing you were at home, I didn't go back to retrieve it. Upon entering, Yu Wenyin explained briefly, changed into his slippers, and glanced at Yu Tiancheng. Aren't you still awake, you little rascal? He returned a bit late after an additional evening study session. Yu Tiancheng responded with an acknowledgement. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, get to bed early. You have school tomorrow. Wei Xiaoqin chose not to expose Yu Tiancheng. She understood that Yu Wenyin was quite traditional. If he discovered the affair between his son and Tian Yue, he might engage Yu Tiancheng in a heart-to-heart conversation, making sleep a distant prospect for him that night. Chapter 26. Matters between women. Why should men interfere? The following morning, Yu Tiancheng rose early as usual, glancing at his computer and the dusty piano case behind it. Shaking his head. The pressure of studying in the final year was evident from the long hours at school. Late nights resulted in sleepy days. Yu Tiancheng even questioned whether students could truly exhibit their best academic performance under such relentless circumstances. Perhaps it was merely a method of sifting out the elite from the masses. Escaping such constraints was no simple feat. Nonetheless, he considered himself a survivor. With determination, Yu Tiancheng kicked off the blanket, rolled over, and sat up. The vitality of youth was indeed resilient. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he hopped on his bicycle and sped towards the school. Breakfast? He yearned for a bowl of noodles, but upon checking his pockets, he found himself bereft of funds, which stirred a sense of panic within him. What if Tian Yue wasn't there, and the proprietress refused to extend credit? Would he end up washing dishes for a day? Moreover, it felt inappropriate to take advantage of their hospitality repeatedly. One's dignity can be resilient, yet a degree of self-awareness is essential. At Wenxiang Rice Noodle Shop, Tian Yue sat at the very spot Yu Tiancheng occupied the previous day, enjoying her breakfast while occasionally glancing up, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Yet, even after finishing her meal, he had not appeared. Had he risen late? Was he tardy? Wiping the perspiration from her forehead with a tissue, Tian Yue approached her mother. Tian Ruyun. Mom, could you pack a bowl of noodles for me? Without a word, Tian Ruyun arranged for a bowl to be prepared in the kitchen, personally drenching it in sauce before handing it to Tian Yue. Once Tian Yue was ready to leave, Tian Ruyun inquired, Is this for you, Tiancheng? Yes. He might have woken up late, Tian Yue replied with a nod. I suspect he's just too shy to come over. Tell him to come by tomorrow. Takeout tends to become soggy and loses its flavor, Tian Ruyun advised. Tian Yue looked up at her mother, momentarily lost in thought. Shouldn't parents be concerned if they knew their daughter shared a close relationship with a boy? Why did Tian Ruyun's expression reveal nothing? Pondering this, Tian Yue averted her gaze, responding softly before cycling off to school. After Tian Yue left, Tian Ruyun retrieved her phone from the cash register, contemplating for a while before sighing and placing it back in the drawer. In classroom 9 of the senior year, Yu Tiancheng entered through the back door, holding a cup of soy milk. Oh, so you didn't carry the school bag for the campus beauty today? Lu Yexing immediately approached, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Yu Tiancheng cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yexing and inquired, What about the bandage on your head? Lu Yexing replied with irritation, Damn it, don't mention it. I forgot to take it off yesterday, and when I got home, my mother discovered it. She interrogated me thoroughly, thinking I had been up to no good and had gotten into a fight. She almost called old Hu. Is that why you went to my mother to complain? Does your mouth have no restraint, spewing out everything? Yu Tiancheng recalled the inexplicable interrogation he faced from Wei Taiho the night before. I simply didn't want you to be with Li Sisi anymore, so I mentioned it to Aunt Wei, intending to solidify that notion. Lu Yexing held his head high, portraying an air of righteousness. Yu Tiancheng retorted with 4 words, I'm feeling sour. So you betray me, and I should thank you for it? Tiancheng, I'd like to invite you to watch a movie this weekend, Infernal Affairs featuring Andy Lau. Aren't you a fan of his? At that moment, Li Sisi unexpectedly approached Yu Tiancheng, handing him 2 movie tickets. Infernal Affairs was currently screening and was immensely popular, attracting numerous movie enthusiasts. In his past life, Yu Tiancheng had watched the film as well, but it was he who had invited Li Sisi. After the film, he even treated her to dinner. Of course, as a gesture of gratitude, Li Sisi allowed Yu Tiancheng to escort her home, considering it a reward. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, Li Sisi would take the initiative to invite Yu Tiancheng to the movies? Moreover, she did so in front of their entire class, an occurrence that would have been unimaginable in the past. Li Sisi seemed determined, raising her voice slightly, thinking to herself, I have lowered myself like this. And you still want to agree to come with me to the movies? However, Yu Tiancheng had no desire to be entangled with her any longer. He waved his hand in refusal, saying, I'm sorry, I have plans this weekend. You should go with someone else. He rejected her. The incredulous anger was evident on Li Sisi's face. I asked you in front of so many people, and you have the audacity to disregard me? Plans? Who are you meeting? Li Sisi, feeling humiliated, pressed for answers. Yu Tiancheng, can't we all save face? Why must you make this so difficult? He shook his head in silence, bemused by her stubbornness and arrogance, as she always seemed to believe that life could not proceed without her. You must speak. If you can't, it proves you're lying. Li Sisi was genuinely provoked by Yu Tiancheng's dismissal, becoming obstinate and relentless. Inside the classroom, students engaged in morning reading, cleaning, or solving problems were drawn to the commotion, turning their heads to witness the unfolding drama. He has plans with me, a melodious yet slightly sweet voice chimed in. At that moment, a striking figure with a high ponytail appeared at the door. Her swaying hair seemed to illuminate the entrance with a radiant glow. Tian Yue had arrived. Yu Tiancheng's eyelids twitched, perplexed. What was happening? When did I have an appointment with you? He had promised to study with me, hadn't he? Tian Yue raised her head, resembling a proud swan, and turned to Yu Tiancheng to inquire. Yes, I aim to enter a prestigious university, and I intend to study diligently. I have a pact with Tian Yue. Yu Tiancheng smiled, harmonizing with her declaration. Tian Yue, I truly do not comprehend what merits you see in him. Why are you competing with me? Li Sisi, emboldened, cast aside her previous trepidation towards Tian Yue. Li Sisi, that's quite enough. Yu Tiancheng abruptly stood, unwilling to let Li Sisi's incessant meddling embroil others in her turmoil. Once this matter involved Tian Yue, it could escalate to the point where even the principal would take notice, and even their homeroom teacher, Hu Xingxing, would be unable to contain it. Li Sisi likely harbored similar thoughts, thus seeking to drag others down with her. If she was to suffer, she wished for no one to thrive. Tian Yue silenced Yu Tiancheng with a glance and thrust the packed rice noodles into his hands. Enjoy your meal. This is a matter between women. What business do men have in it? A collective gasp resonated through the classroom. Was this truly the aloof academic flower? Yu Tiancheng was taken aback. Could one be so forthright? Tian Yue then stepped closer to Li Sisi. Classmate, I am not vying with you. You are merely at odds with yourself. Let go. He is a diligent student, not suited for you. With your multitude of admirers, releasing one will not hinder your ability to navigate your social sphere. You. Li Sisi looked up at the towering Tian Yue, a sense of powerlessness washing over her. It was a primal fear in Li Sisi's eyes. Tian Yue stood like the phoenix among birds, unattainable and sacred. Chapter 27. The space you left me is quite limited. I will not relent. I refuse to acquiesce. Li Sisi clenched her teeth, her expression resolute. Yu Tiancheng shot her a sidelong glance, thinking, what the hell? Do you think I am merely your possession to command? Yet, he said nothing, merely intensifying his consumption of noodles. In the classroom, apart from the exchange between Tian Yue and Li Sisi, the only sound was the slurping of noodles, which became a cacophony. Quite a challenge, I must admit, I relish it. If you concede so easily, I would have to reconsider the validity of my choice. As it stands, my judgment appears sound, so let us engage. As a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, Tian Yue's competitive spirit was fierce, her bold and audacious nature, once unrestrained, surged with formidable energy. You claim he is a good student and unsuitable for me. Let me remind you, you too are a good student, unsuitable for him. The likelihood of you both attending the same university, or even residing in the same city, is exceedingly slim. In the end, you will both face unfavorable outcomes. Li Sisi retorted, seemingly hinting at something deeper. That is of no concern to you. There is ample time. I can assist him in improving his grades, while you can only drag him into the abyss. Tian Yue's words were a declaration of her intentions. Upon hearing this, the male students appeared utterly devastated, as if mourning a great loss. especially Zhang Rue, who seized a ballpoint pen and dramatically plunged it into his thigh, letting it rest momentarily on the surface before forcefully hurling it to the ground. Although he was aware that Tian Yue was unlikely to ever be with him, he could not bear the thought of associating with someone like Tiancheng, a scoundrel who lounged in the back of the classroom. Meanwhile, several girls gazed at Tian Yue and Tiancheng with starry eyes, their expressions brimming with gossiping excitement. The delightful duo. Hooray! At that moment, Tian Yue's defense of Tiancheng was undeniably impressive. It was indeed a topic worth discussing. Tiancheng, with a dazed expression, looked up, somewhat bewildered. Was his charm truly that great? How had he suddenly found himself the object of affection from two women who were now engaged in a competitive display for his attention? Did this mean he was becoming the talk of the town? Naturally, he was indifferent to the potential fallout. Having lived two lives, his capacity to endure far surpassed anyone's imagination. A distinct sound of polished shoes echoed through the hallway, signaling the approach of Aunt Huang. It was time for English morning reading. Upon seeing Aunt Huang nearing, Li Sisi dared not continue her confrontation with Tian Yue, realizing that if the teacher got involved, she would be the one to suffer. Tian Yue was certainly not one to be trifled with. You think too highly of him, Li Sisi muttered before indignantly retreating to her seat, her expression a mix of anger and frustration. Tiancheng rolled his eyes, thinking, what have I done wrong? In my previous life, despite being outmaneuvered by you, I managed to turn the tables in 108 ways. Tian Yue merely smiled and settled back down beside Tiancheng. She felt no need for debate. Her actions alone spoke volumes of her decision. When they say you can't, you must strive to prove them wrong. Tian Yue whispered to Tiancheng, who was slurping his soup. Can I or can't I? Why don't you find out? He retorted, inhaling sharply as he felt the heat from the spicy broth tingling his tongue. At present, it seemed he could not, but there was certainly potential. Reflecting on Tiancheng's performance with the exam papers and revisions the previous night, Tian Yue objectively stated, a man cannot be deemed incapable. Likewise, a woman should never claim her man is inadequate. Tiancheng cast a mischievous glance at Tian Yue's chest. Today, she had chosen not to wear her uniform, instead donning a light blue suspender dress that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by a brooch that exuded sophistication. It was this brooch that revealed a grand secret. Tian Yue possessed not only a slender waist, but also a remarkably generous bosom. As if sensing Tiancheng's roguish gaze, Tian Yue playfully pinched his side and twisted. Tiancheng recoiled sharply, akin to a door lock suddenly sprung open, crashing against the wall at an awkward angle. Since you're so capable, you must outperform me in the college entrance examination if you wish for me to be your girlfriend. With that, Tian Yue increased the stakes of their wager. Goodness, sister, are you joking? You've managed to score between 680 and 700. Haven't you left me a bit too little room? Tiancheng feigned astonishment, leaning closer to Tian Yue, whose face was less than 15 centimeters away. The proximity was overwhelming, with a fragrant aroma enveloping them. Perhaps it was the first time a boy had observed her from such a close distance, causing Tian Yue to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she raised her chin, a proud gleam flickering across her smooth complexion. Isn't it possible for a man to say no? Do you think a man's prowess can only be showcased when he stands at the forefront? Tiancheng felt a subtle stir within, contemplating that he could equally demonstrate his masculinity from behind. Nevertheless, he decided against it. If she preferred the front, let it be so. As their conversation unfolded, the sound of footsteps approached the classroom door. To everyone's surprise, the visitor was not Huang Wan, but rather a striking woman clad in a white blouse, pencil pants, and high heels. The entire class of boys fixated their attention upon her. Wasn't he that Su Lan, the computer teacher from the microcomputer room? For the senior students, the most disheartening reality was the loss of numerous elective classes. The strongest physical education teacher was perpetually ill, the melodious music teacher was always preoccupied, and at Zhang. They also had the most beautiful computer teacher frequently away for studies. Su Lan's unexpected appearance today certainly thrilled the male students of Class 9. Standing at the classroom entrance, Su Lan first glanced at the sign on the door to confirm it was Class 9, then directed a captivating smile towards the boy sitting in the front row. Where's Tiancheng? The boy, momentarily entranced by Su Lan's beauty, initially misinterpreted her inquiry as directed towards him. It was only upon hearing Tiancheng's name that he realized she was looking for him. What on earth had Tiancheng done to warrant the attention of the enchanting teacher? He sitting at the back, by the rear door. His female classmate, noticing his dazed state, promptly responded to Su Lan. The back door? Su Lan looked up and spotted Yu Tiancheng, who was holding a plastic container, engaged in animated conversation with a female classmate, their proximity so close that they seemed on the verge of kissing. The girl was quite lovely. Lucky rascal, indeed. Su Lan cast a disapproving glance at Yu Tiancheng, initially considering circling around to grasp his ear and tease him a bit. However, she quickly reconsidered. Such antics were beneath a teacher. Resolutely straightening her posture and adjusting her collar, Su Lan raised her voice deliberately. Yu Tiancheng, come here. We need to visit the office. Chapter 28. Misuse of terms. This is called training. Despite her efforts to project authority, Su Lan still lacked the commanding presence of a teacher, instead exuding the air of a secretary reporting to her boss. The entire classroom's attention swiftly converged upon Yu Tiancheng once more. Even Tian Yue looked at him with a face full of astonishment. What mischief have you been up to now? Cut the nonsense. I'm heading to the office, where serious matters are discussed. Yu Tiancheng replied to Tian Yue before rising and exiting through the back door. As the two departed, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussion once again. Is it true that Teacher Su is also looking for Yu Tiancheng? This guy seems to be in the limelight lately, a boy murmured, his words laced with a hint of jealousy. Humph, who knows what trouble he's caused? Didn't you hear the tone in Teacher Su's voice? Yu Tiancheng, step out for a moment, Zhang Rui added, placing his hands on his hips and mimicking Su Lan's stance, embellishing the situation. Stop your nonsense. It's South not your place to gossip about what you has done. Lu Yeshing interjected, unable to tolerate Zhang Rui's disparaging remarks. You know nothing. I heard that a few days ago, there was an incident in the computer lab. All the computers crashed, halting microcomputer classes school-wide. It must be Yu Tiancheng's doing. Zhang Rui maliciously attempted to tarnish Yu Tiancheng's reputation. However, unbeknownst to him, this incident was indeed connected to Yu Tiancheng, though not in the manner he implied. What the hell? You spout rumors without accountability. That computer lab crash could have been caused by a virus. It has nothing to do with you. You're just bored, aren't you? If you've eaten too much, go run a couple of laps on the playground to digest. Lu Yeshing retorted angrily, kicking Zhang Rui's chair, nearly sending him sprawling. Hey, why the physicality? Looking for a fight? Zhang Rui steadied himself, his face flushed, shouting with a bulging neck. Let us fight then. I'm not afraid of you. Lu Yeshing rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms like a young bull. I won't stoop to your level. If you have the guts, take it up with Aunt Huang. Zhang Rui immediately backed down, resuming his seat and lowering his head to focus on his studies. Lu Yeshing noticed Huang Wan entering and fell silent, returning to his book. Teacher, I have a stomachache. Zhang Rui suddenly raised his hand, reporting to Huang Wan. Go ahead. Huang Wan shot him a glance, still maintaining courtesy towards the former English class representative, particularly since he rarely caused trouble. Zhang Rui promptly stood, hunched over, and hurriedly exited the classroom. That rascal is definitely not really in pain. Lu Yeshing muttered through gritted teeth, then raised his hand. Teacher, I'm on duty today, and haven't mopped the floor yet. Go on. Huang Wan replied impatiently, frowning. Lu Yeshing dashed to the back, grabbing the bucket and mop, racing out. Life is treating you well, and you have a lovely companion, Su Lan remarked, crossing her arms and eyeing Yu Tiancheng critically. Teacher Su, as an educator, how can you utter such irresponsible words? Yu Tiancheng warned with a serious expression. Huh, spare me the pretense, man. I've encountered too many like you, each with their own hidden agendas. Su Lan spoke in an unexpectedly mature tone, but then shifted to a conspiratorial whisper. Come, follow me to the computer room. I have something special to show you. With that, she assumed a teacherly demeanor, striding purposefully toward the computer room. This woman, attempting to play the role of an educator while simultaneously concealing her age, must find such transitions exhausting. Yu Tiancheng trailed behind her, captivated by the way her fitted pencil pants accentuated her figure, discarding his takeout box into a nearby trash bin. Upon reaching the computer room, Su Lan gestured towards the first computer, declaring, This will be your desk for the next month. Puzzled, Yu Tiancheng blinked at her. Beside the computer lay a substantial stack of materials. Ignoring his confusion, Su Lan retrieved a preliminary examination admission ticket from her desk and tossed it at him. Here you go. I've taken care of it. Just affix a photo. Thank you. Yu Tiancheng gratefully accepted the ticket, relieved that he had 2 days left before the registration deadline, an endeavor that would have been challenging without Su Lan's assistance. She then patted the stack of materials on his desk. These are past competition papers I procured from Xingqing just for you. It was quite the favor. So if you fail to pass the preliminary exam, I shall hold you accountable. Tiancheng glanced at the materials, astonished to see they were all printed, an impressive collection that must have required considerable effort. For the coming month, your task is to complete these exercises. This computer room will serve as your classroom. You can study here without interruption, and I eagerly await the day you achieve success. Su Lan stated gravely. What about my other classes? Tiancheng inquired, puzzled. Forget them. If you advance to the semifinals and earn an award, esteemed universities will court you. What significance do those classes hold then? Su Lan replied nonchalantly, rolling her eyes. What if the other teachers come looking for me? He pressed. That won't be an issue. I've already spoken with your homeroom teacher, who will explain the situation to them, she reassured, waving her hand dismissively. Taking her place at the computer, she retrieved a cloth from the drawer and meticulously cleaned the desk and the machine before tossing the cloth aside, powering up the computer. She opened another drawer, pulling out a lollipop, contemplating for a moment before tossing another one to Tiancheng, crossing her legs. From tomorrow onward, you'll be responsible for cleaning. So, I'm to be your unpaid laborer now? Tiancheng feigned sorrow, unwrapping the lollipop and popping it into his mouth. Nonsense, I never offered you a lollipop. She retorted. This laborer of mine is far too undervalued. Enough chatter. Start with 2 sets from that first book, and I'll check your work. Should your accuracy fall below 80%, prepare for a reprimand. Su Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened as she put on an intimidating facade. Tiancheng, fully aware of the situation, understood that Hu Xingxing, that cunning old fox, was likely concerned about interrupting Tian Yue's studies, but felt too embarrassed to express it directly. Instead, he had Su Lan escort him to the computer room, suggesting that if he wished to participate in the competition, he should focus solely on his studies and refrain from lingering in the classroom, causing unnecessary worry. Am I now under house arrest? He quipped, correcting himself, I mean. This is called intensive training. As Su Lan spoke, she glanced at her computer screen and gestured towards Tiancheng. Please draw the curtains. Why? He replied. If you close the curtains, how can I see the problems? Are you trying to make me nearsighted? Tiancheng feigned reluctance. My computer's glare is affecting my internet usage. Besides, it's broad daylight. Your eyesight isn't impaired, is it? Can't you see those large characters clearly? Su Lan retorted with an exasperated huff. Fine, it's your territory. Your word is law. Tiancheng grumbled as he rose and moved to the window, pulling the curtains tightly shut with a whoosh. Outside in the corridor, Zhang Rui and Lu Yexing peeked in from 2 different angles, both wide-eyed with curiosity. What is going on? Why are the curtains closed? What could they possibly be doing in the computer room during the day? The sight of the school's most stunning female teacher and the most notorious troublemaker huddled in a darkened room sparked their imaginations, filling them with intrigue. Chapter 29. Not that we're hiding from you, this problem seems quite familiar, despite having nearly forgotten all his high school knowledge. When Tiancheng picked up the past exam papers for the informatics competition, long-lost memories surged back. After all, he had been an informatics coach for 2 years, and these problems were all too familiar to him. Not only did he recall the questions up to 2003, but even extending 20 years beyond that. He retained a vivid recollection. With fervent strokes of his pen for 20 minutes, Tiancheng completed the 2 sets of problems and tossed them to Su Lan. Finished so soon? Did you even read the questions? You didn't copy the answers, did you? Su Lan, still engrossed in her game, was genuinely surprised by his speed. Do you believe that copying answers is slower than writing them directly? He casually replied. You're quite confident, Su Lan remarked, retrieving the answer key from a nearby drawer and checking his work. To her astonishment, he had answered every question correctly. This meant that if Tiancheng were to take the preliminary round based on these 2 sets of problems, he would undoubtedly pass. Su Lan's previously anxious heart settled considerably. It seemed her gamble had paid off handsomely. Confidence stems from one's formidable abilities. Tiancheng smiled subtly. Well then, how about you solve 2 sets of the second round problems for me to review? Su Lan suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Miss, the second round problems require coding. If you've printed them out, they're meant to challenge me thoroughly. How about I code directly on the computer instead? Plus, with the curtains drawn so tightly, it's rather straining on the eyes. Tiancheng raised his chin and inquired of Su Lan, what do you call me? It sounds quite pleasant. Although Su Lan initially intended to maintain a stern demeanor and insist that he should refer to her as teacher, the term Miss resonated with her, evoking a delightful sentiment. After all, the classroom was devoid of others. She thought it permissible to be addressed as he pleased. Miss, after all, isn't Su Laoshi just a few years older than me? And she is so beautiful. Calling her Miss seems entirely appropriate. Tiancheng quickly showered her with compliments. Indeed. In the absence of others, you may call me that. Just use your computer. Su Lan was quite pleased with Tiancheng's response. She gestured slightly, and he smiled faintly before powering on the device. He grabbed the test papers and began typing swiftly. At that moment, Su Lan ceased to lounge casually and approached him from behind, observing his problem-solving techniques. Outside the computer room, Lu Yexing and Zhang Rue approached the window from opposite directions. Zhang Rue, arriving first, peered at the curtains of the computer room for an extended period, unable to discern the happenings within. He resorted to pressing his ear against the glass. The soundproofing here is rather inadequate. I can hear some noise, he noted. Lu Yexing stealthily approached the computer room's exterior. Noticing Zhang Rue eavesdropping with curiosity, he quietly positioned himself behind Zhang Rue, leaning in to listen as well. Inside, as Su Lan witnessed Tiancheng's fingers dance across the keyboard with remarkable speed, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is your speed truly this astonishing? Oh, this is merely a fraction of my capabilities. Allow me to demonstrate further." Tiancheng seemed to boast deliberately, accelerating his typing speed once more. In a mere 15 seconds, he solved the computer competition problem related to visual boundaries using a segment tree algorithm. Wow, you are incredibly skilled. Su Lan gazed at Tiancheng in shock, her youthful features transforming into an adorable expression that left even middle-aged men astounded. She playfully patted his shoulder, stating, "You are quite impressive." Tiancheng instinctively gasped, "Ouch. That hurts. Be gentle." "Oh, I apologize. Let me massage it for you." Su Lan realized she had been too forceful and quickly began to rub his shoulder, all the while giggling. "Hee, I consider myself fortunate to have found a treasure in you, Tiancheng. From this moment forth, you shall be my Achilles heel, my cherished possession. Whoever dares to snatch you away, I shall fiercely retaliate." "Su Laoshi, can we refrain from such ambiguous declarations? It may lead to misunderstandings. Call me Su Laoshi." "No, call me Miss." "Yes, Miss. That's more like it. Rest assured, the Miss shall treat you well." "Quickly, let's tackle another question." Su Lan pointed to the next problem. Outside, Zhang Rue, straining to listen, had his eyes wide with disbelief, utterly astonished. The beautiful teacher in the computer room and Tiancheng are engaged in something indescribable? Lu Yexing was equally astonished. Goodness, is Tiancheng really this flamboyant? Can I no longer refer to him as Yue? Perhaps Jingo instead? No, that too would belittle his stature. I might as well call him Godfather. Ugh, how shameless. I must tell Tian Yue about this. Listen. Zhang Rue suddenly had an epiphany. He rose to his feet, turned around, and unexpectedly found himself face to face, lips to lips, with Lu Yexing. Zhang Rue was utterly oblivious to the presence of another person behind him and let out a terrified scream. "Oh my goodness!" Lu Yexing, equally taken aback by Zhang Rue's sudden pivot, felt as though he had been sullied by the unexpected kiss and screamed in unison. "Who is it?" Inside the room, Su Lan's eyes widened in surprise, her voice rising an octave. Outside, Lu Yexing and Zhang Rue wiped their mouths and spat, momentarily stunned by Su Lan's outburst. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Run." Lu Yexing turned and dashed away, with Zhang Rue trailing closely behind, both resembling untamed steeds racing towards the staircase. As they rounded a corner, Lu Yexing, caught off guard, collided with the mop and bucket he had left behind, stumbling and inadvertently toppling Zhang Rue as well. The two of them then tumbled down the stairs like rolling gourds. In the computer room, Su Lan emerged, lollipop in mouth, her high heels clicking assertively. She exuded an air of authority akin to that of a boss. However, the corridor was already deserted. Glancing around, she snorted in disdain before retreating into the computer room, locking the door behind her. "How dare someone eavesdrop in my computer room? What do they intend to do? Do they suspect I'm nurturing a prodigy and wish to steal my secrets? Or are they curious about the content of my training sessions?" Little did Su Lan know that it was merely two students lost in their own thoughts outside. At that moment, her mind was entirely preoccupied with Tiancheng. Or more precisely, the ecstatic notion that she could cultivate a student capable of excelling in Olympiads. For her, Tiancheng was the apple of her eye. Even the slightest disturbance made her think it was related to him. Hence, she locked the door to the computer room, thinking, "You wish to see what we are doing? Absolutely not. I shall infuriate you." Chapter 30. The most joyful teacher within the computer room, under Su Lan's coercive persuasion. Yu Tiancheng completed 2 sets of preliminary and qualifying examination questions, thoroughly impressing her. So, is there still a need for this training? Yu Tiancheng spread his arms, questioning his prowess. Indeed, there is a pressing necessity. Given your current level, securing a recommendation is practically a foregone conclusion. There is no pressing need for you to attend classes. It would be better for you to remain here. Feel free to play on the computers this afternoon. You pursue your interests while I pursue mine, Su Lan said with a serious demeanor. Really? I can use the computers freely? A smile finally graced Yu Tiancheng's face. He had been anticipating this very statement. The daily school schedule was rigorously strict, from 6 in the morning to 9:30 at night, compounded by the study sessions imposed by Tian Yue. By the time he returned home and took care of his personal hygiene, it would often be past 11. At home, Wei Shaoqin and Yu Wenyin kept a watchful eye, leaving Yu Tiancheng with no time to engage in his own pursuits on the computer. So, I can move about freely in the computer room during the day? Yu Tiancheng inquired tentatively. No problem. So, are you satisfied with this reward? Su Lan wore a sly expression. Nothing is more coveted than freedom. She felt utterly satisfied. What about the evening study session? Yu Tiancheng pondered the extent to which Hu Xingxing intended to control him. As for the evening study, I'm not concerned with you. A girl like me needs her own personal space. I have no time to be entangled with a little brat every day. All right, it's mealtime. Go to the canteen and get 2 servings. I'll treat you. As Su Lan spoke, she retrieved her employee card from the drawer and tossed it to Yu Tiancheng. Both teachers and students were required to load money onto their cards, which they would swipe during meals. I see you're too lazy to fetch your own food. Aren't you? You guessed correctly. Quickly, go now. There's no queue at this moment. Otherwise, once class ends, those little rascals will snatch everything up. Su Lan reclined in her chair, her petite feet clad in black stockings swinging gently in high heels. After a morning of interaction, she had grown weary of maintaining any semblance of teacherly authority in front of Yu Tiancheng. After all, she was a mature young woman. What need had she for an image? Fetching food is far better than spending one's own money. Yu Tiancheng pouted and dashed to the canteen with the meal card. Indeed, as Su Lan had indicated, with 15 minutes remaining until class concluded, the canteen's dishes had just been prepared, steaming and fragrant wafting through the air. In order to avoid emphasizing any special treatment, Langzhou No. 1 High School mandated that teachers and students alike queue for meals, receiving the same dishes. However, teachers like Su Lan managed to secure certain privileges. For instance, she could enter the canteen 10 minutes early, thus avoiding the line altogether. Yu Tiancheng swiftly returned with 2 plates of food. His selections included braised pork, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, and potato beef stew. For Su Lan, he chose a serving of hand-torn cabbage, mapo tofu, stir-fried cauliflower, and spinach scrambled with eggs. While serving, the canteen lady playfully teased Yu Tiancheng. You're here quite early today, huh? Bringing food for Ms. Su from the computer room? Upon hearing this, the canteen lady's hands steadied. And with a twinkle in her eye, she even scooped an extra helping for him. Here, take more, eat your fill. Yu Tiancheng chuckled and hurried back to the computer room with the 2 trays. Wow, you're really not holding back, are you? Su Lan exclaimed, her eyes wide as she beheld the abundance on Yu Tiancheng's trays. Can you finish all this? You wouldn't understand. Back in my hometown, there's a saying about the impoverished. If you are too polite when someone treats you, you'll never have more than 4 dishes in your lifetime. Yu Tiancheng grinned and eagerly reached for the plate filled with 4 meat dishes. These were among the canteen's most coveted offerings, which students typically hesitated to purchase, let alone indulge in 4 dishes at once. The reasons for their reluctance stemmed from the belief that the school meals were inferior to those outside, and students preferred to reserve some money for personal use rather than loading their cards entirely. Wait, how did you know I like these dishes? As Su Lan spoke, she pulled 4 plates of meat dishes towards herself, leaving the 4 vegetarian plates for Yu Tiancheng. Stop it, those are mine. Su Lao, sure, being a woman. Consuming so much meat can lead to weight gain, and then your figure will be less than beautiful, Yu Tiancheng protested, gazing longingly at the 4 meat dishes. Rest assured, dear sister, I possess innate beauty and can indulge without gaining weight, Su Lan retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Yu Tiancheng. Let go of it. Look at this braised pork and the beef brisket. They are laden with fat, too greasy. You surely cannot stomach it. Why not allow me to take care of it? Yu Tiancheng pointed at the glistening fatty pieces of pork intentionally trying to disgust Su Lan. Can you help me when I need to use the restroom? Of course not. Then by the same logic, when I am hungry, can you not see that you eating only exacerbates my hunger? Your comparison is truly indecent. Release it. Under Su Lan's relentless kicks and pinches, Tiancheng could only swallow his saliva, watching helplessly as the meat dishes seemed to drift farther away from him. I have never encountered a woman like you. Do you comprehend the essence of teacher's ethics, the meaning behind the phrase as the candle burns down, its tears dry up? Resigned, Tiancheng lamented and picked up a plate filled with greens, beginning to eat. I have never seen a student like you. Do you understand the importance of respecting your teachers and the path of learning? Su Lan grinned at Tiancheng, whose mouth was smeared with grease, the lip gloss on her small lips entirely consumed. To Tiancheng's astonishment, Su Lan was not merely teasing him. She genuinely relished the meat dishes, having devoured more than half of the large plate. Specifically, only the shredded radish and wood ear mushrooms remained in the dish of Yuxiang shredded pork. As all the meat had been consumed, you truly are beyond my expectations, Tiancheng exclaimed, his words slightly tangled. I'll return the plates shortly. I am going to take a beauty nap. Remember to lock the door upon your return. It would be unfortunate if a leader were to drop by, though they seldom do. In the microcomputer room, there was a small cubicle originally intended for storage, which Su Lan had tidied up, placing a small bed inside, transforming it into her exclusive resting area. After giving Tiancheng a reminder, Su Lan entered the cubicle, shutting the door behind her, and indeed fell asleep. This woman seems to be the happiest teacher at the school, Tiancheng mused, hastily finishing his meal and, as per Su Lan's request, quickly returning the plates to the cafeteria. He then returned to the microcomputer room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and swiftly logged into his account. Chapter 31. 3 major events in Class 9 at the Wenxiang rice noodle shop. Seated by the window at the back, Tian Yue took small bites of her rice. Yet she had not touched the stir-fried beef with potatoes before her. Her movements were somewhat mechanical, her eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Why are you only eating rice and ignoring the vegetables? Tian Yue inquired, placing a bowl of black-bone chicken soup on the table, stirring it gently as steam wafted upwards. While engaging Tian Yue in conversation, with her experience, she could easily discern that her daughter was preoccupied with something. Yet, she hesitated to ask directly. Oh, Tian Yue merely responded with a light acknowledgement, symbolically picking up a few strands of potato and pushing around a couple of bites of rice. Don't eat so hastily. It's not good for your stomach. Have some soup to settle it, Tian Yue urged, pushing a bowl of black-bone chicken soup towards her. Tian Yue replied again, lifting the bowl and gulping down half of it before dabbing her mouth with a tissue. Mom, I'm done eating. Where's the fruit platter? Child, you've scarcely eaten any rice. Studying so hard every day, you need more nourishment, Tian Yue sighed, pondering what was troubling her daughter. Was it possible that she had quarreled with that boy named Tiancheng? Indeed, relationships seldom bring good tidings. Would this state of affairs adversely affect her subsequent grades? The fruit platter hadn't even been prepared yet. Tian Yue's tone was somewhat brusque, and it was likely that the fruit would end up being devoured by the dog. Oh dear, hurry up. You'll be late for school. Tian Yue's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating warmth as she looked at her mother with a charming expression. You've got me at a loss. Upon seeing her daughter's smile, Tian Yue's initial annoyance dissipated. This child's smiles had indeed increased lately. Well, as long as you're happy, she conceded, rising to prepare the fruit platter while casually grabbing a takeout box. Thank you, Mom. Tian Yue seemed to grasp her mother's intent, her face slightly flushed as she called out. As long as you're pleased, Tian Yue replied over her shoulder, her tone tinged with exasperation. Hee. Tian Yue chuckled foolishly, resting her chin on her hand and gazing out at the bustling crowd outside. Once again lost in her tangled thoughts, what on earth had that fellow been summoned by Teacher Su for? Throughout the morning, Tian Yue had heard an abundance of rumors. Class 9 of the senior year had experienced 3 significant incidents. The first was that Tiancheng had been called to the microcomputer room by Su Lan and hadn't returned to class all morning. The second was that Zhang Rui had fractured his arm. The third was that Lu Yexing had also suffered a broken arm. Both proclaimed simultaneously that their injuries were not the result of a fight, but rather from falling down the stairs. The critical point was that both had limped back to the classroom to report to their homeroom teacher, Hu Xinxing, who had been kept busy that morning, calling an ambulance to take the two to the hospital and notifying their parents. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Zhang Rui, unfazed by his own broken arm, hastened to Tian Yue, eagerly reporting that Tiancheng was engaged in some unspeakable activities with Su Lan in the microcomputer room. This matter was scandalous to an alarming degree. Of course, Zhang Rui only confided in her, not daring to spread the word further. After all, this involved Su Lan. If the allegations were true, they would have dire social repercussions. If they were false, Zhang Rui would face the consequences of defaming a teacher and a classmate. Deliberately spreading rumors, expulsion might be excessive, but a serious reprimand would certainly be warranted. To speak candidly, given Tian Yu's rationality, she initially found the situation difficult to believe. From her perspective, Su Lan and Tiancheng seemed to have no conceivable connection. Typically, Su Lan's interactions with most of the students at school were as distant as the Yangtze River is from the Yellow River, their paths rarely converging. At most, she might enlist a couple of students to assist with menial tasks or to move some items. However, the fact that Su Lan had summoned Tiancheng alone piqued her curiosity. What further complicated Tian Yu's deliberation was Zhang Rui's remark. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Yexing. He heard it too." This sentiment echoed the age-old truth that every girl harbors a penchant for gossip. Given that this matter involved Tiancheng, Tian Yu's intrigue deepened. She approached Lu Yexing, who was also awaiting an ambulance, to inquire directly. Lu Yexing did not respond straightforwardly. Instead, he stammered, I don't know. Oh, my head hurts a bit, and my elbow. Oh dear, my crown." His outburst drew Hu Xingxing over, causing Tian Yu's interrogation to dissolve into ambiguity. Nonetheless, Lu Yexing's reaction led Tian Yue to sense that, as Zhang Rui had suggested, the situation was indeed unusual. How could two individuals, whose lives seemed utterly disparate, engage in such audacious and morally questionable behavior? Despite her reluctance to accept this notion, Zhang Rui's assertion and Lu Yexing's evasive demeanor felt uncomfortably genuine, as if they were deliberately concealing something. She resolved that upon his return in the afternoon, she would demand clarity. The truth would inevitably surface. At that moment, Tang Ruyun entered, carrying a platter of sliced fruit, setting it before Tian Yue alongside a takeout box filled with more fruit. Today's bananas are particularly sweet," she noted. "Mom, I'm off to class." Tian Yue popped a piece of banana into her mouth, smiled at Tang Ruyun while grabbing the takeout box, and dashed away. Tang Ruyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu, this child." Once Tian Yue departed, a shadow seemed to fall across Tang Ruyun's face. This course of events was unsustainable. It felt as if Tian Yu's spirit had been lost, jeopardizing her academic performance. Tang Ruyun muttered to herself and moved toward the cash register, opening a drawer to retrieve her phone. As she hovered over Hu Xingxing's contact, she hesitated. Perhaps it would be wise to observe a little longer? Looking up, she noticed the bicycle had vanished from sight, and after a moment of indecision, her finger inadvertently pressed down, dialing the number. Beep, beep. Hello, is this Tian Yu's mother? Ah, yes, it's me, Teacher Hu. How may I assist you? Recently, I've noticed that Xiao Yu's demeanor seems off. She appears to be getting quite close to a boy, and I'm concerned that the two of them might owe this matter. I'm aware of it. Indeed, I am aware. However, rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. That boy has been reassigned. Reassigned? Yes, he has been moved to the computer lab for intensive training. Intensive training? Is that child a competitor? You are familiar with competitors? I have some understanding. Previously, Ye had also engaged in some training, but eventually had to abandon it due to family circumstances. I see. Do not worry. This child will be preparing for competitions and will not spend much time at school. With Tian Yu's rationality, he will undoubtedly regain his footing swiftly, ensuring his academic performance remains unaffected. If that child is eligible for guaranteed admission, Tian Yue will certainly not allow himself to fall behind. Sometimes, such relationships can be leveraged effectively, leading to more favorable outcomes. All right, I understand now. Since Teacher Hu has made the arrangements, I need not worry any further. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Goodbye. Goodbye. On Hu Xingxing's end, after hanging up the phone, he smugly clasped his hands behind his back, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have the foresight. Otherwise, he would have been utterly clueless when questioned, casting doubt on his capabilities as a class teacher. However, his moment of pride was short-lived as a medical staff member approached him. Lu Yexing, are you Zhang Rui's guardian? I am their class teacher. It's the same. Here is the payment slip. Please pay the fee first before coming to collect the medication. All right. Those two foolish boys. How did they manage to break their arms? And not just one, but 2. Chapter 32. Regardless of the circumstances at Langzhou No. 1 High School, in the computer lab, Tiancheng sat down at his workstation, only to feel the mouse momentarily freeze. Then, the entire screen became unresponsive. What on earth is happening? Am I infected? Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. After a few agonizing minutes, the mouse finally regained its functionality, only to freeze once more. Has it crashed? Observing the notification icon in the lower right corner, Tiancheng realized that the influx of friend requests had overwhelmed the system, causing it to freeze. Curse it. I should have never left my account logged in. A mere email address would have sufficed. Tiancheng felt a pang of regret. He hastily logged onto the Big Chicken Gaming Network, aiming to modify the settings and detach his account, leaving only an email address. Upon closer inspection of the backend, he was astonished to find that, despite not checking for several days, this seemingly insignificant gaming site had amassed over 1 million views. Incredible, at this rate. The traffic is quite promising. However, Tiancheng understood that this situation would not last indefinitely. After a few days of playing these simple games, the novelty would wear off, and eventually, the traffic would stabilize. Without the introduction of new games, the viewership would gradually decline, and once the peak has passed, so too would the opportunity for monetization. Unless he continued to develop fresh, engaging mini-games that would captivate players' attention. Despite possessing numerous outdated game ideas, Tiancheng had no intention of further investing in the Big Chicken Gaming Network. Would that not confine him to a life as a mere code monkey specializing in mini-games? How could he then revel in the joys of youth and the beauty of life? All he required was a modest amount of startup capital. Tiancheng logged in once more, only to experience yet another freeze of the computer. Alas, let me first check my email. Tiancheng was drenched in perspiration as he pondered, ultimately deciding to open his inbox. Within, he discovered over 700 unread messages. His eyelids fluttered. It was astonishing that a mere few web-based games had garnered such attention. A cursory glance revealed that half of these messages were mere duplicates. Many sought his contact information, while a greater number came from software companies, some expressing interest in acquiring the Grand Chicken Gaming Network, others extending job offers directly to him. Among these were invitations from notable corporations, including the future-renowned Jinshan Company, the pig farming enterprise known as Tsinghua and Penguin. Tiancheng mused that during this period, the pig farm was preparing for the final internal testing of the game Fantasy Westward Journey. Even if they were interested in his mini-games, he doubted they would offer a substantial price. Moreover, it was rather disheartening that the individual who reached out from the pig farm was merely a project manager's secretary. Such disdain for a future deity. He scoffed slightly and turned his attention to the email from Jinshan Company, noting that the sender, Zhou Haiba, was indeed a significant figure, overseeing the gaming department and a notable executive. Behind Zhou Haiba was Lei Busi, a titan of the internet industry. In later years, Lei Busi's business empire would burgeon, with rumors circulating that during a period of decline, he still possessed a cold sum of 4 billion on his balance sheet. Even now, Lei Busi's word held immense weight at Jinshan, and Zhou Haiba ascended to leadership after Lei Busi's departure. Then there was Zhang Xiangdong from Penguin, a direct decision-maker of considerable influence. Tiancheng's hand trembled slightly. At this juncture, Penguin was likely preparing for its IPO, and they must have substantial funds at their disposal. The fact that this mogul personally reached out to him was astonishing. Without hesitation, Tiancheng set his sights on his objectives and logged in again. After 2 attempts, the system finally held steady. 10 minutes later, having swiftly scanned through the friend requests, he finally located the individual who had added him, Zhang Xiangdong from Penguin. He added the friend. The username was indeed commanding. Hello, I am Zhang Xiangdong from Penguin. May I ask how to address you? To Tiancheng's surprise, the moment he added the friend, a message promptly arrived. It seemed as though Zhang Xiangdong had been seated at his computer, awaiting his arrival. Tiancheng typed succinctly. Greetings, Yu Shun. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. At that moment, Zhang Xiangdong was so exhilarated that he dropped his rice rolls on the floor, utterly oblivious. Finally, he had connected with this individual. He even contemplated using his privileges to add Tiancheng directly to his friend list, but he refrained. Yu Shun? Tiancheng was taken aback. In his previous life, he was merely a programmer skilled in various techniques, compared to a titan like Zhang Xiangdong. He felt as if he were from a different realm, the disparity too vast to be merely described as admiration. Now, Zhang Xiangdong regards Tiancheng as a figure of almost divine stature, which leaves you feeling quite pleased within. Where is you from? Langzhou. Still in Langzhou? Indeed. Zhang Xiangdong engaged in a roundabout conversation, attempting to gauge Yu Tiancheng's current situation. However, after their exchange, Zhang found himself even more bewildered. Langzhou is merely a fourth-tier city, far from the likes of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. How could such a tech magnate suddenly emerge from such a locale? Subsequently, Yu Tiancheng and Zhang Xiangdong began to converse in earnest. Zhang initiated the discussion by proposing to acquire the Big Chicken gaming network at a price that was rather substantial, 4 million, double the market value. Yet, Yu Tiancheng promptly declined. Zhang then sweetened the deal, not only offering to purchase the network, but also inviting Yu to join his team at Penguin as a project leader. With a starting salary of 20,000 a month, along with stock options and opportunities for advancement. In 2003, a salary of 20,000 equates to an annual income of 240,000. A staggering amount considering that the average monthly wage for most individuals at that time hovered around a mere 1,000. Even graduates from prestigious 985 and 211 universities would find themselves starting at just over 3,000 per month in first-tier cities like Shenzhen. Furthermore, the inclusion of stock options meant that anyone with a modicum of sense could perceive the latent value of Penguin. Once Penguin went public, possessing those options would grant Yu Tiancheng financial freedom. If he were an ordinary programmer, he might have been taken aback by Zhang Xiangdong's generous offer, possibly even swayed by it. However, Yu Tiancheng had lived 2 lives and was acutely aware of the worth of what he held. Neither the 4 million acquisition offer nor the high-paying position could shake his resolve. I had thought Mr. Zhang was a man of integrity, but it seems you're not quite so agreeable. Over next door, Mr. Lei is offering an 8-figure sum, which demonstrates far more sincerity. Moreover, there are others in line, such as Mr. Ding and Mr. Zhou. If that is the case, let us end our discussions here. Yu Tiancheng stroked his chin, preparing to reach out to Zhou Haiba. Before he could locate Zhou, Zhang Xiangdong interjected once more. Regardless of their offer, I shall match it. Can we meet to discuss? I will come to Langzhou right away. Is it truly that urgent? Yu Tiancheng chuckled. Little did he know, Zhang Xiangdong had been troubled these past few days, the stress manifesting in a cluster of cold sores at the corners of his mouth. With the company poised to go public in a few months, the servers had unexpectedly crashed. Although this news had not spread widely, those within the industry were well aware. Without securing this encryption algorithm, Zhang feared he would struggle to sleep soundly for months. Chapter 33. Considering other opportunities? An 8-figure offer doubled. That would amount to at least 20 million. The urgency from the other side was palpable. This price had already exceeded Yu Tiancheng's expectations. Moreover, a face-to-face meeting could potentially yield further negotiations. After arranging a meeting time with Zhang Xiangdong, Yu Tiancheng began to browse the web and check stock market trends. As a substantial sum of money looms on the horizon, Yu Tiancheng contemplates that these funds cannot merely languish idly in his account. They must be made to generate further wealth. With the current market hovering around 1,400 points, he recalls that in 2 years' time, by 2005, the Shanghai Composite Index may plummet to a low of 998 points. At that juncture, the stock king, Matai, is valued at merely 21 yuan, a staggering 100-fold disparity from its peak of 2,600 yuan. In his previous life, Yu Tiancheng dabbled in stock trading and diligently studied the historical trends of various equities. However, apart from a handful of memorable stocks, he cannot afford to make reckless purchases at this moment. Matai might just be the most reliable investment he can make. Presently, he is troubled by the fact that with his birthday in January, he must wait an additional 3 months to open a brokerage account. This situation cannot be rushed. With such a significant amount of money, he cannot afford for his parents to discover it prematurely, lest they be horrified. Utilizing someone else's account is equally unsettling. Alas, before the money is even in hand, he finds himself preoccupied with how to manage it, the burdens of wealth indeed. Yu Tiancheng closes the webpage, lazily draping himself across a nearby chair, propping his feet up and finding a comfortable position to swing his legs. Hello? Ugh, why are there so many things to deal with? At that moment, the storage room door swings open, revealing Su Lan. Tousled hair and a generous expanse of fair skin visible, clattering in her high heels, oblivious to her appearance as she mumbles into her phone. Clearly, she is not yet fully awake. All right, I understand. It's quite bothersome. I'll be there shortly. Su Lan hangs up, only to find Yu Tiancheng hastily averting his gaze from her chest to the computer screen. Upon noticing his flustered reaction, her face flushes crimson as she quickly turns away, buttoning her shirt and tidying her hair. When she turns back, she has resumed her serious demeanor as Teacher Su. Ahem, I need to step out for a bit. You can study on your own here, she instructs Yu Tiancheng, adopting a teacherly tone. Miss, isn't this training a bit frivolous? He inquires, squinting playfully. Little brother, is there anything else you wish for me to teach you? Su Lan can no longer contain herself, shedding her teacher FAAD as she approaches Yu Tiancheng, playfully tugging at his ear. And no, nothing to teach. Spare me, spare me. He quickly raises his hands in surrender. Now, that's more like it. If I have to teach you everything, what use would you be to me? Su Lan releases his ear, strides to the podium, opens a drawer, and pops a lollipop into her mouth. After a moment's thought, she retrieves another lollipop and a key, tossing them to Yu Tiancheng. What is this? He asks, unwrapping the candy. The key to the computer room. I likely want to be back today, so make sure to come early tomorrow to clean up. If anyone asks, just say I've gone out and you don't know where, Su Lan advises him. Understood. Yu Tiancheng sighs, reflecting that he has taken on the role of teacher merely to help her skip class under the guise of supervision. Nonetheless, it suits him just fine, as it offers him a sense of ease. With a fruit box in hand, Tian Yue arrives at school, but before she even enters the classroom, she hears the voices of Su Huiqiao and Li Sisi resounding from within. Do you know why Zhang Rui and Lu Yexing broke their arms this morning? Why? Because the two of them were eavesdropping in the computer room and stumbled upon some secrets. What secrets? How do you know? The students from class 1 told me. Their classroom is right across from the computer room. This morning, they noticed the two of them outside the computer room, pressed against the window, eavesdropping. It seems they were caught, and while trying to escape, they collided in the hallway, resulting in each of them breaking an arm. I've heard that when Su Lan came out, she was furious, almost ready to unleash a torrent of curses. What do you think Su Lan and Yu Tiancheng were doing in the computer room to frighten them so? I don't know. I'll inquire further with class 1 later. Tian Yue, with a stern expression, entered the classroom, where only Su Huiqiao and Li Sisi were present. Upon seeing Tian Yue, both of them simultaneously fell silent, their gazes towards her tinged with hostility. Gradually, more students trickled in, and by the time class commenced, Yu Tiancheng was still absent. The students in the classroom were curious about why Yu Tiancheng had been summoned by Su Lan and had been away for an entire day. Humph. Some people are likely to be disappointed. Li Sisi cast a glance in Tian Yue's direction, her eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. After one class, although Tian Yue said nothing, her expression had grown increasingly somber. 2 classes later, with Yu Tiancheng still missing, Tian Yue began to feel anxious. As the entire afternoon passed without his return, her brows knitted tightly. What on earth happened to Yu Tiancheng? Is he still willing to study? Tian Yue longed to check the computer room, but restrained herself. After school, she tossed the untouched fruit box into the trash and returned home for dinner. At the rice noodle shop, a table by the window was already set with 3 dishes and a soup. Tian Yue absent-mindedly picked at her food, her gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought. You barely ate at noon, and now you're not eating again? Is the food unappetizing? Tian Riyun observed the nearly untouched plates with a calm tone. Given that the child had been reassigned by Hu Xingxing, Tian Yu's reaction seemed quite normal. Perhaps in a couple of days, she would adjust. Mom, I want to have lunch and dinner at school from now on, Tian Yue suddenly declared. Huh, why? Tian Riyun was taken aback by her daughter's suggestion. The rice noodle shop was not far from the school, otherwise, Tian, you wouldn't be able to visit 3 times a day, to save some time. Besides, I'm the only one in the class who goes home for lunch and dinner. It feels too different. Being at school would allow me to communicate and interact more with my classmates. Mom, haven't you always encouraged me to make more friends and not to be so solitary? Tian Yue gazed at Tian Riyun, her eyes filled with hope. Tian Riyun felt a twinge of regret. When she had previously told Tian Yue such things, her daughter was not in the same situation as now. Back then, Tian Yue was withdrawn, aloof, unwilling to speak, and even reluctant to engage in conversation with anyone, including her own mother. But now, with less than 9 months until the college entrance examination, was this really the time to be making friends? Engaging in communication and interaction is quite absurd, isn't it? Is it not merely an attempt to foster more dialogue with Yu Tiancheng? Tian Riyun comprehends Tian Yu's current state of mind exceedingly well. Teacher who has reassigned Yu Tiancheng to intensive training, and the 2 children have lost their time together, causing Tian Yue to feel anxious. Are you contemplating seeking another opportunity? Chapter 34. Welcome the class monitor's inspection. What shall we do about the fruit each noon? Surely, we cannot have your mother deliver it to you, can we? Tian Yue intentionally used the term you to provoke Tian Yue. Then I shall simply forego it. After all, not everyone may relish it, Tian Yue retorted, exhibiting a hint of defiance. Tian Yue's eyes sparkled slightly. Are the two children, perhaps, agitated? Have they quarreled? If so, why does Tian Yue still choose to dine at school? How about this? I shall give you 100 yuan. If you tire of the meals at home, you may dine at school for a few days. Should it not suit your palate, you can return home for meals, all right? Although Tian Yue could not quite grasp the underlying issue, she refrained from outright rejecting Tian Yue. Instead, she handed her 100 yuan, encouraging her to try dining at school for a few days. Thank you, Mom. I won't need the money. I have some of my own. Mom, it's time. I must head to school. Upon hearing Tian Yue's acquiescence, Tian Yue's face brightened, and she hastily rode her bicycle to school. This child goes so early every day. Tian Yue observed her daughter's retreating figure, her brow furrowing deeper. Raising a child truly brings one no small amount of worry. Upon arriving at school, Tian Yue's eyes lit up as she entered the classroom. To her delight, Tiancheng was there, seated alone, diligently completing the test paper he had left unfinished the previous day. Seeing this, Tian Yue's anxious heart settled. However, she chose not to speak and instead sat beside Tiancheng, pulling out her own paper to write. Tiancheng glanced at Tian Yue, noticing her sulky expression, which hinted at some underlying emotion. He smiled slightly and intentionally brushed his right hand against her left. You did not bring me any fruit? The contact sent an unexpected shiver through Tian Yue, and she shot Tiancheng an indignant glare, overwhelmed by a mix of anger, irritation, and embarrassment. What audacity! Who are you that I should bring you fruit? She retorted, suppressing her tumultuous feelings and feigning annoyance. Then whose fruit box is that in the garbage outside? Tiancheng inquired, having spotted a fruit box resembling the one from the day before, now with a few added bananas. It was discarded, Tian Yue replied, momentarily taken aback before suppressing a smile. Alas, what a pity, I didn't get to taste a single piece. Tiancheng, licking his lips with a shameless expression, remarked, You still know how to come back, huh? I thought you might have been captivated by that beautiful teacher and decided not to return. Tian Yue scoffed playfully, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Though the beautiful teacher is indeed charming, she pales in comparison to our class monitor. Tiancheng, recognizing Tian Yue's sentiment, casually responded. What did you just say? She inquired. Oh, I was merely saying that teacher Su is utterly dreadful. She kept me in the computer room all day for no reason, hindering my studies. Tiancheng pouted, displaying an expression of great grievance. What did she ask you to do? Tian Yue observed Tiancheng's feigned pitiful demeanor. Although she was aware that Tiancheng was fabricating, her mood significantly improved. Surf the internet. The unexpected reply from Tiancheng caught Tian Yue off guard. Surf the internet? You spent the entire day on the computer? Tian Yue's eyes widened, filled with scrutiny. Ah, wasn't that precisely what I did? Tiancheng shrugged, indicating she was not lying. So, will you go again tomorrow? Tian Yue inquired nonchalantly. Of course. I shall go every day from now on. Tiancheng sighed dramatically, lamenting her fate as a tall and handsome young man, destined to be relegated to the shadows, tormented daily by an old hag. Wait, something seems amiss. Tian Yue squinted, resembling a detective on the case. Teacher who must know what you were up to all day, right? Otherwise, after a day of skipping class, he would surely have gone mad and called your parents. Thus, it was evident that you weren't skipping class, and Sulan must have summoned you for something else. If it were work, she would have gone to the sports class instead of calling you from class 9. Therefore, your prolonged stay in the computer room could not possibly be due to teacher who conducting a makeup class for you, could it? But then, what would Sulan have to do with makeup classes? Tian Yue furrowed her brow, reaching the limits of her conjecture. Deep down, she had considered the possibility of a competition, yet she dismissed the idea. In the school's competitions, participants were typically chosen based on merit, favoring those with better grades. If there were a competition, it was inconceivable that Tiancheng would be involved without Tian Yue's presence. As for mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry, which subject could Tiancheng excel in? Regarding informatics, it required a solid foundation in mathematics, alongside proficiency in languages and algorithms. She had never heard of Tiancheng possessing such capabilities. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have been flaunting her talents long ago. Little did Tian Yue realize that Tiancheng was preparing for the informatics competition. Tiancheng was taken aback by Tian Yue's insightful analysis. Indeed, she was a rational thinker, adept at dissecting problems with remarkable acuity. Except for the final conclusion being slightly off, Tian Yue had comprehensively analyzed the situation. Alas, no matter how clever she was, she could not fathom that the person before her was a pretender. Would you like to know? Tiancheng interrupted Tian Yue's speculation, sensing that if she continued to guess, this astute girl might unravel the truth. Of course, Tian Yue had endured a day of suspense. How could she not be curious about the reality of the matter? Follow me. After exiting through the back door, Tiancheng beckoned to Tian Yue. But class is about to start. Though Tian Yue voiced her concern, her body showed no hesitation as she promptly followed Tiancheng out of the classroom, hastily catching up. The movement of the two drew the attention of their classmates, igniting a wave of curiosity among them. Silk, Tiancheng has gone out with Tian Yue. Should we go take a look? Su Huiqiao nudged Li Cixi's arm and inquired. No, there's nothing to see, Li Cixi retorted sulkily, though a twinge of discomfort stirred within her. She quickly added, it's almost time for class. Even if they went out, they'll probably be back soon. Tian Yue has never skipped class. Tian Yue followed Tiancheng out of the classroom, taking 2 turns to arrive at the computer lab. Tiancheng produced a key, unlocked the door, and gestured elegantly. Please enter, esteemed class monitor. You even have the key? Tian Yue remarked as she stepped into the computer lab. Clap, clap. Welcome, esteemed class monitor, to the inspection of the computer lab. At the moment Tian Yue crossed the threshold, Tiancheng applauded, mimicking a leader on an inspection tour. You're so annoying. Tian Yue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. She then surveyed the room. Isn't this just the usual setup? What is so interesting? When her gaze fell upon a thick stack of materials beside the first computer, she gasped, Oh, is this the test material for the informatics competition? Picking up the topmost document, she scrutinized it for a moment before looking back at Tiancheng. So, you are here for training today? Since it was for competition training. The rumors, of course, were unfounded. You guessed it right. Tiancheng spread his arms, grinning. Is that really a guess? A charming flush appeared on Tian Yue's round face. Of course. At least you didn't think this was someone else's study material, Tiancheng teased. Without hesitation, Tian Yue pinched his side, satisfying his playful provocation. So, your confidence in getting into a 985 university relies on competition recommendations? Oh dear, I accidentally revealed my trump card. Do you even know how to use words properly? Please spare me, esteemed class monitor. It's my hidden card. Tiancheng replied, reaching out to grasp her hand that had pinched him. Initially, Tian Yue didn't feel anything unusual, still glaring at him, her delicate fingers twisting his soft flesh. However, when she caught a glimpse of mischief in his eyes, realization dawned upon her. Suddenly, her heart raced, and she instinctively yearned to free her hand from his grasp. Yet, this thought flickered briefly before she relinquished her grip and lowered her head, her face flushed. This guy is infuriating. Why haven't I heard before that you learned programming? Perhaps sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Tian Yue turned away, using her other hand to flip through the competition problems, her heart stirred by Tiancheng's notes. I told you, I've reset my skill tree. Tiancheng pointed to his head, casually pulling over a chair to sit side by side with Tian Yue while still holding her hand. Seriously, at your current level, how confident are you in guaranteeing admission to which tier of university? Tsinghua and Peking? The top 5 in Hubei? Or perhaps one from Guangdong province? Tian Yue articulated 3 esteemed institutions, all classified as 985, which she believed Tiancheng might consider. After all, Tiancheng had previously asserted with unwavering confidence that he could gain admission to a 985 university, a claim Tian Yue found utterly incredulous. However, upon witnessing the competition problems Tiancheng had tackled, her doubts began to dissipate. Consequently, she resolved to adjust her strategy in accordance with Tiancheng's choices. While the specifics remained uncertain, the options appeared limited. Tiancheng, with a cheerful demeanor, intertwined his fingers with Tian Yue's, and his hand, albeit subtly, caressed her thigh. Today, Tian Yue donned a flowing skirt, beneath which were white stockings and pristine sneakers. Was he becoming increasingly audacious? Sensing the unusual sensation on her leg, Tian Yue swiftly withdrew her hand, shaking off Tiancheng's grasp. Rising to her feet, she cast a frosty glare at him. Oh, how some individuals can be so charming. They promise that if I secure admission to a 985 university, they will agree to be my girlfriend, only to renege on their word. Tiancheng feigned a look of grievance. Well, I did say that, but only if you get in. As of now, Tian Yue interjected, counting on her fingers. You have failed 4 subjects. Moreover, you didn't even pass the preliminary round of the competition. What grounds do you have to negotiate with me? Tian Yue bent down, peering closely at Tiancheng, her large, glistening eyes meticulously scrutinizing every detail of his face. Isn't it permissible to get a head start? Once again, Tiancheng grasped Tian Yue's hand, and this time, she did not evade him, allowing him to hold her, though her cheeks flushed a deeper hue. Let us go. We must return to the classroom for self-study. If you don't succeed in getting a direct admission and only receive a reduced score offer, you will still need to take the college entrance examination. Tian Yue thoughtfully considered Tiancheng's situation. Just a little longer. How rare is this moment for just the 2 of us? Tiancheng playfully shook her hand. We're leaving. We're leaving. Class has already begun. And if old who catches us, it will be too tedious. In truth, Tian Yue harbored no fear of the teacher, nor of her classmates, and certainly not of parents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have confessed to Tian Ruyun about her romantic inclinations. She was simply very rational. See, it's already class time, and those 2 still haven't returned. What are they up to? In classroom 9 of senior class 3, Su Huiqiao nudged Li Sisi with her arm and whispered her inquiry. Let them do as they please. I have severed ties with Tiancheng, Li Sisi replied, her tone tinged with irritation. Wow. Look quickly. In the opposite corridor, the class monitor and Tiancheng. A sudden uproar erupted in the classroom as everyone turned to gaze through the window, some even standing on tiptoe to peer outside, while others excitedly dashed out of the room to catch a glimpse. Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao also curiously glanced over. In the corridor across, Tian Yue held Tiancheng's hand, while he carried 2 books in his other hand. Together, they strolled down the long corridor, their eyes meeting occasionally, revealing an unmistakable sweetness that they did not attempt to conceal. What is there to see? Li Sisi was extremely agitated. In a fit of rage, she seized her practice book and tore it into shreds, casting the fragments aside. Come now, Sisi, let's not be angry. It's merely a man. Su Huiqiao consoled her friend while casting a glance at the entrance where Tian Yue and Tiancheng had just arrived, letting out a deep sigh. In truth, Tiancheng wasn't half bad. His academic performance was not stellar, yet sufficient to secure admission to a prestigious university. His family circumstances were modest, but he had enough pocket money to enjoy a few lavish meals. While he wasn't particularly handsome, he had an appealing countenance, earning a solid 8 out of 10. Though not exceptionally tall, he stood at a respectable height of 1.80 meters. In retrospect, he indeed seemed a promising prospect. It was unfortunate that her dear friend had made such a misstep. Unbeknownst to Tiancheng, Su Huiqiao, who had previously found him unappealing, was now silently bestowing upon him such high praise. However, even if he were aware, it wouldn't diminish the radiant pride he felt at holding the hand of the aloof academic goddess, walking amidst countless admiring gazes. As they entered the classroom, their classmates resumed their seats, filled with envy, regret, and sorrow. Tiancheng chuckled as he guided Tian Yue to their designated spot, where she finally withdrew her petite hand, lowering her gaze and pursing her lips, her enchanting eyes betraying a hint of bashfulness. Where have Lu Yexing and Zhang Rui gone? They haven't run off to some dark corner for a rendezvous, have they? Tiancheng surveyed the room and was taken aback to find the conspicuous seats in the 3rd row empty. At that moment, Tian Yue slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I forgot to mention, they both ended up in the hospital with broken arms. Did they get into a fight?" Tiancheng was perplexed. Recently, Lu Yexing and Zhang Rui had been at odds, primarily due to him. Could it be that Lu Yexing had fought Zhang Rui on his behalf? That guy was quite something, definitely a keeper. Chapter 36. Should I laugh or should I laugh? No, they just fell. Just as Tiancheng was lost in his fanciful thoughts, believing Lu Yexing had come to blows with Zhang Rui for him, Tian Yue's next words left him momentarily speechless. After you were called away by Teacher Su this morning, they both went out. Zhang Rui even returned to tell me that Tian Yue relayed everything he said to you. Nonsense. Zhang Rui is just a gossiping fool. How could he possibly fabricate such rumors about a teacher? He deserves to break his arm. Upon hearing Tian Yue's account, Tiancheng's anger flared. His ire was not directed at Zhang Rui for complaining to Tian Yue, but rather at the fact that Zhang Rui had eavesdropped without his knowledge. Keep your voice down. Tian Yue pulled Tiancheng aside, casting him a knowing glance. Only then did he lower his voice. Though his expression was a tumult of emotions. What audacity! How could one dare to engage in such antics in broad daylight? I see you possess quite the nerve as well. Tian Yue gently tapped Tiancheng's hand twice with a single finger. Instantly, Tiancheng understood that she was referring to the incident that had transpired in the computer room earlier. Reluctant to dwell on the matter, he deftly shifted the focus onto Tian Yue. So, during the evening, you believed Zhang Rui's words when you saw my nose was not a nose and my eyes were not eyes. That's surprising. Someone as astute as you shouldn't fall prey to the mere prattle of a petty person. Could it be Lu Yexing? Tiancheng stroked his chin, gazing at Tian Yue. Noticing her uncertain eyes, he became certain that Lu Yexing had indeed said something to make her believe that what they had heard was highly credible, thus influencing her attitude that night. Little did Zhang Rui realize that his misguided intervention had inadvertently provided Tiancheng with a stepping stone, allowing Tian Yue and Tiancheng's relationship to deepen. Tiancheng never intended to conceal from Tian Yue his desire to participate in the competition. Since he would soon be out participating, it was a matter that could hardly be kept secret, especially as he would be spending his days in the computer room. Eventually, Tian Yue would have to know. It was better to disclose it early to avoid any misunderstandings. Indeed, it is often best to clarify matters in advance. So, had those two sneaked into the computer room to eavesdrop? When had their relationship become so close that they needed to be together even after an injury? Tiancheng was unsure whether to laugh or to sigh at the absurdity of it all. Tian Yue shrugged. I'll drop by to see that scoundrel tomorrow. Would you care to join? Tiancheng inquired. Sure, when? It depends on the circumstances. I'll text you. By the way, I still don't have your phone number. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Where should I deliver it? To the computer room, if you don't mind the trouble of a little trip. Early the next morning, Tiancheng arrived at the computer room as per Su Lan's request. He opened the door and windows to let in some fresh air and tidied up the space. In truth, there wasn't much to clean, just wiping down the tables and keyboards. The primary concern was ensuring that the area where he and Su Lan would sit was spotless. Once he completed these tasks, Tian Yue appeared with a box of beef noodles, peering into the computer room. Upon confirming that only Tiancheng was present, she handed him the box, saying, I feared you might not have enough to eat, so I added 2 eggs. Thank you. I'll await your message, Tiancheng replied, waving his phone at her, having brought it along intentionally. All right, Tian Yue said, her hands clasped behind her back, leaving with a hint of excitement. After finishing his noodles, Tiancheng noticed that Su Lan had not yet arrived. As she had mentioned, she might be coming in later today. He waited until 10 o'clock, when he finally heard her characteristic footsteps echoing in the hallway. Oh, quite tidy in here, Su Lan remarked as she entered the computer room. Noticing Tiancheng browsing the internet, she paid him no mind, tossing her keys onto the table, opening a drawer, and tossing a lollipop to Tiancheng. My dear sister, you've arrived. I have a small matter today and wish to request some time off. A friend of mine has broken his arm, and I'd like to visit him at the hospital. Tiancheng licked his lollipop as he requested leave from Su Lan. Where did this buddy come from? Quite the fuss. Are you a doctor? Can you help people reattach their arms or something? Su Lan raised an eyebrow and inquired. He's a classmate of mine, named Lu Yexing. We've been childhood friends, always together. Yesterday, he broke his arm and I didn't even know. Now that I do, I must go see him. Tiancheng said with a flattering tone. Oh, from your class? That's not acceptable. You just got here and now you want to leave? You haven't finished your tasks for today. You need to complete 2 sets of papers before you can go. Su Lan pointed to the stack of competition papers. Look here. Tiancheng handed over the several sets of papers, along with 2 books of programming problems that he had no idea how Su Lan acquired. I've already finished them. When did you do that? Su Lan asked, astonished as she took a look. Last night, Tiancheng chuckled. The 2 books Tiancheng had just given to Su Lan were indeed the ones he had in his hands earlier. As for the competition papers, he had completed them while Su Lan was away. Well done. You've certainly prepared in advance, Su Lan remarked, still savoring her lollipop as she scrutinized Tiancheng. You won't get me into any serious trouble, will you? Come now. I'm merely going to check on a classmate, not running off to create chaos, Tiancheng replied. Feigning helplessness, Su Lan waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead, but you must inform your class teacher yourself. Tiancheng immediately sprang up. Thank you, sister. No need for words. It's all in my heart. With that, he dashed downstairs, sending a text to Tian Yue as he ran. By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, Tian Yue was already waiting at the entrance, her face beaming with a smile. You're quick. Let us go find old Hu for a leave of absence. I've already prepared it, Tian Yue said, waving a white note in front of Tiancheng. Impressive. How did you manage to persuade old Hu? Tiancheng was taken aback. This girl was truly remarkable. I only got mine. Tian Yue winked playfully at Tiancheng, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Then how am I supposed to get out? Tiancheng scratched his head, knowing that even with his experience, the gatekeeper only recognized leave slips. If he said no, he truly would not open the door. Simple. Tian Yue pulled out a pen and added Tiancheng's name to the leave slip. Doesn't this work? Are you not worried that old Hu might come after you later? Tiancheng chuckled. If you don't expose me, how would he ever find out? Tian Yue shot him a look, her eyes twinkling with temptation. What's the matter? Afraid? No. I just feel that transforming from a model student into a mischievous troublemaker can happen quite swiftly. Chapter 37. Did you come specifically to see me? Outside the First People's Hospital of Langzhou, at a fruit shop. Boss, your fruits are too expensive. Can you lower the price? Young man, I've already given you a 60% discount. If you keep haggling, I'll truly have no profit left. See, the moment you say that, I can tell there's still profit, at least 20%. Could you spare another 10%? The young man, with a knack for haggling that could rival even the most persistent market vendors, was adamant that he would not pay rent for this shop nor wages for his employees. If you wish to buy, then do so. If not, feel free to leave. I am no longer selling. Wait, I won't bargain anymore. Just throw in a couple of extra bananas, and I'll take them. Tian Yue stood not far from the entrance, her expression one of disdain as she observed Tiancheng negotiating with the fruit vendor. This guy, buying merely 4 apples, yet requesting 2 extra bananas. How embarrassing. Even more infuriating was the fact that after much coaxing, Tiancheng managed to secure 2 bananas, peeled one, and took a couple of bites before sheepishly rummaging through his pockets, only to look at her with a face full of awkwardness. Forgot your money? You've been chatting for so long without cash. Are you just toying with me? The vendor was clearly displeased. I sold you 4 apples, lost 2 bananas. And yet you come without money? Why peel and eat if you had no intention to pay? I changed my pants this morning. The money is in that pocket. Tiancheng, lacking any sense of shame, continued to haggle. He thought to suggest that he would owe the vendor, but he guessed the vendor would refuse. So he kept that thought to himself. All right, I have it. No need for change. Tian Yue quickly pulled out 4 yuan and placed it on the counter, then dragged Tiancheng away. What a remarkable reliance on soft living. Wait, I only gave 4 yuan for a 5 yuan item. Why no change? Are we not family? Today's youth truly have a knack for calculating their gains. The vendor grumbled for a while, finally accepting the 4 yuan. This one is for you. Eat it first, or it won't look good in the hospital. Tiancheng and Tian Yue dashed away, and without so much as a flushed face or breathlessness, he handed the remaining banana to her. You certainly know how to manage life. Tian Yue teased him, accepting the banana, peeling it, and taking a delicate bite. You see, when looking for a husband, one should seek someone like me, frugal and prudent, so that life can be long-lasting. Tiancheng was not genuinely stingy. He had indeed lingered at the fruit stand simply because he was short of a few coins. He had forgotten his breakfast money in the pants he had changed out of. As they arrived at the orthopedic ward, once they ascended to the 2nd floor, Tiancheng suddenly clutched his stomach. Damn it, I've made a grave mistake. That banana must have been spoiled. Are you all right? Tian Yue observed the pain etched on his face. I'll be fine. Just need to relieve myself. You go ahead to room 4. I'll join you shortly. No, I can't hold it anymore. Tiancheng, in a fit of distress, clutched his stomach with one hand and his backside with the other, rushing into the restroom. Sighing, Tian Yue carried the apples toward room 4. Just as she passed room 3, a young man in a hospital gown, his left arm in a cast and bandaged, emerged from the room. It was Zhang Rue. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up. Tian Yue, did you come specifically to see me? Zhang Rue was particularly exhilarated. Indeed, Tian Yue still harbored feelings for him. Little did he know, Tian Yue wore a frigid expression and promptly doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. I'm here to see Lu Yexing. Tian Yue was well aware of how to deal with pursuers like Zhang Rue. If one harbored no interest in him, one must not grant him even the slightest opportunity. Such opportunistic individuals, once given an inch, would undoubtedly take a mile. Consequently, during their half-year as desk mates, Tian Yue had never once offered Zhang Rue a pleasant demeanor. This time was no exception. After speaking, she circumvented Zhang Rue, and strode directly into room 4. Here to see Lu Yexing? Damn it. That scoundrel Yu Tiancheng is bullying me, and now Lu Yexing thinks he can walk all over me too? Zhang Rui felt a surge of anger, flinging his arm in frustration, only to emit a loud cry. Ah? What is happening? What is wrong? Inside the room, a lavishly dressed woman with wavy hair, adorned with a gold chain around her neck and 2 gold rings on her fingers, hurriedly emerged. She was Zhang Rui's mother. Upon seeing her son's anguished expression, her heart ached profoundly for him. This child, we must take him to a neurologist. Something must be amiss with his nerves. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, passed by and cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Rui, addressing his mother. What a foolish boy. Your brain must be the one in disarray. Zhang Rui glared at the old man in indignation. Your son is perfectly sane. He is a top student from number 1 high school, aiming for prestigious universities. Zhang Rui's mother was no meek woman. Upon hearing the old man's comment, she immediately retorted. His mind is sound. How could he be slamming his arm against the wall? His arm is nearly broken, and yet he continues to bash it against the wall. If that is not painful, then how could it possibly be normal? The old man, incensed, rolled his eyes. Like mother, like son. I'm merely offering advice, and yet you respond with insults. With such a demeanor, how do you expect him to get into a prestigious university? You're merely embarrassing the institution. Excuse me, if he is sane. Who would block someone's entrance? The old man continued, pushing forward with his cane. Zhang Rui's mother quickly stepped aside to clear the doorway. The old man snorted, limping into the room. Such arrogance. The driver must have been blind to only break your leg and not end your life. Zhang Rui's mother muttered under her breath as she stood by the door. The elderly gentleman shared the same ward as Zhang Rui, and both families, having nothing better to do, had already exchanged stories about their respective accidents. After cursing the old man, Zhang Rui's mother turned to her son. Son, why on earth were you bashing your arm against the wall? If you don't wish to attend school, just tell me. I can help you take a leave of absence. You shouldn't torment yourself like this. Who said I don't want to go to school? Zhang Rui gazed at his mother, feeling an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, fearing his mother might genuinely send him to a neurologist for examination. Chapter 38. I came here with him in room 4. Lu Yexing's parents were accompanying him. Lu Yexing's father, Lu Nong, is currently employed as a broker at a securities company, while his mother, Kong Fangping, works as a clerk at the street office alongside Wei Xiaoqin. The recent incident where Lu Yexing broke his arm has left his parents in a state of distress, particularly during this critical period of his senior year in high school. One cannot help but criticize teacher who for insisting that he wash the mop. This boy, lacking foresight, carelessly twirled the mop and ended up in this predicament. While Kong Fangping scolded him, she also fed Lu Yexing. It is unfair to place the blame solely on teacher who, after all, students have been assigned chores since our own school days, and everyone is expected to contribute. In my opinion, this mischievous boy brought this misfortune upon himself, possibly concocting this scheme to avoid attending school. Just yesterday, he bumped his head, and today he has broken his arm. Why not just leap from the building to spare us the worry? Lu Nong, although rational, feels it unjust to accuse Lu Yexing of not wanting to attend school. I understand that this situation is not teacher whose fault. It is simply this troublesome child, who is perpetually a source of concern, consistently ranking at the bottom during exams. Teacher who has undoubtedly invested considerable effort in him. Kong Fangping glared at Lu Yexing, scolding him while still tending to his needs. Lu Yexing, with his head hung low, opened his mouth to eat but remained silent. It was not the time for reckless words. Provoking his father could lead to undesirable consequences. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum and not disturb others, Lu Nong suggested. The ward contained 4 beds, all occupied by patients with broken limbs. Lowering his voice, Lu Nong pointed at Lu Yexing, saying, I will deal with you when we get home. Lu Yexing nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, why should I be punished? I've broken my arm. And you still want to hit me? If you keep arguing, I swear I'll give you a slap. Lu Nong, known for his fiery temperament, raised his hand as if to strike Lu Yexing. Terrified, Lu Yexing recoiled, while Kong Fangping interjected, what are you doing? The child is already in this condition, and you still want to resort to violence? Are you even human? How can a father behave this way? The child is in pain. Don't rub salt in the wound. An elderly man from the adjacent bed chimed in. Indeed, everything seemed harmonious just a moment ago. Why the sudden urge to strike? Another bed was occupied by a lady in her 70s, who also voiced her disapproval. Lu Nong, with his hand raised high, refrained from delivering the blow. Despite his explosive temper, he understood that Lu Yexing's current state was not conducive to further punishment. At that moment, Tian Yue appeared at the door of the ward, gently knocking. Upon hearing the knock, all 4 patients and 5 or 6 family members in the room turned their attention towards the entrance. There stood a girl, clad in a khaki long dress adorned with a butterfly brooch, white stockings, and small white shoes, her high ponytail bouncing gracefully as she stood at the threshold. The girl possesses an exquisite beauty, the kind that captivates all who lay eyes upon her, blooming like flowers in her presence. Just her mere stance evokes a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Tian Yue, Lu Yexing exclaimed with delight upon spotting her. At that moment, Lu Yexing felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. When did Tian Yue become so attentive to him? Lu Yexing, how have you been? Tian Yue inquired as she entered the ward, cheerfully greeting the other patients. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Uncle. Ah, such a sweet girl, they murmured in response. Indeed. Not only is she beautiful, but also polite. In just a fleeting encounter, Tian Yue won the affection of everyone in the ward. Dad, Mom, this is our class monitor, the top student, and the belle of our school, Tian Yue. Lu Yexing noted his parents' astonishment and quickly introduced her. Tian Yue, this is my dad and my mom. Hello. Uncle and Aunt. Tian Yue beamed at them, placing the apple she held on the small table beside the bed. Ah, you're Tian Yue, right? Oh, you needn't be so courteous. Kong Fangping remarked upon noticing the apple on the table, exchanging glances with Lu Nong, both surprised by the other's expression. My son is quite impressive. When did he become so close to a girl like you? Could it be that you have an interest in him? I know you. At the last parent-teacher meeting, teacher who mentioned you ranked 3rd in the city, with a chance to attend Qingbei, is that correct? Kong Fangping clapped her hands. Her expression exaggerated. Indeed, that is me, Tian Yue replied, slightly embarrassed as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I performed exceptionally that time. Such talent? Lu Nong interjected in astonishment. Certainly, she is the jewel of Langzhou No. 1 High School, Kong Fangping praised without reservation. Nay, with such capabilities, my son could hardly aspire to similar heights. He wouldn't even manage to get into Qingbei, Lu Nong retorted. What are you saying? Why berate your own son? Kong Fangping shot Lu Nong a disapproving glance and nudged him with her foot. Get up and offer her your seat. Ah, yes, please have a seat. Lu Nong quickly stood to give Tian Yue his place. No need. Uncle, you sit? I can stand, Tian Yue insisted, taking a couple of steps back. Oh dear. Your uncle's job requires him to sit all day, and it's nearly caused him chronic back pain. Let him stand for a while. You sit. Kong Fangping urged, pulling the chair closer to her and patting the seat with enthusiasm. Yes, I have a herniated disc. I can't sit. I need to stand more, Lu Nong added, disregarding the specifics of his ailments, as he felt compelled to offer his seat. Tian Yue smiled shyly and settled next to Kong Fangping. Tian Yue, what a lovely name. The person who named you has great taste. May I call you Yeye? Certainly. You may call me whatever you wish. Then Yeye, in which month were you born? As I, Tian Yue, found myself entangled in my thoughts, I gazed outwards, pondering the delay of Tiancheng. A sense of unease washed over me. Had I known the room would be so crowded, I would have waited for him to enter together. Did you not come alone? Are there others? Kong Fangping seemed to perceive something and inquired of me. Ah, yes, I came with. Before I could finish my sentence, Tiancheng burst through the door, clutching his stomach and muttering in frustration. Upon entering, he was met with the wide-eyed stares of Lu Nong and Kong Fangping. Uncle Lu, Aunt Kong, you are all here. Tiancheng exclaimed, shaking off his damp hands as he hurried inside. He then gestured to me. Let me sit for a moment. My stomach is killing me. A wave of relief washed over me as I immediately stood up, offering my seat to Tiancheng. I then stood by his side. Smiling gently at Lu Nong and Kong Fangping, I came with him. In that moment, my gaze towards Tiancheng was imbued with warmth and an unmistakable sense of reliance. A certain tenderness that seemed to draw attention. Lu Nong and Kong Fangping exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a palpable jealousy. How could such an exceptional girl be with the likes of Tiancheng? What was it that their son Lu Yexing lacked in comparison? Aunt Kong, it's been a few days, and your hairstyle looks trendy again. You seem younger. Tiancheng casually plopped down on the chair, his eyes sweeping over the group. Immediately sensing an unusual atmosphere, he decided to break the ice with a joke directed at Kong Fangping. Kong Fangping and Wei Xiaoqin were colleagues who had witnessed Tiancheng grow up. Their families were closely acquainted. "De Chengzi, did you come alone?" Kong Fangping asked, a hint of irritation in her tone. "Ah, Aunt Kong, are you upset because of Lu Yexing? But there's still Tian Yue here, isn't there?" "My parents are unaware of Lu Yexing's injury. I hadn't the chance to inform them, so I thought I would come and check on you. Our families have always been close. Do forgive me." Tiancheng chuckled, taking my hand in his. I hesitated for a moment, intending to withdraw my hand, yet ultimately decided against it, recognizing the importance of maintaining a man's dignity in appropriate moments. Witnessing this gesture from Tiancheng left Kong Fangping feeling quite frustrated. Without reason, she playfully smacked Lu Yexing on the head. "Look how eloquent De Chengzi is. Then look at you, utterly useless." Lu Yexing, feeling wronged, protested. "Why am I being hit all of a sudden?" He asked the one who is unwell. "Exactly. Why take out your frustrations on a child?" Lu Nong chimed in, unexpectedly defending Lu Yexing. He then turned to Tiancheng with a smile. "Tiancheng, are you bringing your girlfriend to meet our Lu Yexing? Do your parents know about your relationship?" "Oh, they are still unaware. We intended to share the news after the college entrance examination," Tiancheng replied nonchalantly, his demeanor betraying none of the embarrassment one might expect. Such words are hardly befitting of a child of 18. "It has been a fortnight since we last met, and this young man has undergone quite a transformation." At this moment, Tiancheng gazes intently at Lu Nong, delving into the recesses of lost memories. This elder Lu is presumably still plying his trade as a broker at a securities firm, although it seems his tenure may be nearing its end. In 2003, the stock market was ensnared in a bear phase, with predictions of a descent to 998 points. During that tumultuous period, the cries of stockholders echoed far and wide. With dwindling numbers of new accounts, the life of a broker like Lu Nong was fraught with difficulties. Tiancheng recalls that Lu Nong departed from the securities firm around the end of 2004, venturing forth to work alongside his uncle in the construction business. After some time in that realm, Lu Nong and his uncle joined forces to establish a local company specializing in renovation materials, primarily dealing in sand, lime, and other construction supplies, while also dabbling in real estate. Initially, Lu Nong's capital was modest. However, leveraging his long-standing connections with the securities firm and banks, he secured a loan to develop a parcel of land, marking the genesis of his fortune. Subsequently, when the government initiated housing renovation policies, Lu Nong and his uncle seized the opportunity to amass considerable wealth. Yet, despite his newfound status as a dominant figure in Langzhou, the locale's economic investment company monopolized most resources, constraining Lu Nong's aspirations to a mere few million in assets. Alas, after the downfall of Lu Yexing, Lu Nong lost his motivation. As the real estate market began to decline and his resources dwindled, he gradually returned to a state of mere survival, resorting to alcohol to drown his sorrows and leading a haphazard existence. "Why do you stare at your uncle in such a manner?" Lu Nong inquired, sensing a twinge of unease as Tiancheng scrutinized him. The latter's gaze bore the weight of wisdom, reminiscent of a 60-year-old man endeavoring to see through him. "Oh, it is nothing," Tiancheng replied. "I was merely contemplating whether you still work at the securities firm. Might you assist me in opening an account?" "An account? You wish to dabble in stocks?" Lu Nong retorted. "What sum do you possess for such pursuits? Let me tell you, the current stock market is not for the faint of heart. Those moneybags in the trading hall are all but deflated, and those engaging in speculative trading have often found themselves penniless. As a student, it would be wise to refrain from such reckless endeavors." Lu Nong spoke candidly. The stock market was indeed treacherous, with 90% of retail investors entering with grand hopes only to exit with losses. A mere fraction managed to retain their capital, and even fewer emerged with profits, those being the elite few. Lu Nong, treating Tiancheng as his own child, offered such frank advice. Had it been anyone else, he might have relished the opportunity to boost his own performance by encouraging them to open an account. "Well, I do possess a bit of pocket money from my New Year's gifts, and I thought, after the college entrance examination, I might like to have a little spending money." Tiancheng chuckled, keeping the conversation light. "Indeed, just don't squander all your pocket money," Lu Nong cautioned. "Otherwise, teacher, you will have a word with you." Lu Nong, in this context, held a modicum of respect, for teachers embody a certain refinement and reverence for knowledge, an inherent trait of humanity. "Hello. It seems we are still at the very beginning. You want me to do something now, but I haven't reached the appropriate age to open an account." Tiancheng smiled slightly. "Are you just teasing your Uncle Lu? Tiancheng is still a minor, which Lu Nong had not considered. Primarily because the child is quite tall and mature in his demeanor, causing Lu to overlook the issue of age. No, I genuinely intend to open an account. My birthday is in January, which is less than 4 months away. When that day comes, Uncle Lu, you must make some gesture, right? I want to require a red envelope. Just help me open an account as a rite of passage into adulthood. Yu Tiancheng spoke with an air of precociousness. You little rascal, the way you speak now resembles our manager. Where did you learn that? Lu Nong chuckled, playfully rebuking him. Just say whether it's possible or not. Yu Tiancheng pressed. Fine, if you help me achieve my targets, why would I fear your endeavor? Just remember, if you incur any losses, do not blame it on me to your parents. Lu Nong rolled his eyes, exasperated. This kid seems resolute about opening an account. If it's not with me, he will certainly seek elsewhere. It is better to have it done here. At least I can keep an eye on him. I will definitely not betray you. Yu Tiancheng responded with a grin. On the side, Lu Yeshing, witnessing the cheerful exchange between the two, felt somewhat aggrieved. Are you here to see me, or my father? Only then did Yu Tiancheng turn to Lu Yeshing. Of course, I came to see you. Uncle Lu's arm isn't broken. Lu Nong, overhearing this, frowned. You little brat, what are you saying? Why does that sound so unpleasant? The youth of today truly speak without a filter. Chapter 40. I want to learn well. Since Deshang has arrived, he can keep an eye on things while your Uncle Lu and I step out for a bite to eat. We have been busy all morning. Kong Fangping evidently wished to provide the children with some private space and pulled Lu Nong aside. Lu Nong understood and quickly replied, Yes, you all continue chatting. I will go with your aunt to get something to eat. With that, the couple stood up and left. As soon as they exited the hospital room, Yu Tiancheng chuckled and nudged Lu Yeshing's uninjured arm. What is going on with you? Why are you getting involved with that Zhang Rue fellow? Get lost. Lu Yeshing instantly recalled the unexpected kiss he shared with Zhang Rue. His face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed in annoyance. If you mention that guy again, I won't know what to do with myself. Outside the hospital, in a small noodle shop, Kong Fangping and Lu Nong each slurped down a bowl of rice noodles. Concerned for Lu Yeshing, they had skipped breakfast, and since it was still too early for lunch, they simply grabbed a bowl of noodles to tide them over. Are you truly planning to help that child open an account? Kong Fangping asked Lu Nong while eating. What choice do I have? If I don't assist him, he will go to someone else, and it's better to do it here. At least when his parents inquire, we want to be caught off guard. Lu Nong stirred the steaming hot noodles in his bowl, adding a spoonful of chili oil. Indeed, have you noticed? It seems that Qingzi has changed somehow. Kong Fangping contemplated for a moment. He has matured. Indeed, our son is rather naive, completely oblivious, still just a child. Look at the way Tian Yue gazes at Yu Tiancheng. It resembles the way we looked at each other during our courtship. Back then, your eyes were filled with such affection for me. Lu Nong inhaled slightly, a hint of nostalgia gracing his face. How foolish I must have been to fall for you. Kong Fangping cast an exasperated glance at Lu Nong, insisting it was not her pettiness. That child Tiancheng and Tian Yue want to last. What makes you say that? Lu Nong inquired, curiosity laced with a touch of schadenfreude. Such an extraordinary girl, even if she is not my son's girlfriend. She should not be squandered on that little rascal Yu Tiancheng. Those who cannot attain something often find amusement in witnessing its unraveling. Tian Yue is a star at Langzhou No. 1 High School. Kong Fangping raised her thumb in approval. She is the apple of the principal's eye, a candidate for Tsinghua or Beida. How many points can Qingzi score? With the college entrance examination approaching in just a year, once the results are out, they could find themselves worlds apart. How many of such couples endure? Moreover, considering this stage of their romance, let alone the potential impact on the girl's academic performance. With his grades, can he even surpass our child? Kong Fangping's analysis illuminated Lu Nong's thoughts. Indeed, academic performance delineates social class and circles, despite their current closeness, once separated. If Tian Yue encounters someone superior, she will inevitably reconsider. Just imagine, if Tiancheng fails to outperform our child, wouldn't that be a cause for celebration? I would certainly host a graduation banquet, inviting the Yue family to witness their expressions, particularly Yu Laosher, a high school teacher himself. Witnessing his cultured son falling short of my rough-and-tumble son, what a sight that would be. I find myself almost giddy with anticipation. Lu Nong chuckled, nearly drooling at the thought. Lu Yeshing's grades are slightly inferior to Yu Tiancheng's, yet he is still in a key class at No. 1 High School, with a chance to gain admission to a top-tier university. In a previous life, Lu Yexing indeed surpassed Yu Tiancheng in the college entrance exam. Of course, in that past life, Yu Tiancheng's poor performance was not solely due to his relationship with Tian Yue, but rather his emotional turmoil following a failed confession to Li Sisi. All right, let us finish up and grab a few things before heading back. Although they are not small anymore, they are still children, and I fear they may lack discernment. Kong Fangping shot Lu Nong a look, urging him to eat faster. The two quickly enjoyed a simple bowl of noodles, then purchased some fruits and snacks before returning to the hospital room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a chorus of laughter, all emanating from Yu Tiancheng. Exchanging glances, they walked straight in to find Yu Tiancheng munching on an apple while entertaining Lu Yexing, who was shaking with laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. Alternating between exclamations of pain and mirth, Tian Yue stood behind Yu Tiancheng, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with joy, unable to contain her laughter. The elderly gentleman in the adjacent bed chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. Your antics are beyond my comprehension. I've lived for so long and have never encountered such wit." "Ah, we're not on the same level as you, uncle," replied Yu Tiancheng. "You have responsibilities, work, earning a living, raising children. So naturally, you lack the leisure to indulge in such humor. We, however, attend classes daily and have ample time to daydream. Well then, you should consider writing stories and publishing them," the old man said, giving Yu Tiancheng a thumbs up. "Thank you for the encouragement. Becoming a writer would indeed be delightful." Yu Tiancheng responded with a smile. "What are you all discussing? You seem quite merry." As Kong Fangping and Lu Nong returned, Lu Yexing abruptly ceased his laughter as if a switch had been flipped. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively, as though nothing were amiss. Only Yu Tiancheng greeted the pair, rummaging through the bag Kong Fangping held. "Oh, Uncle Lu, you're back. What delicious treats has Aunt Kong brought? Show me. You're certainly not shy." Lu Yexing raised his hand to stop Yu Tiancheng. "Come now. If I were to be bashful, would we still be brothers?" Yu Tiancheng retorted, ignoring Lu Yexing's attempt to deter him. He extracted a bunch of grapes from the bag, wiped one on his clothing, and popped it into his mouth. Quite sweet. By the way, Uncle Lu, since you've returned, we should be on our way. We have classes this afternoon. Wait, let us have lunch together. Uncle Lu will treat you," Lu Nong quickly interjected. "Ah, meals can be had at any time. If we've already eaten, it's no trouble. Once you're better, I shall visit your home for a grand feast. I recall Aunt Kong's culinary skills are exceptional," Yu Tiancheng remarked politely, winking at Kong Fangping. "Aunt Kong, you've left, so I'll be taking these grapes. This child, still being so polite with me. Take them, take them." Kong Fangping was slightly taken aback by Yu Tiancheng's sudden lack of decorum, yet she dismissed it, considering it merely a bunch of grapes. Nothing to be stingy over. "Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Farewell." Tian Yue politely bid farewell to Lu Nong and Kong Fangping, nodding to the others in the ward, garnering further goodwill. As soon as Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue departed, Lu Yexing suddenly spoke up. "Mom, let us discharge tomorrow." Kong Fangping was taken aback. "Child, you still have 2 more injections to receive. Why the sudden urge to leave?" A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yexing's eyes, but he quickly masked it, solemnly declaring, "I want to study. Look at my son, so ambitious." Lu Nong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not quite right. Something's amiss. The intuition of a mother is keen. Although Lu Yexing was a student in a prestigious class, he was not particularly studious. Why this sudden change in attitude? Kong Fangping sensed an unusual undertone. "Did Deepening say something to you? Why the sudden desire to study?" After all, such actions would undermine Lu Yexing's enthusiasm for learning. If he were to be pushed too hard, he might give up entirely, which would be detrimental. Consequently, Kong Fangping could only procrastinate and persuaded him to receive treatment for another day. By the 3rd day, Lu Yexing had completed his discharge procedures and, with his arm in a sling, eagerly made his way to school. In truth, although his arm was fractured and encased in a cast, resting at home would suffice until the time came to remove it. Attending school would not significantly hinder him, as it was not as if he had suffered a head injury. Upon arriving at school early in the morning, Lu Yexing's first action was not to engage in studies, but to loiter near the entrance of Class 10, Year 3. As expected, the ever-punctual Jiang Shishir noticed Lu Yexing waiting outside. Upon seeing his arm in a cast, she was momentarily confused. Wasn't it just a bump on the head? How did his arm end up in a cast? Did he sustain further injuries while trying to protect himself, yet failed to inform her? Jiang's mind began to swirl with uncertainty. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine," "It's just my arm. Nothing to worry about," he replied. The more he insisted it was of no concern to her, the more Jiang Shishir suspected it was indeed related to her, further deepening her confusion. "By the way, do you go online?" After much internal deliberation, Lu Yexing tentatively broached other topics with Jiang Shishir. The internet had surged in popularity in China since its emergence in 1998, and by the end of 2003, it was flourishing among the student demographic. It was rare to find a student unfamiliar with the online world. Although Jiang Shishir was quite unique, she was still a child and could not completely detach from society. Naturally, she too was an internet user. Not only was she online, but her eyes also lit up when Lu Yexing mentioned the subject, clearly indicating her status as a dedicated netizen. Noticing the expression in Jiang Shishir's eyes, Lu Yexing felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, as Tiancheng had mentioned the previous day, someone as quiet as Jiang Shishir must have her own outlets for emotional expression. Otherwise, being treated like a protected species while having little interaction with others and lacking close friends amidst the monotonous and demanding life of year 3 would surely lead to psychological strain for anyone. Of course, Tian Yue also preferred solitude, but her situation differed from Jiang Shishir's. Tian Yue's isolation stemmed from familial issues. She was not inherently reclusive, and her mother, Tian Ruyun, had never restricted her thoughts or actions. Thus, Tiancheng deduced that Jiang Shishir not only frequented the internet, but was likely a heavy user. With his arm broken at this moment, Lu Yexing had the perfect opportunity to find an excuse to engage with her. Following his conversation with Tiancheng, Lu Yexing's eagerness to return to school was indeed ignited. In pursuit of romance, he even concocted the feeble excuse of wanting to study to his mother. However, his efforts bore fruit, as he felt his visit was worthwhile. After some light banter, he successfully obtained Jiang Shishir's contact information and returned to his classroom, eager to share his joy with Tiancheng. Upon witnessing the empty seat of Tiancheng and the sight of Tian Yue diligently engrossed in her problem sets nearby, a wave of indignation washed over him. That scoundrel, interacting with a beautiful teacher by day, engaging with the campus belle and academic prodigy by night. What a beast! At that very moment, Tiancheng, who was immersed in competition problems in the computer lab, sneezed. "Who on earth is cursing me?" he muttered, rubbing his nose as he tossed the completed competition questions to Sulan. "Not bad. Over the past few days, you've tackled preliminary competition questions from the past decade and made significant progress on the finals, with a remarkable accuracy rate of 98%. I'm beginning to suspect you truly started programming at the tender age of 7. Sulan felt a swell of satisfaction at Tiancheng's performance, affirming that her resources had not been wasted. "You've got it wrong. I began learning in the womb," Tiancheng chuckled. "So, are you feeling reassured now?" "Rest assured. From the moment I first encountered you, I felt quite confident. Otherwise, would I have personally traveled to Xingqing to gather this information for you?" Sulan replied, continuing their conversation. "This weekend, I'll make another trip to Xingqing, and I might bring back good news for you. Why don't you join me?" "This weekend won't work for me." Tiancheng shook his head. "I have something very important to attend to." "How about next Monday?" Sulan rolled her eyes. "I still have to work. You really think I come here just for fun?" Tiancheng scoffed in response. "Isn't that the case? Well, never mind. It may not even work out. If you're not going, then so be it." Sulan waved her hand dismissively. This weekend, Tiancheng had arranged to meet with Zhang Xiangdong, and such an important matter could not be overlooked. Time swiftly passed to Saturday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tiancheng had deliberately chosen to wear a white shirt paired with a pair of slightly oversized trousers belonging to Yuanin. Despite the slight looseness, they were manageable. He tucked the white shirt into his pants, cinched with a belt, and donned Yuanin's black-framed glasses, which lent him an air of maturity. Once he was ready, Tiancheng quietly set off for the most luxurious lakeside restaurant in Langzhou. Standing at the entrance of the opulent establishment, he couldn't help but reflect. This lakeside restaurant had been in existence since 2003, catering primarily to affluent diners due to its high-end nature. Throughout the ages, wealthy individuals have always existed. As a common citizen, Tiancheng had been utterly unaware of such lavish dining options in Langzhou. At 2 o'clock, a time not typically associated with dining, many restaurants would be temporarily closed, reopening around 4 or 5 in preparation for dinner. However, today, the front desk of the lakeside restaurant had received instructions to be on standby for a distinguished guest. Upon his arrival, Tiancheng noticed the greeter at the entrance engaged in conversation with a young girl seated discreetly inside. The girl was nearly hidden from view. making it difficult to discern that another person occupied the space. Sister, I heard you earn quite a high salary here, even more than my father. You bought a phone just 2 months into your job, the young girl exclaimed, holding a red flip phone of an unknown brand, her expression brimming with envy. In the year 1800, there is a possibility of an increase of 50 next month. When the hostess mentioned this figure, she proudly lifted her polished chin. In 2003, with the average salary in Langzhou barely reaching 1,800 was indeed a considerable wage. I wonder if I will ever earn such a high salary in the future. The young girl gazed up at the hostess with envy, then shifted in her seat, feeling constrained in this small space. Alas, after such an effort to visit you. Is this truly where you would place me? Why not take me inside the restaurant to see? I have heard the decor is quite luxurious. The young girl pouted, clearly displeased. Xiao, it's not that I don't wish to entertain you. The timing is simply inconvenient. Had you come earlier, I would certainly have taken you on a proper tour, but today is not feasible. The beautiful hostess wore a conflicted expression. Logically, she should attend to her cousin's visit. However, the timing was far from ideal. Why is today not possible? The young girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. We have important guests arriving today. Our entire front desk, from myself at the entrance to the head chef in the kitchen, is on standby. Did you not notice that our lobby manager is patiently waiting inside? At this hour, he would usually be nowhere in sight. The hostess glanced around anxiously, as if afraid someone might see the girl. Important guests? How significant are they? What kind of big shot? The girl asked, her expression one of disbelief, her lips pursed. I'm merely an employee. How would I know who is coming? The hostess shook her head, about to respond further when a young man suddenly appeared, prompting her to quickly silence herself, revealing her signature smile as she sweetly inquired, Good day. Do you have a reservation? Room 8888, Xiangrui Hall, surname Yue, the man stated. Upon hearing his voice, the young girl felt a sense of familiarity, and as she raised her gaze, she was instantly taken aback. Chapter 42. Guess who I saw? The young man was none other than Tiancheng. Had Tiancheng paid attention, he would notice a young girl seated behind the hostess. This young girl was his classmate, Su Huqiao. The hostess conversing with Su Huqiao was her cousin, Jin Yan. At 21, standing at 172 meters. With an impressive figure and striking features, Jin Yan was chosen to greet guests at the entrance. Today, she wore light makeup and a red qipao, complemented by nude stockings and short black heels. Although this was the standard attire for hostesses, it accentuated her physique and beauty even further. Upon hearing Tiancheng mention the room number, Jin Yan perked up. This gentleman before her was indeed the very important guest. Oh, so you are Mr. Zhang's esteemed guest. Please, Mr. Zhang has been awaiting you for some time. Jin Yan thought to present her most charming, alluring, and exquisite self to Tiancheng. With polite grace, she opened the restaurant door for him. Tiancheng nodded slightly and stepped inside. Truly, it was a grand affair. Upon entering the grand hall of the restaurant, Tiancheng was immediately greeted by the soothing sound of flowing water, followed by the magnificent sight of a colossal sailboat. This vessel was as large as 4 or 5 individuals, meticulously crafted entirely from the wood of sunken ships resting on the ocean floor, suspended gracefully above a pool of water. Below, the pool was adorned with several fountains, creating a captivating illusion of surging waves, as the water cascaded against the hull of the ship, producing a melodic sound of splashing. Such opulent decor would still be considered extravagant 2 decades hence. In the year 2003, it was undoubtedly unique and imaginative. Tiancheng recognized that the higher the establishment's caliber, the more it reflected Zhang Xiangdong's earnestness regarding their collaboration. After all, this prominent figure was renowned for his frugality. It was said that even when his wealth exceeded a staggering 100 billion, he drove a modest Volkswagen worth merely a few $100,000, later opting for a different color of the same model. Had Zhang Xiangdong chosen to discuss their partnership at a roadside stall, Tiancheng would have been wholly unfazed. Yet, his choice to meet in such a splendid venue indicated a genuine regard for Tiancheng. Mr. Yu, is this your first visit? Jin Yan inquired, noticing Tiancheng's captivation with the grand sailboat, instantly realizing that he too was a newcomer to the lakeside hotel. She remembered her own initial encounter with the vessel, marked by a similar expression of wonder. Nevertheless, she did not underestimate him simply because it was his first time. After all, anyone who could command the restaurant owner's special attention, with all staff poised to receive him, was undoubtedly of significant stature. Oh, certainly. Tiancheng momentarily lost his focus but quickly regained it, following Jin Yin as they meandered around the immense sailboat and entered a lengthy corridor. The decor within, though imbued with an ancient charm, was relatively distinctive for someone like Tiancheng, who had witnessed grand spectacles in the future. Indeed, it was somewhat luxurious for the present era. "Mr. Yu, are you a local?" Jin Yin engaged him in conversation while guiding him. This young man appeared quite youthful, and although his attire seemed somewhat mature, it did not detract from his allure. His slightly baggy trousers, tucked-in shirt, and athletic shoes were not the hallmarks of an ordinary individual. Despite his fashion missteps, he exuded a striking handsomeness. "Yes, I am a local. I reside near the first high school." "The first high school? I am familiar with it. My cousin attends there." "Is that so? Perhaps I know her." Tiancheng, in good spirits, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Jin Yin. "Mr. Yu, you jest. As a successful individual, how could you possibly know my cousin?" "Alas, this is where I must leave you. The hall is just ahead. That gentleman is our manager, Mr. Su." Jin Yin halted, reluctantly watching Tiancheng as he traversed the corridor and entered the restaurant's grand hall. During work hours, she could escort guests only to this point, and only those who received special consideration. The last guest she had brought this far was a high-ranking official from the city, and in that moment, she felt like a mere shadow amidst a throng of admirers. After Tiancheng was ushered in by the lobby manager, Jin Yin cautiously returned to her position at the reception. Just as she stepped out, she noticed her cousin Su Huiqiao had emerged from the reception desk, peering inside on tiptoe. "Oh dear, why are you out here? Our manager has repeatedly instructed us not to stray," Jin Yin exclaimed, quickly pulling Su Huiqiao back to the reception area. "Why should I be afraid? I'm not bothering anyone," Su Huiqiao muttered reluctantly, then added, "Sister, I think I recognize that person who just went in." "Don't be ridiculous. Who could you possibly know?" Jin Yin stepped into the reception area, glanced at her phone, and took a pen, as if pondering something. "I really do know him. He is my classmate," Su Huiqiao said, tilting her head eagerly. "Your classmate? Well then, tell me his surname and full name." Jin Yin replied skeptically, still a bit unconvinced. "His surname is Yu, and his name is Tiancheng." "That is definitely him," Su Huiqiao asserted confidently. "Indeed, his surname is Yu." Jin Yin suddenly recalled her conversation with Tiancheng, who lived near the first middle school, and wondered if he might know her cousin. Though she had said it jokingly, who would have thought that a jest could so easily turn into reality? "Are you certain he is your classmate? They can't just look alike, can they?" Jin Yin asked again. "Absolutely. He doesn't usually dress like this. Even if he turned to ashes, I would still recognize him. He used to pursue my best friend, but never succeeded. However, recently, I don't know what has gotten into him, but he seems to have given up," Su Huiqiao said with a hint of disdain. "He pursued your best friend?" Jin Yin's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pondered the implications. "Yes, the one named Li Sisi, the girl you've met," Su Huiqiao nodded. "Oh, the one who knows how to apply makeup well? She is not as pretty as I am." Jin Yin pouted. "Of course. My cousin is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," Su Huiqiao flattered her. "At this hour, there shouldn't be any other guests. You wait here. I'll go to the kitchen and get you something delicious," Jin Yin said, appearing pleased, and after saying this to Su Huiqiao, she rose and walked towards the restaurant's main hall. "Sister, can I use your phone to make a call?" Su Huiqiao asked just before Jin Yin left. "Go ahead. Just don't lose it," Jin Yin replied, assuming Su Huiqiao was calling home, and she consented without a second thought. As soon as Jin Yin left, Su Huiqiao immediately dialed a number. "Hello, Sisi, guess who I just saw?" Chapter 43. "Sister, what are you up to?" Li Sisi, who had lost her phone in White Horse Lake, had received a new one from her father, who purchased a less expensive imitation model from Deep City and had it mailed to her. This imitation phone was what Li Sisi was currently using. Although it was a knockoff, most students viewed it as quite stylish, and Su Huiqiao envied her for it. Upon receiving a call from Su Huiqiao, Li Sisi was initially taken aback, and then inquired with astonishment, "Qiao, have you purchased a mobile phone?" "It's not mine, it's my sister Yan's. I'm here visiting her. So I used her phone to call," Su Huiqiao clarified before hastily adding, "Oh, let us not dwell on that. Guess whom I just saw?" "Who?" Li Sisi, preoccupied with exchanging messages with a boy from her class, was more focused on persuading him to treat her to a lavish meal. Su Huiqiao's call had interrupted her engaging conversation. Tiancheng. Su Huiqiao pronounced the name with deliberate clarity. "So what about Tiancheng? What is so extraordinary about that?" Although Li Sisi harbored resentment towards Tiancheng, She recognized that for a fish pond owner, losing a significant fish wasn't insurmountable. However, Su Huiqiao's next words captured Li Cici's attention anew. "Oh, how can you not understand? Yu Tiancheng came to my sister's place for dinner," Su Huiqiao elucidated. "Are you saying Yu Tiancheng dined at the lakeside restaurant? Did he go alone, or did he invite Tian Yue?" Li Cici's tone shifted dramatically. She had encountered Su Huiqiao's cousin, who was strikingly beautiful and worked as a minor leader at the lakeside restaurant, living quite a prosperous life. A place like the lakeside restaurant was unattainable for students like them. The fanciest meals Li Cici had experienced were mere cakes at a bakery or hot pot dinners. For her, a meal costing 30 to 50 was considered extravagant. It was essential to note that in 2003, Langzhou was merely a fourth-tier city with an average salary barely exceeding 1,000. She had heard about a steakhouse opening near Laoshimen over a year ago, yet she had never set foot inside. High-end restaurants like the Lakeside, where the average cost per person exceeded several hundred, were realms beyond her wildest dreams. Even a single visit would be a tale worth boasting about for a year. Therefore, upon hearing that Yu Tiancheng had actually dined at the Lakeside restaurant, Li Cici's eyes widened in disbelief. Her immediate thought was that he was merely pretending to be affluent, perhaps having stolen money from his family to treat Tian Yue at such an upscale establishment. Tian Yue? No, just him alone. Su Huiqiao seemed puzzled. Pondering for a moment before continuing, it appears someone invited him. In any case, he was dressed quite well, wearing a shirt, dress pants, and even black-rimmed glasses. Looking like an old scholar. A shirt, dress pants, and glasses? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Li Cici questioned skeptically. Could I possibly be wrong about him? If you don't believe me, you can come see for yourself. He's bound to come out after finishing his meal, Su Huiqiao retorted, slightly miffed at her friend's doubt. Li Cici originally intended to decline, but the thought of Yu Tiancheng dining at the lakeside restaurant stirred an unsettling sensation within her, akin to a swarm of ants crawling over her skin. Wait, I'll head over immediately. With that, Li Cici ended the call. Inside the lakeside restaurant, Jean Yin observed her surroundings and, noticing that the lobby manager was absent, ventured into the hall. She leaned against the kitchen window, engaging in casual conversation with the waiter, Xiao Lu, who was waiting to serve dishes. "Where's Manager Su?" she inquired. "He's keeping an eye on things over in the Xiangrui Hall," Xiao Lu responded, offering her a flattering smile. As a young man in the throes of youthful exuberance, he found himself captivated by Jean Yan's stunning figure and striking appearance. A mere beckoning gesture from her could easily ensnare his heart. "What's the occasion for all these dishes from today's guests?" Jean Yan asked, curious, eager to impress her with his knowledge. Xiao Lu exaggerated slightly in his reply. "I heard the big boss is personally overseeing things, with managers serving the dishes. I don't know much, but I overheard that the young man who just entered was discussing business, throwing around figures like 10 million and 20 million. Quite impressive, I assent it. Is that true?" Jean Yin felt a flutter in her heart at the mention of such staggering sums. "You think I would deceive you? You know how Manager Su feels about that young man, right?" Xiao Lu leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially. "He's like a lapdog, fawning all over him." "Shoo, keep it down. You can't speak like that. If Manager Su hears you, you might lose your job." Jean Yin feigned concern, warning him. "Relax. I'm only sharing this with you. I wouldn't bother with anyone else," Xiao Lu said, his eyes gleaming with admiration. As he had leaned closer to Jean Yin, he caught a whiff of her enchanting fragrance and was mesmerized by the delicate curve of her neck. Suddenly, a bell chimed from the kitchen, signaling the completion of a dish. A chef emerged, presenting an exquisitely plated creation adorned with a miniature mountain and carved phoenix, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. "I must go serve this," Xiao Lu said, quickly picking up the tray and hurrying towards the Xiangrui Hall. "Brother San, what is the name of that dish? It looks magnificent," Jean Yin called out to a middle-aged chef donning a chef's hat, who was in his 30s. That S called phoenix spreading its wings. Apart from me, no one else in this restaurant can prepare it," he replied, scratching the menu with his nail. Then, he leaned closer to Jean Yin, warning, "You'd best not linger around here today. If Manager Su catches you, it won't be pretty. Usually, it's fine, but today is special, and you know that." "I understand. It's just that my cousin is here, and she's still hungry," Jean Yin feigned innocence. "Wait a moment." The chef glanced around before surreptitiously handing her a black bag from the kitchen. "Take this to eat, but don't let anyone see." "Thank you, Brother San." Jean Yin accepted the bag with gratitude, casting him a flirtatious smile. Go on, he urged, waving her off. With the bag in hand, Jean Yin swiftly made her way back to the reception desk at the entrance, where she handed the black bag to Su Huichao. Sister, what is this? Su Huichao initially scrutinized the greasy bag with disdain, but upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chicken legs? So many. She'll hurry and eat. Jean Yin cast a glance at the 6 chicken legs, each prepared in a distinct manner, some battered and fried, others braised or marinated, each boasting a unique flavor, which evidently showcased the thoughtfulness of the esteemed third brother. Delicious. Why aren't you eating? She inquired. Su Hui, engrossed in gnawing on a chicken leg, widened her eyes as she noticed Jean Yin scribbling on a piece of paper. Jean Yin then lifted her qipao, revealing her fair, supple thigh, and tucked the note into the edge of her stockings. Chapter 44. Do you dare to employ child labor? Outside the restaurant, Yu Tiancheng remained oblivious and indifferent to the happenings. At this moment, his negotiation with Zhang Xiangdong had escalated to a fever pitch. Zhang Xiangdong was accompanied by 2 others, a man and a woman. The man, Rin Bo, the manager of the development department, was responsible for the creation of Tencent games. Yu Tiancheng recognized him well, knowing that Rin Bo would eventually ascend to a senior leadership role, becoming a significant figure within the company. However, at present, he was burdened with a plethora of casual and card games that were causing him considerable distress. The past 2 years had likely been the most challenging period of Rin Bo's career, as Tencent lacked any flagship games, leading to significant hair loss from his worries. This time, he accompanied Zhang Xiangdong to observe the creator of the tempestuous chicken game network, curious to discern what set him apart. Perhaps there would be an opportunity for exchange and learning. The other individual, named Zhu Ran, served as the director responsible for business and finance. From the moment Yu Tiancheng entered, Zhu Ran scrutinized him intently. After mutual introductions, Yu Tiancheng stated his full name, and then Zhang Xiangdong began orchestrating the meal service. Zhang Xiangdong and Rin Bo initially engaged Yu Tiancheng in a discussion about the current state of the domestic internet landscape. To Zhang Xiangdong's astonishment, Yu Tiancheng displayed an impressive familiarity with the industry, articulating the strategies of major companies and their developmental trajectories with remarkable clarity. He even provided insights on several promising directions he believed in, including those Tencent currently overlooked, such as the rising star of Teacher Ma from Linen, the flourishing Xingda, and even the prospects of the pig farming industry, along with Lei Budong's development forecast, all of which Yu Tiancheng analyzed with profound simplicity. Naturally, most of what he spoke was based on known information, viewed through a lens slightly ahead of the current trends. Even so, this revelation left Zhang Xiangdong astounded. As a leading internet company, they had access to information far beyond that of the average individual. This disparity in knowledge was pivotal to their success. However, the fact that a young man like Yu Tiancheng could possess such foresight was genuinely impressive. If only he knew that Yu Tiancheng was aware of the nation's developmental trajectory for the next 20 years, he might have been utterly flabbergasted. Yu Tiancheng, of course, had no intention of divulging such extensive knowledge. The interplay of truth and illusion was far more captivating. At the very least, Zhang Xiangdong held Yu Tiancheng in high regard, placing great importance on him. However, the remainder of the encounter did not unfold as pleasantly. As Zhu Ran took the initiative, a formal negotiation commenced between him and Yu Tiancheng. The entire process was characterized by cunning and verbal sparring. Beneath the veneer of cordiality lay a palpable tension. Zhu Ran perceived Yu Tiancheng as overly youthful. Although he exhibited some insight into the realm of the internet, he posed no significant threat in other domains. Furthermore, Yu Tiancheng operated independently, devoid of any substantial backing, which allowed Zhu Ran and his team to maintain a geographical advantage even in Langzhou. This was evident from their choice of the lakeside restaurant for their meeting, a strategic move intended to intimidate Yu Tiancheng and heighten his pressure. Thus, Zhu Ran initiated the discussion with an offer of 12 million, slightly above Yu Tiancheng's asking price of 10 million, yet far from doubling it. Unexpectedly, Yu Tiancheng reacted vehemently, slamming the table and declaring that without 20 million, there was no room for negotiation. His loud outbursts startled those outside, and this infuriated Zhu Ran, who was left flustered and eager to confront Yu Tiancheng. Ultimately, when Yu Tiancheng genuinely stood to leave, Zhang Xiangdong intervened, seeking to mediate and calm the pair. "You, my friend, do take a breath. I believe there is still room for discussion." Zhang Xiangdong's use of informal online nomenclature brought a smile to Yu Tiancheng's face, and the deal appeared to solidify. Zhu Ran, merely a performer in this drama, was not the ultimate decision-maker. That role belonged to the co-founder. Mr. Zhang, you once stated that no matter the price offered by others, you would match it. If that was mere bluster, I have nothing more to say. I could sell to someone else for a few million less, and honestly, I am not overly concerned. While Tiancheng's words suggested indifference, he was acutely aware of the significance of the sum. 3 to 5 million was a fortune he had never amassed in his previous life. The prospect of acquiring it with mere dialogue was far from trivial. Meanwhile, Zhu Ran, visibly agitated, reddened with anger, despite Tiancheng's youthful appearance. His rhetoric was unrelenting and brazen, akin to a scolded harpy. Indeed, 20 million is my price, he asserted, yet I must append a condition. I invite you to join us at Penguin, so we may collaborate on this venture. As for remuneration, rest assured, I can offer a monthly salary of 30,000. Options to be discussed separately. Zhang Xiangdong deemed this proposal exceedingly generous. The increase in salary underscored his recognition of Tiancheng's rarity as a talent. I am grateful for your generosity, Mr. Zhang, but I must respectfully decline this condition. After all, I still have university to attend. I lack the time to serve as a mere technician. Might you provide a rationale? Is the compensation inadequate? We can certainly negotiate. Zhang Xiangdong pressed. I feel a particular affinity for you, and I truly require talent on my team. If you are not inclined to commit long-term, perhaps you could assist me temporarily. And if in the future you wish to embark on your own entrepreneurial journey, you could first develop your skills with us at Penguin. Zhang Xiangdong found it astonishing that despite his generous offers, the individual remained unmoved. Could it be that he aspired to venture into entrepreneurship? The specifics would become clear once we finalized the contract, and you returned. However, in light of Zhang's earnestness, I can extend a commendable project to Manager Su. As a form of compensation for everyone involved, Tiancheng also took a step back. Upon hearing U.S. words, Rinbo's eyes lit up. He was currently troubled by his own responsibilities, and if Tiancheng proposed a viable project, it could serve as a breakthrough for him. Zhang Xiangdong cast a glance at Rinbo, pondering for 3 seconds. Rinbo was someone he had personally promoted. If he failed to achieve any results, it would indeed be challenging to justify this to the board. All right, it's settled then. We shall sign the contract immediately, and the funds will be transferred without delay. With a resolute heart, Zhang Xiangdong made the decision. The price was set at 20 million. Directly acquiring the entire framework of the Deepening game network and several associated mini-games, including their encryption algorithms. Zhu Ran fell silent, genuinely incensed. Yet, with the CEO's decision made, her mission was deemed accomplished. Furthermore, since Tiancheng had mentioned providing a project for Rinbo, they could consider themselves not at a loss. It all hinged on whether the project you proposed would meet their needs. Should he randomly suggest some nonsensical idea, they would simply disregard him. Soon, Zhu Ran drafted the contract, and both parties proceeded to sign and complete the subsequent formalities. Once everything was settled, Rinbo looked at Tiancheng with an anxious expression. Tiancheng approached with a cheerful demeanor and whispered to Rinbo, "You're familiar with that bubble game from a certain major agent, right? Combine it with Bomberman, and you could create a candy game, couldn't you?" Hearing Yu's suggestion, Rinbo's eyes sparkled with realization. Tiancheng chuckled. The project was originally developed by Penguin, and its director was none other than Rinbo himself. You merely hinted at the idea, gifting what was inherently Rin-esque to him as a favor. Seeing the look in Rinbo's eyes, Zhang Xiangdong understood that this idea likely pleased him greatly. With the business discussion concluded, it was time to wrap up the meal. The table was laden with dishes, yet aside from a few bites taken by Tiancheng, the others hardly touched their food. Tiancheng, satisfied, patted the newly acquired bank card in his pocket, feeling quite pleased. The card was freshly issued, thankfully. One could obtain a bank card at the age of 16, otherwise, he would have been without one. Now that the contract is signed and the funds are secured, you ought to tell me why you declined my invitation, Zhang Xiangdong sincerely inquired. Truthfully, I wouldn't mind earning a bit more. Hearing Tiancheng's words, Zhang Xiangdong's spirits lifted. However, Tiancheng rummaged through his pocket and produced an ID card, tossing it onto the table. Do you dare to employ a minor? Chapter 45. The fish pond owner becomes a sycophant. You're only 17? Zhu Ran picked up the ID card and took a glance, feeling disheartened. So, are you in college? Zhang Xiangdong gazed at Tiancheng in disbelief. Next September? Tiancheng tilted his head, indicating that he could hardly be considered a proper university student. Haha, This truly takes me by surprise, he remarked. Zhu Ran stood in a daze for a while, contemplating the absurdity of having conversed at length with a 17-year-old, yet having gained nothing from the exchange. You are indeed remarkable, Rin Bo exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, Li Sisi arrived at the entrance of the Lakeside Hotel and found Su Huiqiao at the reception desk. Did you truly see him? Is that person Yu Tiancheng? Li Sisi had taken the bus to verify whether he was indeed Yu Tiancheng. Am I capable of deceiving you? Did you not claim you wanted to sever ties with him? Yet here you are, rushing over at the mere mention of his name, Su Huiqiao teased. That was merely a moment of anger. Yu Tiancheng is quite decent. If he is willing to apologize, I shall grant him another chance. With Jin Yin standing nearby, Li Sisi felt compelled to maintain her dignity, insisting that she was the one captivating Yu Tiancheng, intentionally keeping him on his toes. Why isn't he coming out yet? After waiting for a while, Li Sisi grew anxious. He's dining inside. How would I know? Su Huiqiao also felt perturbed. Since Li Sisi's arrival, Jin Yin had noticeably become displeased and harbored a distinct disdain for her. Unbeknownst to Su Huiqiao, Jin Yin was internally berating Li Sisi with countless insults. You have such a wealthy prospect, and instead of pursuing him yourself, you summon your friend to compete with me? Has your mind been flooded with water? At that very moment, a Mercedes-Benz slowly approached the entrance of the restaurant. It was an 8th-generation Mercedes-Benz 350 sedan, colloquially known as the Butterfly Benz. In 2003, owning such a vehicle symbolized status and wealth. In the entire Langzhou, there was but one. Upon sighting the Mercedes, Jin Yin immediately tensed. Stop chatting, our boss is arriving. If he asks, just say you were passing by. Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao also noticed the car, their eyes widening in astonishment. As the vehicle came to a halt at the Lakeside Hotel's entrance, the three of them felt a wave of apprehension, particularly Jin Yin, who deliberately distanced herself from the other two, awaiting cautiously. Then they observed a capable young man exiting the driver's seat, standing neatly by the door as if awaiting something. This car is stunning. That man is quite handsome. Is he your boss? Li Sisi whispered to Jin Yin, her gaze lingering on the young man, clearly enchanted. That is our boss's driver, Jin Yin replied, biting her lip. Realizing it was merely the driver, Li Sisi's interest promptly waned, and she could scarcely muster the energy to glance at him again. Just then, footsteps echoed from within the restaurant as Yu Tiancheng and Zhang Xiangdong emerged. From a distance, Su Huiqiao shouted, "Look, here they come. The one in the shirt and slacks. Could that be Yu Tiancheng?" As she shouted, Li Sisi immediately furrowed her brows and glanced over. Although this fellow had donned a new outfit and sported glasses, appearing considerably more mature, those familiar brows and eyes could only belong to Yu Tiancheng. Accompanying him was another individual, whose demeanor exuded the air of an authority figure, yet he wore a sycophantic smile directed at Yu Tiancheng. Not to mention, the man and woman trailing behind him, one clad in a sharp suit, radiating confidence, while the other, carrying a briefcase with a frosty expression, also appeared to be a competent elite from a major corporation. At that moment, the trio's attitude towards Yu Tiancheng could be encapsulated in one word: humility, devoid of any pretentiousness. As the four exited the restaurant, a driver promptly jogged over, bowing to Zhang Xiangdong and stating, "Mr. Zhang, the car is ready. I am Xiao Li, the driver for General Manager Zhang. He specifically instructed me to await your commands." Zhang Xiangdong paused for a moment, then quickly turned to Yu Tiancheng, asking, "Where are you headed, Yu Shen? Shall Xiao Li drive you?" The fact that General Manager Zhang had dispatched a vehicle to fetch him surely indicated an important matter. "I wouldn't want to waste your time. That won't do. Since the car is already here, we might as well go together," Yu Tiancheng replied. "No need. I'm a local. Do you think I could be abducted? With your capabilities, I would believe you could abduct others," Yu Tiancheng jested. "All right then, let us keep in touch. I will be following your progress." Zhang Xiangdong pointed to his own eyes and then to Yu Tiancheng. This following was not merely a casual gesture, but rather an indication of his intention to foster a connection with Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng smiled. "It is my honor. Yu Shun, await my good news," Rinbo added, waving at Yu Tiancheng. "Anticipating your masterpiece." Yu Tiancheng reciprocated the gesture. Just then, a voice interrupted their exchange. The group paused and turned to see a meticulously dressed girl rushing towards them. It was Li Sisi, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter her here. Li Sisi hurried to Yu Tiancheng's side and declared, "About us." Yu Tiancheng's expression darkened instantly. "Is this never-ending? I will agree to be your girlfriend if you take me to the movies." Li Sisi had initially intended to say that if he allowed her to ride in a Mercedes once, she would agree to be his girlfriend. But she altered her words at the last moment. Nonetheless, it was still a rather humble proposition. The once proud lord of the fish pond had now transformed into a submissive admirer. Yet, how could Tiancheng possibly stumble into the same pitfall twice? She was not merely a pest. She was akin to a parasite. Spare me, sister. We are not from the same circle. You follow your path, and I will cross my bridge. Focus on your studies and aim for university. Wouldn't it be better to find your ideal partner there? Why must you cling to me? I was wrong. I am unworthy of you. Is that acceptable? Tiancheng felt a headache coming on. This woman was like a leech, refusing to let go once she latched on. Li Sisi's face flushed crimson. Despite her willingness to debase herself, why could he not reciprocate her feelings? Tiancheng, how do you speak? With Sisi in such a predicament, what more could you possibly desire? Must she truly kneel and apologize? Su Huichao, witnessing her friend being bullied, immediately joined in to defend her. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiangdong and others exchanged glances filled with intrigue as they observed Tiancheng. His head throbbed with irritation. What began as a delightful day had been sullied by these two fools, turning it into a familial drama. At that moment, Jin Yan, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward with a bright smile. Qiao Qiao, Mr. Yu is a guest at our restaurant. Why are you obstructing him? Any issues can be discussed back at school. As she spoke, Jin Yan took hold of Su Huichao and Li Sisi, casting a discreet glance at Tiancheng. Initially taken aback, Tiancheng soon smiled faintly and turned to Lu Xiangdong, saying, "It seems I must indeed make use of this vehicle." "Of course," responded Xiao Li, "allow Mr. Yu to enter the car." Before the driver could react, Jin Yan swiftly opened the door, and Tiancheng lowered himself into the vehicle, followed by Zhang Xiangdong and the others. As the door closed, Jin Yan subtly slipped a note, concealed within her thigh-high stockings, into Tiancheng's hand. He paused momentarily, glancing at her alluring gaze as she shut the door. Looking down at the note, he discovered a string of phone numbers. This woman possesses a certain charm. Tiancheng chuckled as the car roared to life and drove away. Li Sisi, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot, watching the departing luxury vehicle as if witnessing a golden mountain recede from her grasp. Chapter 46. I truly came for a blind date. Tiancheng instructed Zhang Xiangdong to drop him off near Langzhou College of Arts and Sciences, bidding farewell to his companions as he exited the vehicle. This young man has quite the tale, Rinbo remarked cheerfully as soon as Tiancheng stepped out. Oh, who among us was devoid of youthful escapades? Especially considering this lad's wealth at such a tender age. At 17, you and I were merely peeking over walls to catch glimpses of girls bathing. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Xiangdong noticed the expressions of Rinbo and Zhu Ren shifting to one of discomfort. That was not my intent, Zhang Xiangdong quickly amended, clearing her throat. Zhu Ren chimed in. All right, let us drive to old Zhong's place. Realizing he might exacerbate the situation, Zhang Xiangdong simply closed his eyes, letting them think whatever they wished. Tiancheng meandered near White Horse Lake, arriving at the bank's ATM. Staring at the 20 million yuan in his account, he found himself momentarily stunned. 20 million. It felt surreal. With newfound wealth, how should one spend it? He decided to withdraw 1,000 yuan, contemplating whether he should reach out to Tian Yue for a coffee. Just as he was about to dial her number, a voice suddenly called from behind. Little Yu? Recognizing the familiar voice, he turned to find Su Lan, quickly retracting his phone. Teacher Su, is that really you? Su Lan, equally surprised, regarded him with a playful yet scrutinizing gaze. You look flamboyant, like a young gentleman off to a blind date. I just met a friend, he replied. Tiancheng hesitated momentarily before scrutinizing Su Lan. She had traded her professional attire for a knitted sweater, her hair cascading loosely, complemented by a pleated skirt and nude stockings, finished off with a pair of short boots, exuding an entirely different allure. Teacher Su, you look so beautiful. It's as if you're here for a blind date. Tiancheng hastily redirected the conversation towards Su Lan. Cleverly put, I indeed am here for a blind date. To his astonishment, she acknowledged it. Su Lan chuckled at Tiancheng, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief that sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to leave, Su Lan continued, but it's under duress. Since you're here, why not? Teacher Su, this is too much. I am your student. Before Su Lan could finish her thought, Tiancheng grasped her implication. A mere shield. Such a ludicrous scenario must not unfold in my presence. Precisely because you are my student, you ought to heed my words. Su Lan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, wrapping her arm around Tiancheng's, tightening her grip. Pay attention to that exquisite man seated by the window in the third row. Your task today is to ensure he retreats. Tiancheng felt the softness of her arm and instantly succumbed, thinking, this is quite overwhelming. Although he had lived 2 lives, his physique was that of a 17 or 18-year-old. He swallowed hard. Is this for nothing? Will you treat me to coffee? I'm worth billions. Can't a coffee be settled easily? Let us converse earnestly. That billion you speak of, does it represent money? It's merely my ambition. You're still a child. Why is your ambition so sordid? Teacher, you're misunderstanding. Enough nonsense. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary student. Teacher, you're insulting my character. I might just go on strike. Try leaving. Su Lan's grip tightened further, nearly draping herself over Tiancheng's arm. He found himself once again yielding to her softness. Have you met this gentleman before? Twice. The last time I ignored him, my father scolded me. You could choose to ignore your father. That wouldn't merely be scolding. It would jeopardize my financial support. Ahem. So Teacher Su also bends for a mere handful of rice. Stop rambling. You'd best ensure he keeps his distance, or I'll find myself reporting back to my father. Will he truly report? What a bold heart. You'll soon discover. He is quite exceptional. As they spoke, the two entered the CAF and approached the distinguished gentleman. Tiancheng assessed the man before him, appearing to be in his 30s, with a side part, sporting glasses. Dressed in a sharp Armani suit and adorned with a Rolex. He stood approximately 1.70 meters, with an additional 2 centimeters contributed by his shoes. Regardless of his appearance, it was evident that Su Lan would not be impressed. What astonished Tiancheng further was the man's demeanor. Despite his sophisticated attire, he seemed exceedingly anxious. Akin to a child, his hands clutched a glass of water, fingerprints clearly visible, suggesting he had been gripping the glass with considerable tension. Su, you've arrived. May I ask who this is? The moment the exceptional man laid eyes on Su Lan, his expression sparkled with interest. However, upon seeing Tiancheng, his demeanor darkened, revealing a palpable aura of hostility, as if he had encountered a rival. A twinge of regret washed over me. Tiancheng tilted his head and whispered to Su Lan, who stood half a head shorter than him, "Are you afraid he might harm you?" Rest assured, he lacks the courage. To my surprise, Su Lan unabashedly leaned in and whispered back to Tiancheng before turning to the exceptional man. "Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Tiancheng, and this is Mr. Zhong Yanzhao." Upon hearing Su Lan's introduction, Zhong Yanzhao exhibited an unexpected calmness, responding with a mere single word, which could hardly be considered an answer, but rather a detached acknowledgement. This response seemed utterly incongruous with the tension radiating from him, leaving one to ponder its significance. Tiancheng shot Su Lan a glance, feeling somewhat awkward. Is he truly exceptional? Su Lan mouthed 3 words before pulling Tiancheng down into a seat. What would you like to order? The waiter inquired as he approached. 2 cappuccinos, no sugar. Thank you. Su Lan ordered on behalf of Tiancheng. Su, after we get married. Just as they settled in, Zhong Yanzhao broke the silence, startling Tiancheng so much that he nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Are you married? Tiancheng looked at Zhong Yanzhao, astonished. Not yet, Zhong Yanzhao replied cautiously. Oh, then it's no concern. Please, continue, Tiancheng hastily responded, only to receive a sharp kick under the table from Su Lan. Did you catch that? I am her boyfriend. Why is there no reaction from you? Tiancheng quickly interjected. My mother said that if there are any issues, we can discuss them with her. But I must not lose my temper in front of Su, as it would upset her, Zhong Yanzhao stammered. In that instant, Tiancheng comprehended why Su Lan had asserted that Zhong Yanzhao lacked the audacity to harm him. Chapter 47. Where will you sleep tonight? Here was a man of decent upbringing, potentially prone to volatility, yet undeniably a mama's boy. Additionally, he likely possessed other peculiar traits that had yet to surface. To encapsulate Zhong Yanzhao and Tiancheng's words, one could only use the term twisted. When traits such as impulsiveness, timidity, obedience, and being a mama's boy converge within a 30-year-old man, the result is a singular outcome, a conflicted individual. It is no wonder Su Lan would deem him an exceptional man. In this scenario, not only did Su Lan find him unappealing, but Tiancheng also felt a surge of indignation. The thought of a captivating beauty like Su Lan being wed to this exceptional mama's boy felt akin to witnessing a fine cabbage being ravished by a pig. Hey, why are you dazed? Su Lan delivered another kick to Yu Tiancheng's leg. Oh, that person, Brother Zhong. Yu Tiancheng simply changed his title, adopting an elder brother demeanor. Addressing Zhong Yanzhao, Brother Zhong, you see, Su is my girlfriend. If you wish to marry her, I am here before you. You wouldn't mind, would you? So, the three of us could live together, and you wouldn't mind, right? Zhong Yanzhao was momentarily taken aback, contemplating for about a second. I do mind. Yu Tiancheng shrugged, recognizing that a mama's boy isn't foolish. He understood that three people sharing one bed would be rather cramped. Since there was a concern, she could not marry him. Why? Because I wouldn't mind living with her. As he spoke, Yu Tiancheng shifted his posture, reclining back, one hand resting on Su Lan's waist, establishing an intimate gesture. Of course, that hand was rather mischievous, giving a gentle squeeze to Su Lan's soft waist. Su Lan's eyes widened in surprise, turning to glare at Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng wore a self-satisfied expression. Su Lan gently pushed his hand away from her, retrieving it from behind her, and then placed it on Yu Tiancheng's thigh. Across from them, Zhong Yanzhao was momentarily bewildered by Yu Tiancheng's antics. Soon, however, anger surged onto his face. Yu Tiancheng observed Zhong Yanzhao's hand tightly gripping the cup before him, squeezing it repeatedly. In that moment, Yu Tiancheng felt a pang of anxiety. He was unfamiliar with Zhong Yanzhao and could only speculate how explosive his temper might become. After all, it was a cup of steaming hot water. Scalding, indeed. You all continue your conversation. I shall excuse myself to the restroom. Perhaps sensing Zhong Yanzhao's unstable mood, Su Lan stood up, suddenly turned back, lowered her head to gaze at Yu Tiancheng, her crimson lips drawing near, and her finger playfully poked his nose. Darling, wait for me. With that, Su Lan swayed her hips and headed to the restroom. Damn it, Yu Tiancheng thought. This woman was adding fuel to the flames. He felt like he had gained nothing but trouble. Turning his head, he noticed Zhong Yanzhao's grip tightening even further. The hot water was reddening his hand, and blood vessels were visibly straining in his eyes. What a peculiar situation this is. Brother, you are 30 years old. Could you not be more composed? As Zhong Yanzhao appeared on the verge of an outburst, Yu Tiancheng had a sudden inspiration, exclaiming, Listen to your mother. Don't be angry. Su will be upset. Indeed, Zhong Yanzhao's demeanor seemed to stabilize considerably, his grip on the cup gradually loosening. His gaze lost some of its ferocity. Yu Tiancheng let out a sigh of relief, pondering that if any woman were to go on a blind date with Zhong Yanzhao, barring those with unstable mental faculties, it would be quite difficult for them to accept such a display. Poor Su Lan, she was not to blame. Blind dates were truly ill-suited for Zhong Yanzhao. He seemed more appropriate for a mental institution. Observing Zhong Yanzhao's blend of fear and fierce awkwardness, Yu Tiancheng inexplicably felt a twinge of pity. Brother Zhong, please do not be overly agitated. Allow me to speak candidly. It was Su who sent me here. As you can see, the young lady is unwilling to engage in a blind date with you. Matters of the heart require mutual consent. A fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet, and it would be unwise to pursue it relentlessly. Yu Tiancheng deliberately softened his tone, intending to console Zhong Yanzhao. However, he was taken aback when Zhong Yanzhao fixated on the latter part of his statement, abruptly inquiring, So, Su sent you? Does that mean you do not share a romantic relationship with her? Is Su deliberately attempting to provoke me? Yu Tiancheng felt his hair standing on end. Was this man genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Was he truly incapable of understanding the nuances of the conversation? That detail is hardly significant, Yu Tiancheng dismissed, wishing to steer the conversation elsewhere. If Su Lan returned and heard this, his mission would be utterly compromised. Failure was one thing, but the loss of face was paramount. I brought you here to serve as a shield, and instead, you have unwittingly declared yourself a traitor. Suddenly, Zhong Yanzhao adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I came to discuss marriage with Su, not with you. Please do not waste our time further. I shall speak to her again. When Su returns, inform her that I have taken my leave. With that, he actually stood up and departed, leaving Yu Tiancheng in a state of utter bewilderment. He left? Just like that? Yu Tiancheng was completely flabbergasted. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse, exhausting countless brain cells to persuade this individual to depart, yet he simply walked away, gazing out the window. Yu Tiancheng observed Zhong Yanzhao exiting the CAF and hailing a taxi, which then drove off. Once assured the man would not return, Tiancheng exhaled deeply, only to turn and collide with something soft, plunging into darkness, the scent overwhelming his senses. Moments later, the darkness dissipated. Ouch! Are you blind? Sulan took a couple of steps back, glaring reproachfully at Tiancheng. How could I know you were standing behind me? I have no eyes in the back of my head. Tiancheng rubbed his nose, pondering its considerable size and softness. Did he truly leave? Sulan tilted her head to glance outside once more, confirming Zhong Yinzhao's absence before sinking onto the sofa and taking a sip of her coffee. Impressive. What did you say to him that made him leave? Tiancheng muttered something in English. Realizing he could not disclose to Sulan the truth, that he had revealed he was not her boyfriend. A secret, indeed, Sulan retorted, rolling her eyes. He may very well return to seek you out. Seizing the opportunity, Tiancheng offered a warning. I understand. We shall address that when the time comes. Sulan waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Teacher Su, you must inquire when you return if you are indeed your father's biological daughter. It is the first time I have encountered someone who would push their own daughter into a perilous situation, Tiancheng remarked, taking a sip of his coffee with a significant expression directed at Sulan. Sulan remained silent, lost in thought as she gazed at her coffee cup, seemingly preoccupied with her own concerns. Realizing he might have misspoken, Tiancheng swiftly changed the topic. Did you not mention you were going to Xingqing today? Sulan set her coffee cup down and replied, Isn't that why I am here to see him? She then glanced at her wristwatch. It is only 4:30 now. If we leave, we will arrive in 2 hours and can have dinner there. Would you care to join me? Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat at the suggestion. Where will we stay tonight? Where will we stay tonight? He repeated, noticing the playful glint in Sulan's eyes. He quickly amended his inquiry. No, I meant to ask. When will we return? Tomorrow, of course. We have work on Monday. Sulan shot him an admonishing look. Then I must call my mother. Teacher Su, I just did you a favor, shouldn't you? Tiancheng gazed at Sulan with a rather mischievous expression. A night away from home would undoubtedly concern Wei Xiaoqin and Yuanin. He certainly did not wish to be placed on a familial wanted list before even reaching Xingqing. All right, hand me the phone. I will simply tell her you are spending the night at your girlfriend's place. Sulan extended her hand. Do you possess any sense of professional ethics? Tiancheng's phone, which he had just retrieved, was immediately withdrawn. Oh, what are you afraid of? Am I truly that untrustworthy? You are indeed quite unreliable. Go ahead, dial. I assure you it will be a legitimate conversation. Sulan snatched the phone from Tiancheng's hands, her tone serious. Hello, is this Tiancheng's mother? I am his competition coach. My surname is Su. I need to inform you that. Yes, you may verify this with Teacher Hu. After a lengthy and elaborate explanation, Sulan returned the phone to Tiancheng. Hello, Mom, he began. This child. Why did you not inform your father and me about participating in the competition? Teacher Su is taking you to Xingqing for training. You must listen to her. Show some initiative and offer to help with tasks. Ah, Aunt Kong, it's your turn to strategize. The teacher is on the line, stating that our Tiancheng is participating in some academic competition and will be heading to Xingqing. All right, go ahead and accompany Teacher Su. I am currently playing cards. Wei Xiaoqin was known to play cards with her regular group every weekend. With that single phone call, her voice grew more animated, as if she had newfound leverage to boast about. It seemed she would hardly give a second glance to her son being whisked away. Tiancheng hung up in resignation. Given her enthusiasm, I suspect if I had mentioned you were spending the night with your girlfriend, she would have reacted with even greater excitement than if I said you were attending a competition. Sulan chimed in. She will certainly verify with Teacher Hu. Why not call him as well? Tiancheng was unconcerned about the potential chaos his trip to Xingqing could cause. His primary fear lay in the miscommunication between Hu Xingqing and Wei Xiaoqin, which could lead to a rather unpleasant return. He mused that being scolded by his parents at the age of 40 could evoke quite a sense of nostalgia. No, I've already spoken with Lao Hu. From the moment you moved to the computer room, you became my personal property, Sulan declared, snapping her fingers at the waiter. Check, please. The waiter approached with a broad smile. Good day. That will be a total of 221 yuan. What? Are you robbing us? Sulan exclaimed, her eyes widening. Come, read this and tell me how much a cappuccino costs per cup. As she rummaged through her black handbag to pay, the price left her aghast. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the 221 yuan. It was simply unacceptable to be taken advantage of. Tiancheng, equally curious, glanced at the bill. The cappuccino was only 8 yuan a cup. Was there a charge for sitting on the sofa? If so, that sofa was rather uncomfortable. In 2003, an 8 yuan cup of coffee was not trivial, yet a 100 yuan seating fee seemed rather dubious. However, the waiter quickly clarified that there was no seating fee. The cappuccino cost 8 yuan each, totaling 16 yuan for two. The decadent tiramisu cake was 68 yuan per serving. The chocolate cream roll was 98 yuan. The Japanese fragrant rice tea was 39 yuan a cup, and water was complimentary. The grand total came to 221 yuan. As the waiter recited the lengthy list, Tiancheng could hardly contain his laughter. Meanwhile, Su Lan trembled with rage, her fists clenched, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Did that bastard order all of this? She pointed in Tiancheng's direction. He quickly shifted, realizing he was seated in the spot previously occupied by Zhong Yanzhao. Su Lan had not sat beside him since returning from the restroom. Ah, it was that gentleman's order. You are together, aren't you? The waiter wore a conflicted expression. Su Lan fought the urge to clarify that they were not together, but managed to suppress her annoyance. Fine, I'll pay. It's so expensive. Can't you offer a discount? Apologies, miss, but we don't provide discounts here. Su Lan ground her teeth as she paid, her frustration mounting as she noticed Tiancheng chuckling beside her. In a fit of annoyance, she kicked his calf. Let us go. Stop staring. I must say, how long have you been waiting for this young master? He can indulge in a large cake and a cream roll, and you still wait for him. Truly, you must be infatuated, Tiancheng remarked as they strolled towards the bus stop. It's only been about 3 to 4 hours, Su Lan thought to herself, turning to find Tiancheng had already dashed quite a distance ahead. She scoffed. Where are you going? To catch the bus. Aren't we heading to Xingqing? Tiancheng scratched his head. Are you inviting me to do something else? Fine, you take the bus, and we'll meet at Xingqing. Su Lan extracted a car key from her bag and pressed a button. A red Mazda 6 parked at the coffee shop's entrance flashed its lights twice. Wow, what a show-off. With a car like that, who would take the bus? Tiancheng wasted no time, yanking open the car door and hopping in, faster than Su Lan. The Mazda 6 had just been released in April, and it was now September. This indicated her affluent background. Seated within the vehicle, Tiancheng surveyed the interior. The plush seats and the subtle fragrance unique to women prompted him to nod appreciatively, silently vowing that once he turned 18, obtaining a driver's license would be his second priority. When Su Lan entered the car, she noticed that Tiancheng did not possess the typical curious demeanor of others. Rather, his gaze was quite ordinary, devoid of envy. This young man certainly played the part of a mature individual. As Su Lan started the engine, they swiftly departed from Langzhou and merged onto the highway leading to Xingqing. In 2003, the roads were not yet congested. Yet Tiancheng experienced what it meant to drive with intensity. Despite Su Lan's demure demeanor at school, behind the wheel, she transformed into a veritable Schumacher. Her foot pressed the accelerator with such fervor that it felt as though they might collide with the fuel tank itself. The entire journey was imbued with an exhilarating energy, revealing a wild side of her personality. Upon entering Xingqing, Su Lan eased the speed of the vehicle, allowing Tiancheng's anxious heart to settle. During those 2 prior hours, he had been plagued by doubts about whether his newfound status as a millionaire would meet an untimely end. At 6:30, the pair arrived at a spicy hot pot restaurant near Huangxing Square. Let us grab a bite to eat first, then I'll take you to a gathering tonight, Su Lan declared, ordering an abundance of spicy hot pot. I'll have this, and please add more chili. Sister, could you help me carry it? I'll go fetch some drinks, Tiancheng said after selecting his ingredients, before darting out of the small eatery. The kid knows the importance of reciprocity. Treating him to a drink is no loss, Su Lan murmured, not bothering to stop him. A bottle or two of beverages was trivial, especially since she intended to discuss matters that would benefit Tiancheng. The more astute he proved to be, the more it affirmed her discerning judgment. Chapter 49. Eternal youth is a state of mind. Adolescence is a matter of body once outside, instead of purchasing drinks. Tiancheng glanced around and entered a clothing store specializing in casual wear. Now that he had money, he saw no need to haggle. I'll take this, and this, he declared. In the delighted gaze of the saleswoman, Tiancheng donned new casual attire, casually lifting a pair of women's sunglasses to perch upon his nose, before exiting with his old clothes and 2 bottles of coconut juice. His choice of coconut juice was entirely inspired by the vibrant advertisements that had captivated him. Oh, I've been drinking this since childhood. Yes, the curves are enticing, the complexion fair and supple. Yes, men exude masculinity, women embody femininity. And coconut juice should possess its own unique flavor. Approaching Su Lan, he exclaimed, "Miss, would you care to indulge in the refreshing and delightful essence of the tropics?" His attempt at a southern dialect succeeded only in repulsing Su Lan, who retorted, "I thought you were locked in a store to clean windows due to a lack of funds." She pushed Tiancheng's bowl of spicy hot pot towards him, stating, "It's getting cold. No worries." He replied, seizing a bamboo skewer and devouring his meal with gusto. "The clothes are nice, but those sunglasses don't suit you," Su Lan remarked, casting a sideways glance at him. "This is for you. I noticed you squinting from the sun while driving, and since you dislike using the sun visor, I casually grabbed a pair of sunglasses for you. No need to thank me. It didn't cost much," Tiancheng remarked as he tossed the sunglasses at Su Lan. "How thoughtful." Su Lan picked up the sunglasses, tried them on, and found they suited her quite well. Turning to look at Tiancheng while wearing the sunglasses, she paused for a moment, taken aback. This guy, usually clad in a school uniform, looked surprisingly appealing in casual attire. After finishing their meal, Tiancheng inquired about the payment. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" He quickly filled his stomach while reaching for his wallet, only to find Su Lan lost in thought. "Huh. Oh, I already paid. Let us go." Su Lan snapped back to reality, waving her hand dismissively. At 7:30, Su Lan parked her car in front of a bar named Encounter, leading Tiancheng inside with familiarity. Adjacent to Huangxing Square, which boasts a daily foot traffic of 200,000, this bar occupies a prime location and thrives in the evenings. Upon entering, Tiancheng noted the bar's stylish design. A wide corridor bisected the expansive space, dividing it into two distinct areas. Two enormous plasma screens adorned the walls on either side. Upon seeing the screens, Tiancheng couldn't help but recall a phrase. "What level?" "Same TV as mine." In front of the screens, long wooden tables were filled with patrons, both men and women, some even standing and waving their arms in fervent cheers. The left screen broadcasted a basketball game, while the right showcased a football match. The basketball game featured China's national team against Japan in the Asian Cup qualifiers. Perhaps not all present were avid fans, but sentiments against Japan surely united them. The right screen displayed a league match, a term that felt nostalgically distant. In his previous life, Tiancheng had also been a football fan, albeit a disheartened supporter of both the Chinese Super League and the national team, ensnared in an endless cycle of defeats. He had once proudly donned football stickers and a red headband, passionately cheering during the glorious moments when Guangdong City had yet to falter. However, when a certain commentator lamented on screen, weeping over the reality of match-fixing and bribery, Tiancheng's worldview shattered. He felt as though the emotions of his past life had been squandered, investing 2 decades of feelings into pursuing a fickle woman, only to be deceived by football, or risking everything on a new energy venture. He counted himself fortunate to have only lost 500,000 on a house. Had luck been less kind, he might have ended up with a doomed property, burdened by loans while sleeping on the floor. Now that would be the ultimate irony, a complete life experience. Nonetheless, life is unpredictable. Perhaps after accumulating such experiences, one might even be reborn a few years earlier. "Hey, Susu, you're here." At the front of the central corridor stood a cylindrical bar, where 2 female bartenders tended to the drinks. One of them, clad in a form-fitting burgundy outfit, accentuated her figure strikingly. She clearly recognized Su Lan and took the initiative to greet him, casting a glance at Tiancheng as she introduced herself. "Hello, handsome. I'm Bai Tao." Bai Tao knew precisely how to accentuate her figure, leaning gracefully against the bar, her every movement exuding an alluring charm. "Hello, miss. I'm Tiancheng. How about a glass of milk?" Tiancheng also leaned on the bar, gesturing towards a bottle of milk. "What milk are we drinking here?" "Let me mix you a passionate toast. I guarantee you'll love it." Bai Tao laughed playfully, reaching for a cocktail shaker. "That won't do. Minors can't drink alcohol." Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. "Ha ha ha. Men are eternally youthful, and their favorite will always be milk, right?" Bai Tao clearly did not believe Tiancheng's words, her flirtatious eyes bold and unabashed. "Eternal youth is a state of mind. Being underage is merely physical." Tiancheng teased. "Really?" Bai Tao observed Tiancheng, sensing he was not joking, and glanced at Su Lan, evidently awaiting her reaction. Su Lan was quite surprised. She had assumed it would be Tiancheng's first visit to a bar and that he might feel shy. To her astonishment, however, he adapted well, effortlessly making Bai Tao laugh while maintaining his boundaries. "Well, being underage and unable to drink is quite normal, isn't it? I'm a student, Just get him some milk. Sulan gestured and casually grabbed a cocktail whose name she didn't know. Is Sun Kuan around? Yes, I'll call him for you. Kuan. Su is looking for you. Bai Tao handed Yu Tiancheng a concept drink before stepping away from the bar and heading towards the back of the bar. Before long, a man with messy hair and a plaid shirt appeared, accompanied by a beautiful woman in a black knee-length dress draped with a white jacket. As they emerged, many male patrons in the bar turned their attention towards them. Indeed, the woman exuded a commanding presence. She wore a smile that was neither too distant nor too close. And each time she locked eyes with a man, they would inevitably look away in embarrassment or lower their gaze. However, when she looked at Sulan, her expression bore a warmth that was distinct from how she regarded others. The man, on the other hand, appeared disheveled, dressed like a programmer. These two are my classmates. The man is Sun Kuan, who is currently starting his own business in Yellow Pages and leading a team. The woman is AI Bing, the true owner of this bar. Sulan quietly introduced them to Yu Tiancheng. What is that about? Yu Tiancheng caught the latter part of the introduction. Although somewhat surprised, he did not feel particularly out of place. A woman owning a bar and being the mastermind behind it? It was likely a result of having money at home. A typical endeavor. What astonished him was that this Sun Kuan was actually in the Yellow Pages business. It was 2003, not 1993. An era where portal websites sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Master Ma had already demonstrated through his actions that Yellow Pages had become obsolete. Sun Kuan diving into Yellow Pages seemed to imply he had too much money at home. This was not merely a relic of the past, but a pursuit trailing behind the Qing dynasty. The crux of the matter is, astonishingly, he brought along a team. Chapter 50. Appearance is inconsequential. What truly matters is talent. Talent. My dear Su, you needn't wait for anyone to call you. You can simply walk in. Can't you? AI Bing, donning a white coat, approached Su Lan with a teasing demeanor. I fear being caught up in your group. What if you engage in some clandestine activities within? I might end up silenced. Su Lan chuckled, waving at Sun Kuan. Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Oh, isn't that the norm? Sun Kuan lazily lounged by the bar, noticing a bottle of calcium milk above, mistaking it for something prepared by Bai Tao, and promptly snatched it. Taking a few sips. Brother, that was mine. Yu Tiancheng, having spotted two familiar figures earlier, glanced over intentionally. The crowd was too dense, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. To his surprise, upon turning, he found his calcium milk had been taken and consumed. Sun Kuan looked at the milk in his hand, hastily discarded it, and complained to Bai Tao. Wasn't that reserved for me? They are underage. Bai Tao rolled her eyes at him, grabbed two new bottles of calcium milk, and handed one to both Sun Kuan and Yu Tiancheng before striding away with a cocktail shaker. The boss is present. She must exercise prudence. Now, let me introduce you. Sun Kuan, the founder of Xiangnan Yellow Pages. AI Bing, Boss AI, Yu Tiancheng. Sulan briefly introduced both parties. Greetings, brother Sun, sister Bing. Yu Tiancheng greeted the two with a cheerful smile. Hello. Perhaps due to having just consumed someone else's milk. Sun Kuan felt a bit awkward and casually waved at Yu Tiancheng in greeting. AI Bing leaned in closer, her eyes scanning Yu Tiancheng, elbowing Sulan and whispering in her ear, "What's the matter? Speak your mind. Don't hesitate. Even if she appears petite, she plays quite the game." Sulan immediately turned her head away, looking at AI Bing with disdain. If I really say it. AI Bing feigned seriousness, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Go ahead. Let me see what pearls of wisdom you might utter. Sulan took a small sip of her drink and nonchalantly remarked. Is it not an old cow grazing on tender grass? AI Bing raised an eyebrow, her expression playful. What are you implying? You bear the guise of a chaste and virtuous maiden, yet your words are anything but modest. This is my apprentice. A pure teacher-student relationship. How does it become distorted in your mouth? Sulan patted Yu Tiancheng's shoulder and said, one must not judge by appearances, right? Upon first seeing her, did you not think she exuded an air of the aloof CEO? Yet her speech is no better than that of a street rogue? Cough. Does that imply one is influenced by their company? Yu Tiancheng mumbled to himself, but dared not voice it, merely shrugging at AI Bing. Teacher Su, we cannot drink their milk and then insult them. That would be unethical. You are correct. While others may act immorally, we must uphold our principles. Sulan nodded in agreement. She truly is your student? AI Bing smirked. I thought you had adopted a new style. Go to hell. Sulan rolled her eyes. I heard that the lunatic named Zhong sought you out again today, coming all the way from Star City. I thought you wouldn't make it. AI Bing leaned forward and retrieved a box of green arrow from the bar, offering a piece to Yu Tiancheng while chewing one herself. Yu Tiancheng, with keen perception, immediately grasped the crucial detail. The surname Zhong must undoubtedly refer to Zhong Yanzhao. This meant that Su Lan's engagement was common knowledge within her circle. Don't even mention that wretched situation. If it weren't for my father's connections with his family, I wouldn't have indulged him at all. The mere mention of Zhong Yanzhao made Su Lan's teeth grind in irritation. After all, we live in a democratic society where love should be free and unbound. If you fancy, just say the word, and my friends will take care of that Zhong for you. AI Bing chuckled, mimicking a knife gesture with her hand. Of course, she had no intention of causing any real harm to Zhong Yanzhao. However, if Su Lan were to request it, teaching him a lesson wouldn't pose much of a challenge for her, given her connections. Su Lan merely responded with a dismissive cut it out. Sun Kuan, ever the voice of reason, interjected, don't create trouble for Su Su. If violence were an effective solution, she would have long since broken Zhong's legs. Su Lan turned to Sun Kuan. Have you considered the matter I mentioned? Su Su, in our relationship, money is not the issue. The key is that you must introduce me to that esteemed individual. Sun Kuan pounded his chest. Let me tell you. The members of our studio hold this individual in the highest regard. If we could make an acquaintance, I would gladly cover an entire year's worth of advertising fees. Not just a single ad. Are you truly intent on meeting him? Aren't you afraid of disappointment? Su Lan tilted her head and glanced at Yu Tiancheng, thinking to herself that she had underestimated his capabilities. Fortunately, I brought him along. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. Do you really think that with my appearance, that esteemed individual could possibly look more disheveled than I do? Looks aren't paramount. As long as he can be seen, I won't be overly concerned. The crux lies in talent. 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 Just consider his algorithms, his architecture, his vision. Never mind. Someone like you, barely scraping by to graduate, wouldn't grasp much of this. Regardless, you must let me meet him, and I'll cover any cost. Sun Kuan was evidently a typical academic enthusiast, and his words were enough to drive Su Lan to exasperation. What are you on about? As if your grades were so much better than mine back in school. Just because you can write a couple of lines of code, what is so impressive? My apprentice is far superior to you. Su Lan, clearly irked by Sun Kuan's jabs, immediately revealed her fierce side, retorting sharply. I don't quarrel with women. Sun Kuan snorted dismissively, his disdain evident. Not convinced, are you? Su Lan tugged at Yu Tiancheng's collar, pulling him closer. Take note. This is my apprentice, the very one you all worship like a deity. Sun Kuan, once somewhat dismissive, now wore a look of disbelief. The god of activation? It was evident that Sun Kuan had attempted to add Yu Tiancheng on social media, but to no avail. Yet, he remembered that username distinctly. Later, he discovered that Yu Tiancheng had cancelled all his accounts on the Great Chicken Gaming Network. Ah, yes, that's me. Yu Tiancheng nodded in affirmation. The Great Chicken Gaming Network belongs to you? Sun Kuan's voice rose slightly, and AI Bing beside him exhibited a change in her gaze. Like Su Lan, she had not been the top student during her university years. However, her insight was exceptional, spending her days mingling with a group of graduate students from the computer science department. She was acutely aware of the extraordinary skills possessed by the developer of the game 2048. Moreover, this was personally validated by their mentor. 2048, Bomberman, were those creations of yours? Sun Kuan sought confirmation once more. Indeed, Yu Tiancheng nodded affirmatively. Absolutely, he added with a smile. Goodness. What Yu Tiancheng did not anticipate was Sun Kuan suddenly exclaiming a loud expletive, followed by an enthusiastic wave of his arm, and then a deep 90-degree bow directed at Yu Tiancheng. I apologize, I truly did not recognize you. My sincerest regrets. You are astonishingly youthful. True heroes emerge in their youth. Sun Kuan was overwhelmed with excitement. In contrast, Yu Tiancheng found himself at a loss for words due to Sun Kuan's exuberance. Well then, Bing. Let us secure our private booth. Today, we must share a couple of drinks with Mr. Yu. Minors cannot consume alcohol. Let us opt for a crate of calcium milk. He suggested as Sun Kuan led him to booth number 08 in the bar. He failed to notice the astonished gazes from the adjacent booth number 09, where two familiar figures were observing him intently. Chapter 51, Your Ex-Girlfriend? What a remarkable coincidence, an absurdly fortuitous one at that. Upon recognizing Yu Tiancheng, those two figures were none other than Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao. Had Tiancheng not arrived in Su Lan's car, he might have deemed Li Sisi insane for trailing him nearly 200 kilometers from Langzhou to Xingqing. However, he no longer held such a belief. For beside Li Sisi sat another notably youthful face, Zhou Hao, a physical education student from class 1 of the senior year at Langzhou No. 1 High School. It was evident that Zhou Hao had brought Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao to this venue. Before them lay a fruit platter and half a dozen beers. Zhou Hao lounged arrogantly on the sofa, reclining with his legs crossed, his foot swaying idly. His outstretched right arm rested on the armrest behind Li Sisi, as though yearning to slide down a bit, yet hesitating to do so. Li Sisi seemed aware of Zhou Hao's intentions, yet her expression remained composed. She neither shied away nor leaned closer, maintaining a perfectly measured distance. At that moment, Zhou Hao was boasting to Li Sisi, "Order whatever you desire to eat or drink. I have a good rapport with the owner of this bar, so we can get a 20% discount when settling the bill." In reality, the so-called owner he referred to was Qi Dong, the manager of the establishment. Moreover, Zhou Hao did not know him personally. It was his cousin who had established the connection. Qi Dong had been invited to the opening event. Originally, Li Sisi had been in constant contact with Zhou Hao, intending to indulge in a lavish dinner that evening. Tiancheng coldly dismissed her at the lakeside hotel, igniting Li Sisi's anger. In a moment of frustration, she reached out to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, feeling a twinge of guilt, hurried over, inquiring how Li Sisi found herself near the hotel. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that she might expect him to treat her at the establishment. Even if he spent the few hundred yuan he had surreptitiously taken from home, it would barely suffice for 4 dishes. However, Li Sisi harbored no such intentions. She had simply been engaged in a lively discussion with Su Huiqiao about Tiancheng, vehemently criticizing him for his pretentiousness and the absurdity of his self-presentation. Was it so grand to simply sit in someone else's luxury car? Zhou Hao sensed an opportunity and boldly proclaimed that merely dining was uninteresting. He proposed a trip to Star City instead. Instantly, Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Sisi readily agreed, having visited Star City once before. Her yearning for the provincial capital was unmistakable. Star City, with its bustling life and opulent architecture, stood in stark contrast to Langzhou, enticing young souls from smaller towns with its vibrant lifestyle and stylish denizens. The trio boarded a bus, and after 4 hours of travel, they arrived at Huangxing Square. Zhou Hao, displaying a rare generosity, treated them to local delicacies such as stinky tofu and fried buns, allowing them to indulge without breaking the bank. After their exploration, Li Sisi expressed her fatigue and boredom, prompting Zhou Hao to suggest a visit to a bar. The two girls, inexperienced in such venues, felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity, but eventually acquiesced to his proposal. Zhou Hao, with ulterior motives brewing, thought that a few beers might loosen the girls up, making it easier for him to manipulate the evening's outcome. As they entered the encounter bar, it seemed as though Tiancheng had spotted them. However, the crowd was thick, and after a fleeting glance, he was lost to view. Settling into their seats, the trio caught sight of Sun Kuan, who had taken a spot behind them with Tiancheng, none other than the boy they had lambasted all afternoon. Zhou Hao had already forgotten Tiancheng's name. Su Huiqiao lightly nudged Li Sisi, expressing disdain for that unfortunate fellow. Li Sisi felt a flicker of annoyance, mingled with curiosity. What was Tiancheng doing here? Was he seeking her out? Previously, she might have entertained that notion, but now she keenly sensed his palpable aversion toward her, bordering on disdain. Though a touch self-absorbed, she was not oblivious to others' feelings. If Sun Kuan's lackluster demeanor led her to believe that Tiancheng's acquaintances were equally unimpressive, the subsequent arrival of AI Bing instilled a sudden sense of inferiority in her. AI Bing's attire, aura, and her stunningly cold beauty exuded an air of superiority that left Li Sisi feeling utterly inadequate. Some individuals possess an innate elegance that is immediately apparent, making one acutely aware of their own shortcomings. AI Bing is of this sort, and so is Su Lan. However, soon after, Su Lan joined in, causing Li Sisi to feel that Tiancheng was not all that remarkable. It is Teacher Su. That girl must be a friend of Teacher Su, and she has no connection to Tiancheng. Yet, how could Teacher Su be with Tiancheng? Is there truly something amiss between them? Su Huiqiao and Li Sisi recalled the recent rumors circulating on campus. Initially, they were skeptical of their authenticity. However, the sight of Su Lan and Tiancheng together at the bar lent an unusual hue to the matter. Colluding in mischief, I have caught them red-handed. With this thought, Li Sisi inexplicably shouted, "Teacher Su." This exclamation did not startle anyone else, but left Zhou Hao momentarily stunned. He quickly uncrossed his legs, tucked away his arms, and sat up straight. Any student would feel a twinge of apprehension at the mention of a teacher. Su Lan was taken aback and turned to glance at the adjacent seat. She saw 3 youthful faces seated on the sofa. Who are you? Indeed, she was the teacher of the computer room, yet the students she could name across the entire school could be counted on one hand. In her days, she thought these children looked somewhat familiar. I am from Class 9, Li Sisi. Li Sisi not only did not falter, but also introduced herself with confidence, specifically mentioning her class. Su Lan deftly alleviated the awkwardness. What a coincidence. Enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to discuss with a friend. Li Sisi was instantly at a loss for words, only able to offer an awkward smile. Class 9? You seem to be from Class 9 as well. After sitting down, Su Lan tilted her head to look at Tiancheng, then glanced at Li Sisi again, as if deciphering the meaning behind Li Sisi's gaze. Clever as she was, she instantly grasped what was happening. Looking for you? I came with you, Tiancheng remarked, uttering a rather irrelevant comment. Yet Su Lan understood. Your ex-girlfriend? Who are you gossiping about? Tiancheng immediately felt a surge of indignation. Damn it, he had never even held her hand in his life. How could she be labeled as an ex-girlfriend? Chapter 52, where there are many people, gossip abounds, and eavesdroppers lurk. Old who? Su Lan uttered a name that rendered Tiancheng helpless. His expression darkened. This old gossip monger is insatiable. Beside them, AI Bing and Sun Kuan, having overheard their conversation, exchanged astonished glances. You truly are a high school student. I thought you were some exceptional university scholar. You are quite remarkable. Sun Kuan admired Tiancheng even more. Are those 2 young girls your students? Youth is indeed a blessing. Since you know each other, I shall have Baiji send over a fruit platter and some fries. AI Bing chuckled as she spoke to Su Lan. Ask him. I am not well acquainted. Su Lan deferred the choice to Tiancheng. No need, Sister Bing. You are too kind. Tiancheng replied with a smile. AI Bing immediately understood. There was no significant relationship between Tiancheng and that girl, at least not at present. The atmosphere here is quite relaxed, in stark contrast to the tension felt by Li Sisi, who, upon addressing the teacher, seemed to inadvertently make both Su Huichao and Zhou Hao feel somewhat self-conscious, as if their words were under scrutiny. Li Sisi, still rather inexperienced, mistakenly believed she had stumbled upon something of great significance. Her sudden outburst was expected to induce embarrassment in Su Lan and Tiancheng. Little did she realize that they hardly regarded her as a noteworthy presence, continuing their jovial banter, entirely unperturbed. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in a suit made his appearance. This man was Qi Dong, the manager of the encounter bar. Look, that's the owner of this establishment. My brother Qi, Zhou Hao proclaimed, eager to impress Li Sisi by showcasing his connections. As Qi Dong approached their direction, Bai Tao and 2 waitstaff followed closely behind, laden with an array of delicacies. Could it be that they are bringing us something? Su Huichao exclaimed excitedly, grasping Li Sisi's arm. Of course, I told you. My relationship with Brother Qi is quite solid, Zhou Hao replied, standing up as Qi Dong neared. Manager Qi, he greeted, attempting to garner attention. Qi Dong paused momentarily, puzzled by the presence of this youth, barely past childhood, who appeared to be nothing more than a mere boy. Do I know him? I'm Zhou Hao. I came with my brother during the grand opening of the bar, Zhou Hao clarified, sensing Qi Dong's confusion. He's Wang Yang's cousin. Qi Dong's recollection was jogged. Indeed, he knew a Wang Yang who mingled in the nightlife of Langzhou. If Wang Yang had come, he might have offered a fruit platter or a bottle of wine. Wang Yang's cousin? What a trivial matter, Qi Dong mused. Hey, Manager Qi, Zhou Hao attempted to say more, but Qi Dong suddenly interjected sternly. Do not refer to me as boss. Our actual boss is over there. He gestured towards AI Bing's direction. Goodness, the boss is seated right here. If you shout out like that and the boss hears you, what if he feels displeased? My job would be at stake. Having delivered his warning to Zhou Hao, Qi Dong proceeded to join AI Bing, engaging in pleasantries before setting down a bottle of red wine, several beers, 2 large fruit platters, an assortment of snacks, and even grilled squid, nearly covering the entire table. Li Sisi glanced at the bounty on the neighboring table and then at the modest fruit platter and a few cans of beer before her, feeling increasingly disheartened. Her gaze towards Zhou Hao grew less tender than upon her arrival. After all this time, it turned out he was the real owner. Did Yu Tiancheng share such familiarity with the proprietor here? Meanwhile, Yu Tiancheng and the others continued their meal, engrossed in conversation. You, do tell me about the source code for those games you have, and explain how that encryption algorithm works. It's truly brilliant. You have no idea. Our company's computers were all compromised, and it caused me no small amount of trouble. Sun Quan swiftly shifted the topic back to Yu Tiancheng, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident between Li Sisi and Su Lan. Sun Quan, you have gone too far. The questions you ask are all confidential. What relationship do you have with them that warrants such disclosures? Su Lan teased from the side. Ha, I admit I was overly eager. Well, it's merely an advertisement. ISNT it. You shun, for those few advertisement slots for your minigames, I'll invest at the market price, 50,000 per month. Let's secure it for a year. Sun Quan immediately waved his hand generously. Only then did Su Lan's expression soften as she poked Yu Tiancheng. So, it wasn't a wasted trip, was it? Yu Tiancheng turned to look at Su Lan, whose face was adorned with a smug satisfaction that was far from that of a teacher. Rather, she resembled a cat eager to please its master. This woman is indeed enthusiastic. Meeting figures like brother Sun and sister Bing has proven worthwhile. However, regarding the advertisement slots, Yu Tiancheng scratched his head. What are they discussing? Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao whispered to one another. It seems they are negotiating finances. That man in the checkered shirt appears to want to purchase something from Yu Tiancheng. I couldn't catch it all, but it sounded like the asking price is 50,000. Su Huiqiao and Li Sisi deliberately leaned closer to their table, straining to listen. The initial exchanges were inaudible, and the later parts were intermittent due to the distance and Zhou Hao's interjections, but Su Huiqiao managed to glean a rough figure. 50,000. What could Yu Tiancheng possess that is so valuable? Li Sisi's eyes immediately sparkled. For Li Sisi, 50,000 is a staggering amount. Her parents struggle in Ing, barely managing to save 2,000 a year amidst the tumult of business. That sum could sustain them for 2 years. Even with some leeway. It's no wonder that recently, Tian Yue has been so close to him, and Su Lan has also gravitated towards him. They are all driven by self-interest. And those outsiders who shook his hand today, could they also be drawn by this 50,000? At that moment, Li Sisi felt a pang of regret. 50,000. Had she not urged Yu Tiancheng to jump into the lake to retrieve her phone, that sum might have been hers now. Just as her emotions reached a tumultuous peak, Sun Quan's voice suddenly rose. What's this? Do you find the price too low? We can negotiate. I could go as high as 70,000 a month. He continued candidly. To be honest, I'm still losing money on my end. My funds are dwindling. Beyond that, I cannot assist you further. Seeing Yu Tiancheng's expression, Sun Quan assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and gritted his teeth, adding another 20,000. 70,000. For just 1 month. Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao clearly heard this. Their hearts raced in unison. 70,000 a month. This isn't merely a sale, it's a rental. Renting for a month amounts to 70,000, which totals to 840,000 for a year. The realization nearly caused Li Sisi to faint on the spot. Goodness. How much of a golden opportunity have I lost? Sisi, what are you up to? Drinking? Zhou Hao approached, offering Li Sisi a can of beer. Li Sisi remained silent, merely waving her hand, her eyes reflecting her growing displeasure. No, brother Sun, that is not what I meant. Observing Sun Quan's excited demeanor, Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Sun Quan and his companions spoke loudly enough for Li Sisi and the others to hear. However, Yu Tiancheng maintained a calm demeanor, perhaps deliberately lowering his voice, rendering it inaudible to them. Yet, they felt too embarrassed to stand up and lean in for a better listen, forcing them to suppress their curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Tiancheng candidly declared, since brother Sun holds me in high regard, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I have sold that website. Sisi, would you care for some fruit? Zhou Hao interjected, conveniently obscuring part of Yu Tiancheng's statement. Li Sisi waved her hand, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. What did he say? She couldn't catch it clearly. This Yu Tiancheng was certainly being intentionally elusive. Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao muttered in frustration. Sold it. As the two women quietly cursed Yu Tiancheng, Sun Quan, AI Bing, and Su Lan simultaneously gasped in astonishment. To whom did you sell it? Sun Quan was the first to inquire. When did you sell it? How come I was unaware? Su Lan followed up with her question. For how much? AI Bing posed the third query. Each of the three had a different focus, hence their varied questions. Naturally, the third question was also what Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao were most eager to know. Those 3 out-of-towners he dined with earlier must have been the buyers, Li Sisi quickly deduced. She instantly rose from her seat, inching closer to Yu Tiancheng. Discussing such matters in a crowded place, where eavesdroppers abound, seemed rather inappropriate. That wretch Yu Tiancheng, leaving his words half-spoken at a critical moment, only fueled Li Sisi's fury, bringing her to the brink of an explosion. Sisi, let us play dice. Zhou Hao chimed in at an inopportune moment. Get lost. Li Sisi could no longer contain her frustration and unleashed a curse, leaving Zhou Hao utterly bewildered. Chapter 53. I must marry a wealthy tycoon, find someone rich. Get lost. After uttering those words, Li Sisi herself was momentarily taken aback. What had she just said? Everyone around was drawn to her outburst, their gazes fixated upon her. Sisi, what are you doing? Su Huiqiao, acutely aware of the attention, felt overwhelmingly embarrassed, wishing she could disappear into the ground. What did you just call me? Zhou Hao stood there, stunned, his face flushing red with indignation. Clearly, he was left speechless by Li Sisi's sudden outburst. If this had occurred in private, a few harsh words from Li Sisi would have been inconsequential. But this was a bar, with an audience of onlookers, and each gaze directed at him seemed tinged with disdain. In truth, it was not that others were deliberately looking at him in such a manner. It was more about Zhou Hao's own psychological state, wherein every glance bore emotional weight. Li Sisi recognized her overreaction, and under Zhou Hao's scrutiny, she too felt somewhat at a loss. However, the scorn from the crowd weighed heavily upon her, and her desire for prestige and to be in the limelight only intensified. At that moment, how could Zhou Hao possibly continue to indulge her? As the situation spiraled beyond his control, Li Sisi opted for a strategic retreat. Xiao, let us depart. The girl decisively abandoned the scene, seizing Su Huiqiao and making a swift exit. Li Sisi, halt. Stand still. Zhou Hao, witnessing Li Sisi's escape, felt a tumult of frustration and disappointment. He had pursued her for an extended period, and after finally persuading her to join him, a single remark had rendered all his efforts futile, leaving him emotionally stifled. His ire was further ignited by the fact that he had spent a considerable sum that evening, only for the night to conclude in disarray, leaving him feeling cheated and sullied. More crucially, as he attempted to leave, a server detained him. Sir, your table has yet to settle the bill. The server was indifferent to his predicament. Payment was obligatory, as they were in the business of commerce, not charity. No need for change, Zhou Hao retorted, tossing a 100 yuan note onto the counter, attempting to salvage some dignity. Apologies, but that is insufficient. The server shot him a disdainful glance, unimpressed by his pretentiousness. 100 yuan, and you expect change? Perhaps you should dine elsewhere. I haven't even opened my beers yet. Hurry, I need my change. Zhou Hao fished out another 50 yuan. After obtaining his change, he rushed outside in pursuit. Outside the bar, Li Sisi and Su Huiqiao hurried along. Sisi, what's wrong? Where are we headed? Su Huiqiao questioned, bewildered. Weren't we meant to play cards with Zhou Hao tonight? Zhou Hao had not only brought them to the bar for a night of fun, but also had plans to book a hotel, where they could enjoy the night view and play cards together. Su Huiqiao, still yearning for more of the vibrant atmosphere of Star City, was reluctant to see the evening end on such a sour note. Zhou Hao is not that impressive. Li Sisi suddenly turned to Su Huiqiao, stating earnestly, did you notice those individuals with Yu Tiancheng? Each one possesses greater intellect and physical prowess than that mere jock. Even Qi Dong, who worked for others, looked down upon him. In her mind, Li Sisi had already assessed that Zhou Hao could only muster a few 100 yuan, which was hardly a significant sacrifice for her. While Yu Tiancheng had impacted her, he had inadvertently broadened her horizons. Compared to the suitors from her school, the individuals she encountered in the bar were a revelation. Weren't you just saying Zhou Hao was quite decent? Su Huiqiao pouted, her expression tinged with mild reproach. Are you foolish? That was mere flattery. He promised to take us to Star City. Would I dare insult him to his face? Li Sisi glanced back towards the bar, just in time to see Zhou Hao rushing out, scanning the vicinity. Quickly, she pulled Su Huiqiao into a nearby boutique, feigning interest in the clothing. Sisi, these clothes are quite expensive. Su Huiqiao gazed at the price tags adorned with figures in the hundreds, too intimidated to even touch them, fearing that a mere brush would result in her incurring a debt. It was only after Li Sisi rushed over with Zhou Hao that she turned back to Su Huiqiao and remarked, indeed, this is the reality of a big city. A single piece of clothing costs hundreds. Do you think Zhou Hao can afford such extravagance? So what now? I have resolved to marry a wealthy man. To secure a fortune, I am determined to capture you, Tiancheng, employing whatever means necessary to claim him as my own, Li Sisi declared through gritted teeth. Young lady, your taste is impeccable. This garment is from a renowned international brand. Have you heard of Shirlane? It's quite famous. You are in luck. Our store is currently celebrating its grand opening, and all items are half off. Originally priced at $368, it is now only $180. Would you care to purchase one? The female shop owner, noticing Li Sisi's rapt attention on a particular dress, promptly approached to entice her into a sale. Indeed, the international brand is visually appealing. Yet the price is exorbitant, Su Huiqiao lamented inwardly, wishing to acquire the foreign label for a mere fraction of its original cost, but regrettably lacking the necessary funds. No, thank you. Li Sisi, however, was wholly focused on Zhou Hao, her gaze darting outside, anxious that if he were to emerge, an awkward encounter would ensue. She hardly registered the shop owner's words, who mistakenly assumed Li Sisi was haggling. With a smile, she exclaimed, "Is 182 steep? This barely covers my costs. But since it's our opening day and you are our first customer, I can lower it further to 160. This price is non-negotiable." What a splendid opportunity to snag a bargain. Su Huiqiao, with a look of regret for losing out on an exceptional deal, interjected, "Sisi, I have 60 yuan saved up from a long time. If you lend me 100, I will repay you by saving on meals." Yet, Li Sisi merely glanced towards the exit and replied, "No, we are leaving." "Oh, please don't go. I can reduce the price even more. If you agree to 100, I will pack it for you right away. Just wait. How about 60? The shop owner hurriedly pursued them, clutching the dress. "Sisi, wait. Here's 60. I will take it," Su Huiqiao exclaimed, retrieving a small wallet from her pocket, sifting through a handful of bills, and hastily shoving them into the shop owner's hands before accepting the dress. "Sisi, clothing in this big city isn't so unaffordable after all. This piece is quite beautiful. An international brand, and I only paid 58. After they had walked a considerable distance, Su Huiqiao, looking at the 2 coins remaining in her wallet, reveled in the thrill of having secured such a bargain. "Ah, it's evident she's never seen the world," the shop owner scoffed, spitting on her fingers as she organized the crumpled bills, counting them without concern over whether they totaled 60 yuan. Chapter 54, Is You So Young? Encounter at the bar. Once Li Sisi, Zhou Hao, and the others departed, the small farce came to a close. AI Bing glanced at Yu Tiancheng and suddenly understood why she was merely his ex-girlfriend. Yu Tiancheng dug at his ear and said, "Sister Bing, you truly have a knack for humor. Let us go. This is not a suitable place for discussions. We shall proceed to the back," he added. Sun Kuan placed an arm around Yu Tiancheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "I'll take you to see my studio. My colleagues are quite in awe of you. Peach, save the venue for Kuan. AI Bing instructed before rising alongside Su Lan, following Sun Kuan and Yu Tiancheng. The 4 of them exited the bar through the back door, entering a narrow alley. Across the alley stood a row of 2 to 3-story residences. Though they were referred to as houses, each possessed its own yard, yet they fell short of being classified as villas, despite their unremarkable appearance. Yu Tiancheng was aware that this area was incredibly valuable in Star City. In his previous life, around 2008, Yu Tiancheng's uncle had acquired a modest 50-square-meter apartment nearby and relocated the entire family there, even securing a local household registration for the children's education. Coincidentally, 2 years later, the entire region underwent redevelopment, and that 50-square-meter apartment skyrocketed in value, multiplying 5-fold. Additionally, each individual on the household register received an extra 50,000 in dividends. Although Yu Tiancheng was uncertain about how this calculation was made and lacked sufficient registrations to claim dividends, he considered seizing the opportunity to purchase several units while prices were still low. However, as this thought emerged, he quickly dismissed it. Star City had, in his previous life, been dubbed a national undervalued area, and the situation persisted until the market bubble burst, leaving many in dire straits. If he truly had spare funds, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in properties in Zhonghai or the capital? The appreciation potential there far surpassed that of Star City. Sun Kuan led Yu Tiancheng directly into a 3-story building facing the bar. Initially, the studio was located within Xiangnan University, where the school provided 2 offices to support entrepreneurial endeavors. However, after their graduation, the projects did not yield profits, and the university's resources could no longer be occupied for free. Consequently, he spent 1 5 million to purchase this courtyard. Now, it connects directly to AI Bing S bar in front and the studio at the back, allowing for work and leisure to coexist seamlessly, Sun Kuan proudly elaborated. Brother Sun, you are quite the magnanimous one, Yu Tiancheng remarked, giving him a thumbs up, realizing this guy came from a wealthy family, buying a courtyard right after graduation, truly a tycoon. Inside the three-story building, the first floor featured a living room with a table and several chairs adorned with numerous snacks. Ascending to the second floor, 6 computers were arranged back-to-back in 2 rows, occupying the central space. Surrounding them were sofa stools, 2 of which cradled individuals fast asleep, snoring thunderously. Another individual, tall and slender with glasses, wearing a checkered shirt, was engrossed in coding, one hand clutching a bottle of cola while the other typed away. Allow me to introduce this one, Chen Kai, a graduate student in computer science from Xiaonan University, who just secured his research position this year, Sun Kuan mentioned. Gesturing towards Chen Kai. Hello, Brother Chen, I am Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng greeted Chen Kai politely, extending his hand. A graduate student from the computer science department of Xiaonan University, a promising talent indeed. It is essential to establish connections. Hello, Chen Kai, holding a chilled cola. Noticed Yu Tiancheng extending his hand, promptly set down the drink, wiped his hands hastily, and shook hands with you, apologizing, I beg your pardon. My hands are a bit cold. Not at all, Yu Tiancheng replied with a cheerful smile. Chen adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and glanced at Su Lan behind him, saying, Su has arrived. Wake up, everyone, no more dozing off. Sun Kuan kicked his feet towards the 2 individuals seated on the other sofa, then inquired of Chen Kai, Xiao Kai, where's Luo Ego? He went upstairs to sleep. I will go call him. Chen Kai immediately ascended the stairs to summon him. The other 2 young men displayed expressions of fatigue, their faces bearing a sheen of oil, clearly belonging to the Night Owl faction. Wang Chong, Lu Qi, they are all from my cohort, Sun Kuan indicated the 2. Greetings, Brother Wang, Brother Lu. I am Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng politely introduced himself. Before long, Chen Kai descended the stairs, leading a man clad in a black hoodie, his hair in disarray. This individual appeared to be somewhat irritable, muttering as he walked, I just lay down. What is all this commotion? We might as well break up sooner or later. His tone suggested a palpable annoyance. Wang Chong and Lu Qi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they looked towards Sun Kuan. This is Luo Ego, whom we affectionately call Luo Ego, Sun Kuan remarked, his demeanor unchanged as he smiled at Yu Tiancheng. Through this exchange, Yu Tiancheng sensed that Sun Kuan was an extraordinary individual. It was evident that in this workspace, Sun Kuan held the position of authority. This house was also purchased by Sun Kuan, implying that these individuals were employed here to develop a website. Luo Ego's earlier complaints clearly stemmed from long-standing grievances. Nevertheless, Sun Kuan's face revealed not a trace of emotion, showcasing his magnanimity. Luo Ego stood tall at nearly 2 meters, stooping as he descended the stairs. No wonder he preferred the comfort of a bed upstairs over a sofa. Hello, Brother Luo, I am Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng refrained from jesting with Luo Ego. Given their unfamiliarity, allow me to formally introduce this individual, the founder of the Grand Chicken Gaming Network, the creator of 2048 and Bomb Man, the deity of initiation. Yu Tiancheng, the Yu God. Sun Kuan clapped Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder as he introduced him to the others. Who? Luo Ego, who had just come downstairs, was instantly alert. No way, you are the Yu God. Chen Kai, who had accompanied Luo Ego down, exclaimed. Absolutely genuine. If not, I will compensate each of you with 10,000 yuan. Sun Kuan declared proudly. The Yu God is so young? Luo Ego's expression mirrored astonishment. Surprised, are you? The Yu God is still in high school. Sun Kuan chuckled, further embellishing Yu Tiancheng's reputation. High school? I feel as though my 4 years in university have been wasted. Lu Qi lamented. Ah, heroes emerge in youth. If our mentor were to learn he is a high school student, would he not feel similarly disheartened? Wang Chong remarked with a sigh. This simply won't do. I must once again shake hands with the esteemed Yu. I need to share in his glory. Chen Kai approached, grasping one of Yu Tiancheng's hands and shaking it vigorously. Yu Tiancheng could profoundly sense the admiration and reverence these individuals held for him, even though he did not perceive himself as having accomplished anything extraordinary. I told you, if they knew you were here, they would undoubtedly be thrilled. Sun Kuan spread his hands. All right, my brothers, you go ahead with your tasks. I wish to discuss some matters with you. Since Yu is staying tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner later. You will have ample time to engage with him. How does that sound? You, grant us this favor. Sun Quan then addressed Yu Tiancheng. With so many elders showing respect, how could I not reciprocate? Yu Tiancheng chuckled, feeling that he had no pressing matters this evening. A little conversation would be welcome. All right, let's head upstairs. Sun Quan pulled Yu Tiancheng along, with AI Bing and Su Lan following them to the third floor. The third floor was spacious, divided into two areas. One was a private office, while the other served as a lounge with two suites, where Luo Ijo and the others resided. Upon entering the office, Sun Quan's first words startled Yu Tiancheng. You heard what they just said. In truth, my brothers are struggling to hold on. I won't hide it any longer. Our studio is on the verge of collapse. Chapter 55. This assessment is quite intense. Upon hearing Sun Quan's words, Yu Tiancheng felt no surprise. Luo Ijo had openly complained, and the other three showed no signs of objection. It was evident that this team had merely been enduring. The main issue is that I was too carefree during university. With a bit of money from home, I didn't want to return to coal mining after graduation. So, I thought of starting a business and gathered my friends to create a mediocre directory. My rustic father didn't want me to return to a rough life. So he gave me a few million, and I've been squandering it ever since. Sun Quan retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, intending to offer one to Yu Tiancheng, who reached out but quickly withdrew upon glancing at Su Lan. I forgot, minors can't smoke. Sun Quan chuckled wryly and lit one for himself. After taking a deep drag, he waved away the smoke that stung his eyes. I've been the one providing salaries for the four of them. Each receives 3,000, just enough to stave off hunger. I know they all graduated from prestigious universities, and their aspirations are high. That they have stayed with me this long is a testament to our camaraderie. I don't fear losing a little money. My greatest concern is that I might wear down our friendship. There was a palpable sadness in Sun Quan's tone. Quan. AI Bing approached and patted Sun Quan's back in a gesture of comfort. I'm fine. I met you today and haven't even had a drink yet. Yet I feel quite lightheaded. Sun Quan waved his hand dismissively. I previously promised Su Lan that I would promote your advertisement. But I admit I had a hidden agenda. I thought, given your remarkable success with the Big Chicken Gaming Network in such a short time, you must possess some insight. Could you perhaps guide us so that my friends and I don't drift apart while we play? I equated to spending a few $100,000 to purchase an idea, ensuring that my friends do not underestimate me. Yet, I never anticipated that you would sell the Big Chicken Gaming Network. Yu Tiancheng genuinely comprehends Sun Quan's predicament. Young and affluent, he desires to make his mark. However, as a recent graduate facing the aftermath of a burst internet bubble, he and his close friends yearn to emerge as heroes in chaotic times. Unfortunately, lacking a viable project and needing to appease his family, he is left to pursue an inferior product that the market will inevitably reject, merely to silence his parents. Now, as his venture falters, the only option left may be to return to the family business. Damn it, the disparity in destinies is truly striking. Having a wealthy family is undeniably advantageous. Of course, Sun Quan has not yet reached the juncture of returning to inherit the family business. He still hopes to gamble with the remaining funds he possesses, which is why he seeks to connect with Yu Tiancheng. Perhaps within the hundreds of emails resting in Yu Tiancheng's inbox, there are scores of others like Sun Quan harboring similar intentions. However, Sun Quan is a classmate of Su Lan, while Yu Tiancheng is a student of hers. Thus, their paths have crossed. Such is destiny. Yu Tiancheng is also aware that the Big Chicken Gaming Network he sold is not inherently valuable due to those few games. As time progresses and technology evolves, those games will inevitably be imitated and replicated in countless variations. What he has sold is merely a timely opportunity and the efficacy of advanced algorithms. In 2003, when Sun Quan spoke, Yu Tiancheng had already begun to strategize. The sale of Big Chicken Gaming Network was merely the beginning. He must continue to generate revenue. In this era, time is of the essence. Although numerous projects abound, with the internet magnates stepping into the fray, falling behind by even a moment can result in missed opportunities. Fortunately, he now possesses startup capital. Apologies, esteemed magnates, but the opportunity you sought has been claimed by me. Brother Sun, the urgency with which I sold the Big Chicken Gaming Network was to secure some capital, for I have set my sights on a promising new project. Yet I lack personnel. Initially, I intended to embark on this endeavor after entering university, as I believed that my connections would flourish there. Yu Tiancheng continued, looking up at Sun Quan. However, I can provide you with Chun Kai and Wang Chong, and I am even willing to cover the venue costs and their salaries. As long as the project can proceed. Sun Quan immediately raised his hand in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Lan remained silent, observing Yu Tiancheng's profile. She realized that, at this moment, Yu Tiancheng did not resemble a mere 17-year-old boy. He exuded an unusual maturity that instilled a sense of calm. What I wish to convey is this. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. We cannot operate like an informal group. A robust corporate structure is essential for balance. Yu Tiancheng suddenly stated with gravity. If two tigers cannot coexist, then should I withdraw? That is acceptable. However, could you grant me a nominal position? It would lend my father some prestige when he boasts, claiming his son is a talent in high technology. Sun Quan is exceptionally intelligent. He even contemplated transferring the entire studio to Yu Tiancheng. Of course, the latter part of his statement was merely an attempt to lighten the mood, spoken in jest. There is no need to withdraw. If Brother Sun is indeed financially robust, he could consider investing as a shareholder. However, I must assert that regardless of the company's future financing needs or share sales, as well as its direction and significant strategic decisions, the authority to make such decisions must rest solely with me. I wish to make this clear from the outset. Should Brother Sun agree, we could commence our collaboration immediately. If not, we can simply enjoy a meal and a drink together, considering it a chance to forge a friendship. Yu Tiancheng possesses a comprehensive understanding of the industry and the nation's projected development over the next 2 decades. Naturally, he cannot relinquish decision-making power to others. Collaborating with me is acceptable, as I am willing to share a portion of my success with you. However, if you wish to leverage my ideas for your own ventures, I cannot afford to be taken advantage of. Moreover, it is crucial to note that when Yu Tiancheng was on the 2nd floor, he observed the impressive website created by Chun Kai. The technical skills displayed were commendable, and the computers of the other team members were also operational, showcasing various work pages. Yu Tiancheng glanced over them and recognized that these individuals are all excellent programmers, an invaluable resource. Such young talent should not be wasted, he thought. Sun Quan stroked his chin. Pondering, I wonder how much investment this project requires. I can only secure another 1 million from my father. If the figure is too high, I fear I might not be able to participate. Yet I still wish to be involved. He continued, please don't dismiss my limited funds. Even for just 1 point of equity, I am eager to join the venture, Sun Quan declared, slamming his hand on the table with exuberance. Inwardly, Yu Tiancheng scoffed at the audacity of someone willing to invest 1 million without fully understanding the project, merely for a single point of equity. What he did not realize was that Sun Quan's boldness stemmed from the trust he placed in their mentor. According to their mentor, the developer of this grand gaming network could potentially become a leading force in the internet landscape, a strikingly strong endorsement. Chapter 56. I have borrowed the fortunes of my predecessor. Sun Quan's decision was rooted in his unwavering faith in his mentor's foresight and vision. There is a saying that emphasizes the importance of valuing the educators who impart knowledge in university classrooms, as they may become figures you can scarcely hope to reach outside of them. In other words, these individuals are top experts in their respective fields. 1 million for a single point seems a bit insufficient. I shall offer you 5 points of equity, Yu Tiancheng proposed, extending his hand. Sun Quan was momentarily taken aback. His earlier request for a single point was made in jest, merely a gesture of goodwill. However, 5 points was slightly below his expectations. Yet upon reflection, he realized that for 1 million, 5 points could signify a substantial gamble. As he pondered this, Sun Quan's heart began to race. He had an inkling that today might witness an event that would profoundly alter the course of his life. This was more exhilarating than a rendezvous with his girlfriend. Might I also invest 50,000? I would only require a mere 2% equity. Beside him, AI being cautiously interjected, fearful of Yu Tiancheng's potential disapproval. If we are to play, let us all partake together. I shall invest 3 million, a 15% stake. Suddenly, Su Lan spoke up, her clear, melodious voice startling Yu Tiancheng and the others. Goodness, Su, 3 million? Are you no longer living within your means? Sun Quan exclaimed in shock. 3 million? Su, where do you intend to procure such an amount? AI Bing was equally taken aback. Teacher Su, I assumed Brother Sun's family had a fortune. Only upon your declaration did I realize your family possesses true wealth. Aren't you afraid of losing it all? Yu Tiancheng replied helplessly. Sun Quan's family indeed has wealth. I cannot compare. I merely wish to take a gamble. Should I win, I shall transform from Teacher Su to President Su, no longer needing to live under others' scrutiny. If I lose, I shall simply marry Zhong Yanzhao and serve his demanding family. Just tell me, should I invest this money or not? If you agree, I can ensure the funds are available by tomorrow. Su Lan looked at Yi Tiancheng, her resolve unwavering. Since Su is so bold, I too shall take a risk. I shall add another million. Sun Kuan suddenly caught the fever, his eyes gleaming red. Should I also increase my stake? AI Bing whispered hesitantly. No, please, dear sirs and madams, do not raise your stakes. Yi Tiancheng quickly waved his hand. Let us stick to what was previously discussed. Teacher Su S 3 million for 15% equity. Brother Sun S 1 million for 5%, and Sister Bing S 500,000 for 25% equity, totaling 4,500,000. The remaining 77.5% equity and the decision-making power for the company's future development shall be mine. I shall contribute 15,500,000. When Yi Tiancheng announced this sum, the other three were momentarily rendered speechless. 15,500,000. Goodness, I was just filled with fervor. And now I feel utterly despondent. Whose family truly possesses wealth? Yi Shun, may I audaciously inquire how much your Grand Chicken Gaming website sold for? The three of them gazed at Yi Tiancheng with eager anticipation. Not much, just this figure. Yi Tiancheng gestured with 2 fingers in a victorious sign. 20 million? Upon receiving the confirmation, Su Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. How fortunate that I had previously feared this young man might incur a loss. In reality, the figure he garnered far exceeded my expectations. 20 million. Sun Kuan savored 2 puffs of his cigarette. Goodness, have I struck the mother lode? We cannot yet ascertain. If this project succeeds, you may very well become a billionaire, Yi Tiancheng stated confidently. Over 100 million? Sun Kuan shivered with excitement. Does this mean I might surpass my father? This is incomparable to having wealth. Yi Tiancheng sighed. However, I will strive to do my best. Do not harbor overly idealistic expectations. If we fail, we shall merely return to our respective homes. Furthermore, regarding this project, you are the main force. I can only play a supporting role, as I must also participate in the informatics competition and prepare for university. Upon hearing Yi Tiancheng's words, Sun Kuan nearly gasped in disbelief. Look at him, at such a young age. He can earn 20 million on his own and even invests more than half of it into entrepreneurship. And then look at myself. What have I accomplished over the years aside from squandering? Enough. Su Lan suddenly slammed the table, bringing everyone's scattered thoughts back to focus. Now, what do you plan for us to do? Let us first divide the tasks. The web development and server operations will fall under Brother Sun's purview. In addition to our current personnel, we will need to recruit some programmers, as the workload ahead will be substantial, Yi Tiancheng stated as he turned to Sun Kuan. Teacher Su, I must trouble you over the next few days to handle the business license and company registration. Our company needs to be formalized, and we too must follow suit. Yi Tiancheng assigned another task to Su Lan. Not a problem. Leave that to me, Su Lan replied eagerly. At present, there seems to be little else to do. I will apply for the domain name and then design the website. There isn't much more on my plate. Yi Tiancheng stroked his chin, appreciating the efficiency of a mature team. As long as he delegated tasks appropriately, with Sun Kuan and his team handling the technical aspects and Su Lan managing other business matters, it seemed quite manageable. And what about me? I am also a member of the company. I cannot contribute nothing, AI Bing interjected. It was evident that she genuinely wished to be involved. Do you not own a bar? For the time being, the company will operate here. After work, we can unwind over a drink. A perfect cycle. Yi Tiancheng said with a smile. Once we have more people, we will need to rent a new office. That bar is merely a name. Qidong manages everything. I hold no practical value there. However, I can assist you in recruiting, drafting contracts, managing attendance, handling employee leave, and organizing holiday gifts. I can take care of all that. AI Bing declared, raising her pristine arm. I want to be a strong woman. Indeed, your demeanor is quite fitting. Then, I must trouble you with these miscellaneous tasks, Sister Bing. Yi Tiancheng suddenly realized that a company requires not only technical expertise, but also logistical support. Without someone to manage the latter, it could become quite troublesome. Since AI Bing was willing to take on that role, she seemed quite suitable. Now, I shall apply for the domain name. The computers downstairs are available for use, correct? Yi Tiancheng stood to head downstairs. No need to go downstairs. Use this. Sun Kuan replied. Opening the drawer of the desk, and pulling out a laptop that resembled a black suitcase. "How fortunate to have such resources at home," Tiancheng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. In this day and age, such a hefty piece could cost 20,000, if not more. "Let me see. What shall we name the website we are about to create?" Sun Kuan swiftly powered on the computer, accessed Wang, and then pushed the device before Tiancheng. "Esteemed predecessors, I humbly borrow your fortune. May it bless me to achieve entrepreneurial success. If I succeed, and you have yet to discover a promising project, feel free to come work for me. Thank you." Tiancheng recited fervently in his heart before logging into his account and, in one breath, attempting to apply for several domain names. To his astonishment, perhaps due to the divine favor of his earlier prayers, none of these domain names had been claimed. They were all entirely new. The domains he applied for included Xian Nei Wang, 5 Campus Network, and Ren Wang. Chapter 57. You have taken the most beautiful flower from my heart. In early 2004. A prominent figure named Wang Xing interrupted his studies abroad and returned to China to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. His first project was called More Friends, and his second, Return of the Wanderer. By the autumn of 2005, drawing inspiration from Facebook and leveraging his experiences while considering the national context, he developed a platform known as Xian Nei Wang, or Campus Network. Presently, it is the autumn of 2003. This once illustrious figure should still be studying at a prestigious institution, contemplating his entrepreneurial aspirations. Tiancheng, integrating Wang Xing's experiences with the current landscape, resolved to strategize ahead of time. "My apologies, esteemed Wang, for I am but an amateur, and you are a luminary. Please do not hold it against me. The timing of my rebirth serendipitously allows me to seize this opportunity. By the time you return from abroad, I may already dominate this field. Rest assured, I will not falter as you did, selling the website due to an inability to afford servers and bandwidth. I shall grow it into a formidable enterprise before considering any sale." Silently expressing his guilt towards Wang Xing, Tiancheng continued to elucidate to Sun Kuan and the others about the project he intended to undertake, discussing web development and operational strategies. At that moment, a whiteboard bore the fruits of his thoughts, filled with an array of ideas. Surrounding Tiancheng were Sun Kuan, Su Lan, Ai Bing, Luo Yizhou, Chun Kai, Wang Chong, and Lu Qi, 7 individuals resembling eager schoolchildren, notebooks in hand, gazing up attentively as they occasionally jotted down crucial points. After Tiancheng's comprehensive explanation, Sun Kuan and the others' eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Chun Kai and Luo Yizhou shed their earlier despondency, their spirits rejuvenated. The reason was simple. Tiancheng's discourse was remarkably thorough. From web design to initial operations and future developments, he addressed every detail, leaving no stone unturned. While minor nuances may have been overlooked, the majority of his considerations were nothing short of exemplary. The group found it hard to believe that such insights could emanate from a mere 17-year-old high school student. Observing the admiration in Luo Yizhou and the others' eyes directed at Tiancheng, Sun Kuan felt a surge of appreciation. This was the allure of true talent. Although he had previously gathered the group, his limited vision had led to lackluster projects that nearly extinguished their youthful fervor. It was akin to an army devoid of morale. Without it, the battles would be arduous, perhaps culminating in a devastating defeat. However, now everything has returned. They are still those daring, tenacious youths, full of dreams and light in their eyes. All of this stems from Tiancheng's hour-long discourse. Rather than a mere explanation, it was a powerful oration. He spoke of the impending transformation of the company, the trajectory of their careers, and the aspirations for the future. Hope, once ignited, breeds an inexhaustible strength. Well, this is all I can think of for now. If anyone has questions, please feel free to raise them, and we shall discuss together. After Tiancheng concluded, he cast aside the marker and turned around, only to find several individuals staring at him in silence, lost in thought. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there no issue? Tiancheng inquired once more. Suddenly, Luo Yizhou was the first to break the silence, applauding enthusiastically. Following suit were Chun Kai, Wang Chong, Lu Qi, and Ai Bing, all joining in the applause. No problem. That was brilliantly articulated, direct and simple, devoid of jargon. Only a fool would fail to comprehend. We are convinced. Praised Luo Yizhou. Indeed, you have truly opened our eyes. This is my first experience being educated so profoundly yet accessibly, Ai Bing added. her sincerity evident as she expressed her admiration for Yu Tiancheng's plan. However, what does it mean to be educated profoundly yet accessibly? Yu Tiancheng assessed AI Bing's captivating figure and mused that if he could indeed educate her, it would be quite enchanting. Yet, he kept such thoughts to himself, aware that she shared a rather intricate relationship with Sun Quan. As for the details, Yu Tiancheng had no desire to entangle himself in others' affairs. You, tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead. We are with you from here on. Sun Quan clapped his hands in agreement, realizing that Yu Tiancheng was far more suited to lead their team. Truly, a graduate from a prestigious university possesses remarkable comprehension. Yu Tiancheng sighed. It is no wonder that enterprises and departments in later generations compete fiercely for talent. Talents are indeed rare. I can hardly wait to implement everything you just discussed, Chen Kai declared, rubbing his hands in anticipation. From this moment forth, we shall adhere strictly to the company's regulations. I certainly do not wish for you to overwork yourselves into exhaustion. What we ought to do now is go out for a late-night snack. Come on, son. It's your treat. Tonight, you fellows shall not return until you are merry. Yu Tiancheng laughed heartily. You are the true boss, the wealthy one. Shouldn't you be the one to treat us to our inaugural meal as a fledgling company? Sun Quan jested with Yu Tiancheng. Have some decency. I've already shouldered the bulk of the expenses, and my heart is bleeding at the moment. If this venture fails, all my efforts over the past half-month will be for naught. Though Yu Tiancheng's words were rather grim, they sparked an urge in others to give him a good-natured thrashing. I've come to realize that I cannot regard you as a child. Your audacity rivals that of a fortress, Sun Quan remarked, exasperated. What do you mean by we won't return until we're drunk? Are you not drinking? Luo Yizhou, with his towering stature, inquired as he draped an arm around Yu Tiancheng's shoulder. I'm underage. Yu Tiancheng shot a sidelong glance at Luo Yizhou. You win. I can't take it anymore. Every word that comes out of this guy's mouth is saturated with arrogance. It's making me want to hit him. Luo Yizhou pretended to strangle Yu Tiancheng with both hands. All right. Tonight I'll treat you all to a meal, thanking you for bringing me along. Let you experience the considerate care of the logistics department. AI Bing chuckled, taking charge of the meal. The group didn't wander too far at this hour. There were few places in Star City more bustling than Huangxing Square. They found a barbecue restaurant with a decent reputation, ordering a plethora of skewers and drinks, indulging until midnight. As the clock struck 12, Sulan set down her drink and clapped her hands. It's getting late. I'll head back first. I need to take care of the business license in the morning. You all should wrap up and return early. I don't want you causing trouble outside before our company even opens. Yes, Su. Do you really not trust us, your brothers? Nothing will happen. Exactly. Just focus on your role as the boss. We hardly drank. They had ordered 12 bottles of beer, but since Yu Tiancheng was underage and Su Lan had driven, both refrained from drinking. AI Bing had only a sip, while the other four men had just under 3 bottles each, merely feeling slightly tipsy, not excessive at all. All right, that settles it. Su Lan rose and playfully kicked Yu Tiancheng's stool. Let us go. Su, if you're leaving, why take you away? I was planning to persuade him to drink a few more cups after you left. Right? You doesn't need to leave. We haven't arranged his accommodations yet. You too. Come on. Su is my dream goddess. You've stolen the most beautiful flower from my heart. Chapter 58, A Hotel? Or My Home? Chen Kai and the others teased Su Lan, feigning heartbreak. Among them was the bond of years of camaraderie, the stirrings of youthful affection, and a touch of resignation towards reality. From then on, they were merely boss and employee. Any lingering thoughts of something more seemed increasingly elusive. Enough nonsense, he's my student, and I need to discuss serious matters with him. Su Lan's cheeks flushed deeper than from any drink, casting an exasperated glance at the unreliable group. Yes, serious matters. Fine. We'll drink a little more while you all head out. Sun Quan waved at Su Lan. Yu Tiancheng smiled and waved goodbye to the group, following Su Lan. Brothers, let me toast to you all. It has been a challenging 2 years following me. Once Yu Tiancheng and Su Lan departed, Sun Quan raised his glass, tears glistening in his eyes. Quan, if you say that, the brothers won't accept it. We know you've been holding up well. Isn't it good now? Chen Kai steadied Sun Quan's arm, slightly tipsy. In my opinion, Quan, this may indeed be the best conclusion. You can finally let go. As for us brothers, are we not still together? Wang Chong chuckled, pouring wine into Chen Kai's glass. When we graduated, did we not wish to remain united? I believe we can make this happen. Lu Qi declared earnestly. The three turned their gazes towards Luo Yizhou, whose reactions had been the most intense during this period. Of course, no one blamed him. After all, his family's circumstances were rather dire, requiring him to be the breadwinner. Meanwhile, the project was becoming increasingly disheartening. With no prospects for profit, and he felt too embarrassed to tell Sun Quan and the others that he was seeking employment elsewhere. Even if he did look for a job, he was uncertain he would secure one with a decent income. This had created a vicious cycle. Hey, Kuaner, Chang'er, Chi-Chi, Binger, during this time, I was wrong. Allow me to make amends with a toast. Luo Yizhou seized the large green bottle and shook it vigorously, pouring it into his mouth. The others watched him, laughing. We cannot allow him to drink alone. Come on, everyone. Sun Quan chuckled, and they all raised their glasses. Once the glasses were set down, Sun Quan turned to Chun Kai and inquired, Kai, what do you think of Yushun? As Chun Kai poured more wine, he pondered. Back in high school, the tallest building I saw was merely 20 stories high. It wasn't until university, meeting my mentor, that I discovered the existence of 30 and 40-story buildings. However, only after encountering Yushun did I realize that he started from the 60th floor. Meanwhile, Su Lan was driving with Tiancheng. Tiancheng, do you truly trust these individuals? You've only met them once, and you dare to invest 15 million? Su Lan parked the car by the roadside and activated the hazard lights. 15 million is not a trivial sum. It is not merely 150 yuan. It is highly probable that this investment could vanish without a trace, dissipating like smoke. Moreover, Su Lan found it even more surreal that she had transitioned from a teacher-student relationship with Tiancheng to that of an employee. Tiancheng smacked his lips. In truth, he had not intended to contribute such a substantial amount himself. He had hoped to bring Lu Xiangdong into the fold for investment. As the second-in-command at Penguin, Lu Xiangdong could either invest personally or through the company, providing a significant sum. However, Tiancheng also felt that being overly eager was not the way to conduct business. Rather than pleading with others, it would be wiser to wait. If he succeeded, the others would come seeking him, and negotiations would be far more favorable. The key was that he was not currently in need of funds. So why not take a gamble? After all, he was still young, money could be earned again. But the fleeting beauty of the present moment would not last forever. Su Lan turned her flawless profile slightly, her captivating eyes fixed on Tiancheng's profound gaze. The dim glow of the streetlights outside illuminated the interior of the car, creating a hazy and enchanting atmosphere. Inspired by a line of poetry, Tiancheng reflected. From the tower, one gazes at the mountains. From the castle, one observes the snow. Before the lamp, one admires the moon. Aboard the boat, one beholds the rosy clouds. Beneath the moon, one admires the beauty. At this moment, Su Lan possessed an extraordinary allure. Why are you staring into space? You seem lost in thought, Su Lan remarked as she nudged Tiancheng, who had been silent for quite some time. 15 million. Are you not afraid of losing it all? Oh, it's not that I trust them. Rather, I place my faith in you, Teacher Su. You are willing to stake your entire fortune on this gamble with me. So how could I not share everything I have? Tiancheng reclined his chair further back, adopting a comfortable posture, and lazily replied. Su Lan's body trembled slightly, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally chuckled softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. That sounds rather touching, doesn't it? Are you suggesting that Teacher Su is getting sentimental? Perhaps you expect some form of gratitude? Tiancheng's eyelids drooped slightly as if feigning sleep, yet his gaze discreetly lingered on Su Lan's black stockings. Well then, how do you wish for me to express my gratitude? Suddenly, Su Lan leaned closer, enveloping him in a fragrant aura. Startled, Tiancheng opened his eyes wide. What if I offered myself in return? She teased, delicately tracing the button of his shirt with a finger as white as jade. Please, don't jest. Nevertheless, to gain the favor of Teacher Su is indeed an honor. Tiancheng chuckled lightly. A surge of youthful exuberance coursed through him. The thrill of being in a car late at night with a woman was undeniably exhilarating. Shall we go then? Su Lan abruptly withdrew her hand, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward with a rush. Where are we headed? Tiancheng was jolted forward by the sudden acceleration, instinctively fastening his seatbelt. Luckily, he had been half reclined. Had he been sitting upright, that sudden lurch might have caused a headache. To a hotel, or perhaps my home. Su Lan maneuvered the steering wheel skillfully, the car soaring ahead. Yet, at that moment, Tiancheng felt no hint of motion sickness. Instead, a rush of adrenaline surged through him. Hotel? Or your home? Why bother with the effort? Isn't it cozy in the car? No. I quickly regained my composure. Tiancheng said with a wry smile. Let us opt for the hotel, then. Are you worried someone might be at your place? Sulan continued to jest with him. Don't fool around. When you return home tonight, there will surely be a grand debate awaiting you. Though you will undoubtedly emerge victorious, the process will be excruciating. I would rather not end up as a child locked in a cupboard or a target for ridicule. Besides, I'm still rather inexperienced. I would only serve as a detriment to you, an excuse for others to reject you, which would be far more disadvantageous than beneficial. Tiancheng reclined in his seat, allowing all other thoughts to dissipate, feeling considerably more at ease. I must admit, you are quite astute. Sulan regarded him with admiration, well aware that upon returning home, she would need to discuss a significant sum of money, 300,000, a not insignificant figure, while spending 10 or 20,000 might not raise an eyebrow from her father. Asking for 300,000 would be a different matter entirely. I possess an IQ of 190, Tiancheng remarked, choosing to end the conversation there. How absurd. All you do is boast. Sulan parked her car in front of an architecturally striking landmark. Goodness, this is a place for hosting distinguished guests. Is the standard not too high? Are you suggesting I stay here tonight? I am utterly impoverished. Tiancheng gazed up at the building, his mouth nearly agape. After all, he was my boss, a future billionaire. What could be unaffordable for a single night at such a hotel? I shall treat you. Let us go? Sulan shot Tiancheng a glance before striding inside. A room with a large bed, preferably on the west side by the window, and not too high a floor. Ah, this one will do nicely, thank you. Sulan held the room card and gestured to Tiancheng as she made her way towards the elevator. Which room? I can go up myself, he insisted, hurrying after her. What? Are you afraid I might harm you? Or do you find me distasteful? Sulan turned around, her almond-shaped eyes wide, the sound of her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor, an enchanting sight. She had 2 pairs of shoes in the car. She wore flats while driving, but had intentionally switched to heels upon exiting. It's not that I fear for you. It's just unsafe for you to drive alone at this hour, Tiancheng quickly retorted with a flattering smile. Then it seems we shall not return. Sulan tossed her hair back with elegance before stepping into the elevator. What? Tiancheng hurried to keep pace. This fellow was quite fortunate, managing to thrive on the generosity of others to such an extent. Impressive indeed. The front desk attendant who assisted Sulan with her room reservation watched the elevator doors close with a look of envy, muttering to herself. Chapter 59. Reluctance to encounter him in Star City, at Huatian Hotel, the first 5-star hotel in Xiangnan Province. On the 6th floor, room 608, with a window facing west. The door opened with a beep as the card was inserted into the power slot, illuminating the room. The spacious 50-square-meter suite featured a plush mattress. Sulan kicked off her heels, walking across the thick carpet, arms outstretched, and flopped onto the bed. Her legs arched gracefully upward, the hem of her skirt lifting to reveal her slender limbs. Tiancheng instinctively glanced, then looked again. Quite a nice shape, he thought. The soft yellow hue was unintentionally revealed by her. It's no fault of mine. If I see it, I shall look, he mused, stealing another glance. Oh, the comfort of a 5-star hotel is indeed delightful. I truly don't wish to return. Sulan lay on the bed, turning her head to gaze at Tiancheng. He promptly averted his gaze towards the window, feigning ignorance of her presence, and sought to divert her attention. Why is it so important to have a west-facing window? Sulan smiled softly, turning onto her side, propping her head with one arm, and scrutinizing Tiancheng closely. Quite handsome and wealthy. Though rumored to be involved in numerous scandals, she often found herself at leisure. Prior to her acquaintance with Tiancheng, she would frequently have lunch with Kong Delying, the school nurse. Consequently, there was no gossip in the entire school that Kong Delying could not recount, leaving Sulan well informed. Today, she had been taken aback by Li Sisi, but soon recalled the gossip Kong Delying had shared. A certain young man dedicated 2 years to preparing breakfast for her and 2 years to assisting with her lunch. He professed his feelings countless times, enduring repeated failures, yet persisting in his endeavors. This is evidently a tale of an infatuated suitor and a seemingly virtuous woman. To label him as an infatuated admirer might be an overstatement. He is, in truth, more akin to a devoted admirer, perhaps even a kind-hearted companion trailing behind. As for her, to call her a paragon of virtue would be an exaggeration. She exemplifies the archetype of a heartbreaker. It seems that in this era, terms like devoted admirer and heartbreaker have yet to gain traction. Su Lan found it challenging to compare Yu Tiancheng to the naive, infatuated young man she had previously known. This was because the Yu Tiancheng she had come to know was entirely different from the legend that preceded him. On the positive side, he was intelligent, quick-witted, well-liked among his peers, and exhibited a maturity in his speech and actions that was almost paternal, displaying an exceptional level of thoughtfulness that radiated warmth. Conversely, he could also be seen as cunning, swiftly severing ties with Li Sisi only to entangle himself with the school beauty, maneuvering through life with a certain shrewdness and a rather reserved demeanor. That school beauty was indeed striking. This young man also possessed a captivating charm and an endearing nature. Noticing Su Lan's silent gaze upon him, Yu Tiancheng felt a twinge of unease. However, if you are looking at me, then I shall gaze back at you with sincerity. After all, I have nothing to lose. Yu Tiancheng boldly met her gaze, fixating on the allure beneath her skirt. What did you just ask me? Su Lan inquired, adjusting her skirt to cover her rather revealing thigh. Oh, I was asking why you insist on this west-facing window. Yu Tiancheng observed her movements, undisturbed by the exposure of his little secret. Take a guess. Su Lan slightly arched her body on the bed to better view the west-facing window. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. How could I possibly guess? I am no oracle. Yu Tiancheng turned his attention to the outside world. It was late at night, and aside from the streetlights, only a few car headlights were visible on the road. Across the street, in the villa district, a few lights flickered occasionally. Could it be? A thought stirred within Yu Tiancheng. My home is directly across from here, the 7th villa from the left. If you stand here, you can see into my room. Su Lan rose and approached Yu Tiancheng, her finger gliding over a villa. Indeed. All right, I've rested enough. It's time for me to head home. You should get some rest too. I'll contact you tomorrow. By the way, don't close the curtains. After saying this, Su Lan winked at Yu Tiancheng. I'm about to leave. Don't you have anything to say to me? Her words suggested a finality, as if they would not meet again. Yu Tiancheng shot her a sidelong glance. Are you implying that you wish for me to stay? Su Lan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Enough of this, Teacher Su. Yu Tiancheng emphasized the title with a hint of gravity. If I abandon the role of teacher, I am now your employee. You may call me Secretary Su. Su Lan playfully reached out, teasingly tugging at the button of Yu Tiancheng's shirt. Instantly, he felt a surge of tension. Was she attempting to engage in an unspoken game of hidden rules? Yu Tiancheng slightly bent his knee, lowered his body, and clasped his fists. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Ha. Enough of the teasing. I'm leaving now. Su Lan playfully flicked her finger under Yu Tiancheng's chin, tossed her hand behind her shoulder, donned her high heels, and strode out of the room. The moment the door closed, Yu Tiancheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside, Su Lan leaned against the door, also releasing a long breath. She brushed her hair, her cheeks flushed and slightly warm. If he had asked her to stay just now, would she have done so? Su Lan suddenly realized that had Yu Tiancheng spoken, she might have inexplicably stayed. What am I thinking? I am his teacher. Well, at least for now. And besides, he has a girlfriend. Everything else is illusory. Only the pursuit of one's career is real. To attain freedom, one must be self-reliant. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Su Lan regained her composed demeanor and clicked away in her high heels. Inside, Yu Tiancheng sat by the window, retrieving his phone. There was an unread message. It was from Tian Yue. The evening had been so hectic that he and T noticed her text. He opened the message, which was brief. Shall we go to the library together tomorrow? After contemplating for a moment, he replied, I'm in Xingqing. Caught up with something and want to be back until who knows when tomorrow. Yu Tiancheng assumed Tian Yue had already gone to bed at this hour. To his surprise, just as he set his phone down, a notification chimed. Tian Yue. Oh, then take care, rest early, good night. In Langzhou, at Tian Yue's home. The television screen glowed brightly, yet the sound was off. Cuddled on the sofa, after replying to the message, she held her phone tightly. Her gaze fixed on the television screen, though her mind was elsewhere. Aren't you going to sleep? Tian Ruyun emerged from the bathroom, drying her damp hair as she spoke to Tian Yue. He is coming on Monday. Tian Yue's tone was somewhat frosty. I know, he called me. Tian Ruyun paused, releasing a sigh. I don't really want to see him. Tian Yue pursed her lips. Tian Ruyun affectionately patted Tian Yue's head, saying, don't be like that. He is your father after all. Chapter 60. Do you also want to be a pig? I want to go to Xingqing tomorrow, Tian Yue suddenly declared. Your father is arriving tomorrow. He specifically came a day early to spend time with you. Tian Yue was momentarily taken aback by Tian Yue's words. Perfect, he arrives. I leave, it's settled. Tian Yue's statement left Tian Yue in a state of deep conflict, yet she could only sigh heavily. Mom, your business is doing well now. We don't need him to support us, nor do we need him to play the good guy. Why do you still accommodate him? Tian Yue grasped Tian Yue's hand, asking defiantly. You can't say that. Although I am strong-willed, I know my own worth. Mother and I journeyed from the Sichuan-Chongqing region to Langzhou, a place unfamiliar to us, devoid of any connections. What business could we possibly undertake? While he offered little assistance, his mere presence deterred any ill intent towards us. Over the years, from street vending to establishing a shop, we faced our share of troublemakers and encounters with city inspectors. Yet all those conflicts eventually dissipated. Surely, you understand that sometimes it is not about what he chooses to give, but rather the convenience derived from even a faint connection. Tian Yue spoke softly to her daughter, Tian Yue. My dear, I apologize for the hardships you've endured over these years. Upon hearing her mother's words, Tian Yue realized the weight of the grievances her mother had silently borne. In truth, he too felt a sense of indebtedness towards us, which is why he maintained contact. If you do not wish to see him, so be it. After all, you would not know what to say to one another. And I do not want you to feel constrained. Tian Yue gently adjusted her daughter's hair, gazing into her daughter's enchanting peach blossom eyes, reminiscent of a crescent moon, and thought to herself, it is not about yielding to him. Rather, I wish for you to never lose your father entirely. Should you wish to visit Star City, go ahead. Indulge in whatever you desire, and explore wherever your heart takes you. I will have your uncle pick you up in Star City. Tian Yue wiped a tear from her eye and smiled. All right, thank you, mother. I shall retire now. Do rest early as well. Tian Yue rose, taking her phone as she entered her room, where a message illuminated the screen. Yu Tiancheng, good night. Such simple words ignited a flutter of joy within Tian Yue. He certainly could not anticipate my intention to seek him out tomorrow, could he? In Star City, at the Huatian Grand Hotel, after replying to the message, Yu Tiancheng placed his phone on the bedside table. After taking a shower, he hurriedly dried himself, relishing the sensation as he flopped onto the spot recently occupied by Su Lan, the lingering fragrance of her presence still evident. Yu Tiancheng inhaled deeply, then settled onto the couch by the bay window, his gaze fixed on the direction of Villa 7. At that moment, the previously darkened living room of the villa now radiated with light. She must be negotiating with her parents, he mused, stroking his chin as he observed the scene. After a brief while, he noticed the lights dimmed in the living room, only to see one of the upstairs rooms illuminate shortly thereafter. The curtains were drawn open, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were ajar. From a distance, he discerned a figure emerging, glancing towards him. Even in the haze, he could distinctly recognize it was Su Lan. Had their discussion concluded so swiftly, or was it simply too late for any meaningful dialogue? Curiosity piqued, Yu Tiancheng continued to watch her, only to be taken aback as he spotted an enormous telescope set up on her balcony, aimed directly at him. Yu Tiancheng's initial surprise turned into a chill running down his spine. Goodness, a voyeur. And here I am, without a stitch of clothing. Yu Tiancheng, in a fit of anger, jumped on the spot and, through the glass, raised his middle finger at the opposite side before flipping over and diving into bed, burying himself beneath the covers. On the balcony of the villa across, Su Lan stood momentarily frozen, gazing through the telescope. She then cast a distant glance at the room across that was still illuminated. What did I just witness? A blinding white. With something ugly and dark in the center, what on earth was that? Was it aimed at me? That scoundrel. Su Lan cursed under her breath, and, when she peered through the telescope again, she realized that Yu Tiancheng had vanished from the window. Shortly after, the light was extinguished, and the curtains were drawn. Weren't you supposed to leave the curtains open? You scoundrel. After a few more glances through the telescope, Su Lan finally conceded defeat. Early the next morning, Tian Yue sat in a car headed for Xingqing. This vehicle was a private taxi that specifically ran between Xingqing and Langzhou, arranged by Tian Yue the previous night. The car could accommodate 4 passengers, allowing them to share the travel expenses. By 8 o'clock, Tian Yue had already arrived at her uncle's house in Xingqing. Yeah, we finally waited for you. Your uncle and aunt have some urgent matters to attend to today. Take Hao with you. Here's 500 yuan. Buy whatever you feel like for lunch and dinner. Oh, and make sure he finishes his homework. If Hao doesn't listen to you, just spank him. Afterward, Let me know so I can give him another one. Tian Yu's uncle, Tian Ruhai, operated a grain and oil shop in Xingqing and had found success in recent years. Holding the money in her hand and watching her unreliable uncle leave her with an even less reliable brother, she felt overwhelmed. So, I've come all this way just to be your babysitter? Tian Hao, a portly 13-year-old who had just entered junior high, beamed with a fawning smile upon learning he would be spending the day with his sister. Sis, it's not easy for you to come all this way. How about I take you out for a stroll? I heard a new arcade has opened near the Great Ancient Road. Or perhaps we could go to an internet CAF. I went with my classmates last time, and it was so much fun. Why should you get to play on your phone while I have to do homework? As soon as their parents left, Tian Hao tossed aside his pen and began to negotiate with Tian Yue. Cut the chatter and get to work. There are only a few questions, and you still can't do them? Are you even capable of turning on a computer? With a glare at Tian Hao, Tian Yue operated her phone to text Yu Tiancheng. Where are you? Just waking up. Yu Tiancheng reached for his phone and glanced at the time. Noticing the message arriving just in time. This girl, doesn't she know I'm in Xingqing? Could it be that she has come to Xingqing as well? Impossible. It's Monday tomorrow, and she must attend school. What could she possibly be doing here today? Moreover, being a girl. How could Tian Ruyun allow her to travel so far? Initially still a bit dazed, Yu Tiancheng suddenly became alert and tentatively replied, You're in Xingqing? Tian Yue, yes. Yu Tiancheng, don't mess around. Tian Yue, give me an address, and I'll come over shortly. Do you believe me? Yu Tiancheng, I don't believe you. Tian Yue, just tell me the address. Yu Tiancheng, room 608 of Huatian Grand Hotel. Who says I can't turn on the device? I can even play Legend. I have an 8th level warrior. Don't underestimate me. My master is a 30th level mage, single-handedly taking on 4 in siege battles, truly impressive. Tian Hao continues to chatter away beside him. Shut up and come with me. Where to? For breakfast. All right, going out is certainly preferable to being at home. Enduring the wrath of the tiger mother while doing homework, Tian Hao scurries behind Tian Yue. Sister, that noodle shop, the one run by Sister C, has the most delicious rice noodles. Fine, let us go there. You get 3 servings to take away. 3. Sister, you're too kind. How did you know I could eat too? You glutton. You may be small, but your appetite is anything but. Fine, 2 servings it is. Let us make it 4. 4? Sister, there are only 2 of us. Are you trying to be a pig? Just do as I say, stop talking so much. Chapter 61. Have you two been sleeping together? Knock, knock, knock. The door opens. And at first glance, Yu Tiancheng sees Tian Yue standing at the entrance, elegant in a pure white blouse paired with a light blue pleated skirt. Behind her stands a shorter, chubby boy, sweat glistening on his forehead, each hand clutching a takeout box, gazing curiously into the room. You really came to Star City? Yu Tiancheng is taken aback. He had not expected Tian Yue to arrive so promptly. She resembles a rightful partner rushing to catch a lover in the act. I came to buy study materials and thought I'd DC you. Tian Yue offers a flimsy excuse. Though Langzhou may not rival Star City in splendor, it is hardly lacking in study resources. Besides, with Tian Yue's academic prowess, does she even need them? This is my brother, Tian Hao. Tian Yue introduces. He is my classmate. Just call him Yugu. Yugu, this place is really nice. Tian Hao lacks sophisticated vocabulary, but in his mind, he can only think, impressive. With money, anyone can live here. Come on in. Yu Tiancheng gestures for them to enter. As Tian Yue surveys the dimly lit room, she strides to the window and pulls back the curtains, while Tian Hao quickly shifts his focus back to breakfast, opening a takeout box of rice noodles. He clutches it and slurps as he gazes out the window. What plans does the class monitor have for today? Yu Tiancheng hands a tissue to Tian Yue. The girl has clearly rushed over, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, exuding a faint scent of youthful fragrance. Accepting the tissue, Tian Yue wipes her brow. I was going to let it be. What plans do you have? I'll follow your lead. Uffed. Half of the rice noodles Tian Hao had just slurped come spewing out of his nose. Coughing, he looks at Tian Yue with tear-filled eyes. Heavens, is this the same tiger mother who used to pummel him and stomp on me? How can she be so well-behaved in front of others? Look at you. You can't even eat properly. It's so messy. Hurry and wash up. Tian Yue turns, seeing Tian Hao's state, and in an instant, her irritation boils over. Delivering a swift slap to the back of his head, Tian Hao, on the verge of tears, obediently set down his rice noodles and dashed into the restroom. In this sweltering heat, why don't we just enjoy the air conditioning here all day? Yu Tiancheng remarked, playfully touching his nose. That sounds wonderful. Tian Yu's eyes sparkled at the thought of being with Tiancheng. Even if it was merely exchanging blank stares, it brought her joy. Just then, Tian Hao emerged from the restroom, splattering water all over the floor. Tian Xiaoping, are you all right? Hurry up and clean this mess, or you'll be scrubbing carpets. Tian Yu scolded fiercely, hands on her hips. Tian Hao, startled, instinctively bent down to wipe it up. Never mind, it's just a little water, Tiancheng quickly interjected, trying to calm Tian Yu. Embarrassed, Tian Hao hesitated as he glanced at her. Just enjoy your meal. If you keep making those strange noises, you might as well go back to your homework. Tian Yu's words felt like a reprieve to Tian Hao. Brother Yu is so good to me, he thought, offering a compliment to Tiancheng before scampering off to continue eating his noodles. Am I not good to you? Tian Yu rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated. It was she who had shown him mercy, yet he expressed gratitude to Tiancheng. This brother of mine is truly unacceptable. All right, everything is fine. Tian Hao dared not offend this little tyrant. After all, not only was there a familial obligation, but if their father found out he dared to rebel, he would surely face a stern reprimand. His mother would not intervene either. Sometimes, Tian Hao found himself questioning whether Tian Yue was truly their parents' biological child, while he felt more like an adopted one. I should take you both out for a spin. You can't stay cooped up in here all day. Our little chubby friend wouldn't manage. Tiancheng chuckled heartily. From this moment on, you are my beloved father. No, my dear brother. Tian Hao exclaimed, giving Tiancheng a thumbs up, almost ready to call him father. Little chubby, where do you want to go? Tiancheng asked. Today, big brother will treat you. Now financially prosperous, he was no longer the impoverished soul who used to barter for 2 apples and 2 bananas. Really? Tian Hao's eyes lit up as he counted on his fingers. I want to go to Posey Street for spicy shrimp, to try the stinky tofu at CIE. Have some sweet fried dough balls, glutinous rice dumplings, and xiangbin spring rolls. After that, I want to hit the arcade for King of Fighters, and then play Legend at the Internet CAF. A cough from Tian Yue interrupted him. The subtle menace in her gaze palpable. That should be enough. Tian Hao swallowed hard, looking longingly at Tiancheng. No problem, as long as time allows. It's all on me, Tiancheng replied without hesitation, turning to Tian Yue. Tian Hao, equally anxious, also gazed at her expectantly. All right, wherever you say, Tian Yue said, addressing Tiancheng. Long live brother Yu. Rest assured, I will never disclose your relationship with my sister, I swear. Tian Hao thought it only fair to show loyalty, considering how Tiancheng looked out for him, likely to prevent any gossip about their early romance. However, that very statement inadvertently offended both Tian Yue and Tiancheng. Little chubby, you are rather uncharitable in your assumptions, they seem to imply. Tiancheng chuckled. What do you think my status is? Am I some child who fears being caught with a compromising secret? Tian Hao, you'd better head back and finish your homework. Say whatever you wish to your parents. If it comes down to it, I have a phone here. You can call your aunt and ask her if she would interfere with our matters. Tian Yue promptly retrieved her phone and tossed it onto the table. What is going on? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. And now you're suddenly changing your demeanor. Did I say something wrong? Could it be that you two have already shared a bed? Although Tian Hao was young, he was no fool. His thoughts tended to leap to exaggerated conclusions. Moreover, his mouth often ran ahead of him. Little brat. Do you even comprehend what it means to share a bed? What sort of filthy thoughts occupy your mind on a daily basis? Tian Yu's face flushed crimson as she seized Tian Hao's ear, twisting it mercilessly. No, sister, I was wrong. Please, ease up, it hurts. Brother Yu, godfather, save me. Tian Hao cried out for his godfather. What are you yelling for? Tian Yue tightened her grip. You're my brother, and if you call him godfather, what should I call him? Tiancheng watched the plump boy squirm with amusement, chuckling at his self-inflicted predicament. If it weren't for this little light bulb, who knows? They might have truly shared a bed. Chapter 62. A relationship without a bright future is not long-lasting after the three of them devoured 4 bowls of noodles. They headed out towards Posey Street. In truth, Tiancheng was quite pleased to be here, as it was merely a turn away from the encounter bar. He was returning to Langzhou tomorrow, and before he left, he wanted to ensure that Sun Kuan and the others were well prepared, reinforcing some essential details. Once he returned, the two parties would be separated by over 100 kilometers, relying solely on the internet for communication, which was far less reliable than face-to-face interactions. Brother Yu, there's an ice cream shop over there. As they entered Posey Street, Tian Hao pointed to an ice cream shop at the corner. Tian Hao. Tian Yu shot him a glare. It's fine, he just had 2 bowls of noodles. I reckon he can manage an ice cream too, Yu Tiancheng reassured Tian Yue. Then you can go queue up on your own, Tian Yue said, pulling out 10 yuan from her pocket. When she looked up, she saw Yu Tiancheng handing 100 yuan to Tian Hao. Your sister and I will have vanilla. You choose whatever you like. We'll gather at the table under the sunshade over there. Yu Tiancheng gestured towards a table by the roadside. Brother Yu is generous, Tian Hao exclaimed, scampering off to join the queue. I promised to treat, so let us go check out the stinky tofu. Do you want to eat some? I'll help you queue. Let us go together. Tian Yue sighed and followed Yu Tiancheng. Come on, let us hurry up and enjoy ourselves. Yu Tiancheng turned around, extending his right hand to grasp Tian Yue's left hand. Ah, be gentle. Tian Yue was momentarily startled, instinctively retracting her arm, but after just a fleeting moment, she gave up resisting. It seemed they had held hands once before at school. If she was unafraid of familiar faces, then what was there to fear now that they were outside? Tian Yue, at her core, embodies the bold and spirited nature characteristic of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing. The rules of school and the admonitions of teachers hold no sway over her. The moment she clasped Yu Tiancheng's hand, she felt a warmth that swept away all shadows in her heart. Together, they strolled hand in hand, gradually making their way through the queue. And even the searing sunlight seemed less intense. When purchasing stinky tofu, Yu Tiancheng insisted on 3 portions, but Tian Yue countered that 2 would suffice. Yu Tiancheng inquired about Tian Hao, to which Tian Yue replied that 1 portion would be enough for the 2 of them. At that moment, the stinky tofu felt remarkably sweet. Unbeknownst to Yu Tiancheng, Tian Yue had another thought. Holding 2 portions would allow them to continue holding hands, whereas buying 3 would hinder that intimacy. As they returned, hand in hand, Tian Hao, who had just procured ice cream, nearly dropped it in astonishment. Hurry, sis, help me. It's melting, he exclaimed anxiously. Tian Yue, with a resigned glare in his direction, reluctantly released Yu Tiancheng's hand to assist her brother. And what about the stinky tofu? Brother Yu is so kind. Tian Hao grinned, his joy evident as he savored the ice cream in one hand and the stinky tofu in the other. However, upon glancing up, he noticed Tian Yue skewering a piece of stinky tofu with a toothpick and offering it to Yu Tiancheng. The chubby boy felt as though he had been fed a mouthful of dog food. Yet, being young, he did not take this dog food too seriously. Observing the young men passing by, their envious gazes directed at Yu Tiancheng, he felt a flush of pride. Humph, a bunch of single dogs. I'm not envious at all. I have a little girlfriend at school, he thought to himself. 20 minutes later, the trio had indulged in stinky tofu and ice cream. Both Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue were feeling full, yet Tian Hao raised his hand once more. Tian Yue shot him a playful glare. Lacking any authority, yet brimming with charm. What do you want now? I want to eat squid skewers. Tian Hao replied assertively. Go buy some. Bring me back 2 skewers. Yu Tiancheng waved dismissively. I don't have any money. Tian Hao cunningly glanced at Yu Tiancheng. He had witnessed the impressive stack of blue bills when Yu Tiancheng had opened his wallet earlier, at least 10 notes. Coupled with Yu Tiancheng's hotel accommodations, he viewed him as a quintessential rich second generation. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Who knew when the next chance would come? Before he could finish his thought, his ear was abruptly tugged. An ice cream costs only 3 yuan. You received 100. Where's the rest? Tiancheng laughed amiably, playing the good guy. Ouch, easy now. I forgot, it's here. Tian Hao exclaimed as he pulled out a crumpled wad of cash from his pocket. Put it all away, take 10 yuan, and immediately return the rest. If there's even a single cent missing, your father will whip you, Tian Yue declared sternly, establishing the rules. Tian Hao promptly pushed the money towards Yu Tiancheng, took a 10 yuan note, and hurriedly departed, rubbing his ears. Once Tian Hao left, Tian Yue retrieved 50 yuan from her wallet and handed it to Yu Tiancheng. What is this? Are we a married couple? Let us be clear about the accounts. Yu Tiancheng jested with Tian Yue. Get lost. Who is your wife? Tian Yue's cheeks flushed instantly as she shot him a reproachful glance. Though I don't know how much your family has given you, Tian Hao is my younger brother, and I can't let you cover his expenses. Come on. How much can one spend on food and entertainment? Your boyfriend is wealthy. Who goes out with his girlfriend just to live on her? Yu Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Yet, Tian Yue stubbornly pressed the money into Yu Tiancheng's hand. Li Sisi had been entangled with him for 2 years, all for the sake of his financial means. Tian Yue did not wish for others to think that her association with Yu Tiancheng was solely for his wealth. Moreover, the sudden influx of money raised some unease in her heart. Could it be that he was secretly spending money taken from home? It wasn't that Tian Yue was overly suspicious. Rather, Tian Hao was a living example. This chubby boy had faced punishment multiple times for spending money stolen from home. Yu Tiancheng grasped Tian Yue's hand and, with a knowing smile, reassured her, "Rest assured, your boyfriend is well off. Tonight, I shall take you to a place where you will understand the origins of my wealth, and I assure you, it is all legitimate. Cut it out. I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Upon hearing Yu Tiancheng's words, Tian Yue felt considerably more at ease, though she pouted in response. "Is that not considered a girlfriend?" Yu Tiancheng raised their entwined hands in question. "No, I stand by my word. You must gain admission to a prestigious university, or it's a no-go." In the past couple of days, Tian Yue had gathered ample information regarding the competition, and she was nearly certain that Yu Tiancheng would, with the help of the informatics competition, secure a place at a reputable institution. Yet, having initiated such a connection, she could not allow him to take further liberties. The goals they set must be fulfilled. A romance devoid of a promising future is seldom enduring. "All right, when the acceptance letter arrives, I shall marry you," Yu Tiancheng declared triumphantly. "Get lost." Tian Yue reached for Yu Tiancheng's soft waist as a playful gesture. Yu Tiancheng quickly shifted the topic. "Just put the money away. It's broad daylight, and aren't you afraid of encountering robbers?" In 2003, even in the provincial capital, the streets were not particularly safe. Small-time thugs and ruffians roamed freely. Noticing Tian Yue's hesitation, Yu Tiancheng had a sudden inspiration. "If you truly wish to spend money, buy that chubby boy a box of examination papers. Let him feel the pressure of knowledge." Tian Yue's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was a splendid idea. Just then, a skewer of squid arrived. The chubby boy came running from afar, clutching a handful of squid skewers, placing them on the table, and immediately began eating with both hands. His cheeks puffing up as his face grew rounder. Yu Tiancheng observed with a smirk. This fellow truly had an insatiable appetite. 2 bowls of noodles, ice cream, stinky tofu in the morning, and now a skewer of squid. He never seemed to pause. No wonder he had grown so portly. "Brother Yu, indulge yourself. It's utterly delectable," Tian Hao exclaimed, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, savoring every bite, blissfully unaware that Yu Tiancheng had just devised a mischievous plan, digging a substantial pit for him. After showcasing another squid ring, Tian Hao rubbed his belly with a cheeky grin. "I'm about 8/10 full, Brother Yu. I still want more. All right, I'm feeling a bit tired from wandering. Let us head to the library." Tian Yue interjected, abruptly suggesting a visit to the library. "Didn't we agree to play video games?" Tian Hao sulked, casting a glance at Yu Tiancheng, incessantly raising his eyebrows, trying to convey a message. "The library is a bit far. How about we play nearby for a while? We can go later." Yu Tiancheng signaled to Tian Yue. Sharp as she was, Tian Yue instantly comprehended that what Yu Tiancheng wished to show her might be in the vicinity. "All right then," she replied to Tian Hao with a frosty demeanor. Turning back to Yu Tiancheng, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. Alas, girls are so outgoing. Before the ink is even dry, their elbows are already bending outward. Tian Hao sighed with an air of wisdom beyond his years. "Little fatty, you're not afraid, are you?" Tian Yue turned, glaring fiercely. "Sister, how can your ears be sharper than a bloodhound's?" Tian Hao shivered in fear, scampering away while questioning. "Little fatty, so you think your sister is a dog? If you have the guts, run further away, and don't let me catch you." Tian Yue threatened, hands on her hips, pointing at Tian Hao in anger. Tian Hao was left speechless. Attempting to reason with a woman in love was the height of folly. The three of them, chatting and joking, soon arrived at the New Century Game City. This was a newly opened, large-scale arcade, with machines that were all brand new. In Yu Tiancheng's eyes, opening an arcade at this juncture seemed to be trailing behind societal trends. With the rise of internet cafes, the decline of arcades was inevitable. For such a large establishment, it was questionable whether they could recoup their investment without engaging in illegal activities like gambling machines. Of course, how others conducted their business was of no concern to him. After all, it was not his money at stake. He merely gazed at the machines, feeling a nostalgic reminiscence of his childhood. Hurry, Brother Yu. I must tell you about Kyo Kusanagi. He is incredible, able to defeat 3 opponents at once." Tian Hao exclaimed, clutching a cardboard box brimming with game tokens, bubbling with excitement as he boasted to Yu Tiancheng. Today was a fortunate day. Usually, he would spend $1 to buy 5 tokens and play for half the day. But Yu Tiancheng had purchased $30 worth of tokens at once, astonishing the shopkeeper, who even took the time to provide him with a box. With so many tokens, Tianhao mused that he might even sneak a game on that risky mahjong machine. That Kyo Kusanagi, lack of culture, is truly alarming. Tiancheng held a handful of tokens as he ambled leisurely through the arcade. Viewed from a future perspective, this arcade was relatively well equipped, albeit with a rather overpowering smell of smoke. Most of those who come to play are just a bunch of young ruffians, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips, noisily tapping away at the buttons while hurling insults. You really have the audacity to purchase so many tokens at once. Can you even use them all? Tian Yue, filled with a hint of curiosity, took a few tokens and glanced around, quickly losing interest. After casually playing a couple of rounds of King of Fighters with Tianhao, Tiancheng also found it tedious. Tianhao was not boasting. He truly had skill, adeptly executing various techniques such as forward kicks and light punches with remarkable finesse. Tiancheng, having hardly engaged with such games in his previous life, struggled to recall the various moves, and naturally, he could not triumph over him. However, after Tiancheng stepped down, Tian Yue took over for a couple of rounds. It was then that Tianhao genuinely experienced the overwhelming pressure that comes from a top student. He failed to win even a single match after spending 5 tokens, nearly being driven to despair by Tian Yue's prowess. Even Tiancheng, watching from the sidelines, was left bewildered. Sister, have you trained before? How could you possibly defeat me? Tianhao, staring at his most favored character, Kyo Kusanagi, who lay heavily on the ground, felt as if he could fit an egg into his mouth. Is there really a need to practice? For buttons and a joystick. It's so simple that anyone could pick it up just by watching. How foolish must one be to practice? Are you still going to play? Tian Yue shook her head, declaring that this was laughably simple compared to mathematics. Tianhao's eyes were nearly brimming with tears. He remembered starting with video games at the age of 8, spending 5 years frequenting the arcade, navigating through a haze of smoke and flattery, learning and practicing, only to be called a fool. It was a crushing blow. Little gas canister, did you steal from your family's savings to buy so many tokens? At that moment, a young ruffian approached, cigarette in mouth, and slapped Tianhao on the back of the head, nearly causing him to collide with the electronic screen. Damn it! Tianhao cursed, turning around only to be startled into silence upon recognizing the assailant, Chicken Bro. This Chicken Bro was notorious around the arcade, known for bullying local middle and primary school students. Tianhao had been a victim of his antics before, leaving him with a psychological scar. Tian Yue furrowed her brow, glaring at the young ruffian with a sharp gaze. Tiancheng merely lifted his eyelids, unconcerned. Would a 40-year-old soul be intimidated by a mere youth? Who do you think you're scaring? Chicken Bro sneered, mockingly asking, Oh, I didn't realize you were Chicken Bro. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to provoke you. Tianhao smiled ingratiatingly, slowly reaching behind to hide a paper box he had placed nearby. Everyone saw that, still trying to hide it. Chicken Bro swiftly snatched the paper box, grabbing a handful of tokens before kicking Tianhao aside and plopping down in his previous seat. Instinctively, Tian Yue stood up, her peach blossom eyes filled with evident disdain. Hey, you play pretty well. Care to join me for a couple of rounds? This audacious Chicken Bro even dared to reach out for Tian Yue's arm. Tiancheng furrowed his brows and stood up abruptly. What he did not anticipate was that just as he was about to lift his foot to kick the young man with the yellow hair, Tian Yue unexpectedly swung her arm and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap left Brother G momentarily dazed, while Tianhao jolted in surprise, nearly losing control of himself. Tiancheng was also taken aback. This fiery girl was indeed fierce. Chapter 64. He bullies my sister, should I indulge him? The young man with the yellow hair covered his face, gazing up at Tian Yue, who towered over him, her furious glare instilling a sense of trepidation within him. However, this feeling of fear was soon diluted by the curious stares of those around them. Numerous patrons engrossed in their games paused to witness the unfolding spectacle. Some even recognized Brother G and began to tease. Oh, isn't that little G? Has he been put in his place by a woman? How dare you strike me? The mockery made the young man with the yellow hair acutely aware of his diminished stature. Emboldened by his streetwise bravado, he stood up from his chair, face still covered, and attempted to push Tian Yue aside. Despite Tian Yue's earlier bravado, being a girl, she was now visibly shaken, trembling and unsure of how to defend herself. Naturally, Tiancheng could not stand by and watch Tian Yue be bullied. He moved forward, intending to grab the young man's hair. Sis, run. Suddenly, the chubby Tianhao, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, charged forward and collided his head against the young man's chin. Tiancheng's hand grasped nothing but air. Damn it. I just want to be a hero and save the beauty. Why is it so difficult? With no other choice. He grabbed the back of Tian Hao's collar and pulled him back. Whether it was the sound of Tian Hao's head colliding with the young man's chin or the clashing of teeth, it certainly hurt. The young man's head buzzed from the impact, causing him to stumble slightly, his head lolling to one side. You little brat. This collision ignited a fierce rage within the young man, and as he turned, he no longer saw a beautiful girl and a chubby boy, but rather a tall, slender young man in casual attire standing before him. Get lost. Dazed from the slap and the headbutt, the young man attempted to push Tiancheng away. Yet, in the next moment, he felt his fingers bend unnaturally, followed by an excruciating pain that shot through to his core. Tiancheng had grasped only his middle and ring fingers, but twisted them in the opposite direction. To make matters worse, to prevent any resistance, he maneuvered the young man's fingers behind him while simultaneously gripping his hair and pulling back forcefully. Though Tiancheng was not particularly skilled in fighting, he possessed the wisdom of 40 years. His physicality might have been lacking, but his mind was sharp, and he knew how to employ techniques. Don't move. If you do, I'll break your fingers and tear your scalp off. Tiancheng skillfully wielded his bow with both hands, maintaining a composed demeanor as he issued a warning to the young man with yellow hair. His stable emotions instilled a sense of calm in both Tian Yue and Tian Hao, particularly in Tian Yue, who gazed at Tiancheng with an expression of safety. Let go of me, you bastard. Do you think I want to kill you? The young man's fingers were painfully twisted, and as he attempted to turn, his hair was cruelly yanked, preventing any movement. He found himself in a predicament, unable to crouch or stand, forced to lean back uncomfortably. Look at you. Struggling just to stay on your feet. Who do you think you can harm? Tiancheng remained unperturbed, surveying the surroundings. He noticed the owner of the establishment at the counter, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Tiancheng understood that the owner wished to avoid trouble, yet he questioned. Does avoiding trouble mean you can ignore what happens in your own establishment? If you lack the ability to manage your own affairs, what right do you have to run a gaming hall? Come, let us stroll over to the bar, he said, pulling the young man along as they made their way toward the counter. Tian Yue and Tian Hao followed closely behind, while a crowd gathered, forming a half-circle around the scene, some standing on tiptoes and others even perched on chairs for a better view. Throughout this journey, the young man hurled curses at Tiancheng, who responded by tightening his grip, bending the young man's fingers further and pulling his hair more forcefully. Whenever the young man ceased his insults, he would take a few steps forward. This odd dance continued for what felt like an eternity, covering a mere 20 meters in 2 minutes. Upon seeing Tiancheng approach with the young man in tow, the gaming hall owner's expression darkened. This brat intends to drag me into this mess, he thought. Brother son, help me. Make this guy let go, or I swear I'll make him pay. The young man shouted at the owner. Boss son, I'm a paying customer here. This guy is after my girlfriend, and you're just going to stand by? Tiancheng chimed in. Who would dare to come back here if you allow this? Tiancheng took a seat on a stool beside the bar, seemingly unfazed. While the owner, after a moment of contemplation, snapped at the young man. You little brat, are you being treated like a fool? After scolding him, the owner stepped out from behind the counter and addressed the young man. I'll have him let go, but you must not cause a scene in my establishment. Make him release me. I feel like my scalp is about to tear off. The young man's tone softened noticeably. Let him go. He won't dare act out here, the owner instructed Tiancheng. Very well, I shall release him, Tiancheng said, loosening his grip, but not without delivering a swift kick to the young man's lower back as he did so. The impact sent the young man sprawling forward onto the ground, a moment of utter humiliation. Damn it! The young man scrambled to his feet, fists raised, ready to confront Tiancheng. Hey, Tiancheng lightly tapped the owner's arm, extending his voice with a hint of mockery. Was what I said earlier mere nonsense? Boss son glared angrily at the young man with yellow hair. Fine, I'll spare you for brother son's sake and won't harm you in his establishment. But don't even think about escaping. The moment you step out that door, I'll break your legs. This entire street belongs to me. If you have any guts, stay inside for the rest of your life. The young man's eyes burned with fury as he limped out of the arcade. Brother Yu, let us get out of here quickly. Brother G is quite formidable around here. He is definitely going to call for reinforcements, Tian Hao said, noticing the young man's hasty retreat and hurriedly discussing with Tiancheng. You were quite brave just now. I thought you would be terrified, Yu Tiancheng remarked, seemingly unfazed by the yellow-haired youth's actions. Instead, he playfully pinched Tian Hao's chubby cheek. He bullied my sister. Am I supposed to let him off the hook? Tian Hao retorted defiantly, nearly bringing tears to Tian Yue's eyes with his words. However, her sentiments quickly faded as he continued. This guy has robbed me several times. I've long wanted to deal with him, just never had the courage. He rubbed his nose, striking a rather cocky pose. Chapter 65. Caught off guard. A bite of dog food. Look at your pathetic self. Why are you afraid of him? If he bullies you, just call the police. Tian Yue scolded, ruffling Tian Hao's hair with a huff. Call the police? Boss Sun scoffed, glancing at Tian Yue as if she were foolish. Yu Tiancheng chuckled lightly. He recognized that Tian Yue was somewhat idealistic, still a naive student unfamiliar with the harsh realities of life. Young men like the yellow-haired one had likely spent numerous nights in jail, coming and going like regulars. It was even possible he had some connections, otherwise. How could he be so brazen as to threaten Yu Tiancheng and the others? As they spoke, footsteps resonated from downstairs, and soon after, a group of over 10 thugs armed with steel pipes and wooden planks squeezed in. Some donned floral shirts, others were only leather vests, exposing their chests, and some sported earrings with bizarre, colorful hairstyles. Leading the pack was none other than the yellow-haired youth, Brother G, who had returned wielding a large watermelon knife, radiating menace. Who the hell bullied my Brother G? Shouted a gaunt figure in a leather vest, brandishing an iron rod as he charged in. Tian Hao gulped nervously, instinctively stepping behind Yu Tiancheng. Meanwhile, Tian Yue took out her phone. It's useless. Yu Tiancheng pressed his hand against hers. I'm not calling the police. I'm calling my dad. Tian Yue, perceptive as she was, had quickly realized that involving the police might yield little result after just one glance. At this moment, the only person she could think of was someone she was reluctant to reach out to. This petty matter hardly warrants my uncle's intervention. Though Yu Tiancheng was unaware of what Tian Yue's father did for a living, he understood her current family situation. Tian Riyun lives alone with Tian Yue. Her father has never made an appearance, nor does she even mention him in her daily life. Does this not elucidate the situation? Suppressing Tian Yue, Yu Tiancheng turned to the boss, surnamed Sun, and inquired, Boss, is what you said earlier still valid? Valid, replied the boss. But you must be aware that I will eventually close my establishment. Once they step outside, I can no longer control the situation. These hot-headed youths act recklessly. And the young lady is quite striking. Those ruffians do not adhere to any semblance of lawfulness. If something were to occur, it could haunt one for a lifetime. The implication in the boss's words was clear. He needed to find someone capable of keeping the situation in check. His intentions were not entirely altruistic. Having spent ample time in this chaotic environment, he had developed a keen sense of discernment. He perceived that Yu Tiancheng possessed some potential, though the extent remained uncertain. Operating in this locale, where the likes of Xiao Huangmao loiter daily, he could not afford further disturbances. He had already endured damage to his machines and glass doors. Allowing them to create a ruckus outside was, in his view, a significant concession to Yu Tiancheng. All right, keep them at bay while I make a phone call, Yu Tiancheng said, retrieving his mobile device. The boss shot a sharp glance at Pai Kanjian, commanding, Get out. Boss Sun, he's bullying my leader. I need to confront him. Pai Kanjian protested, unwilling to back down. Get out. Sun's voice rose as he slammed his cigarette case onto the table. He recognized that the young couple before him was no ordinary pair. The girl was exceptional, and her father could very well be a person of considerable influence. The young man exhibited a calm demeanor, suggesting he possessed some confidence. No matter how audacious Xiao Huangmao might be, he was merely a thug, inconsequential compared to a genuine boss. He was akin to refuse in a sewer, easily disposed of. Thus, it was imperative to prevent any incidents from occurring in his establishment. Pai Kanjian glared defiantly at Yu Tiancheng, insisting, Let him summon his allies. I want to see who he can rally. If he fails to subdue me today, I will show him what true dominance entails. Do you possess the strength to contend with my brother, chicken? Xiao Huangmao, now emboldened by his newfound allies, was brimming with arrogance. Yu Tiancheng contemplated for a moment before dialing Sun Kuan's number. He had exchanged contact details with several individuals the previous day, and they had mutually added each other. After a few seconds, he found that the call did not connect. Noticing Yu Tiancheng's silence as he hung up, Xiao Huangmao sneered. What's wrong? Can't summon anyone. You were quite boastful just now. Yu Tiancheng ignored him and proceeded to call AI Bing. Ah, Boss Yu, what an unexpected pleasure. What can I do for you? AI Bing's tone was flirtatious yet teasing. I just tried calling brother's son, but he didn't answer, Tiancheng explained. They've been busy working since early morning, aiming to finalize the webpage within a few days. He's probably swamped right now. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I can head over immediately. AI Bing, I've run into some trouble. I've been cornered. What do you mean cornered? Have you gotten into a fight? Yes, but the other side has a considerable number of people, and they're armed. Boss Yu, you truly astonish me. All right, where shall we meet? It's at Posey Street, New Century Arcade. The owner of New Century is surnamed Sun, correct? I understand now. 5 minutes. After speaking, AI Bing hung up the phone. What is the situation? Are they coming? The young man with the yellow hair tapped the glass door with a watermelon knife, leaning against it with a cold smirk. Tiancheng shrugged. 5 minutes. Fine, I will wait for you for 5 minutes. The young man tucked the knife under his arm, took out a pack of cigarettes, and distributed them among his companions. A group of people stood at the entrance of the arcade, exhaling smoke. Those inside the game hall anxiously watched both sides, even abandoning their games, waiting for the impending spectacle. The owner, Sun, retrieved 2 bottles of chilled cola from the refrigerator, opened them, and pushed them towards Tiancheng and Tian Yue, completely disregarding Tian Hao. Thank you. Tian Yue felt too shy to drink. However, Tiancheng, indifferent to her hesitation, took a large gulp of cola and cheerfully placed it in front of Tian Yue. After a moment of hesitation, she was uncertain whether Tiancheng was being deliberate or casual with his gesture. Yet, after just a second, under the gaze of the crowd, she picked up the cola and took a small sip. This action left Tiancheng momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Is it that my entire bottle is unpalatable, but you find what I've tasted delightful? After taking a sip, Tian Yue's cheeks flushed, her gaze towards Tiancheng filled with a mixture of teasing, affection, and shyness. This charming demeanor bewildered everyone in the arcade. Goodness, how sweet. She is so considerate of that young man. If I had such a beautiful and understanding girlfriend, I would willingly face any challenge. The crowd even forgot that they initially intended to watch the commotion, unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food instead. Chapter 66. A missed opportunity. AI Bing mentioned 5 minutes. Yet in fact, it was less than that, before the young man had even finished a single cigarette. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine reverberated from downstairs. Following this, the sound of high heels clacking resonated as 2 figures ascended. The woman in front wore a white knee-length dress, a small jacket, and black high-heeled shoes, her delicate face adorned with a frosty demeanor. She walked up, her gaze sweeping over the ruffians at the door, glaring at them without a hint of fear. It was AI Bing. Right behind her, Qi Dong, clad in a suit, had a fierce glint in his eyes. Wherever he passed, the thugs instinctively made way. Upon reaching the entrance, Qi Dong cast a glance at Brother Ji, who immediately trembled, nearly dropping the cigarette, but in his hand. ISNT that. The young man with yellow hair followed Qi Dong's silhouette, only to see the extraordinarily elegant woman approach Tiancheng, respectfully stating, "Boss, I have come to escort you." She even slightly bowed. The young gamers in the arcade were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, this woman is incredibly alluring, in stark contrast to the youthful aura embodied by Tian Yue. AI Bing exudes a unique charm characteristic of noble women. Just a glance from afar evokes an air of aristocracy. If we liken Tian Yue to a pure and beautiful lily, and Su Lan to a passionate and wild rose, then AI Bing can be likened to a regal and proud snow lotus. These 3 individuals represent 3 distinct forms of beauty. At this moment, it is indeed surprising to witness the proud snow lotus lowering her head to a youth who appears no older than 17 or 18, addressing him as the big boss. Observing AI Bing's respectful demeanor, Tiancheng felt somewhat speechless. Sister Bing, the act has gone too far. AI Bing chuckled lightly, her gaze momentarily resting on Tian Yue, silently marveling at the beauty of the young lady. As for Tian Yue's companion, Tian Hao, he was completely disregarded by her. Meanwhile, Boss Sun, upon seeing AI Bing's arrival, was equally astonished. "Princess AI, what brings you here? And who is this?" Boss Sun retrieved a pack of Furong Wong cigarettes from the counter, tossing it directly to Qi Dong. "Brother Dong has arrived as well." Qi Dong caught it deftly, slipping it into his pocket. "This is my big boss, no joking matter," AI Bing stated with a serious tone. Princess AI, in Xingqing, speaking in such a manner is akin to jesting, Boss Sun thought, incredulous. Yu Tiancheng's age would suit being your younger brother, but your boss? Surely, you jest. Not convinced. Those few at the entrance are merely blocking him, appearing rather unimpressive. What are their origins? AI Bing raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Boss Sunday. By all accounts, common ruffians would not dare to cause a disturbance here. Those who boldly call for others to block the entrance surely possess some backing. That little brat's elder brother is in the precinct, Boss Sun pointed out. Is that so? AI Bing scoffed. I thought his brother was the chief. Is a precinct officer capable of instilling such fear? Princess AI, while you may look down upon them, I cannot afford to disregard them. After all, I lack the formidable support you possess, Boss Sun replied with a flattering smile. A mere little ruffian dares to rise up? Qidong, make him scram. If he is not convinced, deal with his brother tomorrow as well. AI Bing waved her hand dismissively. Qidong turned and strode toward the group of young punks. Upon seeing Qidong approach, the little yellow-haired boy trembled and greeted him nervously. Dong, brother. Do you know me? My boss is Yuan Gu, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? That scoundrel is still involved in those shady dealings? Yes. He mentioned feeling a bit regretful last time and wanted to meet you for a smoke. As he spoke, the little yellow-haired boy produced a furong wong and respectfully offered one to Qidong. Qidong did not accept it. Instead, he reached for the watermelon knife in the boy's hand. Dong, brother. The little yellow-haired boy instinctively attempted to hide the knife behind him. Hand it over. A fierce expression crossed Qidong's face. Brother Dong, just let it slide this time, all right? The little yellow-haired boy dared not relinquish the knife to Qidong. This old rogue was indeed someone who would not hesitate to use violence. Before the little yellow-haired boy could finish his plea, he received a resounding slap from Qidong. Delivered with sincerity, a distinct handprint suddenly appeared on the face of the young man with yellow hair, causing his cheek to swell significantly. And blood began to trickle from his nose. Do I owe you any respect? Who do you think you are? Ask Lu Yuan if he dares to demand respect in my presence, Qidong inquired, jabbing a finger at the young man's temple. Who the hell are you? Pai Kanjian. A dim-witted brute raised the steel pipe in his hand, ready to strike Qidong fiercely. Little did he know, Qidong seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped gracefully, pressing one hand against Pai Kanjian's head and forcefully shoving it against the wall. The sound of impact echoed as Pai Kanjian's head made brutal contact with the wall, leaving a crimson mark where it struck, and he collapsed, clutching his head and convulsing like a shrimp. The young man's entourage, numbering over 10, stood frozen in shock, exchanging anxious glances, their hearts racing, none daring to utter a word. They were street fighters, accustomed to brawls, yet they had never witnessed such ferocity from Qidong. The murderous glint in his eyes instilled a profound terror within them, as if he had taken lives before. Rough around the edges, yet you dare to challenge me? Qidong shrugged, turning to the young man with yellow hair. Who do you intend to attack? Go ahead, strike me if you dare. He extended his arm towards the young man. The young man, feeling humiliated, his face throbbing and blood streaming from his nose, could not muster a word. How could he dare wield a weapon against him? Qidong delivered another slap, causing the other side of the young man's face to swell as well. Enough, Donggu. I admit my mistake, the young man pleaded, noticing Qidong's hand rise once more. Admit your mistake, do you? Now, our esteemed boss wishes to depart. Can you clear the way? Qidong prodded the young man's shoulder. Yes, yes. Everyone, step aside. The young man hurriedly shoved his companions aside, then rushed to help Pai Kanjian to a corner. Boss, you let us go, AI Bing remarked, deliberately stepping aside to stand behind Yu Tiancheng. Yu Tiancheng shrugged, escorting Tian Yue and Tian Hao downstairs. As they passed the young man, he dared not meet their gaze. Yu Tiancheng discerned that the young man was genuinely terrified of Qidong, thoroughly subdued by the encounter. As they descended, they entered a Buick Excel, perfectly accommodating 5 passengers. Once the vehicle was in motion, Yu Tiancheng chuckled at AI Bing. Sister Bing, you showed him too much grace just now. You are my boss. Such matters should naturally fall under my purview. AI Bing tilted her head at Yu Tiancheng. Boss, perhaps you should consider rewarding me with a bonus, she suggested playfully. Donggu, thanks for your help, Yu Tiancheng said, dismissing AI Bing's comment and patting Qidong on the shoulder. Ah, it's merely a trivial matter. Next time you encounter such a situation in Star City, just give me a call, Qidong replied. Having exchanged contact information with Yu Tiancheng at the bar the previous night, he understood the importance of networking with someone as influential as Yu Tiancheng. Finally, AI Bing turned her attention to Tian Yue and Tian Hao. Boss, Aren't you going to introduce these two? This is my girlfriend, Tian Yue, and her brother. Tian Hao, Yu Tiancheng introduced. Your girlfriend? Tian Yue? Ibing's eyes sparkled as she turned around and extended her hand towards Tian Yue. Hello, my name is Ibing, and I am the manager of the logistics department at Joy Technology. Joy Technology, a name freshly minted by Yu Tiancheng for the new company just yesterday. Hello, Ibing. Tian Yue replied, hastily shaking her hand, her eyes reflecting confusion. Why did Ibing emphasize the company name in her introduction? Is Joy Technology particularly renowned? Nearby, Tian Hao trembled with excitement, gazing eagerly at Ibing, hoping for a handshake from the beautiful sister. Unfortunately, he was overlooked. You are quite lovely. Ibing complimented Tian Yue. You are even more beautiful, Tian Yue cleverly retorted. Such sweet words, Ibing chuckled, her spirits lifted by the praise, especially coming from a fellow beauty. However, the main contender had arrived, leaving her dear friend in an awkward position. Sulan, you truly are rather foolish. It was evident last night that you missed your chance. What a wasted opportunity. Chapter 67. I am the teacher. My image. The vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot of the encounter bar. A few individuals traversed the bar and reached Sun Kuan's studio. Upon entering, Yu Tiancheng spotted Luo Yizhou and Chen Kai, their eyes red and busy at their respective computers. This was the nature of a startup. Everyone brimmed with passion and ambition. Sun Kuan, who was on the second floor, grew animated upon seeing Yu Tiancheng. My dear Yu, you finally made it. How are you? Everything all right? No parts missing, I hope? As he spoke, he even tugged at Yu Tiancheng's waistband. Enough of that. With Ibing around, what could possibly go wrong? Yu Tiancheng swatted Sun Kuan's hand away. How is everything progressing here? Progress is steady. The website is nearly constructed according to your specifications. Come, take a look. Sun Kuan led Yu Tiancheng to Luo Yizhou's computer. This part needs improvement. This selection box won't do. Allow me. After pointing out a few unsatisfactory aspects, Yu Tiancheng took matters into his own hands. Following a flurry of activity, Luo Yizhou's eyes brightened. This looks significantly better than before. Indeed, US arrangement makes it more intuitive and aligns with the preferences of the general user base. Chen Kai contemplated the revised web page layout, feeling enlightened. What we must focus on is not to design from the developer's perspective, which can create a misleading notion of convenience. Instead, we should adopt the user's viewpoint in our design. Sometimes, your ideas may deviate from actual usage. Yu Tiancheng's insights stemmed from 2 decades of experience with mature products. By that time, major manufacturers had thoroughly researched their target audiences. That's right, I just discussed this matter with Lu Qi. It appears that we must heed Yu's wisdom. Wang Chong, arms crossed and chin resting on his hand, reflected on this. Enough flattery. Your product is already quite commendable. On a scale of 100, I'd rate it an 80. Yu Tiancheng gestured affirmatively. Though merely a handful of individuals felt discontented, they could do little against the effortless prowess demonstrated by others, which surpassed their own efforts. They could only strive to prove their worth through their capabilities. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Tian Yue, to a few esteemed seniors from Xi'an University. Herein lies the company we have recently established together, Yue Technology. Yu Tiancheng briefly introduced Tian Yue to the others, while Tian Hao was overlooked entirely. Is this the girlfriend of Yu Shen? It seems that those who possess talent are often accompanied by such beauty. I am Wang Chong. My goodness, Yu Shen, are you here solely to distribute love tokens? You're still in high school and already have a girlfriend, while I, a graduate student, remain single. Remarked Chen Kai. Yu Shen, this is rather excessive, added Luo Yizhou. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Tian Yue promptly greeted everyone, realizing at that moment why Yu Tiancheng claimed to have acquired wealth. After all, they were venturing into entrepreneurship in Star City, particularly within the booming internet sector. Having a bit of money was hardly unreasonable. Yet, Sun Kuan did not approach. Instead, he nudged AI Bing with his elbow, asking, what is going on? What could it be? It's merely his girlfriend. Yue Technology, are you still confused about that? AI Bing shot Sun Kuan an exasperated glance. And what of Sulan? Sun Kuan seemed perplexed. Why are you in such a hurry? What relationship do Sulan and Yu Shen share? Teacher and student, of course. Yu Shen is quite clear about the boundaries, and Sulan has stated it plainly. It is your group that is making a fuss and taking it seriously. Joking aside, one must maintain their position during crucial moments. Do you understand? AI Bing shook her head, her expression one of disbelief. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed from the living room on the first floor. Tiancheng. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively retreated to their seats, returning to their tasks or finding cover from the impending storm. Even AI Bing instinctively pulled Sun Kuan a few steps back, positioning themselves against the wall. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell, accompanied by an agitated reprimand. What do you mean by this? When something goes awry, you fail to call me and instead reach out to AI Bing. Have you no regard for me? Then, in a light blue blazer, with flowing hair exuding the air of an urban sophisticate, Su Lan stormed in. Without any preamble, she raised the materials in her hands, but then froze mid-sentence. As if her words were jammed in the chamber of a gun, the materials suspended in the air. The reason for her abrupt halt was the sight of not only her old friends, but also a stunning young woman and a plump boy in the room. Oh, this beautiful girl. She was familiar. Tian Yue from Class 9 of the 3rd year, the most renowned academic flower of the prestigious Langzhou No. 1 high school. Well, at least she could be considered one of her students. Though Su Lan might not recall the names of many students, she certainly remembered Tian Yue, whose speed in microcomputer operations and learning was markedly superior to her peers. Even she felt that if Tian Yue were to enter one of the 4 prestigious schools in Star City to study mathematics or informatics competitions, she would not lag far behind her peers. However, the resources in Langzhou are exceedingly limited, lacking even a single coach, unless one possesses extraordinary talent like Tiancheng. Without a renowned coach, the hope of even making it to the provincial team is virtually non-existent. Good day, Teacher Su. What made Su Lan even more uncomfortable was that Tian Yue had proactively greeted her. I am a teacher. My image. Coughing lightly, she added, Su. Why does Yushin seek me? Am I no longer part of the company? If something happens to the boss, am I not allowed to intervene? AI Bing hurriedly alleviated the awkwardness, stepping forward to take the documents from Su Lan's hands. The next moment, Su Lan placed the documents down herself. Adopting the demeanor of a teacher, Tian Yue, you have also arrived. She then shot a fierce glare at Tiancheng. Do you still regard me as your teacher? I am the last to learn of such a significant incident. If something goes wrong, how will I explain it to your mother? This is Star City. With Sister Bing around, who would dare to touch me? Tiancheng seized the opportunity to flatter AI Bing. Do you think those street thugs are aware of who AI Bing is? When encountering reckless youths, whether your family is from the province or the city, they will break your legs first. The one suffering will not be them. Su Lan's eyes nearly bulged with anger. Had it not been for Tian Yue's presence, she would have certainly kicked Tiancheng a few times. Chapter 68. Without money, the entire world will disdain you. Well, isn't this all resolved now? I am, after all, your employer. How about you show me some respect? Su Zong, I admit my fault. Is that satisfactory? Tiancheng, shameless as ever, bowed at a 90-degree angle in front of so many people, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Get lost, get lost. Su Lan herself couldn't help but laugh. Seizing the moment to relent, tossing the document bag onto the table. The procedures are all complete. The business license, seal, and financial stamp are all here. And my funds are ready. As per your request, the company is named Joy Technology, and I am the legal representative. Tiancheng cheerfully glanced at the business license and introduced to Tian Yue. Allow me to formally present this individual. In school, she is Teacher Su, while here, she is the legal representative and general manager of Joy Technology, Su Lan. Tian Yue's mouth slightly agape, was indeed taken aback. Tiancheng had only visited the microcomputer room a few times, and now the teacher had transformed into a subordinate? The transition of identity was rather swift. Stop listening to his nonsense. He is not yet 18 and cannot serve as the legal representative. I am merely a temporary stand-in. Let it be known. Once you turn 18, you will reclaim this position. Should any illegal activities arise, I shall not bear the consequences. Su Lan rolled her eyes. You are the secondary owner here. If I get into trouble, you cannot escape either. Tiancheng chuckled. At this moment, Tian Yue felt a surge of pressure. Indeed, it was pressure. Tiancheng's performance was utterly beyond her expectations. Others were already embarking on their entrepreneurial journeys, while her contemporaries were still in high school. This is what one calls a dimensionality reduction attack. Even the brightest students experience setbacks. The more accomplished they are, the deeper their understanding of the world's operational rules. However, the distinction between high achievers and underperformers lies in the fact that the latter may succumb to despair upon realizing the harsh truths of life, whereas the former are imbued with unwavering determination. In this moment, Tian Yue, after a brief hesitation, regained her confidence. She had clandestinely elevated her academic aspirations. Previously, she aimed to simply follow Tiancheng to a 985 university, but now her sights were set solely on the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. What worth is there in discussing life ambitions if one does not gain admission to the finest institutions, without the qualification to stand beside him? How could she hope for an equal and enduring romantic relationship? Miss Su, what about your work at the school? Upon restoring her confidence, Tian Yue found her resolve as well, quickly assimilating into the surroundings. Even if there were graduate students from Xiangda, she aspired to attend a renowned university. We must work hard. I must keep an eye on our boss from Su University. Just imagine, here we are, all striving diligently. And our boss hasn't even graduated from high school. How embarrassing would that be? Su Lan said with a teasing tone. Manager Su, that's a bit much. We are in the company now, not at school. You're the subordinate. Is this how you speak to your boss? Off to your little black room with you. Tiancheng reclined in his chair, jokingly bantering with Su Lan. Do you even see him as a person? Just a moment ago, he was calling me President Su. And now he is pretending to be a big shot. Su Lan complained to Tian Yue, who merely chuckled, covering her mouth. All right, when are we heading back to Langzhou? Let us have Tian Yue join us, so she won't have to take the bus. Tiancheng glanced at the time, and, without consulting Tian Yue, made the decision for her. After all the back and forth, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Logically, they should head back since school awaited them the next day. They still had a 2.5-hour journey ahead. You're quite comfortable being the one in charge. With a single command, we must run ourselves ragged, Su Lan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You have no idea how much awaits my attention. I can't leave yet. There are numerous procedures to complete. I still need to visit the administrative hall this afternoon. Everything must be wrapped up today, otherwise, if more issues arise upon returning to Langzhou, I'll have to take leave and run back and forth. Su Lan shot a frustrated glance at her phone. Because of your trivial matters, I'm delayed and haven't even had lunch. Let us postpone it to the evening. It's only a little over 2 hours. We can have dinner and then set off, Tiancheng suggested, rubbing his forehead. Or perhaps you should resign from your job at the first high school. Once this website launches, you'll be inundated with responsibilities, and running back and forth will be exhausting. Shouldn't I wait until after your competition before leaving? Su Lan quipped. That's enough. There's only this year left to endure. The first high school is quite relaxed. No one oversees me, and if anything arises, I can report directly to the big boss and seek their guidance. Su Lan teased, you all keep busy. I'll be on my way. Oh, wait a moment. Can you drop me and Tian Yue off at the library on your way? Tiancheng greeted Su Lan. You truly are a persistent one. Very well, let us go. It is on the way. Su Lan accompanied Tiancheng and the others downstairs, and they drove together, dropping the 3 of them near the library. Sister Lan, let us have lunch together. It's on me. Just before getting out of the car, Tiancheng suddenly changed his mode of address, leaving Su Lan bewildered. Why this sudden politeness? I want to be having lunch. I'm quite busy. If there is something, just instruct me directly. Su Lan always felt that when Tiancheng became overly courteous, he often harbored ulterior motives, prompting her to speak cautiously and deliberately. Work is not something that needs to be rushed. If it cannot be completed today, it can always be postponed until next week. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Overexertion would be counterproductive. Tiancheng's demeanor was earnest. Su Lan took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of gratitude. However, she quickly waved her hand and said, I am not like you. If you lose, there are still ample opportunities for redemption. If I were to lose, I would have nothing left, and I certainly do not wish to marry that scoundrel. Let us consider skipping a meal as a means of dieting. I shall contact you later tonight. I must take my leave. After Su Lan saw Tiancheng and the others exit the vehicle, the car slowly drove away, revealing a visage filled with complex emotions. She muttered to herself, Su Lan, you must remain composed. The pursuit of wealth is paramount. Everything else can be concealed. Without money, the entire world will turn its back on you. Chapter 69. Brother-in-law, you are too kind to me. Shall we depart as well? Did you not invite me to the library yesterday? Tiancheng tilted his head at Tian Yue. She felt a sweet sensation in her heart. She had messaged Tiancheng merely to concoct an excuse to meet him. To her surprise, he took it seriously. Sister, I am hungry. Observing the two engaged in cheerful conversation as they approached the library, the often ignored Tian Xiaoping could no longer contain himself. He despised reading. Entering the library, where one could not speak loudly or roam freely, was more torturous than death itself. How come you weren't hungry while playing games earlier? Sister, who skips lunch? Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. A person is made of iron, and rice is steel. One meal skipped leaves one famished. Tianhao clutched his stomach. Weariness written all over his face. All right, let us go eat. I am also quite hungry. There is a Hunan restaurant nearby. One must be well fed to have energy. In truth, Tiancheng was not particularly eager to visit the library. He assumed Tian Yue was there to research or purchase books from a nearby store. Just a pure leisure outing. Very well, let us eat. But this meal is on me. You must not overorder. Tian Yue glared at Tianhao. Convinced that the plump boy would not lose weight from missing a meal, but Tiancheng certainly should not be left hungry. Tianhao completely disregarded her warning, gleefully dashing into the Hunan restaurant, ordering steamed sausages, steamed pork, steamed chicken cubes, steamed shredded beef, and steamed fish, placing 5 dishes in total. Tian Yue felt an overwhelming urge to chop him up. Although served in small bowls, the total quantity was still quite alarming. Fortunately, when she had arrived, her sister Tian Ryun had given her 500 yuan, which, combined with the 500 yuan from her uncle Tian Rohai, made her a little wealthy lady. Finish everything, or you won't get to sleep tonight. Tian Yue threatened fiercely, gripping Tianhao's ear. Relax, relax, there are only a few dishes, Tianhao retorted, picking up his chopsticks and indulging heartily. Whether it was intentional or not, he took an additional half an hour to eat, while Tian Yue and Tiancheng had already finished. In the end, apart from the fish bones, he had devoured all 5 dishes completely. Tian Xiaobang, with your appetite. Even a landlord couldn't afford to feed you. Tiancheng exclaimed as he returned from the restroom, gazing at the empty bowls on the table. All right, the meal is over. Let's head to the library. I still want to rest a bit. Do you want to die? Oh sister, be gentle. I just want to walk 100 steps after a meal to live a long life. Boss, how much is it? That young man has already paid. Oh sister, don't pull so hard. I might lose my ear. With that, Tian Yue dragged Tianhao out of the restaurant, catching up with Tiancheng. Didn't I say I would pay? It's fine, just charge it to this little fatty. Tiancheng chuckled. Brother-in-law, you can't be so cruel to me. Tianhao pleaded, almost offering his sister in marriage. To his surprise, before he could finish, Tian Yue released his ear, merely casting a cold smile in his direction. She actually let go. Could it be that the term brother-in-law struck a chord with her? Little did he know. It was simply that Tian Yue had lost strength in her grip from holding on for too long. However, the look in her eyes sent chills down Tianhao's spine. Meanwhile, Tiancheng wore a mischievous grin. The little fatty was completely unaware of the silent exchange, feeling a sense of unease as if conspirators were plotting against him, yet lacking any evidence. Upon entering the library, Tian Yue quickly picked up a book on mathematics competitions. She had studied math competitions for a time, but had fallen behind later. Seeing Tiancheng's self-studying informatics competitions sparked her desire to revisit mathematics. Tiancheng had intended to browse some informatics books, but after scanning the shelves, he found little of use. Has Lu De Shun's The Art of Algorithms and Informatics Competitions not been published yet? There's nothing worthwhile. Eventually, he noticed Tian Yue engrossed in a book on modern Euclidean geometry. He decided to buy a copy for himself and also picked up a book on graph theory and its applications. Returning to Tian Yue, he found Tianhao fast asleep on the table, drooling onto the book he had been resting on. After handing the 2 books to Tian Yue, Tiancheng sat beside her, captivated by her profile. Her side profile is truly beautiful, but merely gazing isn't enough. With newfound boldness, he took her small hand in his, flipping it over and placing it gently on her lap. Tian Yue's long eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Tiancheng, noticing Tian Yue's lack of opposition, grew bolder and began to caress her leg with the back of his hand. The delicate blue pleated skirt she wore gracefully concealed her knees, beneath which lay a pair of white stockings, further down, a pair of white sneakers. The stockings reached just above the bend of her thigh, and through the fabric of her skirt, the sensation was unmistakable. After a few subtle strokes with his hand, Tiancheng's palms slowly descended, eventually resting on Tian Yue's knee. The moment his fingers brushed against the stockings, a shiver coursed through Tian Yue. She turned her head sharply, her eyes sparkling with allure as she glared at Tiancheng. How audacious of him! What did he intend to do? Yet, when he had touched her moments ago, an unexpected tingling sensation had enveloped her. It was exhilarating. Clearing his throat, Tiancheng withdrew his hand, glancing around, stay here for a moment. I'll go downstairs to buy some papers for Xiaopeng. Wait. Tian Yue glanced at her sleeping brother, Tian Hao, sighed, and pulled out 200 yuan from her wallet. Buy more. This child will truly be a failure if he doesn't study. Tiancheng inhaled sharply. You, as his sister, are even more ruthless than I am. 200 yuan. How many test papers can that buy in this day and age? Xiaopeng 1T finished them even by the end of his 3rd year. This time, he would have to spend his own money. Seeing Tiancheng lost in thought, Tian Yue assumed he might want to pay for it himself and sternly remarked, Fine, I've agreed to your terms, but you must offer something in return. Receiving the money, Tiancheng, as if haggling in a marketplace, inquired, What do you mean? Tian Yue was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his audacity. Was there truly someone so shameless in this world? Running errands costs money. You can't expect me to do it for free. A little compensation is in order. Tiancheng teased, his eyes frequently darting towards Tian Yue's legs. Just keep it on credit for now. Tian Yue's cheeks flushed, reprimanding him lightly. What on earth occupied this guy's mind all day? All right then. Tiancheng chuckled, skipping down the stairs. Once he departed, Tian Yue found herself staring at her own thighs in contemplation. Were they truly that pleasant to touch? Instinctively, she reached out to feel them. Indeed, they were soft and smooth. But why was it that when she touched herself, there was no electrifying sensation? Was there something electric about Tiancheng's touch? Or was this merely the chemical reaction between men and women? Even with Tian Yue's scholarly prowess and insight, she could not unravel this mystery. Before long, she received a call from Tiancheng. I'm by the roadside at the library entrance. You should come down. I can barely carry everything. Tian Yue paused momentarily, stopped sleeping. Let us go. She glanced at Tian Hao, playfully tugging at his ear to rouse him. The two emerged from the library, only to find themselves taken aback upon seeing Tiancheng. 3 cardboard boxes, each seemingly weighing 10 kilograms, were firmly sealed and labeled 1, 2, and 3. So much. Tian Yue was momentarily stunned. If these boxes contained exam papers, not even 500 yuan would suffice to purchase them. Did you not say to buy more? I am offering increased quantity without raising the price. Tiancheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had only carried 1 box himself, while the other 2 were brought out by the shop owner, who was obliged to assist given the substantial sale of nearly all the middle school exam papers in his store. Brother Yu, what is all this? Tian Hao inquired, still astonished, as he attempted to lift one, only to find it exceedingly heavy. A gift for you, Tiancheng chuckled. Really? Wow, how much did this cost? Brother-in-law, you are simply too generous. Tian Hao grinned widely, revealing a gap where a lower tooth was missing. Chapter 70. From Loyalty to Betrayal, from Godfather to Grandson Yaya. What are you doing? Tian Rohai stood bewildered at the sight of the 3 large cardboard boxes at the entrance, somewhat dazed. Dad, my brother-in-law brought these up the stairs for me. They are all gifts. Tian Hao beamed, exchanging knowing glances with Tian Yue. See, I didn't betray you. It was evident that lifting these boxes was no small feat. Without the staircase for support, they would not have made it upstairs. Tian Rohai's wife rolled her eyes, puzzled by the girl's intentions. Tian Yue extracted 500 yuan from her wallet and, in front of her aunt, pressed it into Tian Rohai's hand. This is the 500 you gave me, and these boxes were chosen with care. Aunt, please keep an eye on Hao and encourage him to put in some effort. Tian Hao thought to himself, isn't it just a bit of beef jerky? Do I really need to work hard for this? 3 days. No, 2 days, and I will finish all that in these boxes. On their way, Tian Hao had persistently queried Tiancheng about the contents of the boxes. Eventually, Tiancheng could no longer bear it and told a small fib, claiming they contained beef jerky. Instantly, Tian Hao was elated, humming a cheerful tune. My sister has such great taste. This brother-in-law is truly considerate. He.S. a keeper. Uncle, I ran into our teacher and hitched a ride back with her, so you needn't worry. I'll call you when I arrive. Tian Yue informed Tian Rohai before hastily departing. Upon hearing that Tian Yue was returning with her teacher, Tian Rohai, noting her urgency, paid little mind to her departure. No sooner had Tian Yue left than Tian Hao fetched a knife and sliced open the first box. What the heck? At the moment he opened the box, his face turned pale. Tian Hao's mother glanced down and exclaimed, Wow, what a splendid gift from Yaya. No wonder she's a top student. You little rascal. You should learn from your sister. Tian Hao, trembling in disbelief at the sight of a box filled to the brim with exam papers, lifted the knife once more to cut open the second box. as he eagerly peered inside, only to find the contents identical to the first, albeit with papers from the second year of middle school. His frustration surged, nearly distorting his expression. Yeya's thoughtfulness is commendable. It serves as a reminder that one should not focus solely on immediate knowledge, but rather aspire for a broader perspective and advanced learning. Tianhao's mother felt increasingly pleased. Tianhao struggled to steady the knife in his hand, his fingers trembling and sweat beading on his forehead. "Isn't it beef jerky? Where's my beef jerky?" he shouted, raising his hand to slice open the third box. When a full box of third-year examination papers came into view, Tianhao broke into tears. Tian Rohai nodded, acknowledging. "It's indeed Yeya. How, you should learn more from your sister." The chubby boy tossed the knife onto the ground with a thud, his round face contorted in distress. "You Tiancheng, I curse your ancestors." Tianhao mentally berated Yu Tiancheng's entire lineage. "No way. If you keep sabotaging me, I won't let you off easily." With a firm resolve, Tianhao shut his eyes and shouted in despair, "What should I learn from her? Learn about early romance? What nonsense are you spouting?" Tian Rahai was taken aback by Tianhao's words. "Yeya deceived you. She tricked all of you, a grand liar. She fooled my aunt and has now deceived you too." Tianhao wept pitifully, not knowing whether it was the sight of the papers that frightened him or the thought of the hardships ahead. Regardless, he was determined not to allow Yu Tiancheng to have an easy time with Tian Yue. At that moment, Tian Yue, who had distanced herself from Tianhao's household, couldn't help but sneeze. "Who is cursing me? What nonsense are you spouting? Come, explain to me how your sister deceived us. Although your father gave them 500 yuan, they returned the money without spending a single cent, and they even bought you all these papers. Look here. This one costs over 10 yuan, and for 3 boxes, it must amount to at least 3 to 500 yuan. Tianhao's mother could no longer stand idly by. "You claim your sister is a fraud. Have you lost your conscience? She didn't come here to see you today. Her boyfriend runs a company in Tiancheng, and she specifically came to meet him." Tianhao argued fervently. "Nonsense. If you keep babbling, I'll slap you." Tian Rahai exclaimed, readying his belt. Tianhao, startled, quickly hid behind his mother. "I'm not lying." Still arguing. "Your sister has always been in Langzhou. When did she ever get a boyfriend? Her boyfriend runs a company in Tiancheng? I see you've truly mastered the art of spinning tall tales." Though Tianhao's mother defended him, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was fabricating stories. "How old is Tian Yue?" 18. "All right, she is technically an adult. It's quite normal for a young woman to experience infatuation. However, Tianhao's claims are utterly absurd. Tian Yue is a student, a top student. How could a dedicated scholar in Langzhou possibly have a boyfriend running a company in Tiancheng? I'm not making this up. That guy is Yu Tiancheng. He runs a company on the road behind the bar street. Whoever lies is a little dog. Besides, he was the one who brought us here, and now, who knows if he has gone off with my sister." Tianhao's face was streaked with tears as he defiantly declared, "Damn it. You've put me in a tight spot, and I'm going all out now. Dahai, what Hao says doesn't sound like a lie. Why don't you give Yeya a call?" Upon hearing the words bar street and hotel room, Tianhao's mother was instantly taken aback. What sort of establishment could possibly thrive in such a venue? Surely, it could not be anything respectable. And now their daughter, Tian Yue, had ventured there as well, running off to a hotel room. Goodness, have today's young ladies become so reckless? Upon hearing this, Tian Ruhai too lost his composure. He hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Tian Yue's number. "Yeya, where are you?" Tian Ruhai deliberately softened his tone, inquiring gently. "Waiting for a ride. Our teacher's car will arrive soon." Tian Yue replied, indeed waiting for a ride, albeit with Yu Tiancheng as they strolled leisurely along the street, hand in hand, drawing numerous glances from passers-by now that the ever-illuminating presence of Tianhao was absent. "Are you alone, or with someone else?" Tian Ruhai hesitated, struggling to formulate his question. "With classmates." Tian Yue looked up at Yu Tiancheng, pausing her steps and exchanging a knowing glance with him. "I haven't heard you mention any classmates in Star City. Are they male or female?" Tian Ruhai pressed on. "Uncle, is there something going on? Did Hao say something to you?" Tian Yue quickly sensed something amiss, countering his inquiry. "Just tell your uncle, are they male or female classmates?" Tian Ruhai felt a pang of anxiety. "Male classmates," Tian Yue replied candidly, leaving Tian Ruhai at a loss for words. "What should I do if he is a male classmate?" Tian Ruhai glanced at his wife, clearly troubled. Chapter 71. Do you fancy stockings? "Oh dear, you foolish one. Let me ask," his wife interjected. Yeah. Is this classmate of yours a genuine classmate or merely an acquaintance? Please don't blame your aunt for being overly inquisitive. You've traveled all this way to Star City, and if something were to happen, we would have no explanation to offer your mother. Just moments ago, Hao had informed her that this individual owned a business in the bar street. What respectable business could possibly emerge from such a place? Tian Hao's mother snatched the phone from him, pouring out her concerns in a torrent. Auntie, he truly is my classmate, Yu Tiancheng. You may call my mother to confirm. Tian Yue replied, giggling. Ah, your mother knows him? Yes, she does. You can call her to verify. Then I shall call your mother shortly to inform her. Please don't hold it against me for prying. We simply cannot bear this responsibility. It's fine, please go ahead. I won't blame you. I understand you mean well. At my age, I can discern such matters. Thank you, Auntie. I must go now, my classmate is calling me. With that, Tian Yue ended the call. Tian Hai and his wife exchanged glances, perplexed. What should we do? Should we call the elder sister? Perhaps we should. It's risky not to. The child had mentioned that the elder sister knew someone named Yu Tiancheng. Yes, the elder sister is aware of this Yu Tiancheng. After some deliberation, the couple decided to reach out to Tian Yun. After articulating her concerns, Tian Yun sighed. She mentioned returning with the teacher in the evening, right? All right, I understand. It's fine. I know this child well. Once she ended the call, anxiety enveloped Tian Yun. Tian Yue had gone to Xingqing, and it was for Yu Tiancheng. What should she do now? Should she make a call to check in, or simply remain indifferent? Neither option seemed viable. Fortunately, Tian Yue had mentioned the teacher during their conversation, indicating that an instructor was accompanying them. Perhaps it was best to wait. Tian Yue might return shortly. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Tian Yue beamed with satisfaction, tilting her head to glance at Yu Tiancheng. He mirrored her gesture, giving her a thumbs up. Shouldn't I be applauding your efforts? I wonder if my mother will call soon, and how you plan to explain things to her. Why must I be the one to explain? Yu Tiancheng paused. It was you who sought me out in Xingqing. Precisely. Tian Yue playfully raised her left hand, intertwined with Yu Tiancheng's right. I came to Xingqing to visit my classmate, but I certainly did not authorize this classmate to be so forward with me. Are you planning to deny it after taking advantage? Cough. I am a model youth. When have I ever taken advantage of you? It's you who is holding my hand. Yu Tiancheng retorted cheekily. I'm not referring to that. Tian Yue pointed at her stockings, causing Yu Tiancheng's adrenaline to surge. Unbeknownst to him, a noticeable run had appeared in her stockings, starkly contrasting with the fabric on either side, as though a thread had been pulled. Cough. Did I damage your stockings? Yu Tiancheng bent down deliberately. Hold still. Let me check what happened. As he spoke, he reached out, gently caressing and tugging at the damaged stockings. With a mere light pull, a tear opened, revealing her delicate, supple skin beneath. Yu Tiancheng, is that an inspection? It feels more like you're taking advantage. Tian Yue looked around, mortified that he was brazenly exploiting the situation in public, with numerous passers-by observing. Nonsense. I was genuinely inspecting. The quality seems subpar. It's just a minor issue. Let us buy a few new pairs, and you can try them on for me one by one. Yu Tiancheng's mind filled with images of the campus belle, Tian Yue, donning various types of stockings. With her height of 1.7 meters and long, slender legs, whether fishnet, sheer black, or colorful, he could hardly contain himself. Do you truly have a fondness for stockings? Tian Yue observed him with a mischievous glimmer in her eye. Cough. Primarily because your legs are so exquisitely shaped, long and straight. Any stockings would look stunning on you. Although his words were audacious, they warmed Tian Yue's heart. Such audacity. She scrunched her nose playfully, walking ahead with her hands behind her back. Where are we headed? Yu Tiancheng hurriedly followed her. The socks have torn. Let us purchase new ones. Tian Yue, blushing, leaned close to Yu Tiancheng's ear and whispered softly. In that moment, she experienced a fluttering sensation akin to a fawn's heartbeat, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks, her enchanting eyes glimmering with allure. Yu Tiancheng, equally captivated, found himself momentarily entranced by her delicate beauty, as if his heart had paused. Alas, blissful moments are fleeting. As dusk gently descended, streetlights illuminated the bustling streets, where vehicles flowed like water and towering buildings sparkled with life, painting a picture of prosperity. Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue sat side by side on a park bench, gazing at the enchanting Tianjin pavilion, their faces adorned with smiles. Flanking the bench were two large bags, filled with the spoils of their shopping expedition that day. Indeed, much of the contents were purchased with Yu Tiancheng's own funds. One bag contained gifts for Yu Wenyin and Wei Xiaoqin, while the other held stockings for Tian Yue. Yes, stockings. Tian Yue was not the type of girl to be materialistic, nor did she desire Yu Tiancheng to spend extravagantly on her. However, it was Yu Tiancheng's resolute wish to purchase them. For the first time, Tian Yue discovered the myriad types of stockings: pantyhose, thigh-highs, body stockings, large fishnets, small fishnets, and lace trims. How bold of Yu Tiancheng to procure them, acquiring duplicates of each style. As the clock struck 7, Tian Yue's phone buzzed. Mom, she realized. For Tian Ruyun could no longer contain herself. It had been 3 or 4 hours since Tian Yue left the home of Tian Rohai. Tian Ruyun's patience had reached its limit. Are you back? Her tone carried a hint of coldness. I'm waiting for the bus, Tian Yue replied, glancing at Yu Tiancheng, whose phone also rang. Teacher Su, I've been eagerly awaiting your call. We are here at Tianjin Pavilion, just waiting for you to pick us up. Yu Tiancheng nodded and, raising his voice for Tian Yue's call, assured, Aunt, rest assured, I will ensure Tian Yue reaches home safely. Given that the other party was already aware of Tian Yue's company, any pretense would be utterly inappropriate. All right, Aunt, I trust you. Please be careful on your way. Tian Ruyun offered no further remarks before abruptly ending the call. Her tone clearly indicated her irritation, regardless of whether her anger was genuine. Yu Tiancheng understood that he had to escort Tian Yue home. He dared not imagine the extent of Tian Ruyun's anxiety otherwise. Indeed, as a parent, one would not wish for their accomplished and beautiful daughter to be led astray. How unflattering it would be to consider oneself as a mere swine in such a scenario. With a screech, Su Lan's car came to a halt, and both Yu Tiancheng and Tian Yue hurriedly entered. Upon settling in, Yu Tiancheng observed that Su Lan's expression was rather grim. Perhaps her mood was soured by unpleasant encounters or grievances during her tasks. Teacher Su, you are rather late. Did the administrative center not close at 5? Yu Tiancheng voiced a hint of reproach towards Su Lan. You merely need to touch your lips together. And I must arrange for a meal this evening? I shall inform you that all these expenses will need to be reimbursed to me later. It is fortunate that I can pick you up at this hour, yet you still have complaints. Should you continue this nonsense, I shall drop you off, and you may find your own way home. Su Lan retorted sharply to Yu Tiancheng. All right, I concede. I cannot contend with you. After all, our esteemed Su is quite busy. Yu Tiancheng, feeling chastened, slumped in the back seat like a dejected quail. Why does your statement sound so infuriating? Su Lan countered. Then feel free to give me a beating. Yu Tiancheng replied half-jokingly, creating a moment of awkward silence. Tian Yue, seated beside Yu Tiancheng, cast a slight smile at his demeanor. She gently moved her leg, brushing it against his. Yu Tiancheng glanced at Tian Yue, then looked forward to see Su Lan engrossed in a phone call, her attention wholly elsewhere. Seizing the moment, he boldly reached down and grasped her ankle. At the moment his fingers made contact, Tian Yue shivered, as if electrified. So sensitive, Yu Tiancheng noted, his fingers sliding from her ankle to her calf. Ahem. Su Lan's sudden cough pierced the air. Yu Tiancheng, do not overstep. This is my car. What? Teacher Su, what do you mean? Yu Tiancheng quickly withdrew his hand, feigning ignorance. Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Su Lan dismissed him, rolling her eyes in the rearview mirror. I was merely tying my shoelaces. What have I done? Yu Tiancheng insisted, maintaining his innocence with a defiant expression. Tian Yue, let me advise you, with men like him, you must not allow them to take advantage, or you may find yourself with nothing left. Su Lan huffed, cautioning Tian Yue. Indeed, Teacher Su is correct. This fellow is insufferable, always scheming to gain the upper hand. Tian Yue concurred. Did you hear that? With that wretched tongue of yours. I could scold you all day without feeling satisfied, Su Lan scoffed. So both of you are siding against me, are you? Yu Tiancheng responded with a double entendre. When did you two become allies? Two vixens, ganging up on a righteous youth, are you? Come, reveal your most wicked sides. I shall offer my virtuous self to nourish your tainted souls. He feigned a grandiose demeanor, raising an arm dramatically. Who are you calling a witch? Tian Yue retorted, playfully pinching Yu Tiancheng at his waist. With a sudden jolt, Su Lan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned over the front seats, seizing Yu Tiancheng by the ear. Tian Yue, discipline him. I can no longer tolerate this. Wait, when did you two conspire against me? Is this a 2-on-1 situation? Do you truly believe I, Su Lan, would allow this? You must be mad. That is my belt. Yu Tiancheng exclaimed. Tian Yue, you are simply learning to be mischievous from her, aren't you? On the roadside, the red Mazda 6 shook for a good 10 minutes. Curious passers-by peered through the window, eager to discern the events unfolding within. Even the vehicles passing by came to a deliberate halt, with drivers leaning out to catch a glimpse of the scene. At last, the vehicle ceased its motion. Tiancheng, panting heavily, raised his hands, a look of indignation upon his face. I surrender. I can't take this anymore. This isn't fair. After all, she is just a child. Sulan, equally breathless, adjusted her attire. That mouth of yours is far too audacious. I've longed to teach you a lesson, and today, I am quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Tian Yue nestled opposite Tiancheng, wearing an expression that oscillated between laughter and exasperation. Sulan had genuinely pinched Tiancheng several times, while Tian Yue's actions could only be described as mischievous meddling. To be precise, she was playfully tickling Tiancheng. All right, Tian Xiaoye, I'll remember this. Just wait until I get back at you next time. Tiancheng feigned a look of tragic fury, baring his teeth at Tian Yue. Don't worry about him, Tian Yue. If he dares to lay a hand on you again, just tell me, and we will deal with him together, Sulan declared, her voice laced with indignation. Tian Yue stuck her tongue out at Tiancheng, exuding a sense of invulnerability. This is sheer bullying. Tiancheng lamented, on the verge of tears. However, after this bout of chaos, Sulan's spirits noticeably improved. Before long, the car returned to Langzhou, and they first dropped Tian Yue off at her residence. Tian Riyun, having waited anxiously at the entrance of the community, finally sighed in relief upon seeing Tian Yue step out of the vehicle. Looking back into the car, she was taken aback to see a fashionable lady at the wheel, aside from Tiancheng. Hello, Auntie. Good day, Mrs. Tian. Who might this be? I am Sulan, the coach for the informatics competition team at Langzhou No. 1 High School. Sulan introduced herself to Tian Riyun. Oh, it's Ms. Su. Thank you for bringing my child back from so far. Would you care to come upstairs for a glass of water? Upon learning that Sulan was the competition coach, Tian Riyun's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, particularly relieved to find that she was a woman. No, thank you. It's getting late, and I must return. I have work tomorrow. Sulan graciously declined the kind offer, exchanged pleasantries, and then drove away. Lanjia, is something bothering you today? With only the two of them left in the vehicle, Tiancheng directly addressed Sulan. What else could it be? I ran into the Zhong family, Sulan sighed, slowing the car's speed. Thank you for earlier. I was quite frustrated, but after venting a bit, I feel much better. Don't be so polite. If you still feel pent up, feel free to give me a couple of punches. After all, no one is around, and you can hit wherever you like. Tiancheng chuckled, though inwardly, he cursed the peculiar Zhong Yanzhao and his entire lineage. Next time, I swear I won't let you off lightly. Why do I sense that your every word carries double meanings, tinged with sarcasm? Sulan continued, that Zhong's mother is an overly protective woman, petty, sharp-tongued, and spiteful. I fear she might cause trouble for the company after learning that I was trying to arrange something through connections. As she drove, Sulan recounted the events of the evening to Tiancheng. This can be regarded as both a report and a reminder. Chapter 73, The Peculiar Neurotic Life of Over a Decade. This story begins with the families of Su and Zhong. The Su and Zhong families were comrades during the time of Sulan's grandfather, having fought side by side on the battlefield, sharing life and death experiences. One fateful night, after a few drinks, the two old gentlemen arranged a betrothal between their grandchildren. However, as time passed, both families saw their children marry others, rendering the betrothal a mere jest. Eventually, both families thrived, and during another drinking session, the two elders, swept up in the moment, decided to arrange a union between their grandchildren once more. They set up a blind date between Zhong Yanzhao and Sulan. Initially, Sulan's mother opposed the match. As times had changed, and everyone had their own tastes and freedoms. Most importantly, the notorious reputation of Zhong Yanzhao was well known within their circles. As a child, he displayed eccentric behavior, often crying while hugging his deskmate during classes. This peculiar habit led to him changing numerous deskmates throughout elementary school, with a notable number of students even leaving school due to his antics. By the time he reached middle school, his reputation had spread far and wide. Everyone within a 10-mile radius knew of this peculiar individual. As the young boys and girls began to mature and became more self-conscious, Zhong Yanzhao's behavior could have easily caused a scandal. To prevent further disturbances, teachers placed him beneath the blackboard to limit his interactions. However, he ceased his crying fits and instead began to move a desk to sit beside him before each class. The most alarming incident occurred when he even relocated the teacher's desk. Faced with this dilemma, the school had no choice but to communicate with the Zhong family. The Zhong family was not one to be trifled with. With 4 sons and 2 daughters, they had only this one son, Zhong Yanzhao. During that era, the notion of continuing the family line was paramount, and Zhong Yanzhao was the apple of the family's eye, especially for his mother, who was fiercely protective of him. She consistently insisted that the issue lay not with her son, but with the school, demanding the dismissal of the teacher. When the school resisted, she leveraged her connections to create a ruckus, ultimately forcing the teacher to resign. What could one do? While the teacher could escape, the school had nowhere to turn. They were bound by the obligation of compulsory education, which forbade the expulsion of students, especially one from a prominent family like the Zhongs. The family had a history of serving in government, with the elder having made significant contributions, and several of their children were influential figures in Xiangnan. Expelling their child would be unreasonable both legally and socially. Eventually, the school had no alternative but to provide Zhong Yanzhao with a separate classroom. He could choose any subject he desired, and the school would arrange for a teacher to instruct him privately. Surely, there could be no objections to this arrangement. No, they claim that you discriminate against my son, adversely affecting his ability to live, learn, and communicate normally with others. Regardless of the situation, I demand that you rectify this issue. Such an unreasonable tone, reminiscent of an authoritative figure. The school leaders were nearly driven to resign in frustration. Ultimately, the school had no choice but to convene a meeting, addressing all faculty and students to emphasize the importance of being helpful, compassionate, and empathetic. Despite the repetitive rhetoric, the underlying message remained clear. This peculiar student must continue his education at the school. Whichever class he chooses will have to bear the consequences. As compensation, the homeroom teacher of the chosen class received a pay increase, and the substitute teacher's hourly wages were raised by 30%. This situation is a dilemma that money alone cannot resolve. Even so, the entire school community is aware of this troublesome individual, and everyone avoids him like the plague. Any troublesome matters, given enough time, can gradually dissipate. Over 3 years, the student population of this 9-year continuous education institution plummeted from 6,800 to a mere 4,700. Those in the know would never dare to send their children here. Those unaware who later learned the truth wish to transfer their children out, but by then, the opportunity has vanished. In primary and secondary education, every spot is accounted for. There simply aren't enough vacancies to accommodate everyone. Unless one has substantial connections to switch schools or the financial means to attend private institutions, options are severely limited. It can be said that Zhong Yanzhao, through his own actions, nearly brought an entire school to its knees. After 3 years of middle school, the principal finally reached his breaking point. Tearfully presenting Zhong Yanzhao with his examination permit, relieved to see him finally depart. Unfortunately, the child failed to meet expectations, scoring too low to gain admission to a public high school. Not to worry, we can send him to a private high school. However, all the well-known private high schools in Xinjiang refuse to accept him. It's absurd. For the sake of one troublesome student, would we jeopardize our business? It is often said that robbers are less harmful than educators, and with Zhong Yanzhao's arrival, it felt as though our school had been robbed. The Zhong family, despite leveraging numerous connections, faced polite refusals. This child has already gained notoriety within 3 generations. Ultimately, with no viable options left, the Zhong family made the difficult decision to send him abroad, to wreak havoc on foreign soil. Zhong Yanzhao spent 3 years studying high school overseas, investing a fortune in his university education, majoring in business administration. As it turns out, those who struggle to succeed domestically face similar challenges abroad. Now, upon graduating from university, he encounters employment difficulties. Uneducated and unreasonable, he finds himself floundering in a foreign land. No matter, the family possesses wealth, power, and status, and at least he managed to obtain a degree abroad. Thus, they arranged for his return. This peculiar being, having been away for several years, had long since faded from the memories of many. The patriarch of the Zhong family pondered, with the child now grown. It was time to ensure the continuation of the family line. In doing so, a suitable genetic match must be found. We cannot afford to produce another half-hearted individual. Initially, his son found himself in this predicament due to his disobedience, marrying a woman of unreasonable temperament, which resulted in the birth of a child who has caused distress for several years. Had he wed the daughter of the Su family, the circumstances might have unfolded quite differently. Though the old man refrains from expressing his discontent, deep down, he harbors resentment towards the mother of Zhong Yanzhao. However, given that she has borne him a grandson and they have cohabited for many years, he must stifle his feelings. Nonetheless, he is resolute in seeking a well-educated and sensible granddaughter-in-law for his grandson. The daughter of old Su is not an option, but the last time his son brought home the daughter of old Su, she appeared quite promising. Old Su, a man who values his reputation, is prone to impulsive decisions. With my own modest standing, I must seize this opportunity, for my days are numbered. I yearn to witness 4 generations under one roof. Upon the birth of my great-grandson, I shall provide him with the finest resources for nurturing, ensuring he does not turn out like this grandson, who is utterly unremarkable. Old Zhong's thoughts turned towards Su Lan. After a few drinks with old Su, when this matter was broached, old Su lapsed into silence. As an old comrade, he could indulge in a few drinks out of nostalgia, but when it comes to the development of future generations, he holds a low opinion of old Zhong's grandson. The decline of the Zhong family is evident. They lack a promising future. Once old Zhong passes, regardless of the power his children wield, their lineage will end with them. As for old Zhong's claims regarding his grandson studying abroad and possessing a bright future, old Su scoffed at such notions. What nonsense! I am still alive, and anyone who has experienced life knows the reality of your grandson's character. A leopard cannot change its spots, which poorly rooted seedling can grow straight. However, Su Lan's father found himself intrigued. He, too, aspired for progress. Coincidentally, an uncle of Zhong Yanzhao could influence matters concerning Su Lan's father, although this connection could only be managed by old Zhong himself. In this day and age, old Zhong insists on convening a family meeting once a month, requiring attendance from all members of the Zhong household, including sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren. During these admonitions, his sons are compelled to squat, for regardless of their status or accomplishments, they are not permitted to stand in the presence of their father. This family, steeped in feudal and decaying ideologies, places old Zhong as the patriarch. Disobedience is intolerable. Thus, Su Lan's father promptly toasted old Zhong, agreeing to allow Su Lan and Zhong Yanzhao to become acquainted, and expressed his long-standing wish. Old Zhong, overjoyed, could hardly contain his delight. It's merely a desire for progress. Consider it done. I shall assist you. Once the families are united through marriage, everything will fall into place. From that moment onward, both families began facilitating interactions between Su Lan and Zhong Yanzhao, as this so-called interaction was merely a prelude to courtship. Thus, while the preparations for the wedding were already underway on the side of the Zhong family, Su Lan had yet to make any significant strides. At this juncture, she confronted her parents, unequivocally declaring that she would never marry that neurotic man. Even pretending to entertain the idea was out of the question. In a fit of resolve, Su Lan even called the Zhong family in the dead of night to convey her intentions. The relationship between the Su and Zhong families was irreparably severed, shattering Su father's aspirations for progress. As for the 3 million, it was a loan from her mother. This matter should have concluded here. However, misfortune struck when Su Lan invited a superior to dinner, coincidentally sharing the same private room as the Zhong family, with both parties well acquainted. Zhong Yanzhao's mother brought her son over to propose a toast, leading to a series of mocking remarks that left both sides in an awkward predicament. The superior, unwilling to offend the Zhong family, exchanged a few polite words before excusing himself. Su Lan, stifling her frustration, felt the heat of indignation on the way back. It was at this moment that she finally voiced her thoughts. Those 2 stubborn old men, failing to recognize that their sons had not sorted out their affairs, had the audacity to meddle in the affairs of the next generation, truly obstinate. After parking the car by the roadside, Su Lan shifted wearily and lamented, "Oh, my dear teacher Su, do not dwell in such thoughts. You have acted rightly. Relationships with such individuals must be severed decisively, without hesitation. It is akin to a festering sore on your body. Unless you excise the rotten part, it will only spread throughout your entire existence." Tiancheng shifted closer to Su Lan, having taken the front passenger seat after Tian Yue exited the vehicle for convenience. Their heads inadvertently collided. "Can't you wait until I'm done moving?" Su Lan glared at Tiancheng, exasperated. "I've been sitting in the car for hours. My legs are numb." Tiancheng, unabashed, retorted, "Who were you referring to as having a festering sore? I think it's you who has the issue." Su Lan, in a fit of pique, struck Tiancheng's leg with considerable force. "Hey, You better take responsibility if you break something, he exclaimed, clutching his thigh. Don't act like it's serious. You didn't hit anything vital. Sulan shot him a sidelong glance. Let me tell you, given Wu Mali's character, she is bound to create trouble for us. Wu Mali was the name of Zhong Yanzhao's mother. Can her reach extend that far? Yu Tiancheng furrowed his brow slightly. Do not underestimate the power of the Zhong family. Are you familiar with the Lakeside Hotel? That establishment is owned by the least favored son of the Zhong family. The Zhong family's influence in Xingqing far exceeds that in Langzhou, spanning both political and business realms. Wu Mali may be domineering and foolish, but her husband wields considerable power in the Xingqing police force. It is best to avoid provoking them. And that doesn't even account for Zhong Yanzhao's second and third uncles. Both are even more formidable. Su Lan gestured with her fingers, emphasizing her point. No worries. When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water flows, we shall cover it with earth. Let us embark on our entrepreneurial journey with integrity, neither stealing nor robbing. Can they truly come to us without reason? Yu Tiancheng understood that this news was not particularly favorable for him. After all, he was just at the nascent stage of his career, and if he were to be subjected to a heavy-handed blow from the other side, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Yet, we are resilient. I am a person reborn, and my strength lies in fearlessness. If they truly wished to target him, he would not indulge them either. He realized he was still too inexperienced. He needed to toughen up and expand his network significantly. I shouldn't have taken on this legal representative role. I'll discuss it with AI Bing later, and if necessary, we can change the legal representative. Su Lan expressed her regret. Not at all. Even if they intend to engage in underhanded tactics, there must be some rules. You being the legal representative is advantageous. Consider this. The Zhong family is powerful, but your Su family has some capital as well. As the legal representative, at least they won't dare to act too ruthlessly in the open. As for underhanded schemes, should I fear her? Yu Tiancheng scoffed, his expression reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. That smile of yours is a bit unsettling, Su Lan said, biting her lip. What about Wu Mali? Apart from her connection to the Zhong family, what is her true identity? Such a person surely does not confine herself to being a mere housewife. Yu Tiancheng was acutely aware that behind the facade of these seemingly respectable individuals lies a singular pursuit of profit. She is the chairwoman of Gaoshu Dairy, which operates a dairy product company. Su Lan had evidently uncovered the details of her adversary. Gaoshu Dairy? Yu Tiancheng pondered, his brow furrowing in realization. He recalled an economic scandal that had once shocked the nation before his rebirth, the Huangzi Dairy incident. As a native of Xiangnan, Yu Tiancheng was well versed in the affairs of the region. That incident unfolded a few years later, when Huangzi Dairy, the most renowned dairy enterprise in Xiangnan, received an investment of $80 million from a foreign investment bank, intending to go public. However, due to a broken capital chain, the company failed to list, and subsequently, Gaoshu Dairy took over Huangzi Dairy, while the founder of Huangzi Dairy ended up imprisoned. It could be said that Gaoshu Dairy executed a masterful maneuver, effectively acquiring Huangzi Dairy while simultaneously incarcerating its competitor. The entire incident spanned over 16 or 17 years, with the victims languishing in despair, unable to seek justice, while the perpetrators lived freely, enjoying life. Although the case eventually concluded with the founder of Huangzi Dairy making a formal complaint and several conspirators confessing, one must question, is delayed justice truly justice? After all this time, it turns out to be this old schemer. Yu Tiancheng was almost certain that if his memories served him right, Wu Mali would most likely seek revenge against him. Furthermore, she was not merely a brainless brute. Her domineering and overbearing nature stemmed from a habitual lifestyle of indulgence, which did not imply an absence of intellect. All right, Lanjia, you need not worry. It's merely a trivial matter. If she intends to target us, we might as well target her in return. Just keep an eye out. If she establishes any new company soon, we can deal with her accordingly. Yu Tiancheng let out a cold chuckle. You'd best not provoke me. If you do, I could ensure you spend an extra 20 years behind bars. Understood, I will keep watch. You should head back now. Su Lan escorted Yu Tiancheng to his doorstep before driving back to her residence. With a paper bag in hand, Yu Tiancheng staggered home, and as soon as he inserted the key into the lock, the door swung open from within. Son, I knew it was you. Why are you back so late? Wei Xiaoqin exclaimed joyfully, her hands animatedly gesturing. So what did you do in Xingqing? Tell your mother all about it. What could I do? Just gathered some materials and participated in a competition, Yu Tiancheng casually replied, tossing the bag onto the sofa. Yu Wenyan, seated on the sofa, noticed the bag being tossed his way. He extended 2 fingers to slightly part the bag's opening, peering inside with a furrowed brow. Participate in a competition? On a weekend? Is there really a competition? Wei Xiaoqin poured a glass of water for Yu Tiancheng. It's just a small competition organized by some enterprise, not an official contest. They can't possibly hold competitions during class hours, can they? Regardless, Wei Xiaoqin didn't fully comprehend, and Yu Tiancheng was free to fabricate whatever he wished. As for Yu Wenyan, a history teacher at an ordinary high school in a prefecture-level city, discussing informatics with him would be like playing music to a cow. How did you fare in the competition? He inquired, still puzzled. Your son must surely excel in this, Yu Tiancheng replied, smirking and giving a thumbs up. Wow, my son is truly remarkable. Were there any rewards? Wei Xiaoqin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Over the past few days, she had boasted about her son being the only informatics competition participant at Langzhou No. 1 High School, igniting envy among a group of middle-aged women and attracting their ire. Especially Kong Fangping, who had often scolded Lu Yexing because of it. Rewards? Well, I bought you some gifts, Yu Tiancheng said, having spun a grand tale to inform Wei Xiaoqin that he had spent a considerable amount of money, but it was not illicit. It was the prize from his competition. Oh, my son is so filial. I have not raised you in vain, Wei Xiaoqin said, moving closer to the sofa to inspect the bag. Casting a glare at Yu Wenyan, look how good my son is to me, and then look at you. After all these years, what have you ever given me? Yu Wenyan retorted, sulking, wasn't I a gift to you? Wei Xiaoqin shot him another glare before pulling out the first item, a khaki cardigan. They had purchased 2, one for Yu Tiancheng and one for Tian Yue, intended for both mothers. Yu Tiancheng, with his 40 years of life experience, knew that returning home at this hour would surely earn Tian Yue a reprimand. However, as soon as the garment was taken out, both parents melted away. Indeed, Wei Xiaoqin held the clothing against herself, exclaiming, how beautiful, truly exquisite. My son has impeccable taste. Yu Tiancheng, curious, turned his head and was taken aback by what Wei Xiaoqin had pulled out. She then retrieved several flat, elongated packaging bags from the paper bag. To his astonishment, they were stockings. Good heavens! Yu Tiancheng's expression immediately froze. Within that paper bag, there was clearly a khaki-colored women's knitted sweater and a light blue men's knitted sweater, one for Wei Xiaoqin and one for Yu Wenyan. How had it transformed into stockings? Could it be that Tian Yue had mistakenly grabbed the wrong bag? Oh no, this could lead to a disaster. What is this? Stockings? Since the packaging had not been opened, Wei Xiaoqin had yet to discern the true nature of these items. Stockings? Did you buy these for me? Interjected Yu Wenyan. Who buys a gift for mother without one for father? No. Yu Tiancheng felt his heart leap, swiftly stepping forward to snatch the bag from Wei Xiaoqin's hands. Mom, this is for me. That was a close call. He nearly gifted stockings to his own mother. Initially, he had intended to buy a present for his father, but due to insufficient funds, he had settled for a few pairs of socks. Dad, just wait. I promise to buy you a suit with my next competition prize. Although Yu Wenyan felt slightly dejected at not receiving a gift, he was instantly comforted by Yu Tiancheng's words and waved dismissively. No need. Socks are perfectly fine. My pair from yesterday just ripped. That won't do. Torn socks are unworthy of your stature. You absolutely need a suit. Just look at your old one. It's practically ancient, probably from your wedding. Yu Tiancheng swiftly changed the subject and took the bag into his room. After some contemplation, he tucked it into the piano case, finally feeling at ease to emerge. All right, since the child has promised to buy you something next time, do refrain from being overly sentimental. Wei Xiaoqin, satisfied with her clothes, affectionately addressed Yu Tiancheng. Are you hungry? Just wait a moment. I'll serve you the dishes. I've already warmed them up so you can eat well and be ready for school tomorrow. Meanwhile, at Tian Yue's home, upon entering, she spotted a stern middle-aged man clad in an old cadre uniform seated on the sofa, holding a teacup and sipping hot tea. Why is he here? As soon as Tian Yue stepped inside, she saw the man, named Lu Gukong, her biological father. Upon noticing her arrival, his usually stern face revealed a flicker of nervousness. Indeed, it was a sensation akin to being caught in a childhood misdeed by one's parents. He felt more anxious than when facing his superiors. Lu Gukong stood up, managing to muster a rare smile. Yeah, what is it? Speak up. Tian Yue maintained a formal demeanor, her tone rather stiff. Her feelings towards her biological father were a tumultuous blend of love and hatred, an emotional labyrinth. She cherished him for the joyful moments of her youth he had bestowed upon her. In her childhood, he was affable, attentive, and deeply affectionate. He shielded her from life's storms, making him the most revered figure in Tian Yue's heart. However, her resentment stemmed from the shattering of that happiness. She could not fathom why he chose to divorce her mother, why he would cruelly dismantle their blissful life. He insisted that it was for the sake of a better future for himself and her mother, yet it was merely a pursuit of his own ambitions. Such reasoning could never justify the destruction of his family. It has been a while since we last met. I've missed you. Please, come and sit, Lu Gukong began. Realizing his tone was overly formal and quickly adjusted his approach. Tian Yue scoffed, I prefer to stand. It suits me just fine. Had it not been for Tian Ruyun's gentle tug, she would have refrained from uttering even those few words. This is your home. If anyone should stand, it should be someone else. Sit down. Tian Ruyun insisted, though her hands pressed lightly against Tian Yue, encouraging her to take a seat and engage in conversation. No worries. I've been sitting all day at work. Standing for a while feels good, Lu Gukong replied, undeterred by the coldness of their interaction. The mere fact that Tian Yue was willing to stand and converse with him brought him a sense of contentment, suggesting their relationship had not yet reached an irreparable state. Clearing his throat, Lu Gukong awkwardly smiled. So, you're in your final year. What university do you plan to apply to? Qingbei, Tian Yue replied curtly. Previously, she had considered other prestigious 985 universities, but after that day, her sights were firmly set on the pinnacle of academia in the country. Excellent. Ambitious. If you managed to get into Qingbei, the Lu family's ancestors would be celebrating. Lu Gukong's eyes gleamed with excitement, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. What parent does not wish for their child to succeed, to rise above the rest? The name Qingbei stood as the epitome of excellence in the nation. I am a Tian Yue retorted frostily. Awkwardness filled the air, yet Lu Gukong bore no semblance of anger. He gestured towards a few mathematics competition books on the sofa. I know you excel in mathematics, so I bought these. I hope they might prove useful. I already have them, Tian Yue replied, shaking the bag in her left hand that contained books chosen for her by Tiancheng at the library. Her right hand held a bag containing a knitted sweater and stockings. Lu Gukong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Is everything all right? If not, I'll leave you to your studies. This bag is rather heavy. Tian Yue, having spoken, tossed the clothing bag to Tian Ruyun, saying, This is for you. Without another word, she retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. Leaning against the door, tears flowed down her cheeks, betraying her composure. This child, Tian Ruyun sighed, holding the bag as she gazed helplessly at Lu Gukong. She is not usually like this. It's all right. I understand she feels uncomfortable, Lu Gukong sighed. Retrieving a brown paper envelope from his inner pocket and handing it to Tian Ruyun. We have money now. Tian Ruyun did not accept it. It's for the child. Lu Gukong placed the envelope on the table and stood up, saying, Upon returning, I'm to be transferred to the Discipline Inspection Commission. I will be busier and likely won't have the chance to visit Langzhou again. Congratulations on your promotion. Tian Ruyun felt a surge of anger at the mention of work. Focusing her attention on the clothes in the paper bag. Why am I even discussing this? All right, the car has arrived. I must take my leave. Lu Gukong waved his hand, moving towards the door. Wait, Tian Ruyun suddenly called out. Lu Gukong turned, thinking she needed his assistance. This is a men's knitted sweater. Tian Ruyun exclaimed, pulling out a light blue knitted garment from the bag, inspecting it before revealing a khaki one, which she held against herself for comparison. This child. She glanced towards Tian Yue's room, then back at Lu Gukong, finally placing the blue sweater back into the bag and directly handing it to Lu Gukong. Mine? Lu Gukong was taken aback. Do I have other men at home? What do you take me for, Tian Ruyun? No, I mean, is it from Yaya? Lu Gukong's excitement grew. His 18-year-old daughter had bought a gift for her father for the first time. My goodness, this is more thrilling than news of my promotion. Just take it. I'll give it to other men. Tian Ruyun's irritation flared. All right, I must leave now. Please thank Yaya for me. Lu Gukong could not allow her to retract it. A gift from his daughter was precious, even if it were a piece of dung. He hurried down the stairs, clutching the clothes, fearing she might change her mind. Downstairs, a black Passat slowly came to a halt. The driver, Xiao Lu, observed his typically stoic superior emerge from the building, a satisfied smile adorning his face, and promptly opened the rear door for Lu Gukong. My daughter bought me this clothing. Xiao Lu, it's from my daughter. Lu Gukong had never denied having a daughter in front of others and spoke of Tian Yue with pride. Yet this time, he was clearly a bit flustered. Ye is truly a wonderful child. It's been a while since I've seen you this happy, Xiao Lu complimented. Ha 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 indeed. Lu Gukong entered the vehicle, and the Passat gradually departed. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tian Ryun closed the door and knocked on Tian Yu's room. He has left. Come out. Creaking open. The door revealed Tian Yue, who saw her mother holding the khaki sweater against herself. Suddenly struck by a thought, she rushed to the sofa, rummaging through it. What are you looking for? The packaging bag. He took it. What does he need the packaging bag for? Tian Yue panicked. It contained stockings. What would a grown man want with so many stockings? Could it be that they are causing trouble for Yu Tiancheng? No, that can't be. No one knows that it was Yu Tiancheng who bought her the stockings. For the first time, Tian Yue felt that her clever little mind was somewhat short-circuited. This child. They wouldn't let him take it away, yet they allowed him to wear it out? Tian Ryun looked at Tian Yue peculiarly. Tian Yue felt even more confused. He wore it out? Goodness, that image was too beautiful. She dared not imagine. Chapter 77. Don't worry, we'll handle it you. With your sharp tongue and tender heart, I know. After all, he is your biological father. It is normal for a daughter to buy something for her father. The matters between your mother and him should not affect your relationship. Tian Ryun continued to chatter beside her. Mom, I'm tired. Tian Yue replied dismissively and turned back to her bedroom, swiftly retrieving her phone to send a text to Yu Tiancheng. Tian Yue, are you asleep? My dad took those things away. What should I do? In the Yu household. Yu Tiancheng was sipping a bowl of purple rice porridge when he heard the sound of a text message. He pulled out his phone and looked, momentarily bewildered. This was perhaps the first time he had heard Tian Yue mention her father. Yu Tiancheng, what things? Tian Yue, the things you bought. Yu Tiancheng pondered for a moment and replied, Oh, it's nothing. Tian Yue, nothing? Yu Tiancheng, it's fine. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Tian Yue, all right. Anyway, he wouldn't dare come looking for me. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Good night. Yu Tiancheng, good night. Wei Xiaoqin watched Yu Tiancheng furtively and suddenly leaned over to ask, Is it a girlfriend? Yes. Yu Tiancheng chuckled, stuffing his phone into his pocket. Is it that female classmate you went to the hospital with to see Lu Yexing last time? Wei Xiaoqin continued to inquire. Yes, how did you know? Yu Tiancheng revealed no hint of concealment. Your Aunt Kong's big mouth told me. She was actually complaining to me about it. Guess how I responded? Wei Xiaoqin laughed mischievously. And Yu Tiancheng could tell that Kong Fanping had certainly gotten the short end of the stick. What did you say? At that moment, he resolutely decided not to dampen Wei Taiho's spirits, lest he face a few slaps. Wei Xiaoqin cleared her throat. I said, You're both young adults now. In the past, sons were much older when they started dating. Isn't it normal? Your family should also put in some effort. Then Aunt Kong got all worked up, saying that this is a time for studying and should not be indulged. When else could one date? The main goal now is to get into a good university. That's what matters. After a lengthy lecture, she praised Lu Yexing for working hard, hiding in his room every day to study, aiming to make it into the top 10 of his class next time. I then said, well, that's what one should strive for. My Tiancheng doesn't require such worry or effort from me because he is already participating in competitions. Once those are over, he will be directly recommended to prestigious schools, making it quite worry-free. You should have seen Aunt Kong's face at that moment. It turned dark, and her nostrils flared in indignation. As I reflect on the past, a sense of pride wells within me. Wei Xiaoqin, hands on her hips, beams with unrestrained joy. Humph, look at that smug expression of yours. Are you not afraid that your aspirations might crumble, leaving you in utter embarrassment? Yu Wenyan, stationed by the wash basin, brushes his teeth while dousing Wei Xiaoqin with cold water. What you say is mere nonsense. My son is far more capable than you think. His participation is in a prestigious informatics competition, a program that the nation is vigorously supporting. What can someone like you, who studies grave excavation, possibly understand about future trends? Moreover, whether he succeeds or not, I shall relish this moment, for my son's academic performance surpasses that of Lu Yexing. Wei Xiaoqin lifts her chin in triumph. Tiancheng, you are now in your senior year. In just a few months, you will turn 18. There are certain matters I ought to convey, and you should comprehend them as well. This period is indeed sensitive. I have heard that the girl is a promising student from Tsinghua or Peking University. You must exert yourself, for time and distance can diminish all things. The gap between prestigious institutions and ordinary schools widens gradually. I trust you grasp my meaning. Yu Wenyin disregards Wei Xiaoqin's remarks, settling beside Yu Tiancheng, engaging in leisurely conversation. I understand. Rest assured, I know my limits. Yu Tiancheng chuckles heartily. Indeed. Yu Wenyin stands, pats Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder, and retreats to his room to sleep. Wei Xiaoqin leans closer to Yu Tiancheng's ear, advising him to be cautious, lest he gets a girl pregnant. However, if such a situation arises, he must inform his mother, assuring him that they will take responsibility. Yu Tiancheng is left speechless, bewildered by such outrageous words. The following morning, Yu Tiancheng is roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggy, he glances at the screen and sees it as a call from Tian Yue. Upon answering, he is surprised to find Lu Yeshing on the line. What are you doing? Why aren't you at school? Teacher Huang is frantic, searching everywhere for you. She might soon call your home. Lu Yeshing whispers urgently. Teacher Huang, what does she want with me? Yu Tiancheng struggles to comprehend the situation. It seems there is a speech event. I saw her summon Tian Yue, who then hurried back to hand me the phone, instructing me to call you. Lu Yeshing explains hastily. A speech? What the heck? Yu Tiancheng springs from his bed in alarm. Huang Wan had indeed informed him that provincial leaders would be visiting for an inspection, and the first stop would be at Langzhou No. 1 High School, requesting him to prepare a speech. This is a disaster. No need to panic. I will arrive shortly. Please inform Teacher Huang. There will be no issues. Yu Tiancheng ends the call, hastily dressing while checking the time, already past 7:30. Why isn't he old you called me? Could he have overslept? Was he tired last night? Yu Tiancheng is rarely late for school, as Yu Wenyin usually wakes him. Sure enough, as soon as he opens his bedroom door, he hears Yu Wenyin rushing out, fastening his shirt buttons and exclaiming, Tiancheng, Tiancheng, we're late. I must leave now. After finishing his words, the old man hurriedly left without washing his face or brushing his teeth. Yu Tiancheng's lips twitched. What a father you are. He disregarded his bicycle, dashed down the stairs, and hailed a cab, racing towards the school. At this moment, the students in the back playground were lined up in meticulous order, while numerous teachers patrolled with stern expressions, immediately casting disapproving glances at anyone caught whispering. Today's atmosphere was markedly different. Provincial leaders were in attendance, and it was rumored that foreign guests were also present. On the podium, a row of leaders sat, a mix of genders and ages, the youngest appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. Each was clad in formal attire, exuding an air of authority. However, the man seated in the center, Lu Gukong, stood out in a casual blue knitted sweater, contrasting sharply with the formal attire of his peers, yet he carried himself with great poise. Beside Lu Gukong sat a foreigner with a prominent nose and blue eyes, pointing at his sweater, seemingly offering praise. Lu Gukong beamed with delight, gesturing and smiling in response. At that moment, Peng Ku, the principal of Langzhou No. 1 High School, found himself relegated to a corner seat, quietly inquiring, Minister Lu, it's almost time. Shall we begin? After Lu Gokong responded, he turned to the foreigner and spoke a sentence in English. It was evident that his command of the language was impressive, effortlessly serving as a translator. Lu Gokong's smooth rise in his career over the years could not be divorced from his capabilities and talents. Esteemed leaders, teachers, and students. Today marks Monday, and our school proudly welcomes its very first foreign guest, Mr. Drew Smith. Mr. Smith is a representative of an internationally renowned investment institution stationed in Xiangnan. He has come to our school for an inspection, and I hope all students will exhibit the unique spirit of Langzhou No. 1 High School. In truth, Peng Ku was also uncertain about the purpose of the foreign guest's visit. Initially, he had only been informed that provincial leaders were coming for research and to organize an English competition, without any mention of a foreign visitor. Thus, when the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner emerged from the car, Peng Ku was utterly bewildered. He had even had to hastily revise his speech. As the principal delivered his address, the students murmured among themselves. Yu Tiancheng, that incompetent fellow. How could he be late to such a significant occasion? What a foolish waste of space. Zhang Rue huffed in frustration, complaining to another classmate beside him. He and Lu Yeshing both had their arms in slings, draped around their necks. The only difference was that Lu Yeshing's injury was to his left arm, while Zhang Rue's was to his right. Who are you scolding? You're a waste yourself. Don't drag our Tiancheng into this. Zhang Rue retorted as Li Sisi, standing behind him, pushed him slightly, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Zhang Rue turned to face Li Sisi, questioning, Li Sisi, are you out of your mind? I recall you saying you didn't tea like Yu Tiancheng. Why are you suddenly speaking up for him? Whether I like him or not is my own affair. I simply want to permit you to speak ill of him. Li Sisi tossed her hair and rolled her eyes as she spoke. Today, she had deliberately applied light makeup, and her hair appeared styled, with the ends curled into small spirals. She no longer resembled a student, but rather exuded a certain air of worldly experience. Yet, she remained oblivious to this transformation. Naturally, such an appearance attracted the attention of numerous male onlookers. How peculiar. When did you start siding with him? Zhang Rui scrutinized Li Sisi with evident discontent. I even share a bed with him. Do you have any say in that? I tell you, I like you, Tiancheng, and I want to allow you to speak ill of him. Do you have any right to interfere? Li Sisi kicked Zhang Rui's chair and jabbed at his injured arm. Speaking in a brash manner, I don't engage in quarrels with women. Zhang Rui covered his arm, his face turning pale, muttering under his breath, her attire is unbecoming. She truly thinks she is something special. Who are you calling unbecoming? Li Sisi erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Rui tumbling off his chair, landing unceremoniously. Despite still being a virtuous girl, even if she were not, being insulted would ignite her temper. Zhang Rui, stung by her action, rose despite the pain in his arm. What are you two doing? Are you afraid the higher-ups want to notice? Hu Xingxing approached with a scowl, having spotted the altercation from a distance. For heaven's sake, we have foreign guests seated above. Can't you at least respect the leaders? Unbeknownst to Hu Xingxing, the distinguished guest, Dr. Smith, would hardly care whether the students below were in disarray or neatly arranged. Teacher Hu, he called me unbecoming. Li Sisi pointed at Zhang Rui, tears welling in her eyes as she pressed her case. Enough with the theatrics. If this continues, both of you will return home and fetch your parents. Hu Xingxing's only recourse was to summon parents or issue reprimands. Though largely ineffective, these methods were the best he had in that era. Li Sisi immediately stifled her emotions, turning her head away as if deeply aggrieved, expertly playing her part. Zhang Rui, meanwhile, sat in silence, simmering with frustration. Damn it. How could I let Li Sisi bully me? It's utterly humiliating. However, considering that Yu Tiancheng had not attended the lecture, Zhang Rui felt a sense of relief, knowing Huang Wan would certainly not let him off the hook. With that thought, his spirits lifted. Representatives from each class could now take the stage to commence their speeches. Soon, Peng Qishuan concluded his remarks, followed by a few words from the educational department leaders, signaling the start of the English speech contest. There were 12 classes in the senior year, each presenting one representative, with approximately 10 minutes allotted for each speech, totaling about 2 hours for the event. At 8 o'clock, the event commenced and concluded around 10. The order of presentations was determined by a lottery, with the exception of classes 9 and 10, which were designated as key classes, one positioned at the forefront and the other at the conclusion. This arrangement was intended to symbolize a promising beginning and a smooth finish. Class 9 was scheduled to be the first to present. At this moment, Huang Wan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Beside her, Tian Yue clutched a speech manuscript, reciting its contents incessantly. She had been hastily recruited by Huang Wan to fill in at the last minute. Originally, this task was meant for Yu Tiancheng. Huang Wan had previously communicated with the English teacher of Class 10, hoping to have them present first as a substitute. But her request was met with indifference. After all, they were rivals. She was the head of the English department while I was merely the deputy. At such a crucial moment, why would I jeopardize my standing to elevate yours? After 2 unsuccessful attempts at negotiation, Huang Wan could only hope that Tian Yue would be able to salvage the situation. Are you ready to go on stage? Can you memorize it? Huang Wan asked, her voice laced with urgency. I'm still stumbling a bit, Tian Yue replied, pursing her lips, feeling a sense of reluctance deep within her. This was an opportunity for Yu Tiancheng to shine, and seated on the stage was Lu Gokong. Although she had read the speech twice and could easily recount it, she needed to calm herself. Steady now, believe in yourself, don't rush, you can do this. Huang Wan encouraged, her anxiety palpable. Perhaps we should wait for Yu Tiancheng, Tian Yue suggested, glancing towards the school gates. There's no time left. We must go on stage now. Huang Wan was on the verge of tears. Even if that boy arrived now, it would be too late. If he rushed in, his performance would undoubtedly be affected, leading to a spectacle that would ultimately reflect poorly on her. She cursed herself for having been so foolish as to trust this rascal. Huang Wan stomped her foot in frustration. There's still time. I believe in him. Look, he is here. Tian Yue smiled, folding her speech and tucking it into her pocket. Sorry, Huang Laosher. I'm late. Yu Tiancheng panted as he dashed to Huang Wan's side. With a dark expression, she was about to reprimand him when Tian Yue interjected. Not too late. It's just your turn to go on stage. Give it your all. With that, she nimbly returned to her class line. Huang Wan was bewildered. This girl was truly audacious to let him take the stage so easily. Is it my turn now? Then I shall go, Yu Tiancheng declared, striding confidently towards the stage. Have you prepared your speech? Huang Wan asked, clutching her heart as she watched him approach the stage with such nonchalance. Oh dear, my poor heart. Chapter 79. Come. Let me teach you how to call for your father. Show off. He hasn't even prepared his speech. Just wait for the embarrassment. Zhang Rui scoffed, watching Yu Tiancheng hasten onto the stage. Good morning, fellow students, esteemed teachers, and distinguished leaders. I am Yu Tiancheng from Class 9 of Grade 3. As I swiftly ascended the stage, microphone in hand, I greeted the crowd and graciously bowed to the sea of students before me. In the midst of her suppressed laughter, Tian Yue could not help but rise, her small hands clapping resoundingly. Good. Lu Yeshing was the first to shout, using his uninjured hand to strike the bench in encouragement of his close friend. Under Tian Yue's leadership, the students of Class 9 joined in the applause. On stage, Lu Gukong cast a puzzled glance at Tian Yue before joining in the clapping. As the head of the publicity department, his action prompted the accompanying staff from various departments, including Peng Ku from the education sector, to follow suit, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise. Soon, the clapping resonated throughout the audience, creating a lively atmosphere that even made Yu Tiancheng feel slightly overwhelmed. All this excitement for just my introduction? Do I truly command such presence? He felt as though he were a leader presenting a report at a company meeting, quickly adopting a commanding demeanor. He gestured for the applause to subside before continuing his speech. Today, I stand before you to share a story that has shaped my understanding of life and success. This narrative teaches us the power of perseverance and the importance of never giving up, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. Yu Tiancheng began to speak with eloquence, alternating between English and Chinese translations. His fluent delivery, combined with vivid expressions and a touch of exaggerated body language, made it seem as though he were engaging in a casual conversation with friends rather than reciting a rehearsed speech. As he turned to interact with Drew Smith at the podium, he paused, taken aback by the sight of Smith's companion wearing the very knitted sweater he had purchased just yesterday. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, after all. Many people might own similar garments. Dismissing the thought, he promptly engaged in dialogue with Smith, who, with his naturally lively disposition, reciprocated with enthusiasm. Below, Hu Xinqing watched in astonishment, nudging Huang Wan's arm. The script is excellent. Is there truly an interactive segment? Did you know in advance that a foreign guest would be present? No, he has simply mastered the art of communication. Even Principal Peng was unaware, Huang Wan replied, equally astonished. Who knew a speech could unfold in such a manner? Interacting with a foreigner mid-presentation is quite audacious. Yet, such a high standard set a challenging precedent for the subsequent speakers. Those lacking the ability to engage the audience would inevitably appear lackluster. Let them falter. Their shortcomings do not concern me, Huang Wan thought, glancing at Zheng Hongyu, the English teacher from Class 10, who bore a discontented expression. Huang Wan straightened her posture slightly. Reflecting, you were unwilling to switch places with me earlier. How do you feel now? As she observed the audience's response, Zheng Hongyu kept glancing at her watch while attentively watching Yu Tiancheng speak eloquently on stage. When the clock struck 15 minutes, she hurried over to the podium beside Principal Peng Ku. Principal, he has exceeded the time limit, she informed him. Peng Ku waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Let him finish. Another 15 minutes passed, yet Yu Tiancheng continued his verbose narrative, seemingly without an end in sight. Zheng Hongyu grew anxious again. Principal, if he keeps going like this, there won't be time for the subsequent speeches. Peng Ku merely gestured once more. No worries, just wait a bit longer. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes elapsed. This time, before Zheng Hongyu could speak, Peng Ku summoned her over. She rushed to him with excitement. I will go and put a stop to it. No, inform them that the following speakers need not take the stage. I believe this fellow could easily speak for an hour on his own. Peng Ku was evidently pleased with Yu Tiancheng's performance, but this could discourage the other students. Zheng Hongyu appeared somewhat disgruntled. She had personally written her class's speech, and it felt frustrating not to showcase it on stage. Yet, if she did go up, it might turn into an embarrassing spectacle. They could always organize another event later and offer additional prizes as compensation. Peng Ke waved his hand again, realizing that these leaders were not there to witness a speech competition, but merely accompanying the foreign guest on a leisurely outing. However, the true motive behind the foreign guest's presence remained elusive to him. Time trickled away as Tiancheng animatedly expounded his thoughts. After 1 hour and 15 minutes, he noticed that many students in the audience were beginning to show signs of fatigue, with some even displaying disdainful expressions. Thus, he commenced his concluding remarks. This story transcends the realm of sports. It speaks to the power of perseverance in every facet of our lives. Whether pursuing a career, acquiring new skills, or conquering personal challenges, resilience is the cornerstone of success. Therefore, dear classmates, where there is a will, there is a way. As we endeavor to learn English, we too must embody great tenacity and determination, striving to seize opportunities in the face of the impending changes in our world and ultimately achieve success. In conclusion, I wish each of you the chance to enroll in your dream university and find your ideal life partner. With that, Tiancheng concluded his speech, thanking the audience. He even made a light-hearted joke at the end, winning the favor of many present. Tiancheng bowed once more in gratitude. It was then that Drew Smith was the first to applaud, followed by enthusiastic clapping from the entire panel of leaders, creating a thunderous applause. In contrast, apart from the students of Class 9 from the 3rd year, the applause from other classes was sparse, and many students glared at Tiancheng with resentment. These were the individuals who had memorized their speeches for half a month, yet were denied the opportunity to present on stage. The teacher had already informed them that they would have their chance in the next competition. This speech contest had unexpectedly turned into Tiancheng's solo performance. After all, they had all undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Why should one individual shine so brightly? Tiancheng accepted the applause and swiftly descended the stage. Huang Wan, standing beneath the podium, gave him a thumbs up. As he made his way towards Class 9 of the senior year, many teachers greeted him with warm smiles, while several girls squealed, "Academic genius, academic genius." Upon arriving at Class 9, Lu Yeshing excitedly tapped on the stool beside him, signaling for Tiancheng to take a seat. "Well done, you. Your performance was spectacular. When did your English become so fluent? Can you teach me?" Lu Yeshing placed his good arm around Tiancheng's shoulder, wearing a proud expression. "Want to learn? Absolutely. Then I'll teach you a couple of phrases. Try saying them. If you can pronounce them correctly, you can learn. All right, go ahead and teach me. Come on, Yamiidi. Is that English? Never mind the language. Just say whether you want to learn or not." "Okay, I'll learn. Yamiidi. Your accent is too thick. The final word needs to be pronounced more melodiously. Die." "Exactly. Say it again, but with a bit more flair. Die." At that moment, Tian Yue suddenly turned around, looking curiously at Lu Yeshing and Tiancheng. Tiancheng chuckled. "All right, that's enough for today. We'll practice more when we get back." Chapter 80. Are Middle-Aged Men Bullying My Youth? Soon after, Peng Ke announced the conclusion of the English speech, and the classes exited in an orderly fashion, returning to their respective classrooms. Tiancheng followed, Xingxing back to Class 9. Just as the class settled, several leaders who had been on the podium earlier appeared at the classroom door, accompanied by Principal Peng Ke and Huang Wan. "This is the class of the student who just delivered the speech, and it is also our school's key class. Moreover, he is currently our sole contestant in the informatics competition." Peng Ke had recently reviewed Tiancheng's records. Upon discovering that you had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class for the past 2 years, he couldn't help but frown. However, upon realizing that you was the student Su Lan had specifically requested, he was taken aback. Could it be that this child had devoted the past 2 years to learning programming? An informatics contestant? It can't be this kid, can it? Lu Gukong murmured softly to himself. He suddenly recalled that Tian Ruyun had mentioned that Tian Yue had been seen getting close to a contestant at school, possibly in a romantic relationship. Despite his divorce from Tian Ruyun due to differing values, Tian Yue remained their shared child. And Lu Gukong had no intention of having any other children. His thoughts were still focused on Tian Yue. Hence, Tian Ruyun would share certain aspects of Tian Yue's life with him. As he spoke, Lu Gukong entered the classroom, scanning the room until he pinpointed Tian Yue's location. Tiancheng was seated right beside her. "This child truly is sitting next to her." Lu Gukong approached directly, positioning himself beside Tian Yue. Tiancheng distinctly sensed that Tian Yue was becoming somewhat anxious. He reached out and gently grasped her hand, wishing to offer her some comfort. Unbeknownst to her, When that warm palm made contact with her icy fingertips, Tian Yu's emotions inexplicably stabilized. She turned to gaze at Tiancheng, offering him a look of gratitude. At that moment, Lu Gokong had approached, observing the scene from a position of authority. "Hello." Lu Gokong greeted Tiancheng, extending his hand without a hint of emotion. "Huh." Tiancheng was taken aback, although he was unaware of Lu Gokong's status. It was perplexing why such a high-ranking leader would seek out a mere student. Surely, it could not be that he wanted him to translate for some foreign dignitary just because he had delivered a commendable speech. The thought of serving as a translator for such individuals was absurd. Nevertheless, he would not offend Lu Gokong without cause. After all, when a leader extends a handshake, one must reciprocate with decorum. "Hello." Tiancheng hastily released Tian Yu's hand, rising to shake Lu Gokong's hand. He could distinctly feel the breadth and strength of Lu Gokong's palm. It was quite painful, exceedingly so, in fact. What was the meaning of this? Was a middle-aged man in his 40s bullying a mere youth? "What is your name?" Tiancheng. "And how do you write that?" "You, as in abundance every year. Tiancheng, as in heavenly success." A fine name indeed. As our ancestors have said, one need not fear a lack of fortune, but rather a lack of a good name. Your parents must be well educated. My father has indeed read quite a bit. Your performance earlier was commendable. Your English proficiency surpasses that of some university students. Lu Gokong continued to grip Tiancheng's hand, shaking it vigorously, rather than mere praise. It seemed he relished the opportunity to hold it longer. "You little rascal. Holding my daughter's hand in front of me. Are you courting death?" All thanks to teacher Huang's excellent instruction, Tiancheng subtly complimented Huang Wan, standing behind them. Huang Wan beamed with delight, reveling in the honor of being recognized before a leader. "Very well. Study diligently and strive to serve the nation healthily for 50 years. Lu Gokong finally released his grip, giving Tiancheng's shoulder a reassuring pat. The phrase "serve the nation healthily for 50 years" was a motto associated with prestigious institutions. Lu Gokong's words were double-edged. "Only with the caliber of Qingbei could one be deemed worthy of my daughter. May your words come true. I too aspire to be admitted to Qingbei." Tiancheng clearly grasped the implication behind Lu Gokong's statement. Lu Gokong nodded and, unexpectedly, addressed Tian Yue beside Tiancheng. "Yeah? Shall we have lunch together at noon? And you of course." "Huh." Both Tiancheng and Tian Yue were momentarily stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances before turning their attention back to Lu Gokong. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Tian Yue's father." Lu Gokong's voice, though soft, resonated throughout the classroom. In an instant, all the students and teachers who heard stood frozen in disbelief. Tian Yue's father had never made an appearance. Remaining the most enigmatic topic within the class, they never expected him to be such a significant figure. Tiancheng's mind buzzed as he comprehended why Lu Gokong had gripped his hand so firmly earlier. After all, he had been holding onto the hand of someone's daughter in front of her father. You are essentially plunging a knife into someone's heart. Leaders are human too, possessing their own emotions and desires. Even prominent figures, when it comes to fatherhood, experience the same sentiments. He finally comprehended why Lu Gokong donned that light blue knitted sweater. Was this an unintended consequence, a misstep along the path of a father-in-law? I, Tian Yue, was in a quandary. Just about to speak when Tiancheng interjected, "It's my treat." "Your treat? Ha ha ha. If you insist, let us dine at your school cafeteria. After all, I have numerous colleagues present. It would be unreasonable for a junior to host me for a meal, wouldn't it? See you in the cafeteria." Lu Gokong chuckled heartily, waved his hand, and led the way out. Once Lu Gokong departed, my classmates stared at me in astonishment, with Li Cici's gaze revealing the most unmistakable emotions, envy and jealousy, mixed with resentment. Her look mirrored that of the other male classmates towards Tiancheng. I, Tian Yue, felt conflicted, yearning to express my reluctance to dine with him. Yet the words lodged in my throat. "It's merely a meal, and in the cafeteria at that. Why should I be apprehensive?" Tiancheng remained unperturbed, mistakenly believing I was worried about him, and casually took my hand once more. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Hu Xingxing appeared through the back door, his sharp, eagle-like gaze piercing into Tiancheng, as if countless needles were jabbing at his face. Even Tiancheng, with a skin thicker than a city wall, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and gradually released my hand. I too pursed my lips and withdrew my small hand. "Before the college entrance examination, you ought to tone it down a bit," Hu Xingxing warned, his forehead nearly ablaze. "Rest assured, Yu Tiancheng was eager to maintain Hu Xingxing's favor and quickly gestured dismissively. With your behavior, how can I be at ease? Starting tomorrow, you are forbidden from appearing in my classroom. Go back to your computer lab. Hu Xingxing's expression darkened, almost dragging Yu Tiancheng away. It's all right, it's all right. Don't worry, teacher Hu. I assure you, I won't disrupt the studies of other students. Yu Tiancheng silently circled the definition of others in his mind. Enough, you and Tian Yue should head to the cafeteria first. We can't keep the leader waiting. With a wave of his hand, Hu Xingxing prompted Yu Tiancheng and me to rise and leave. Why can they leave first? That's unfair. We want to eat too. A chorus of lamentations echoed throughout the classroom. Chapter 81, A First Kiss? I suffered a great loss. Yu Tiancheng was quite audacious. His boldness incited Hu Xingxing's extreme ire. In his presence, Yu Tiancheng appeared composed, yet the moment he turned, he was grasping my hand and sprinting towards the cafeteria. Did he truly think me blind? Your uncle treats you rather well, Yu Tiancheng remarked as he pulled me along. Perhaps, I replied ambiguously. You should be able to discern that he intentionally mentioned your relationship to remind our classmates not to bully you. Yu Tiancheng had already deduced that my relationship with Lu Gokong was not particularly harmonious. He was reluctant to speak directly, opting instead for subtle hints, hoping that Tian Yue would gradually reconsider her thoughts. Is that so? It feels more like a threat to me, Tian Yue replied with a smile, her mind still lingering on the moment when Lu Gokong revealed their relationship and the astonishment in Yu Tiancheng's eyes. That astonishment was quite amusing. Tian Xiaoye. One cannot be too clever, and one remains unmarried. Yu Tiancheng turned to Tian Yue, feigning a serious demeanor as he playfully threatened her. That would indeed be troublesome. What if no one wants me? Tian Yue pretended to be pitiful, yet her grip on Yu Tiancheng's hand tightened. Oh dear, Tian Xiaoye, you are playing with fire. How could someone as noble and upright as I ever engage in such despicable behavior? Yu Tiancheng coughed lightly, raising his head and mimicking the demeanor of the leaders from earlier. Hee. Tian Yue laughed, producing a sound reminiscent of a goose, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. You're dreaming. Without Qingbei, don't even think about it. After a fit of laughter, she withdrew her hand, once again exuding the demeanor of an aloof campus beauty. Isn't it a 985? How did it become Qingbei? This is outrageous. Tian Xiaoye, you can't be serious. Yu Tiancheng adopted the stance of a market vendor, preparing to haggle. Setting higher goals aids in striving upwards. Even if you don't achieve them, you won't fall too low, will you? Tian Yue arched an eyebrow, imitating Lu Gokong's mannerisms as she patted Yu Tiancheng on the shoulder. Let us go, you classmate. Is it really acceptable to casually alter one's goals without adjusting the rewards? Shouldn't more ambitious goals come with more substantial rewards? Yu Tiancheng protested. A reward? Isn't being your girlfriend enough? Tian Yue thought to herself, pondering how to express that he already had her heart. Suddenly, she paused, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then approached Yu Tiancheng, inexplicably rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. The gentle warmth of her lips left Yu Tiancheng utterly stunned. Tian Yue's face flushed bright red, her eyes shimmering with bashfulness. That should suffice, she murmured, her gaze lowered as her white sneakers squeaked against the ground. Oh my heavens! Yu Tiancheng's mind was in a fog. This was the campus goddess. A kiss that countless boys longed for was bestowed upon him. If they weren't in school, he might have pulled Tian Yue in for another kiss right then and there. Ah, someone is approaching from the dining hall. Yu Tiancheng lamented, his face falling. Tian Yue immediately looked up, her beautiful eyes glaring at the shameless boy. That was my first kiss, and you dare claim you're the one at a loss. Tian Xiaoye, I will definitely return the favor next time, Yu Tiancheng declared, his expression a mix of indignation and longing, wishing to reclaim what he felt was owed. Tian Yue, both shy and annoyed, pinched Yu Tiancheng's waist playfully. You're taking advantage and playing coy. Let us go, we shouldn't keep them waiting. Yu Tiancheng gazed at the ominous claw, fear gripping him as he seized Tian Yue's hand and fled. As she ran, Tian Yue touched her flushed cheek, pondering whether this rogue had taken undue advantage of her. In the school cafeteria, Lu Gokong and his companions sat on either side of a table, engaged in lively discussions about the day's events, ultimately converging on Yu Tiancheng's performance. This young lad is impressive. His manner of speaking and handling matters is remarkably prudent. Some of his insights are more mature than those of us adults. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Principal Peng. This year at Langzhou No. 1 High School, there are several promising talents. Our Education Bureau's success hinges entirely on you. There are indeed a few students with commendable grades. We may see results in a few months. For now, I dare not boast in front of the leaders, Principal Peng Ku remarked modestly. Tiancheng appears to be thriving. Yet his academic results remain uncertain. As for competitions, they have yet to commence. It's still too early to predict outcomes. If we boast prematurely, and things go awry, it may leave the leaders with an impression of unreliability. They're here. When Lu Gukong spotted Tiancheng and Tian Yue entering with laughter, his expression remained notably grave. This indicated that Tiancheng possessed considerable audacity. Even in the presence of Lu Gukong's revealed identity, he maintained his demeanor. It seemed prudent to advise Tian Ruyun to keep a close watch on Tian Yue. With only a year remaining, it was crucial that her academic performance remained unscathed. Should both excel and attend the same university or reside in the same city, then fate would take its course. However, if their academic standings diverged significantly, their paths would naturally drift apart after university. Lu Gukong had personally experienced the toll that time and distance could inflict on relationships. Yet the presence of a child created a bond. In other words, as long as Tiancheng and Tian Yue did not reach a pivotal juncture in their relationship, he had no intention of playing the villain. After all, children at this stage are exceedingly sensitive, particularly those like Tian Yue, whose family dynamics foster a stronger sense of rebellion. If not navigated carefully, any misstep could lead to repercussions that would be profoundly etched in memory. Tian Yue had finally granted him a semblance of goodwill, and Lu Gukong was reluctant to jeopardize that connection with a few ill-chosen words. "Come, sit here." Lu Gukong subtly beckoned Tian Yue to take a seat beside him. However, she glanced at him, pushed Tiancheng forward, and settled next to Lu Gukong instead. Subsequently, she sat beside Tiancheng. This arrangement rendered the atmosphere at the table somewhat awkward. It was evident to all that the relationship between Tian Yue and Lu Gukong was not as harmonious as it appeared. Given their shared surname, many began to speculate wildly. "Mr. Smith, I've been quite curious about you. Which country do you hail from? During your visit to our nation, what interesting places have you explored? And what captivating experiences have you encountered?" Recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, Tiancheng promptly engaged in conversation with Drew Smith in English. "Oh, I am from the United States. This time, I visited Shanghai, Nanjing, Xiangqing, and Langzhou, where I encountered many fascinating individuals and experiences. You, Mr. Yu, are one of them." Smith was quite talkative and enthusiastic. Whenever someone engaged him, he spoke with great fervor. "Oh, having traveled to so many places, is your usual work simply to travel? I truly envy such a profession," Tiancheng inquired indirectly. The other individuals at the table, particularly those from the education sector of Langzhou, who understood some English, were all ears, listening intently. Many among them were unaware of what exactly Smith did or the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Yu, you jest. Such a marvelous occupation belongs to a traveler. Not only do you envy it, but I do as well. My work, however, is quite exhausting. I seek projects across various industries, compile reports, and submit them to my company to assess potential investments," Smith replied, causing Tiancheng's eyes to gleam with realization. Since joining in December 2001, the country's openness had significantly increased, attracting a surge of foreign investment. It was no wonder that Smith was accompanied by personnel from the Foreign Affairs Office, the Publicity Department, and the Commerce Bureau throughout his stay in Langzhou. Indeed, he was akin to a god of wealth. "Oh, so you are a representative of an investment institution. That is truly impressive," Tiancheng remarked, giving Smith a thumbs up. "Foreigners, after all, are just like everyone else. 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth, with only their skin color setting them apart. When others elevate him, he too will feel uplifted." Thus, Smith was equally pleased by the compliment. "You are impressive as well. I've heard you are the top student at this school. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you should visit our Harvard. There, you will meet many exceptional students like yourself, all of whom are incredibly talented," Smith praised, though his words carried an undercurrent of superiority. No, the top student at our school is not me. It is her." Tiancheng pointed to the lovely Tian Yue beside him. "Oh, what a romantic name, just as beautiful as she is," Smith exclaimed, rising to shake hands with Tian Yue. "I am equally delighted to meet you," Tian Yue responded politely in English. "Oh, as you say, she is indeed remarkable. Her English is even better than mine," Smith acknowledged, his compliments resonating deeply. "To both of you outstanding young individuals, I have a question. In your opinion, Which aspects of your country's future development warrant greater investment? Smith posed a question that captured the attention of the other leaders at the table. Frankly, these leaders were eager to follow Smith, hoping to attract foreign investment to their homeland. In 2003, Xiangnan ranked approximately 12-13 in the national economic standings, with a total output of merely over 460 billion. During that era, under the premise of reform and opening up, the entire nation sought investment, striving to prosper. However, as the number of departments increases, naturally, so do the ideas. Everyone desires a slice of this lucrative cake, but the capital belongs to others. Whether they choose to invest, and in which areas, is entirely up to them. Their primary task is to attract investments. Our nation is vast and rich in resources. Broadly speaking, many regions are worthy of investment. Personally, I have a preference for light asset, high-profit sectors, such as the internet industry. For a more stable option, one might consider the consumer goods or education sectors. Tiancheng approaches issues with a forward-looking perspective. He believes that within the investment institutions backing Smith, there are surely long-sighted experts. After all, these individuals are professionals in this field, and in this era, one must concede that many foreign innovations are indeed advanced. This advancement is not only reflected in science and technology, but also in industrial development and the realm of spirit. The three sectors mentioned by Tiancheng are all accessible to foreign and private capital. Nevertheless, there remain numerous sectors that are untouchable. Upon hearing Tiancheng's words, Smith's eyes brightened instantaneously. You are truly a genius. You are the greatest discovery of my journey to Xiangnan. I believe we should engage in a deeper conversation. Your future is undoubtedly boundless. May we speak privately? Throughout his journey, although Smith interacted with others, it seemed as though he could not truly connect with them. To put it simply, it felt like mere formalities. He could laugh and enjoy casual banter, but when it came to serious matters, he would adopt a stern demeanor and shake his head. It could be said that several leaders were thoroughly challenged by him, yet they were reluctant to offend him. No one could ascertain what he truly thought. Now, however, Tiancheng's words appeared to open a window in a previously airtight room, allowing these leaders to glimpse the sunlight. It is an honor, Tiancheng nodded eagerly, sensing that Smith's background might be more complex than it appeared. You can come to my office. Peng Ku immediately stood up and said, Thank you very much, but there is no need for such formality. Please show me around. Smith waved his hand, politely refusing Peng Ku's goodwill in somewhat awkward Chinese, before inviting Tiancheng to lead the way. Upon hearing Smith speak Chinese, Lu Gukong and the others displayed a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. This foreigner might very well understand Chinese. The leaders began to recall whether they had misspoken. All right, then I will show you around my campus. Tiancheng gestured invitingly to Smith. Thank you. Smith smiled and nodded, walking shoulder to shoulder with Tiancheng as they exited the cafeteria. It seems we must not underestimate foreigners. Observing the two figures departing, Lu Gukong turned to the others. I feel like we are clowns, having been toyed with, ultimately rendered less than children. Lu, we are at a loss. This Smith is remarkably cunning and intelligent, remarked a director from the Foreign Affairs Office, who had accompanied Lu Gukong, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, it was rather careless of us, an expatriate, lacking any translator, boldly ventures alone into our country. The leader of the business bureau offered a wry smile. What do you think? If it were you, which sector should we invest in to maximize our profits? As Smith and Tiancheng exited, he eagerly inquired. He was not genuinely inclined to follow Tiancheng's guidance. Rather, he sought to enhance his own performance. As the first checkpoint for a multitude of projects, Smith held a pivotal role. Any project he deemed unworthy was bound to be discarded. Conversely, if he presented 10 projects and 9 were rejected by the institution backing him, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. Yet, if he submitted 2 projects and both were accepted, it would showcase his competence. Foreigners, too, adhere to stringent evaluation standards. A genius often possesses foresight that transcends time, and Smith perceived Tiancheng as such a visionary youth. Let us not rush to answer that question. This area is the teaching building, which you visited earlier. Over there is the administrative building, and behind it lies the playground. This space is one I frequent. Tiancheng explained, guiding Smith through the modest campus of Langzhou No. 1 High School. He pointed towards a vacant area, offering a brief introduction before leading him to the computer lab. Their intentions were not merely to stroll, they had private matters to discuss. The door to the computer lab was ajar, revealing Su Lan seated at a desk, her eyes fixated on the computer. with her left shoulder cradling her phone. Her right hand wielded chopsticks, and she munched on her food while resting a leg on the armrest of her chair, her high-heeled shoes swinging rhythmically. I believe that could work. You have no idea how busy I am. When he arrives, I will speak to him and let him decide. Noticing the sunlight at the doorway being obstructed, Sulan turned her head, startled to find a foreign gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes standing there. Chapter 83, An Endless Acquisition of Companies. Sulan momentarily froze, hastily placing her leg down from the armrest. Thank goodness I'm not wearing a skirt today. How embarrassing. A closer look revealed that this foreigner was indeed the one whom the leaders had so eagerly surrounded earlier that morning. What was he doing here? No, he was not alone. Tiancheng was with him. How did these two come together? Oh, hello, beautiful miss. Am I interrupting? Upon entering, Smith saw Sulan rise from her chair and promptly greeted her. I can't talk now. Someone has arrived. She quickly concluded her phone call, setting down her chopsticks, and turned to Smith with a friendly hi. She then looked at Tiancheng, asking, what is going on? Smith, my friend, this is my teacher, Miss Sulan. Tiancheng introduced. Tiancheng briefly introduced the two individuals, then gestured towards the computers, stating, this is where I currently study and work, and also where I address your previous inquiries. I firmly believe that the internet industry will yield the highest return on investment over the next 2 decades. Smith displayed a semblance of resignation, acknowledging, this aligns with my judgment. However, there are presently few companies in the domestic internet sector that warrant further investment. Investing in this realm, as it turns out, is not a straightforward endeavor. Promising ventures naturally attract substantial backing from numerous investment institutions. While poor prospects can lead to significant losses, Tiancheng comprehended this well. Established projects do not lack for funding. Companies like Tencent, Alibaba, and Baidu are akin to golden geese, and it is evident that many investment firms are eager to pour in their capital. At such times, it ultimately hinges on whether these companies grant you the opportunity to invest. Yet, how many of the multitude of startups truly succeed? The vast majority falter. Have you ever heard the fairy tale of the ugly duckling transforming into a swan? Tiancheng smiled faintly. Of course, I am familiar with Hans Christian Andersen's tale. You understand me. What I desire is an ugly duckling that can metamorphose into a beautiful swan. Smith's excitement was palpable. Indeed, Tiancheng exhibited remarkable intelligence. Mr. Smith, during your visit to Xiangnan, have you not discovered any suitable investment targets? Having discerned Smith's true intentions for his visit, Tiancheng opted to withhold his own cards. Keen to ascertain the depth of Smith's research and resources. Until now, Tiancheng had been probing delicately, even refraining from inquiring about the investment company backing Smith. Indeed, there are. Smith hesitated momentarily, glancing at Sulan. She is my associate, and she may be significantly relevant to the matters we are about to discuss. Do you believe me? Tiancheng gestured enticingly to Smith. I believe you. Smith hesitated for less than a second before retrieving a folded piece of paper from the inner pocket of his suit. I actually have a list here. I think these are worthy of investment. Could you provide your insights? Smith handed the paper to Tiancheng. This gesture indicated that Smith genuinely regarded Tiancheng as a friend, as the choices Tiancheng made at this moment could indeed influence Smith's decisions. Upon unfolding the paper, Tiancheng's eyes were drawn not to the corner representing Smith's firm, but rather to the name at the top, Big Chicken Gaming Network. A sense of unease washed over Tiancheng. The audacity of Smith to consider investing in Big Chicken Gaming Network. Or perhaps, his journey to Langzhou was primarily motivated by Tiancheng. Did this imply that he had undersold himself? Yet, Tiancheng harbored no regrets. For within his grasp lay projects far superior to Big Chicken Gaming Network. Another item that caught Tiancheng's attention was a small, bold, and dark English word beneath a torn sticky note on the notebook, BlackRock. While this name may be unfamiliar to many, it was quite renowned in the realm of investment prior to his rebirth, particularly due to a well-known anecdote circulating online. In this tale, a senior executive from an institution that had exited the domestic market shared a revealing statement during an interview. He recounted how their institution had invested countless experts and immeasurable time analyzing publicly listed companies, meticulously categorizing and compiling those high-quality enterprises before initiating their purchases. Yet, upon completing their acquisitions, they were met with an overwhelming wave of sell orders, relentlessly driving the stock prices down. No matter how much they endeavored to buy, it was never enough. The more they purchased, the more the company seemed to belong to them. Their sole intention was to profit through investment, while others appeared eager to sell the company to them. This executive was none other than from BlackRock. Contemplating this anecdote, a smile crept onto Tiancheng's lips, struggling to suppress his amusement. Upon witnessing his smile, both Su Lan and Smith were taken aback. Su Lan discerned an air of conspiracy in Tiancheng's expression, while Smith remained bewildered. At this moment, Tiancheng's mind was already clear. The colossal investment firm BlackRock presented a remarkable opportunity. Despite its setbacks in the stock market, its prowess remained unblemished. In the investment sphere, it had previously invested in giants such as Tencent, Baidu, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Google, and Tesla, among others. In the automotive sector, it had also invested in renowned domestic and international car manufacturers, including Honda, General Motors, Tesla, Xpeng, Great Wall, and Mercedes-Benz. This behemoth, a presence that many could only dream of engaging with, had come specifically to Langzhou to seek him out. Indeed, it had come for him. As Tiancheng could not fathom what allure this fourth-tier city held for Smith. As Tiancheng's thoughts whirled, his gaze continued downward, where he discovered the names of Prince Dairy and Gaoshu Dairy. These were indeed high-quality assets. Should he consider a collaboration with Prince Dairy? Of course, he was not one to be altruistic without reason. There had to be some mutual benefit. Tiancheng stroked his chin, pondering the matter, and decided to set it aside for the moment. However, he could certainly lay a trap for Gaoshu Dairy. Those who plotted against him would find their hopes dashed. Scanning the names of the companies below, he noted a similar analysis, consisting of 3 internet startups, 2 early-stage educational training companies, and even a snack enterprise. Tiancheng picked up a pen and pointed to the 2 companies, Big Chicken Gaming Network and Gaoshu Dairy, stating, "These 2 are off the table." Chapter 84. There is something amiss between these 2. Why? The Big Chicken Gaming Network was something I specifically investigated. Why should I abandon it? I do not believe your judgment is sound. Indeed, upon witnessing the online gaming platform being pointed out by Tiancheng, Smith reacted as if he had been stepped on the tail, immediately springing to his feet. If this gaming platform lacked the qualifications or prospects for negotiation, then his visit would have been in vain. Even more frustrating was that he had not even met anyone from the platform. He had merely learned through certain channels that their registered location was in Langzhou. No, my judgment must be sound. Tiancheng smiled with a sense of triumph. I hope you can provide me with a reason. After all, you mentioned that the internet is the most promising investment sector for the next 2 decades. Smith's blue eyes fixed intently on Tiancheng, revealing a scrutinizing gaze. Should Tiancheng fail to furnish a satisfactory justification, Smith would begin to doubt his own discernment. Because this gaming platform was created by me, Tiancheng revealed, and in that moment, he perceived astonishment reflected in Smith's eyes. After savoring the look of surprise for 3 seconds, Tiancheng continued, "Moreover, I have already sold it." The astonishment quickly transformed into shock. Splendid. The sensation of boasting was delightful. Smith gaped, unable to fathom the revelation. You sold it? To whom? To Penguin, Zhang Xiangdou. Perhaps you've heard of him. Tiancheng shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, of course I know him. Smith nodded vigorously. After a considerable pause, he seemed to grasp the implications. Does this mean I have come away empty-handed? No, you haven't left empty-handed. I am currently planning my next entrepreneurial venture. And if you are interested, perhaps you could invest in my new project. Tiancheng gestured towards Su Lan. This project is a collaboration with my mentor, which is why I brought you here. Oh, you are truly a genius. I am very interested. Smith nearly uttered the word cunning, but he revised it to genius at the last moment. Investment institutions, when there is profit to be gained, become good friends. In the face of profit, even adversaries can transform into allies. Can you tell me about your project now? Smith inquired eagerly. Of course, but I believe we should adopt a more formal approach, considering that many leaders are waiting for us in the cafeteria. You know, it is quite impolite to keep those of higher status waiting. Thus, why don't you leave your address and contact information? I will arrange for my mentor to prepare a project proposal, and we can schedule a time for a formal discussion. Tiancheng cunningly paused to pique Smith's interest. He sought to keep Smith intrigued while fortifying his own position before engaging in formal dialogue. After all, he was dealing with a world-class investment institution. Despite his past experiences, he remained vigilant. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Indeed, keeping leaders waiting is considered impolite, just as it is in our circles. Smith spoke those words. yet a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. This was not directed at Tiancheng, but rather at Lu Gokong and his associates. Although he appeared cordial in front of Tiancheng, it was merely a matter of politeness. Deep down, Smith was exceedingly proud. "Oh, by the way, dear lady, here are my contact details and address. You may reach me via this phone number or visit this address. I eagerly await your call." Smith promptly exchanged contact information with Su Lan. "Shall we return now?" Upon witnessing the conclusion of their exchange, Tiancheng and Smith made their way back to the dining hall. At the entrance, a group of leaders had grown impatient, even somewhat bewildered, left to languish by Smith. Having finished their meal, they were uncertain whether to depart or remain. Meanwhile, there was uncertainty surrounding Tiancheng's conversation. Would the young man say something amiss? Would Smith continue investing in Chang'an? Waiting often breeds anxiety and unfounded speculation. Just as the atmosphere became fraught with tension, the crowd finally spotted Tiancheng and Smith emerging. Both bore expressions of ease, perhaps even overly friendly, as they casually draped arms over each other's shoulders. "You mentioned earlier that Gaoshu Dairy could be disregarded, yet its qualifications are commendable." Smith finally voiced another of his lingering questions. "No, one cannot measure a company's qualifications solely by its background. That is merely superficial. Many companies appear to adhere to regulations, yet in reality, they engage in unsavory practices." Leaning closer, Tiancheng whispered, "This is merely a branding operation. Do you understand? You mean they do not produce milk themselves, but act merely as transporters of dairy?" Smith tilted his head. "Yet this is the common practice among many manufacturers. It does not serve as a valid reason for its dismissal. Furthermore, its background, competitors, and numerous other factors must be considered. Smith, you are my friend, but there are certain matters I cannot articulate too plainly, as they may have repercussions for me. You see, I am still a student, and I prefer to avoid trouble that may come unexpectedly." Tiancheng halted mid-sentence, realizing that Smith was quite knowledgeable about the mainland. He grasped many aspects of domestic culture and interpersonal relations. In this context, once Tiancheng expressed his thoughts, it rendered Gaoshu Dairy's solid background and qualifications irrelevant. With numerous investment opportunities available, why should he invest in a venture fraught with risks? While he may not compel Smith to produce immediate funds, he could certainly dissuade him from doing so. Moreover, Smith was far more intrigued by Tiancheng's forthcoming entrepreneurial endeavors. Disregarding Gaoshu Dairy was a prudent choice. Sometimes, evading pitfalls is far wiser than courting danger. "Ah, thank you for your guidance. I will deliberate carefully," Smith replied earnestly, clearly having absorbed the message. Tiancheng nodded with satisfaction. The investment in Gaoshu Dairy was essentially a lost cause. "If you seek to harm me, I shall first retaliate." One wonders if Zhong Yinzhao's headstrong mother would be incensed if she were to find out, though it is quite likely she never will. The two of them walked back to the canteen together, where Lu Gokong promptly rose to greet them. "So, Mr. Smith, were you satisfied with your conversation with you?" "Indeed, I am quite satisfied. I have gleaned some rather unusual information, which is truly intriguing. I believe we can conclude this journey," Smith replied, reverting to his previous demeanor. Lu Gokong exchanged glances with several other leaders and nodded, saying, "Very well, then let us return." The group boarded the same minibus they had arrived in. Just before stepping onto the vehicle, Smith paused, turned to Tiancheng, and extended his hand with an exceedingly friendly smile. "Mr. Yu, thank you for your hospitality. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. I hope that day arrives soon, as I find myself rather impatient." "It shall not be far off, Mr. Smith," Tiancheng replied with a smile. There was something amiss between the two. The expressions of Lu Gokong and the others again reflected shock. Chapter 85. Do you dare lay a finger on me? After bidding farewell to Lu Gokong and the others, Tiancheng promptly said to Tian Yue, "I need to visit the microcomputer room." "All right, do what you need to do," Tian Yue responded, aware that Tiancheng was likely going to confer with Su Lan about something. As soon as Tiancheng departed, Li Sisi suddenly appeared. "Tian Yue, I have something to discuss with you." Li Sisi's gaze was fixed on Tian Yue, brimming with envy. Why was it that Tian Yue was more beautiful, came from a better family, and had a father in a leadership position? Tian Yue cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent. Tiancheng is not as simple as you think. Li Sisi inhaled deeply, awaiting a response from Tian Yue. "Is that all? I shall take my leave," Tian Yue replied, clearly disinterested, which left Li Sisi feeling stifled, as if a heavy stone weighed upon her chest. "Wait, don't you want to know what he did this weekend?" Li Sisi attempted once more to pique Tian Yu's curiosity. Not at all. Tian Yu's response was curt, leaving Li Sisi feeling as though a boulder had been lodged in her chest, causing her discomfort. After answering, Tian Yue turned to leave. Stop. Yu Tiancheng went to Xingqing this weekend with teacher Su from the microcomputer room. They even visited a bar, accompanied by another beautiful girl. Don't you want to know what their relationship is? Li Sisi finally unleashed everything she had been wanting to say. Oh, is that it? Tian Yue turned back with indifference. If you are here to sow discord, I would appreciate it if you could provide more compelling gossip. This triviality does not affect me in the slightest. I will not casually speculate about others' actions as you do. And please, refrain from employing such lowly tactics in the future. They are beneath me. With that, Tian Yue turned and continued on her way to the classroom. Li Sisi was left dumbfounded, feeling as if the weight on her chest had not been lifted but instead had been further compounded, nearly bringing her to the brink of tears. Did you not become involved with him solely because of his wealth? You may appear innocent, yet you are nothing but a gold digger. How despicable, you shameless pair. Li Sisi was utterly enraged, pursuing Tian Yue and incessantly berating her. At that moment, a number of students had finished their meals and exited the cafeteria, observing the two, one silent and the other incessantly chattering. Among them were many classmates from classes 9 and 10, including Lu Yexing and Jiang Shishir. Upon noticing what seemed to be an argument, they hurried over. Suddenly, Li Sisi, pointing and shouting, provoked Tian Yue, who abruptly halted, turned around, and delivered a resounding slap across Li Sisi's face. The force of the blow left Li Sisi momentarily stunned, and it also caught the attention of the onlookers, who were taken aback. You may insult me, and I shall not stoop to your level, but do not speak ill of him. He has never wronged you, and your derogatory remarks only reflect your own vile nature. Ultimately, if you wish to harm him further, do not blame me. A fierce glint flashed in Tian Yu's eyes. The intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down Li Sisi's spine. The bystanders were likewise astonished. They had always perceived Tian Yue as harmless, a model student. But her fury was unexpectedly fierce. Many students whispered among themselves, while Tian Yue remained unfazed, but Li Sisi felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her. Mortified at the loss of face, I will not relent in my pursuit of him. I will cling to him. What can you possibly do about it? Li Sisi was a person who valued her pride and was not afraid to stand her ground. Having grown up in the countryside, she had often encountered the most brazen of shrews. Thus, at this moment, she was determined to salvage her dignity, defiantly retorting, "Would I ruin my promising future for someone so contemptible?" Tian Yue let out a cold laugh, stepping forward with poise, looking down on Li Sisi from her height advantage, enhanced by her high ponytail. "I just slapped you. Do you dare to retort? But would you dare to lay a finger on me?" Tian Yue pressed on, each word deliberate. "If you touch me, within half an hour, you will find yourself at the police station. Your father will have to rush back from your city to apologize and plead for your case. Tomorrow, the entire school will convene a meeting to expel you. And in a month, you will only have the option of following your father to your city for work. What will you have left to entangle him with? You lack academic prowess and talent. Besides posing and preening, what else can you do? If you dare not act, then cease your incessant chatter. If a single slap does not teach you, I am unopposed to delivering another. Of course, let me reiterate, you may insult me, and I shall take it as a dog-s bite. But if you insult him, I shall retaliate." With that, Tian Yue turned, flicking her ponytail, and strode away. Have you never felt the pressure of an academic overachiever? The individuals aspiring to attend prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking possess a remarkable ability to rattle one's confidence with mere words. One might mistakenly believe that a few days of socializing outside could confer connections, status, or capability. How naive. Lu approached, disdain evident in his expression as he silently mocked Li Sisi before strutting away with an air of satisfaction. Li Sisi stood there, frozen, tears streaming down her cheeks, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation and resentment. Yu Tiancheng was unaware of the discord that unfolded between Li Sisi and Tian Yue after his departure. He hurriedly entered the computer lab, his first words directed at teacher Su. "Please call Brother Kuan and get the website launched. I have already arranged for it. The website is live. Furthermore, Sun Kuan and his team have hung banners at numerous university entrances and conducted promotional activities in the cafeteria of Xiangnan University. As per your instructions, they registered an account and added a chicken leg." Su Lan's countenance was grave, reflecting her own excitement. "Well done. But we must intensify our promotional efforts. In 2 weeks, let's gather students from various universities in Tiancheng and have them write on a blackboard. In your 4 years of university, how many friends do you have? Followed by our website link. With the upcoming long holiday, we could rent several buses to transport students to the train station. However, there's a stipulation. They must carpool with friends and register an account on our website to enjoy free bus rides. Tiancheng clenched his fist. In 2 weeks, we must achieve a specific number of registrations to strengthen our bargaining position. He then added, also, could you find a legal expert to assist with our legal matters on a per-visit payment basis? Once we expand, we can establish a dedicated legal department. Sister Lan, please prepare a business proposal. We aim to make a significant impact. Rest assured, Chairman Yu, I will accomplish the task. Su Lan stood tall, saluting Tiancheng with utmost seriousness. Before he could smile, she was already laughing so hard she could hardly stand. She realized that ever since joining Tiancheng, it felt as though she had entered a new world, where surprises awaited her at every turn. Chapter 86. Give me a hug. A month later, at Xingqing Chongjun High School, Tiancheng emerged from the competition venue and promptly hopped into a red Mazda 6 parked at the roadside. He had scored 90 points in the preliminary round, easily passing through. Today marked the semi-finals, a pivotal contest determining his entry into the provincial team for the national competition. Although this challenge posed some difficulty for Tiancheng, a former competition coach, it was not insurmountable. Tiancheng, I'm feeling a bit anxious, Su Lan remarked as she maneuvered the Mazda out of its parking space. Shouldn't your first question be about how I performed? Tiancheng replied, reaching for a lollipop from the glove compartment and unwrapping it. Having completed the exam, the outcome is no longer of consequence. Su Lan reached out, snatching the lollipop that had been unwrapped by Tiancheng and popped it into her mouth. But I licked that. Tiancheng was momentarily speechless. It's fine. I don't mind your germs, she replied dismissively. The main thing is, we've made tremendous progress in just the past 2 weeks. We now have over 60,000 registered users, all of whom are genuine. What's even more astonishing is that whereas we used to have to visit a cafeteria or conduct a promotional event during student festivals to acquire a few hundred users, our registration numbers are now increasing by 500 each day. Moreover, our registered users are not limited to current students. Many graduates and working professionals are also signing up. Sun Kuan and the others have already begun preparations to install additional servers. Of course, the expenditure is substantial. In just half a month, we have already spent over 50,000 on promotions alone. This equates to approximately 80 cents per user. At this rate, I fear that in just 6 months, we could amass hundreds of thousands of registered users. Su Lan sensed that this would be an alarming figure. Hundreds of thousands? That might merely be the beginning. In her previous life, the campus network had accumulated over 1 million registered users within 6 months. Given that they were laying the groundwork 2 years in advance, this number could be even more staggering. Tiancheng stroked his chin, realizing that his initial step had been correct, yet he would likely face more challenges ahead. This process would undoubtedly require a significant amount of capital. As competition intensified, more predators would set their sights on this lucrative opportunity, leading to fierce rivalries and escalating customer acquisition costs. While 20 million in startup capital was considerable, it could be quickly depleted. What are you thinking? Please help me review my project proposal for any flaws, Su Lan said, placing a thick folder in Tiancheng's hands. No need to look, the data speaks for itself. Whether we invest or not depends solely on their perspective, he waved off. I trust your capabilities. However, I'm genuinely nervous. Perhaps you should take the lead. Su Lan looked at Tiancheng with visible anxiety. The once confident Schumacher Lan had transformed into Turtle Lan. The car moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, slower than an elderly woman. The journey from Chongjun High School to the International Trade Center, which usually took mere minutes, had stretched into over half an hour. Consider this. If we fail, we fail. We will continue to move forward at our own pace, and it won't significantly impact us. If we do fail, it merely indicates a flaw in their judgment. Should they seek such opportunities again, the cost will surely be greater. Tiancheng spoke with unwavering confidence. You truly have a knack for comforting others, Su Lan remarked as she parked the car. Tiancheng unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, strolling leisurely towards the elevator. At the International Trade Center, on the 32nd floor, they emerged from the elevator and arrived at the entrance of a company named Ryder Group. Give me a hug. Suddenly, Su Lan intercepted Tiancheng, taking a deep breath as she spoke. Wouldn't that mean I'm getting quite the bargain? Tiancheng scrutinized Su Lan, noting her ensemble, a gradient green blazer paired with a matching gradient green pencil skirt that gracefully concealed her knees. She wore black stockings and had just slipped into a pair of sleek black high heels. Her lustrous hair was elegantly styled into a bun, and her face bore a delicate touch of makeup, enhancing her allure. Notably, the white shirt beneath her blazer was snugly fitted, leaving Tiancheng awestruck by her striking appearance. It was evident that Su Lan's attire showcased her sensual and mature side. Enough chit-chat, just embrace me, Su Lan declared, stepping closer and wrapping her arms around Tiancheng's neck, pressing her body against him. Everyone has their first time. Think about your future. You're destined to command a billion-dollar empire. You must grow, little Su, Tiancheng mused, savoring the softness of her presence and the subtle fragrance wafting from her hair, which prompted him to encircle her waist with his hands. Slender. Soft. This feels right. Uft. Su Lan chuckled at the nickname Little Su, finally releasing him, her almond-shaped eyes glinting with mischief. You were holding me so well. Yet you had to ruin the mood. Tiancheng feigned innocence. What did I do? What do you have in your pocket that feels so rough? Su Lan playfully chided as she turned towards the reception desk of Rider Group. I have nothing in my pockets. Tiancheng replied, feeling his face flush as he checked his pocket. Goodness, it must be the vigor of youth. After identifying themselves and stating their purpose, the receptionist beamed. Oh, Miss Su. Mr. Smith has been expecting you. You may proceed to the conference room. She then guided Su Lan and Tiancheng to the meeting room. Upon entering, both were taken aback to find not just Smith, but an assembly of 12 individuals. There were men and women of varying ages, some resembling Smith with their blonde hair and blue eyes, alongside dark-skinned individuals of Indian descent, as well as others of Asian lineage. Each was impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of seasoned investment expertise. Smith occupied a central position among them, rising with a smile as he greeted, dear you. Let me first wish you success in your exam. Seeing Smith's friendly demeanor, Tiancheng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. If his intuition served him right, they had already reached a decision, awaiting the final negotiation. After all, the conglomerate behind Smith wielded immense power. Uncovering the details of a company was a trivial task for them. Su Lan's background information had likely been thoroughly reviewed on Smith's desk long before their arrival. Thus, it was no surprise that Smith greeted Tiancheng with congratulations, a gesture of both friendship and a subtle display of authority.